Chapter 30, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 30, Part 2. Evening came, and the time of Richard's departure. It was again snowing heavily, though it had ceased in the middle of the day. Money for the present had been given to him. Arrangements had been discussed. Mr. Carlyle insisted upon Richard's sending him his address as soon as he should own one to send, and Richard faithfully promised. He was in very low spirits, almost as low as Barbara, who could not conceal her tears. They dropped in silence on her pretty silk dress. He was smuggled down the stairs, a large cloak of Miss Carlyle's enveloping him, into the room he had entered by storm the previous night. Mr. Carlyle held the window open. "Good-bye, Barbara dear. If ever you should be able to tell my mother of this day, say that my chief sorrow was not to see her." "Oh, Richard!" she sobbed forth, broken-hearted. "Good-bye. May God be with you and bless you." "Farewell, Richard," said Miss Carlyle. "Don't you be fool enough to get into any more scrapes." Last of all he wrung the hand of Mr. Carlyle. The latter went outside with him for an instant, and their leave-taking was alone. Barbara returned to the chamber he had quitted. She felt that she must indulge in a few moments' sobbing. Joyce was there, but Barbara was sobbing when she entered it. "It is hard for him, Miss Barbara, if he is really innocent." Barbara turned her streaming eyes upon her. "If! Joyce, do you doubt that he is innocent?" "I quite believe him to be so now, miss. Nobody could so solemnly assert what was not true. The thing at present will be to find that Captain Thorn." "Joyce!" exclaimed Barbara, in excitement, seizing hold of Joyce's hands. "I thought I'd found him. I believed in my own mind that I knew who he was. I don't mind telling you, though I have never before spoken of it. And with one thing or other, this night I feel just as if I should die, as if I must speak. I thought it was Sir Francis Levison." Joyce stared with all her eyes. "Miss Barbara!" "I did. I've thought it ever since the night that Lady Isabel went away. My poor brother was at West Lynne then. He had come for a few hours, and he met the man Thorn walking in Bean Lane. He was in evening dress, and Richard described a peculiar motion of his, the throwing off of his hair from his brow. He said his white hand and his diamond ring glittered in the moonlight. The white hand, the ring, the motion, for he was always doing it, all reminded me of Captain Levison, and from that hour until to-day I believed him to be the man Richard saw. To-day Richard tells me that he knows Sir Francis Levison, and that he and Thorn are intimate. What I think now is that this Thorn must have paid a flying visit to the neighborhood that night to assist Captain Levison in the wicked work that he had on hand." "How strange it all sounds!" uttered Joyce. "And I never could tell my suspicions to Mr. Carlyle. I did not like to mention Francis Levison's name to him." Barbara soon returned downstairs. "I must be going home," she said to Mr. Carlyle. "It is turned 7:30, and mamma will be uneasy." "Whenever you like, Barbara." "But can I not walk? I am sorry to take you out your ponies again, and in this storm." Mr. Carlyle laughed. "Which would feel the storm the worst, you or the ponies?" But when Barbara got outside, she saw that it was not the pony carriage, but the chariot that was in waiting for her. She turned inquiringly to Mr. Carlyle. "Did you think I should allow you to go home in an open carriage to-night, Barbara?" "Are you coming also?" "I suppose I had better," he smiled, "to see that you and the carriage do not get fixed in a rut." Barbara withdrew to her corner of the chariot, and cried silently. Very, very deeply did she mourn the unhappy situation, the privations of her brother, and she knew that he was one to feel them deeply. He could not battle with the world's hardships so bravely as many could. Mr. Carlyle only detected her emotion as they were nearing the grove. He leaned forward, took her hand, and held it between his. "Don't grieve, Barbara. Bright days may be in store for us yet." The carriage stopped. "You may go back," he said to the servants, when he alighted. "I shall walk home." "Oh!" exclaimed Barbara, "I do think you intend to spend the evening with us. Mamma will be so pleased." Her voice sounded as if she was also. Mr. Carlyle drew her hand within his arm as they walked up the path. But Barbara had reckoned without her host. Mrs. Hare was in bed, consequently could not be pleased at the visit of Mr. Carlyle. The justice had gone out, and she, feeling tired and not well, thought she would retire to rest. Barbara stole into her room, but found her asleep, so that it fell to Barbara to entertain Mr. Carlyle. They stood together before the large pier glass, in front of the blazing fire. Barbara was thinking over the events of the day. What Mr. Carlyle was thinking of was best known to himself. His eyes, covered with their drooping eyelids, were cast upon Barbara. There was a long silence. At length Barbara seemed to feel that his gaze was upon her, and she looked up at him. "Will you marry me, Barbara?" The words were spoken in the quietest, most matter-of-fact tone, just as if he had said, "Shall I give you a chair, Barbara?" But oh, the change that passed over her countenance, the sudden light of joy, the scarlet flush of emotion and happiness! Then it all faded down to paleness and sadness. She shook her head in the negative. "But you are very kind to ask me," she added in words. "What is the impediment, Barbara?" Another rush of color, as before, and a deep silence. Mr. Carlyle stole his arm around her and bent his face on a level with hers. "Whisper it to me, Barbara." She burst into a flood of tears. "Is it because I once married another?" "No, no. It is the remembrance of that night. You cannot have forgotten it, and it is stamped on my brain in letters of fire. I never thought so to betray myself. But for what passed that night you would not have asked me now." "Barbara!" She glanced up at him, the tone was so painful. "Do you know that I love you? That there is none other in the whole world whom I would care to marry but you? Nay, Barbara, when happiness is within our reach, let us not throw it away upon a chimera." She cried more softly, leaning upon his arm. "Happiness? Would it be happiness for you?" "Great and deep happiness," he whispered. She read truth in his countenance, and a sweet smile illumined her sunny features. Mr. Carlyle read its signs. "You love me as much as ever, Barbara?" "Far more, far more," was the murmured answer, and Mr. Carlyle held her closer, and drew her face fondly to his. Barbara's heart was at length at rest, and she had been content to remain where she was forever. And Richard? Had he got clear off? Richard was stealing along the road, plunging into the snow by the hedge, because it was more sheltered there than in the beaten path, when his umbrella came in contact with another umbrella. Miss Carlyle had furnished it to him, not to protect his battered hat, but to protect his face from being seen by the passers by. The umbrella he encountered was an aristocratic silk one, with an ivory handle. Dick's was of democratic cotton, with hardly any handle at all, and the respective owners had been bearing on, heads down and umbrellas out, till they, the umbrellas, met smash, right under a gas lamp. Aside went the umbrellas, and the antagonists stared at each other. "How dare you, fellow? Can't you see where you're going on?" Dick thought he should have dropped. He would have given all the money his pockets held if the friendly earth had but opened and swallowed him in. For he was now peering into the face of his own father. Uttering an exclamation of dismay, which broke from him involuntarily, Richard sped away with the swiftness of an arrow. Did Justice Hare recognize the tones? It cannot be said. He saw a rough, strange-looking man, with bushy, black whiskers, who was evidently scared at the sight of him. That was nothing, for the justice, being a justice, and a strict one, was regarded with considerable awe in the parish by those of Dick's apparent caliber. Nevertheless, he stood still and gazed in the direction until all sound of Richard's footsteps had died away in the distance. Tears were streaming down the face of Mrs. Hare. It was a bright morning after the snowstorm, so bright that the sky was blue and the sun was shining, but the snow lay deeply upon ground. Mrs. Hare sat in her chair, enjoying the brightness, and Mr. Carlyle stood near her. The tears were of joy and of grief mingled. of grief at hearing that she should at last have to part with Barbara, of joy that she was going to one so entirely worthy of her as Mr. Carlyle. "Archibald, she has had a happy home here. You will render yours as much so?" "To the very utmost of my power." "You will be ever kind to her, and cherish her?" "With my whole strength and heart. Dear Mrs. Hare, I thought you knew me too well to doubt me." "Doubt you? I do not doubt you, I trust you implicitly, Archibald. Had the whole world laid themselves at Barbara's feet, I should have prayed that she might choose you." A small smile flitted over Mr. Carlyle's lips. He knew it was what Barbara would have done. "But, Archibald, what about Cornelia?" returned Mrs. Hare. "I would not for a moment interfere in your affairs, or in the arrangements you and Barbara may agree upon, but I cannot help thinking that married people are better alone." "Cornelia will quit East Lynne," said Mr. Carlyle. "I have not spoken to her yet, but I shall do so now. I have long made my mind up that if ever I did marry again, I and my wife would live alone. It is said she interfered too much with my former wife. Had I suspected it, Cornelia should not have remained in the house a day. Rest assured that Barbara shall not be an object to the chance." "How did you come over her?" demanded the justice, who had already given his gratified consent, and who now entered in his dressing gown and morning wig. "Others have tried it on, and Barbara would not listen to them." "I suppose I must have cast a spell upon her," answered Mr. Carlyle, breaking into a smile. "Here she is. Barbara," carried on the unceremonious justice, "what is it that you see in Carlyle more than anybody else?" Barbara's scarlet cheeks answered for her. "Papa," she said, "Otway Bethel is at the door asking to speak to you. Jasper says he won't come in." "Then I'm sure I'm not going out to him in the cold. Here, Mr. Otway, what you're afraid of?" he called out. "Come in." Otway Bethel made his appearance in his usual sporting costume, but he did not seem altogether at his ease in the presence of Mrs. Hare and Barbara. "The Colonel wished to see you, Justice, and ask you if you had any objection to the meeting's being put off from 1 o'clock till 2," cried he, after nodding to Mr. Carlyle. "He has got a friend coming to see him unexpectedly, who will leave again by the 2 o'clock train." "I don't care which it is," answered Mr. Hare. 2 o'clock will do as well as 1 for me." "That's all right, then, and I'll drop in upon Herbert and Pinner and acquaint them." Miss Carlyle's cold was better that evening; in fact, she seemed quite herself again, and Mr. Carlyle introduced the subject of his marriage. It was after dinner that he began upon it. "Cornelia, when I married Lady Isabel Vane, you reproached me severely with having kept you in the dark." "If you had not kept me in the dark, but consulted me as any other Christian would, the course of events would have been wholly changed, and the wretchedness and disgrace that fell on this house been spared to it," fiercely interrupted Miss Carlyle. "We will leave the past," he said, "and consider the future. I was about to remark that I do not intend to fall under your displeasure again for the like offence. I believe you have never wholly forgiven it." "And never shall," cried she, impetuously. "I did not deserve the slight." "Therefore, almost as soon as I know it myself, I acquaint you. I am about to marry a second time, Cornelia." Miss Carlyle started up. Her spectacles dropped off her nose, and a knitting box which she happened to have on her knees clattered to the floor. "What did you say?" she uttered, aghast. "I am about to marry." "You!" "I. Is there anything so very astonishing in it?" "For the love of common sense, don't go and make such a fool of yourself. You've done it once. Was not that enough for you, but you must run your head into the noose again?" "Now, Cornelia, can you wonder that I do not speak of things when you meet them in this way? You treat me just as you did when I was a child. It is very foolish." "When folk act childishly, they must be treated as children. I always thought you were mad when you married before, but I shall think you doubly mad now." "Because you have preferred to remain single and solitary yourself, is it any reason why you should condemn me to do the same? You are happy alone. I should be happier with a wife." "That she may go and disgrace you, as the last one did!" intemperately spoke Miss Carlyle, caring not a rush what she said in her storm of anger. Mr. Carlyle's brow flushed, but he controlled his temper. "No," he calmly replied. "I am not afraid of that in the one I have now chosen." Miss Corny gathered her knitting together. He had picked up her box. Her hands trembled, and the lines of her face were working. It was a blow to her as keen as the other had been. "Pray, who is it that you have chosen?" she jerked forth. "The whole neighbourhood has been after you." "Let it be who it will, Cornelia, you will be sure to grumble. Were I to say that it was a royal princess or a peasant's daughter, you would equally see grounds for finding fault." "Of course I should. I know who it is. That stuck-up Louisa Dobede." "No, it is not. I never had the slightest intention of choosing Louisa Dobede, nor she of choosing me. I am marrying to please myself, and, for a wife, Louisa Dobede would not please me." "As you did before," sarcastically put in Miss Corny. "Yes, as I did before." "Well, can't you open your mouth and say who it is?" was the exasperated rejoinder. "It is Barbara Hare." "Who?" shrieked Miss Carlyle. "You are not deaf, Cornelia." "Well, you are an idiot!" she exclaimed, lifting up her hands and eyes. "Thank you," he said, but without any signs of irritation. "And so you are. You are, Archibald. To suffer that girl, who's been angling after you so long, to catch you at last." "She has not angled after me. Had she done so, she would probably never have been Mrs. Carlyle. Whatever passing fancy she may have entertained for me in earlier days, she has shown no symptoms of it of late years, and I am quite certain that she had no more thought or idea that I should choose her for my second wife than you had I should choose you. Others have angled after me too palpably, but Barbara has not." "She is a conceited minx, as vain as she is high." "What else have you to urge against her?" "I would have married a girl without a slur, if I must have married," aggravatingly returned Miss Corny. "Slur?" "Slur, yes. Dear me, is it an honour, the possessing a brother such as Richard?" Miss Corny sniffed. "Pigs may fly, but I never saw them try at it." "The next consideration, Cornelia, is about your residence. You will go back, I presume, to your own home." Miss Corny did not believe her own ears. "Go back to my own home!" she exclaimed. "I shall do nothing of the sort. I shall stop at East Lynne. What's to hinder me?" Mr. Carlyle shook his head. "It cannot be," he said, in a low, decisive tone. "Who says so?" she sharply asked. "I do. Have you forgotten that night, when she went away, the words spoken by Joyce? 'Cornelia, whether they were true or false, I will not subject another to the chance.'" She did not answer. Her lips parted and closed again. Somehow Miss Carlyle could not bear to be reminded of that revelation of Joyce's. It subdued even her. "I cast no reflection upon you," hastily continued Mr. Carlyle. "You have been a mistress of a house for many years, and you naturally look to be so. It is right you should. But two mistresses in a house do not answer, Cornelia. They never did, and they never will." "Why did you not give me so much of your sentiments when I first came to East Lynne?" she burst forth. "I hate hypocrisy." "They were not my sentiments then. I possessed none. I was ignorant upon the subject as I was upon many others. Experience has come to me since." "You will not find a better mistress of a house than I have made you." She resentfully spoke. "I do not look for it. The tenants leave your house in March, do they not?" "Yes, they do," snapped Miss Corny. "But as we are on the subject of details of ways and means, allow me to tell you that if you did what is right, you would move into that house of mine, and I will go to a smaller, as you seem to think I shall poison Barbara if I remain with her. East Lynne is a vast deal too fine and too grand for you." "I do not consider it so. I shall not quit East Lynne." "Are you aware that, in leaving your house, I take my income with me, Archibald?" "Most certainly. Your income is yours, and you will require it for your own purposes. I have neither a right to, nor wish for it." "It will make a pretty good hole in your income, the withdrawing of it, I can tell you that. Take care that you and East Lynne don't go bankrupt together." At this moment the summons of a visitor was heard. Even that excited the ire of Miss Carlyle. "I wonder who's come bothering to-night," she uttered. Peter entered. "It is Major Thorn, sir. I have shown him into the drawing room." Mr. Carlyle was surprised. He had not thought Major Thorn within many a mile of West Lynne. He proceeded to the drawing room. "Such a journey," said Major Thorn to Mr. Carlyle. "It is my general luck to get ill weather when I travel. Rain and hail, thunder and heat. Nothing bad comes amiss when I am out. The snow lay on the rails, I don't know how thick. At one station we were detained 2 hours." "Are you proposing to make any stay at West Lynne?" "Off again to-morrow. My leave this time is to be spent at my mother's. I may bestow a week of it or so on West Lynne, but I am not sure. I must be back in Ireland in a month. Such a horrid bog-hole we are quartered in just now." "To go from one subject to another," observed Mr. Carlyle, "there is a question I have long thought to put to you, Thorn, did we ever meet again. Which year was it that you were staying at Swainson?" Major Thorn mentioned it. It was the year of Hallijohn's murder. "As I thought. In fact, no," said Mr. Carlyle. "Did you, while you were stopping there, ever come across a namesake of yours, one Thorn?" "I believe I did, but I don't know the man, of my knowledge, and I saw him but once only. I don't think he was living at Swainson. I never observed him in the town." "Where did you meet with him?" "At a roadside beer shop, about 2 miles from Swainson. I was riding one day, when a fearful storm came on, and I took shelter there. Scarcely had I entered, when another horseman rode up, and he likewise took shelter. A tall, dandified man, aristocratic and exclusive. When he departed, for he quitted first, the storm being over, I asked the people who he was. They said they did not know, though they had often seen him ride by. But a man who was there, drinking, said he was a Captain Thorn. The same man, by the way, volunteered the information that he came from a distance, somewhere near West Lynne. I remember that." "That Captain Thorn did?" "No, that he himself did. He appeared to know nothing of Captain Thorn beyond the name." It seemed to be ever so. Scraps of information, but nothing tangible. Nothing to lay hold of or to know the man by. Would it be thus always? "Should you recognize him again were you to see him?" resumed Mr. Carlyle, awaking from his reverie. "I think I should. There was something peculiar in his countenance, and I remember it well yet." "Were you by chance to meet him and discover his real name? For I have reason to believe that Thorn, the one he went by then, was an assumed one. Will you oblige me by letting me know it?" "With all the pleasure in life," replied the Major. "The chances are against it, though, confined as I am to that confounded sister country. Other regiments get the luck of being quartered in the metropolis, or near it. Ours doesn't." When Major Thorn departed, and Mr. Carlyle was about to return to the room where he left his sister, he was interrupted by Joyce. "Sir," she began, "Miss Carlyle tells me that there is going to be a change at East Lynne." The words took Mr. Carlyle by surprise. "Miss Carlyle has been in a hurry to tell you," he remarked, a certain haughty displeasure in his tone. "She did not speak for the sake of telling me, sir, it is not likely, but I fancy she was thinking about her own plans. She inquired whether I would go with her when she left, or whether I meant to remain at East Lynne. I would not answer her, sir, until I had spoken to you." "Well?" said Mr. Carlyle. "I gave a promise, sir, to my late lady, that I would remain with her children as long as I was permitted. She asked it of me when she was ill, when she thought she was going to die. What I would inquire of you, sir, is, whether the change will make any difference to my staying?" "No," he decisively replied. "I also, Joyce, wish you to remain with the children." "It is well, sir," Joyce answered, and her face looked bright as she quitted the room. Chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 31. Mr. Dill in an embroidered shirt front. It was a lovely morning in June, and all West Lynne was astir. West Lynne generally was astir in the morning, but not in the bustling manner that might be observed now. People were abroad in numbers, passing down to St. Jude's Church, for it was the day of Mr. Carlyle's marriage to Barbara Hare. Miss Carlyle made herself into a sort of martyr. She would not go near it. Fine weddings in fine churches did not suit her, she proclaimed. They could tie themselves up together fast enough without her presence. She had invited the little Carlyles and their governess and Joyce to spend the day with her, and she persisted in regarding the children as martyrs too, in being obliged to submit to the advent of a second mother. She was back in her old house again, next door to the office, settled there for life now with her servants. Peter had mortally offended her in electing to remain at East Lynne. Mr. Dill committed himself terribly on the wedding morning. About 10 o'clock he made his appearance at Miss Carlyle's. He was a man of the old stage, possessing old-fashioned notions, and he had deemed that to step in to congratulate her on the auspicious day would be only good manners. Miss Carlyle was seated in her dining-room, her hands folded before her. It was rare indeed that she was caught doing nothing. She turned her eyes on Mr. Dill as he entered. "Why, what on earth has taken you?" began she, before he could speak. "You are decked out like a young duck." "I am going to the wedding, Miss Cornelia. Did you know it? Mrs. Hare was so kind as to invite me to the breakfast, and Mr. Archibald insists upon my going to church. I am not too fine, am I?" Poor old Dill's finery consisted of a white waistcoat, with gold buttons and an embroidered shirt front. Miss Corny was pleased to regard it with sarcastic wrath. "Fine," echoed she. "I don't know what you call it. I would not make myself such a spectacle for untold gold. You'll have all the ragamuffins in the street forming a tail after you, thinking you are the bridegroom. A man of your years to deck yourself out in a worked shirt. I would have had some rosettes on my coat-tails while I was about it." "My coat's quite plain, Miss Cornelia," he meekly remonstrated. "Plain? What would you have it?" snapped Miss Cornelia. "Perhaps you covered a wreath of embroidery round it, gold leaves and scarlet flowers, with a swan's-down collar. It would only be in keeping with that shirt and waistcoat. I might as well have gone and ordered a white tarlatan dress, looped up with peas, and streamed through the town in that guise. It would be just as consistent." "People like to dress a little out of common at a wedding, Miss Cornelia. It's only respectful when they are invited guests. I don't say people should go to a wedding in a hop-sack, but there's a medium. Pray, do you know your age? I am turned 60, Miss Corny." "You just are. And do you consider it decent for an old man, going on for 70, to be decorated off as you are now? I don't, and so I tell you my mind. Why, you'll be the laughing-stock of the parish. Take care the boys don't tie a tin kettle to you." Mr. Dill thought he would leave the subject. His own impression was that he was not too fine, and that the parish would not regard him as being so. Still, he had a great reverence for Miss Corny's judgment, and was not altogether easy. He had his white gloves in his hand when he entered, but he surreptitiously smuggled them into his pocket, lest they might offend. He passed to the subject which had brought him thither. What I came in for was to offer you my congratulations on this auspicious day, Miss Cornelia. I hope Mr. Archibald and his wife, and you, ma'am—" "There, you need not trouble yourself to go on," interrupted Miss Corny, hotly arresting him. "We want condolence here to-day, rather than the other thing. I'm sure I'd nearly as soon see Archibald go to his hanging." "Oh, Miss Corny!" "I would, and you need not stare at me as if you were throttled. What business has he to go and fetter himself with a wife again? One would have thought he had had enough with the other. It is, I have always said, there's a soft place in Archibald's brain." Old Dill knew there was no soft place in the brain of Mr. Carlyle, but he deemed it might be as well not to say so in Miss Corny's present humour. "Marriage is a happy state, as I have heard, ma'am, and honourable, and I am sure Mr. Archibald—" "Very happy, very honourable," fiercely cried Miss Carlyle, sarcasm in her tone. "His last marriage brought him all that, did it not?" "That's past and done with, Miss Corny, and none of us need recall it. I hope he will find in his present wife a recompense for what's gone. He could not have chosen a prettier or nicer young lady than Miss Barbara, and I am glad to my very heart that he has got her." "Couldn't he?" jerked Miss Carlyle. "No, ma'am, he could not. Were I young, and wanted a wife, there's no one in all West Lynne I would so look out for as Miss Barbara. Not that she'd have me, and I was not speaking in that sense, Miss Corny." "It's to be hoped that you were not," retorted Miss Corny. "She is an idle, insolent, vain faggot, caring for nothing but her own doll's face and for Archibald." "Ah, well, ma'am, never mind that. Pretty young girls know that they are pretty, and you can't take their vanity from them. She'll be a good and loving wife to him. I know she will. It is in her nature. She won't serve him as that other poor unfortunate did." "If I feared she was one to bring shame to him as the other did, I'd go into the church this hour and forbid the marriage, and if that I didn't do, I'd smother her," shrieked Miss Carlyle. "Look at that piece of impudence!" That last sentence was uttered in a different tone, and concerned somebody in the street. Miss Carlyle hopped off her chair and strode to the window. Mr. Dill's eyes turned in the like direction. In a gay and summer's dress, fine and sparkling, with a coquettish little bonnet trimmed with pink, shaded by one of those nondescript articles at present called veils, which article was made of white spotted net with a pink ruche round it, sailed Afy Hallijohn, conceited and foolish and good-looking as ever. Catching sight of Mr. Dill, she made him a flourishing and gracious bow. The courteous old gentleman returned it, and was pounced upon by Miss Corny's tongue for his pains. "Whatever possessed you to do that?" "Well, Miss Corny, she spoke to me. You saw her." "I saw her, yes, I did, the brazen bellwether. And she saw me, and spoke to you in her insolence. And you must answer her, in spite of my presence, instead of shaking your fist and giving her a reproving frown. You want a little sharp talking to yourself." "But, Miss Corny, it's always best to let bygones be bygones," he pleaded. "She was flighty and foolish, and all that was Afy. But now that it's proved she did not go with Richard Hare, as was suspected, and is at present living creditably, why should she not be noticed?" "If the very deuce himself stood there with his horns and tail, you would find excuses to make for him," fired Miss Corny. "You are as bad as Archibald. Notice Afy Hallijohn when she dresses and flirts and minces as you saw her but now. What creditable servant would flaunt abroad in such a dress and bonnet as that, with that flimsy gauze thing over her face? It's as disreputable as your shirt front." Mr. Dill coughed humbly, not wishing to renew the point of the shirt front. "She is not exactly a servant, Miss Corny. She's a lady's maid, and ladies' maids do dress outrageously fine. I had great respect for her father, ma'am. Never a better clerk came into our office." "Perhaps you'll tell me you have a great respect for her. The world's being turned upside down, I think. Formerly, mistresses kept their servants to work. Now it seems they keep them for play. She's going to St. Jude's, you may be sure of it, to stare at this fine wedding, instead of being at home in a cotton gown and a white apron, making beds. Mrs. Latimer must be a droll mistress to give her liberty in this way. What's that fly for?" sharply added Miss Corny, as one drew up to the office door. "Fly," said Mr. Dill, stretching forward his bald head. "It must be the one I ordered. Then I'll wish you good day, Miss Corny." "Fly for you?" cried Miss Corny. "Have you got the gout, that you could not walk to St. Jude's on foot?" "I am not going to the church yet. I am going to the Grove, Miss Corny. I thought it would look more proper to have a fly, ma'am, more respectful." "Not a doubt but you need it in that trim," retorted she. "Why didn't you put on pumps and silk stockings with pink clocks?" He was glad to bow himself out. She kept on so. But he thought he would do it with a pleasant remark, to show her he bore no ill will. "Just look at the crowds pouring down, Miss Corny. The church will be as full as it can cram." "I dare say it will," retorted she. "One fool makes many." "I fear Miss Cornelia does not like this marriage any more than she did the last," quoth Mr. Dill to himself, as he stepped into his fly. "Such a sensible woman as she is in other things, to be so bitter against Mr. Archibald because he marries. It's not like her. I wonder," he added, his thoughts changing, "whether I do look foolish in this shirt? I'm sure I never thought of decking myself out to appear young. As Miss Corny said, I only wished to testify respect to Mr. Archibald and Miss Barbara. Nothing else would have made me give 25 shillings for it. Perhaps it's not etiquette, or whatever they call it, to wear them in the morning. Miss Corny ought to know, and there certainly must be something wrong about it, by the way it put her up. Well, it can't be helped now. It must go. There's no time to return home now to change it." St. Jude's Church was all in a cram. All the world and his wife had flocked into it. Those who could not get in took up their station in the churchyard and in the road. Well, it was a goodly show. Ladies and gentlemen as smart as fine feathers could make them. Mr. Carlyle was one of the first to enter the church. Self-possessed and calm, the very sense of a gentleman. Oh, but he was noble to look upon, though when was he otherwise? Mr. and Mrs. Clithero were there. Anne Hare, that was, a surprise for some of the gazers, who had not known they were expected at the wedding. Gentle, delicate Mrs. Hare walked up the church leaning on the arm of Sir John Dobede, a paler shade than usual on her sweet, sad face. "She's thinking of her wretched, ill-doing son," quoth the gossips one to another. "But who comes in now, with an air as if the whole church belonged to him? An imposing, pompous man, stern and grim, in a new flaxen wig and a white rose in his buttonhole. It is Mr. Justice Hare, and he leads in one whom folks jump upon seats to get a look at." Very lovely was Barbara, in her soft white silk robes and her floating veil. Her cheeks, now blushing rosy red, now pale as the veil that shaded them, betrayed how intense was her emotion. The bridesmaids came after her with jaunty steps, vain in their important office. Louisa Dobede, Augusta and Kate Herbert, and Mary Pinner. Mr. Carlyle was already in his place at the altar, and as Barbara neared him, he advanced, took her hand, and placed her on his left. I don't think that it was quite usual, but he had been married before, and ought to know. The clerk directed the rest where to stand, and after some little delay the service proceeded. In spite of her emotion, and that it was great, scarcely to be suppressed, none could doubt, Barbara made the responses bravely. Be you very sure that a woman who loves him she is being united to must experience this emotion. Wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Spoke the Rev. Mr. Little. Wilt thou obey him, and serve him, love, honour, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live? I will. Clearly, firmly, impressively was the answer given. It was as if Barbara had in her thoughts one who had not kept wholly unto him, and would proclaim her own resolution never so to betray him, God helping her. The ceremony was very soon over, and Barbara, the magic ring upon her finger, and her arm within Mr. Carlyle's, was led out to his chariot, now hers, had he not just endowed her with his worldly goods. The crowd shouted and hurrahed as they caught sight of her blushing face, but the carriage was soon clear of the crowd, who concentrated their curiosity upon the other carriages that were to follow it. The company were speeding back to the grove to breakfast. Mr. Carlyle, breaking the silence, suddenly turned to his bride, and spoke, his tone impassioned almost unto pain. Barbara, you will keep your vows to me? She raised her shy blue eyes, so full of love, to his. Earnest feeling had brought the tears to them. Always, in the spirit and in the letter, until death shall claim me. So help me heaven. The German watering places were crowded that early autumn. They generally are crowded at that season, now that the English flock abroad in shoals, like the swallows quitting our cold country to return again some time. France has been pretty well used up, so now we fall upon Germany. Stalkenberg was that year particularly full for its size. You might have put it in a nutshell, and it derived its importance, name, and most else belonging to it, from its lord of the soil, the Baron von Stalkenberg. A stalwart old man was the Baron, with grizzly hair, a grizzled beard, and manners as loutish as those of the boars he hunted. He had 4 sons as stalwart as himself, and who promised to be in time as grizzled. They were all styled the Counts von Stalkenberg, being distinguished by their Christian names, all save the eldest son, and he was generally called the young Baron. 2 of them were away, soldiers, and 2, the eldest and youngest, lived with their father in the tumble-down castle of Stalkenberg, situated about a mile from the village to which it gave its name. The young Baron von Stalkenberg was at liberty to marry. The 3 Counts von Stalkenberg were not, unless they could pick up a wife with enough money to keep herself and her husband. In this creed they had been brought up. It was a perfectly understood creed, and not rebelled against. The young Baron von Stalkenberg, who was only styled young in contradistinction to his father, being in his 41st year, was famous for a handsome person, and for his passionate love of the chase. Of wild boars and wolves he was the deadly enemy. The Count Otto von Stalkenberg, 11 years his brother's junior, was famous for nothing but his fiercely ringed moustache, a habit of eating, and an undue addiction to draughts of Marco Brunnen. Somewhat meagre fare, so report ran, was the fashion in the castle of Stalkenberg. Neither the old Baron nor his heir cared for luxury. Therefore Count von Otto was sure to be seen at the table d'hôte as often as anybody would invite him, and that was nearly every day, for the Count von Stalkenberg was a high-sounding title, and his baronial father, proprietor of all Stalkenberg, lorded it in the baronial castle close by, all of which appeared very grand and great, and that the English bowed down to with an idol's worship. Stopping at the Ludwig Bad, the chief hotel in the place, was a family of the name of Crosby. It consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Crosby, an only daughter, her governess, and 2 or 3 servants. What Mr. Crosby had done to England, or England to him, I can't say, but he never went near his native country. For years and years he had lived abroad, not in any settled place of residence. They would travel about and remain a year or 2 in one place, a year or 2 in another, as the whim suited them. A respectable, portly man of quiet and gentlemanly manners, looking as little like one who need be afraid of the laws of his own land as could be. Neither is it said or insinuated that he was afraid of them. A gentleman who knew him had told many years before, in answer to a doubt, that Crosby was as free to go home and establish himself in a mansion in Piccadilly as the best of them. But he had lost fearfully by some roguish scheme, like the South Sea bubble, and could not live in the style he once had done, therefore preferred remaining abroad. Mrs. Crosby was a pleasant, chatty woman, given to take as much gaiety as she could get, and Helena Crosby was a remarkably fine grown girl of 17. You might have given her some years on it had you been guessing her age, for she was no child, either in appearance or manners, and never had been. She was an heiress, too. An uncle had left her £20,000, and at her mother's death she would have 10,000 more. The Count Otto von Stalkenberg heard of the £30,000, and turned his fierce moustache and his eyes on Miss Helena. £30,000 and von handsome girls, cogitated he, for he prided himself upon his English. It is just what I have been seeking after. He found the rumour touching her fortune to be correct, and from that time was seldom apart from the Crosbys. They were as pleased to have his society as he was to be in theirs, for was not he the Count von Stalkenberg? And all the other visitors at Stalkenberg, looking on with envy, would have given their ears to be honoured with a like intimacy. One day there thundered down in a vehicle the old Baron von Stalkenberg. The old chief had come to pay a visit of ceremony to the Crosbys, and the host of Ludwig Bad, as he had appeared himself to marshal this chieftain to their saloon, bowed his body low with every step. Room there, for the mighty Baron von Stalkenberg. The mighty Baron had come to invite them to a feast at his castle, where no feast had ever been made so grand before as this would be, and Otto had carte blanche to engage other distinguished sojourners at Stalkenberg, English, French, and natives who had been civil to him. Mrs. Crosby's head was turned. And now, I ask you, knowing as you do our national notions, was it not enough to turn it? You will not then be surprised to hear that when some days subsequent to the feast, the Count Otto von Stalkenberg laid his proposals at Helena's feet, they were not rejected. Helena Crosby rushed into her governess's room. "Madam, madam, only think! I am going to be married." Madam lifted her pale, sad face. A very sad and pale face was hers. "Indeed," she gently muttered, "and my studies are to be over from to-day. Mamma says so." "You are over young to marry, Helena." "Now don't you bring that up, madam. It is just what papa is harping upon," returned Miss Helena. "Is it to Count Otto? And may it be remarked that the governess's English was perfect, although the young lady addressed her as madame? Count Otto, of course, as if I would marry anybody else." Look at the governess, reader, and see whether you know her. You will say no, but you do, for it is Lady Isabel Vane. But how strangely she is altered! Yes, the railway accident did that for her, and what the accident left undone, grief and remorse accomplished. She limps as she walks, and slightly stoops, taken from her former height. A scar extends from her chin above her mouth, completely changing the character of the lower part of her face. Some of her teeth are missing, so that she speaks with a lisp, and the sober bands of her grey hair, it is nearly silver, are confined under a large and close cap. She herself tries to make the change greater, so that all chance of being recognized may be at an end, and for that reason she wears disfiguring spectacles, and a broad band of grey velvet coming down low upon her forehead. Her dress, too, is equally disfiguring. Never is she seen in one that fits her person, but in those frightful loose jackets, which must surely have been invented by some one envious of a pretty shape. As to her bonnet, it would put to shame those masquerade things tilted on to the back of the head, for it actually shaded her face, and she was never seen out without a thick veil. She was pretty easy upon the score of being recognized now, for Mrs. Ducie and her daughters had been sojourning at Stalkenberg, and they did not know her in the least. Who could know her? What resemblance was there between that grey, broken-down woman, with her disfiguring marks, and the once loved Lady Isabel, with her bright colour, her beauty, her dark flowing curls, and her agile figure? Mr. Carlyle himself could not have told her, but she was good-looking still, in spite of it all, gentle and interesting, and people wondered to see that grey hair in one yet young. She had been with the Crosbys going on for 2 years. After her recovery from the railway accident, she moved to a quiet town in the vicinity. They were living there, and she became daily governess to Helena. The Crosbys were given to understand that she was English, but the widow of a Frenchman. She was obliged to offer some plausible account. There were no references, but she so won upon their esteem as the daily governess that they soon took her into the house. Had Lady Isabel surmised that they would be travelling to so conspicuous a spot as an English-frequented German watering-place, she might have hesitated to accept the engagement. However, it had been of service to her, the meeting with Mrs. Ducie proving that she was altered beyond any chance of recognition. She could go anywhere now. But now, what about her state of mind? I don't know how to describe it. The vain yearning, the inward fever, the restless longing for what might not be. Longing for what? For her children? Let the mother, be she a duchess, or be she an apple-woman at a stand, be separated for a while from her little children, let her answer how she yearns for them. She may be away on a tour of pleasure for a few weeks, the longing to see their little faces again, to hear their prattling tongues, to feel their soft kisses is kept under, and there may be frequent messages, the children's dear love to mamma, but as the weeks lengthen out, the desire to see them again becomes almost irrepressible. What must it have been then for Lady Isabel, who had endured this longing for years? Talk of the mal du pays, which is said to attack the Swiss when exiled from their country, that is as nothing compared to the heart-sickness which clung to Lady Isabel. She had passionately loved her children. She had been anxious for their welfare in all ways, and not the least she had to endure now was the thought that she had abandoned them to be trained by strangers. Would they be trained to goodness, to morality, to religion? Careless as she herself had once been upon these points, she had learnt better now. Would Isabel grow up to indifference too, perhaps do as she had done? Lady Isabel flung her hands before her eyes and groaned in anguish. It happened that Mrs. Latimer, a lady living at West Lynne, betook herself about that time to Stalkenberg, and with her, 3 parts maid and 1 part companion, went Afy Hallijohn. Not that Afy was admitted to the society of Mrs. Latimer, to sit with her or dine with her, nothing of that, but she did enjoy more privileges than most ladies' maids do, and Afy, who was never backward at setting off her own consequence, gave out that she was a companion. Mrs. Latimer was an easy woman, fond of Afy, and Afy had made her own tale good to her respecting the ill-natured reports at the time of the murder, so that Mrs. Latimer looked upon her as one to be compassionated. Mrs. Latimer and Mrs. Crosby, whose apartment in the hotel joined, struck up a violent friendship, the one for the other. Ere the former had been a week at the Ludwig, they had sworn something like eternal sisterhood, as both had probably done for others 50 times before. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood, Chapter 32, Part 1. Meeting of Lady Isabel and Afy. On the evening of the day when Helena Crosby communicated her future prospects to Lady Isabel, the latter strolled out in the twilight and took her seat on a bench in an unfrequented part of the gardens, where she was fond of sitting. Now it occurred that Afy, some minutes afterwards, found herself in the same walk, and a very dull one too, she was thinking. "Who's that?" quoth Afy to herself, her eyes falling upon Lady Isabel. "Oh, it's that governess of the Crosbys. She may be known a half-mile off by her grandmother's bonnet. I'll go and have a word with her." Accordingly, Afy, who was never troubled with bashfulness, went up and seated herself beside Lady Isabel. "Good evening, Madam Vine," cried she. "Good evening," replied Lady Isabel, courteously, not having the least idea who Afy might be. "You don't know me, I fancy," pursued Afy, so gathering from Lady Isabel's looks. "I am companion to Mrs. Latimer, and she is spending the evening with Mrs. Crosby. Precious dull, this Stalkenberg." "Do you think so?" "It is for me. I can't speak German or French, and the upper attendants of families here can't. Most of them speak English. I'm sure I go about like an owl, able to do nothing but stare. I was sick enough to come here, but I'd rather be back at West Lynne, quiet as it is." Lady Isabel had not been encouraging her companion, either by words or manner, but the last sentence caused her heart to bound within her. Control herself as she would, she could not quite hide her feverish interest. "Do you come from West Lynne?" "Yes. Horrid place. Mrs. Latimer took a house there soon after I went to live with her. I'd rather she'd taken it at Botany Bay." "Why do you not like it?" "Because I don't," was Afy's satisfactory answer. "Do you know East Lynne?" resumed Lady Isabel, her heart beating and her brain whirling, as she deliberated how she could put all the questions she wished to ask. "I ought to know it," returned Afy. "My own sister, Miss Salijohn, is head maid there. Why, do you know it, Madame Vine?" Lady Isabel hesitated. She was deliberating upon her answer. "Some years ago I was staying in the neighbourhood for a little time," she said. "I should like to hear of the Carlyles again. They were a nice family." Afy tossed her head. "Ah, but there have been changes since that. I dare say you knew them in the time of Lady Isabel." Another pause. "Lady Isabel? Yes, she was Mr. Carlyle's wife." "And a nice wife she made him," ironically rejoined Afy. "You must have heard of it, Madame Vine, unless you lived in the wood. She abandoned him and her children." "Are the children living?" "Yes, poor things. But the one's on the road to the churchyard, if ever I saw threatened consumption yet. Joyce, that's my sister, is in a flaring temper when I say it. She thinks it will get strong again." Lady Isabel passed her handkerchief across her moist brow. "Which of the children is it?" she faintly asked. "Isabel?" "Isabel?" retorted Afy. "Who's Isabel?" "The eldest child, I mean. Miss Isabel Carlyle." "There's no Isabel. There's Lucy. She's the only daughter." When I knew them, there was only one daughter. The other two were boys. I remember quite well that she was called Isabel." "Stay," said Afy. "Now you speak of it, what was it that I heard? It was Wilson told me. I recollect. She's the nurse. Why, the very night that his wife went away, Mr. Carlyle gave orders that the child in future should be called Lucy, her second name." "No wonder," added Afy, violently indignant, "that he could no longer endure the sound of her mother's, or suffer the child to bear it." "No wonder," murmured Lady Isabel. "Which child is it that's ill?" "It's William, the eldest boy. He is not to say ill, but he is as thin as a herring, with an unnaturally bright look on his cheek, and a glaze upon his eye. Joyce says that his cheeks are no brighter than his mother's were, but I know better. Folks in health don't have those brilliant colours." "Did you ever see Lady Isabel?" she asked in a low tone. "Not I," returned Afy. "I should have thought it demeaning. One does not care to be brought into contact with that sort of misdoing lot, you know, Madame Vine. There is another one, a little boy, Archibald, I think his name was. Is he well?" "Oh, the troublesome youngster. He is as sturdy as a Turk. No fear of his going into consumption. He is the very image of Mr. Carlyle, is that child. I say, though, madame," continued Afy, changing the subject unceremoniously, "if you were stopping at West Lynne, perhaps you heard some wicked mischief-making stories concerning me." "I believe I did hear your name mentioned. I cannot charge my memory now with the particulars." "My father was murdered. You must have heard of that." "Yes, I recollect so far." "He was murdered by a chap called Richard Hare, who decamped instanter. Perhaps you know the Hares also. Well, directly after the funeral I left West Lynne. I could not bear the place, and I stopped away. And what do you suppose they said of me? That I had gone after Richard Hare. Not that I knew they were saying it, or I should pretty soon have been back and given them the length of my tongue. But now as I ask you, as a lady, Madam Vine, whether a more infamous accusation was ever pitched upon." "And you had not gone after him?" "No, that I swear," passionately returned Afy. "Make myself a companion of my father's murderer! If Mr. Calcraft, the hangman, finished off a few of those West Lynne scandalmongers, it might be a warning to the others. I said so to Mr. Carlyle." "To Mr. Carlyle?" repeated Lady Isabel, hardly conscious that she did repeat it. "He laughed, I remember, and said that would not stop the scandal. The only one who did not misjudge me was himself. He did not believe that I was with Richard Hare, but he was ever noble judging, was Mr. Carlyle. I suppose you were in a situation." Afy coughed. "To be sure, more than one. I lived as a companion with an old lady who so valued me that she left me a handsome legacy in her will. I lived 2 years with the Countess of Mount Severn." "With the Countess of Mount Severn?" echoed Lady Isabel, surprised into the remark. "Why, she was related to Mr. Carlyle's wife. At least Lord Mount Severn was. Of course, everybody knows that. I was living there at the time the business happened. Didn't the Countess pull Lady Isabel to pieces? She and Miss Levison used to sit cant all day over it. Oh, I assure you I know all about it, just as much as Joyce did. Have you got that headache that you are leaning on your hand?" "Headache and heartache both," she might have answered. Miss Afy resumed. "So after the flattering compliment West Lynne had paid to me, you may judge I was in no hurry to go back to it, Madam Vine, and if I had not found that Mrs. Latimer's promised to be an excellent place, I should have left it rather than be marshalled there. But I have lived it down. I should like to hear any of them fibbing against me now. Do you know that blessed Miss Corny?" "I have seen her." "She shakes her head and makes eyes at me still. But so she would at an angel, a cross-grained old cockatoo. Is she still at East Lynne?" "Not she, indeed. There would be drawn battles between her and Mrs. Carlyle if she were." A dart, as of an ice-bolt, seemed to arrest the blood in Lady Isabel's veins. "Mrs. Carlyle," she faltered. "Who is Mrs. Carlyle?" "Mr. Carlyle's wife. Who should she be?" The rushing blood leaped on, now fast and fiery. "I did not know he had married again. He has been married now, getting on for 15 months. A 12-month last June. I went to the church to see them married. Wasn't there a cram? She looked beautiful that day." Lady Isabel laid her hand upon her breast. But for that delectable loose jacket, Afy might have detected her bosom rise and fall. She steadied her voice sufficiently to speak. "Did he marry Barbara Hare?" "You may take your oath of that," said Afy. "If folks tell true, there was love scenes between them before he ever thought of Lady Isabel. I had that from Wilson, and she ought to know, for she lived at the Hares. Another thing is said, only you must just believe one word of West Lynne talk and disbelieve 10, that if Lady Isabel had not died, Mr. Carlyle never would have married again. He had scruples. 6 were given him by report. Louisa Dobede for one, and Mary Pinner for another. Such nonsense! Folks might have made sure it would be Barbara Hare. There's a baby now." "Is there?" was the faint answer. "A beautiful boy, 3 or 4 months old. Mrs. Carlyle is not a little proud of him. She worships her husband." "Is he kind to the first children?" For all I know, I don't think she has much to do with them. Archibald is in the nursery, and the other two are mostly with the governess." "I wonder," cried the governess, "how the tidings of Lady Isabel's death were received at East Lynne." "I don't know anything about that. They held it as a jubilee, I should say, and set all the bells in town to ring, and feasted the men upon legs of mutton and onion sauce afterwards. I should know. I know, a brute animal, deaf and dumb, such as a cow or goose, clings to its offspring, but she abandoned hers. Are you going in, Madam Vine? I must go in now. Good evening to you." She had sat till she could sit no longer. Her very heartstrings were wrung, and she might not rise up in defence of herself. Defence? Did she not deserve more, 10,000 times more reproach than had met her ears now? This girl did not say of her half what the world must say. There is a governess. Nearly the first thing that Mr. Carlyle did after his wife's moonlight flitting was to seek a governess, and she has been there ever since. She is going to leave now to be married, Joyce told me. Are you much at East Lynne? Afy shook her head. I am not going much, I can tell you, where I am looked down upon. Mrs. Carlyle does not favour me. She knew that her brother Richard would have given his hand to marry me, and she resents it. Not such a great catch, I'm sure, that Dick Hare, even if he had gone on right, continued Afy, somewhat after the example of the fox looking at the unattainable grapes. He had no brains to speak of, and what he had were the colour of a peacock's tail, green. To bed at the usual time, but not to sleep. What she had heard only increased her vain, insensate longing. A stepmother at East Lynne, and one of her children gliding on to death. Oh, to be with them, to see them once again. To purchase that boon, she would willingly forfeit all the rest of her existence. Her frame was fevered, the bed was fevered, and she arose and paced the room. This state of mind would inevitably bring on bodily illness, possibly an attack of the brain. She dreaded that, for there was no telling what she might reveal in her delirium. Her temples were throbbing, her heart was beating, and she once more threw herself upon the bed and pressed the pillow down upon her forehead. There is no doubt that the news of Mr. Carlyle's marriage helped greatly the excitement. She did not pray to die, but she did wish that death might come to her. What would have been the ending, it is impossible to say, but a strange turn in affairs came, one of those wonderful coincidences sometimes but not often to be met with. Mrs. Crosby appeared in Madame Vine's room after breakfast, and gave her an account of Helena's projected marriage. She then apologized, the real object of her visit, for dispensing so summarily with Madame's services, but had reason to hope that she could introduce her to another situation. Would Madame have any objection to take one in England? Madame was on the point of replying that she should not choose to enter one in England, when Mrs. Crosby stopped her, saying that she would call in Mrs. Latimer, who could tell her about it better than she could. Mrs. Latimer came in, all eagerness and volubility. "Ah, my dear madame," she exclaimed, "you would be fortunate indeed if you were to get into this family. The nicest people they are. He so liked and respected, she so pretty and engaging. A most desirable situation, too, treated as a lady, and all things comfortable. There's only one pupil, a girl. One of the little boys, I believe, goes in for an hour or two, but that's not much, and the salary's 70 guineas. They are friends of mine, the Carlyles. Such a beautiful place they live at, East Lynne." "The Carlyles? East Lynne? Go governess there?" Lady Isabel's breath was taken away. "They are parting with their governess," continued Mrs. Latimer, "and when I was there, a day or two before I started on my tour to Germany, Mrs. Carlyle said to me, 'I suppose you could not pick us up a desirable governess for Lucy, one who is mistress of French and German.' She spoke in a half-joking tone, but I feel sure that were I to write word I had found one desirable, it would give her pleasure. Now, Mrs. Crosby tells me your French is quite that of a native, Madame Vine, that you read and speak German well, and that your musical abilities are excellent. I think you would be just the one to suit, and I have no doubt I could get you the situation. What do you say?" What could she say? Her brain was in a whirl. "I am anxious to find you one, if I can," put in Mrs. Crosby. "We have been much pleased with you, and I should like you to be desirably placed. As Mrs. Latimer is so kind as to interest herself, it appears to me an opportunity that should not be missed." "Shall I write to Mrs. Carlyle?" rejoined Mrs. Latimer. Lady Isabel roused herself, and so far cleared her intellect as to understand and answer the question. "Perhaps you would kindly give me until to-morrow morning to consider on it. I had not intended to take a situation in England." A battle she had with herself that day. At one moment it seemed to her that Providence must have placed this opportunity in her way that she might see her children in her desperate longing. At another, a voice appeared to whisper that it was a wily, dangerous temptation flung across her path, one which it was her duty to resist and flee from. Then came another phase of the picture. How should she bear to see Mr. Carlyle, the husband of another, to live in the same house with them, to witness his attentions, possibly his caresses? It might be difficult, but she could force and school her heart to endurance. Had she not resolved, in her first bitter repentance, to take up her cross daily and bear it? No, her own feelings, let them be wrung as they would, should not prove the obstacle. Evening came, and she had not decided. She passed another night of pain, of restlessness, of longing for her children. This intense longing appeared to be overmastering all her powers of mind and body. The temptation at length proved too strong. The project having been placed before her covetous eyes could not be relinquished, and she finally consented to go. "What is it that would keep me away?" she argued. "The dread of discovery? Well, if that comes, it must. They could not hang me or kill me. Deeper humiliation than ever would be my portion when they drive me from East Lynne with abhorrence and ignominy, as a soldier is drummed out of his regiment. But I could bear that, as I must bear the rest, and I can shrink under the hedge and lay myself down to die. Humiliation for me? No, I will not put that in comparison with seeing and being with my children." Mrs. Latimer wrote to Mrs. Carlyle. She had met with a governess, one desirable in every way, who could not fail to suit her views precisely. She was a Madame Vine, English by birth, but the widow of a Frenchman, a Protestant, a thorough gentlewoman, an efficient linguist and musician, and competent to her duties in all ways. Mrs. Crosby, with whom she had lived 2 years, regarded her as a treasure, and would not have parted with her but for Helena's marriage with a German nobleman. You must not mind her appearance," went on the letter. "She is the oddest-looking person, wears spectacles, caps, enormous bonnets, and has a great scar on her mouth and chin. And though she can't be more than 30, her hair is grey. She is also slightly lame. But understand you, she is a lady with it all, and looks one." When this description reached East Lynne, Barbara laughed at it as she read it aloud to Mr. Carlyle. He laughed also. "It is well governesses are not chosen according to their looks," he said, "or I fear Madame Vine would stand but a poor chance." They resolved to engage her, and word went back to that effect. A strangely wild tumult filled Lady Isabel's bosom. She first of all hunted her luggage over, her desk, everything belonging to her, lest any mark on the linen might be there which could give a clue to her former self. The bulk of her luggage remained in Paris, warehoused, where it had been sent ere she quitted Grenoble. She next saw to her wardrobe, making it still more unlike anything she had used to wear. Her caps, save that they were simple, and fitted closely to the face, nearly rivalled those of Miss Carlyle. Her handwriting she had been striving for years to change the character of, and had so far succeeded that none would now take it for Lady Isabel Vane's. But her hand shook as she wrote to Mrs. Carlyle, who had written to her. She writing to Mr. Carlyle's wife, and in the capacity of a subordinate. How would she like to live with her as a subordinate, as servant, it may be said, where she had once reigned, the idolized lady? She must bear that, as she must bear all else. Hot tears came into her eyes with a gush, as they fell on the signature, Barbara Carlyle. Already she sat down and waited the signal of departure, but that was not to be yet. It was finally arranged that she should travel to England and to West Lynne with Mrs. Latimer, and that lady would not return until October. Lady Isabel could only fold her hands and strive for patience. But the day did come. It actually did, and Mrs. Latimer, Lady Isabel, and Afy quitted Stalkenberg. Mrs. Latimer would only travel slowly, and the impatient, fevered woman thought the journey would never end. "You have been informed, I think, of the position of these unhappy children that you are going to," Mrs. Latimer observed to her one day. "You must not speak to them of their mother. She left them." "Yes." "It is never well to speak to children of a mother who has disgraced them. Mr. Carlyle would not like it, and I dare say they are taught to forget her and to regard Mrs. Carlyle as their only mother." Her aching heart had to assent to all. It was a foggy afternoon, grey with the coming twilight, when they arrived at West Lynne. Mrs. Latimer, believing the governess was a novice in England, kindly put her into a fly, and told the driver his destination. "Au revoir, madame," she said, "and good luck to you." Once more she was whirling along the familiar road. She saw Justice Hare's house, she saw other marks which she knew well, and once more she saw East Lynne, the dear old house, for the fly had turned into the avenue. Lights were moving in the windows. It looked gay and cheerful, a contrast to her. Her heart was sick with expectation. Her throat was beating, and as the man thundered up with all the force of his one horse and halted at the steps, her sight momentarily left her. Would Mr. Carlyle come to the fly to hand her out? She wished she had never undertaken the project now. in the depth of her fear and agitation. The hall door was flung open, and there gushed forth a blaze of light. 2 men servants stood there. The one remained in the hall, the other advanced to the chaise. He assisted Lady Isabel to alight, and then busied himself with the luggage. As she attended to the hall, she recognized old Peter. Strange indeed did it not seem to say, "How are you, Peter?" but to meet him as a stranger. For a moment she was at a loss for words. What should she say or ask, coming to her own home? Her manner was embarrassed, her voice low. "Is Mrs. Carlyle within?" "Yes, ma'am." At that moment Joyce came forward to receive her. "It is Madame Vine, I believe," she respectfully said. "Please to step this way, madame." But Lady Isabel lingered in the hall, ostensibly to see that her boxes came in right. Stephen was bringing them up, in reality to gather a short respite, for Joyce might be about to usher her into the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle. Joyce, however, did nothing of the sort. She merely conducted her to the grey parlour. A fire was burning in the grate, looking cheerful on the autumn night. "This is your sitting room, madame. What will you please to take? I will order it brought in while I show you your bedchamber." "A cup of tea," answered Lady Isabel. "Tea and some cold meat?" suggested Joyce. But Lady Isabel interrupted her. "Nothing but tea and a little cold toast." Joyce rang the bell, ordered the refreshment to be made ready, and then preceded Lady Isabel upstairs. On she followed, her heart palpitating, past the rooms that used to be hers, along the corridor toward the second staircase. The door of her old dressing-room stood open, and she glanced in with a yearning look. No, never more. Never more could it be hers. She had put it from her by her own free act and deed. Not less comfortable did it look now than in former days, but it had passed into another's occupancy. The fire threw its blaze onto the furniture. There were the little ornaments on the large dressing-table, as they used to be in her time, and the cut glass of crystal essence bottles was glittering in the firelight. On the sofa lay a shawl and a book, and on the bed a silk dress, as thrown there after being taken off. No, those rooms were not for her now, and she followed Joyce up the other staircase. The bedroom she was shown to was commodious and well furnished. It was the one Miss Carlyle had occupied when she, Isabella, had been taken a bride to East Lynne, though that lady had subsequently quitted it for one on the lower floor. Joyce put down the wax-light she carried and looked around. "Would you like a fire lighted here, madame, for tonight? Perhaps it will feel welcome after travelling." "Oh, no, thank you," was the answer. Stephen, with somebody to help him, was bringing up the luggage. Joyce directed him where to place it, telling him to uncord the boxes. That done, the man left the room, and Joyce turned to Lady Isabel, who had stood like a statue, never so much as attempting to remove her bonnet. "Can I do anything for you, madame?" she asked. Lady Isabel declined. In the first moments of her arrival she was dreading detection. How was it possible that she should not? And she feared Joyce's keen eyes more, perhaps, than she feared any others. She was only wishing that the girl would go down. "Should you want anything, please to ring, and Hannah will come up," said Joyce, preparing to retire. "She is the maid who waits upon the grey parlour, and will do anything you like up here." Joyce had quitted the room, and Lady Isabel had got her bonnet off when the door opened again. She hastily thrust it on, somewhat after the fashion of Richard Hare's rushing on his hat and false whiskers. It was Joyce. "Do you think you shall find your way down alone, madame?" "Yes, I can do that," she answered. Find her way in that house? End of chapter 32, part 1. Chapter 32, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood, Chapter 32, Part 2. Lady Isabel slowly took her things off. What was the use of lingering? She must meet their eyes sooner or later, though in truth there was little if any fear of her detection, so effectually was she disguised by nature's altering hand, or by arts. It was with the utmost difficulty she kept tranquil. Had the tears once burst forth, they would have gone on to hysterics, without the possibility of control. The coming home again to East Lynne, oh, it was indeed a time of agitation, terrible, painful agitation, and none can wonder at it. Shall I tell you what she did? Yes, I will, at the expense of ridicule. She knelt down by the side of the bed and prayed for courage to go through the task she had undertaken, prayed for self-control. Even she, the sinful, who had quitted that house under circumstances notorious. But I am not sure that this mode of return to it was an expedition precisely calculated to call down a blessing. There was no excuse for lingering longer, and she descended, the wax light in her hand. Everything was ready in the grey parlour, the tea tray on the table, the small urn hissing away, the tea caddy in proximity to it, a silver rack of dry toast, butter, and a hot muffin covered with a small silver cover. The things were, to her sight, as old faces: the rack, the small cover, the butter dish, the tea service. She remembered them all. Not the urn, a copper one. She had no recollection of that. It had possibly been bought for the use of the governess, when a governess came into use at East Lynne. Could she have given herself leisure to reflect on the matter, she might have told, by the signs observable in the short period she had been in the house, that governesses of East Lynne were regarded as gentlewomen, treated well and liberally. Yes, for East Lynne owned Mr. Carlyle for its master. She made the tea and sat down with what appetite she might, her brain, her thoughts, all in a chaos together. She wondered whether Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle were at dinner. She wondered in what part of the house were the children. She heard bells ring now and then. She heard servants cross and recross the hall. Her meal over, she rang her own. A neat-looking, good-tempered maid answered it. Hannah, who, as Joyce had informed her, waited upon the grey parlour, and was at her, the governess's, especial command. She took away the things, and then Lady Isabel sat on alone. For how long she scarcely knew, when a sound caused her heart to beat as if it would burst its bounds, and she started from her chair like one who has received an electric shock. It was nothing to be startled at either for ordinary people, for it was but the sound of children's voices. Her children. Were they being brought in to her? She pressed her hand upon her heaving bosom. No, they were but traversing the hall, and the voices faded away up the wide staircase. Perhaps they had been in to dessert, as in the old times, and were now going up to bed. She looked at her new watch, 7:30. Her new watch. The old one had been changed away for it. All her trinkets had been likewise parted with, sold or exchanged away, lest they should be recognized at East Lynne. Nothing whatever had she kept except her mother's miniature and a small golden cross, set with its 7 emeralds. Have you forgotten that cross? Francis Levison accidentally broke it for her, the first time they ever met. If she had looked upon the breaking of that cross, which her mother had enjoined her to set such store by, as an evil omen at the time of the accident, how awfully had the subsequent events seemed to bear her fancy out! These 2 articles, the miniature and the cross, she could not bring her mind to part with. She had sealed them up and placed them in the remotest spot of her dressing case, away from all chance of public view. Peter entered. "My mistress says, ma'am, she would be glad to see you if you are not too tired. Will you please to walk into the drawing-room?" A mist swam before her eyes. Was she about to enter the presence of Mrs. Carlyle? Had the moment really come? She moved to the door, which Peter held open. She turned her head from the man, for she could feel how ashy white were her face and lips. "Is Mrs. Carlyle alone?" she asked, in a subdued voice, the most indirect way she could put the question as to whether Mr. Carlyle was there. "Quite alone, ma'am. My master is dining out to-day. Madam Vine, I think," he added, waiting to announce her. As the hall traversed, he laid his hand on the drawing-room door. "Madame Vine," she said, correcting him, for Peter had spoken the name Vine broadly, according to our English habitude. She set him right, and pronounced it à la mode française. "Madame Vine, ma'am," quoth Peter to his mistress, as he ushered in Lady Isabel. The old familiar drawing-room, its large handsome proportions, the well-arranged furniture, its bright chandelier, it all came back to her with a heart-sickness. No longer her drawing-room, that she could take pride in it. She had flung it away from her when she flung away the rest. Seated under the blaze of the chandelier was Barbara. Not a day older did she look than when Lady Isabel had first seen her at the churchyard gates, when she had inquired of her husband who was that pretty girl. "Barbara Hare," he answered. Ay, she was Barbara Hare then, but now she was Barbara Carlyle, and she who had been Isabel Carlyle, was Isabel Vane again. Oh, woe, woe! Inexpressibly more beautiful looked Barbara than Lady Isabel had ever seen her, or else she fancied it. Her evening dress was of pale sky blue. No other colour suited Barbara so well, and there was no other she was so fond of. And on her fair neck there was a gold chain, and on her arms were gold bracelets. Her pretty features were attractive as ever. Her cheeks were flushed, her blue eyes sparkled, and her light hair was rich and abundant. A contrast, her hair, to that of the worn woman opposite to her. Barbara came forward, her hand stretched out with a kindly greeting. "I hope you are not very much tired after your journey." Lady Isabel murmured something, she did not know what, and pushed the chair set for her as much as possible into the shade. "You're not ill, are you?" uttered Barbara, noting the intensely pale face, as much as could be seen of it for the cap and the spectacles. "Not ill," was the low answer. "Only a little fatigued." "Would you prefer that I spoke with you in the morning? You would like, possibly, to retire to bed at once?" But Lady Isabel declined. Better get the interview over by candlelight than by daylight. "You look so pale, I feared you might be ill." "I am generally pale, sometimes remarkably so, but my health is good." "Mrs. Latimer wrote us word that you would be quite sure to suit us," freely spoke Barbara. "I hope you will, and that you may find your residence here agreeable. Have you lived much in England?" "In the early portion of my life." "And you have lost your husband and your children?" "Stay, I beg your pardon if I am making a mistake. I think Mrs. Latimer did mention children." "I have lost them," was the faint, quiet response. "Oh, but it must be a terrible grief when children die," exclaimed Barbara, clasping her hands in emotion. "I would not lose my babe for the world. I could not part with him." "Terrible grief, and hard to bear," outwardly assented Lady Isabel. But in her heart she was thinking that death was not the worst kind of parting. There was another far more dreadful. Mrs. Carlyle began to speak of the children she was to take charge of. "You are no doubt aware that they are not mine. Mrs. Latimer would tell you they are the children of Mr. Carlyle's first wife." "And Mr. Carlyle's," interrupted Lady Isabel. What in the world made her put in that? She wondered herself the moment the words were out of her mouth. A scarlet streak flushed her cheeks, and she remembered there must be no speaking on impulse at East Lynne. "Mr. Carlyle's, of course," said Barbara, believing Madame Vine had asked the question. "Their position, the girls' in particular, is a sad one, for their mother left them. Oh, it was a shocking business." "She is dead, I hear," said Lady Isabel, hoping to turn the immediate point of conversation. Mrs. Carlyle, however, continued as though she had not heard her. "Mr. Carlyle married Lady Isabel Vane, the late Lord Mount Severn's daughter. She was attractive and beautiful, but I do not fancy she cared very much for her husband. However that may have been, she ran away from him." "It was very sad," observed Lady Isabel, feeling that she was expected to say something. Besides, she had her role to play. "Sad? It was wicked. It was infamous," returned Mrs. Carlyle, giving way to some excitement. "Of all men living, of all husbands, Mr. Carlyle least deserved such a requital. You will say so when you come to know, and the affair altogether was a mystery, for it never was observed or suspected by anyone that Lady Isabel entertained a liking for another. It was Francis Levison she eloped with. Sir Francis he is now. He had been staying at East Lynne, but no one detected any undue intimacy between them, not even Mr. Carlyle. To him, as others, her conduct must always remain a mystery." Madame appeared to be occupied with her spectacles, setting them straight. Barbara continued, "Of course the disgrace is reflected on the children, and always will be, the shame of having a divorced mother." "Is she not dead?" interrupted Lady Isabel. "She is dead. Oh yes. But they will not be the less pointed at, the girl especially. As I say, they allude to their mother now and then in conversation, Wilson tells me, but I would recommend you, Madame Vine, not to encourage them in that. They had better forget her." "Mr. Carlyle would naturally wish them to do so." "Most certainly. There is little doubt that Mr. Carlyle would blot out the recollection of her, were it possible. But unfortunately she was the children's mother, and for that there's no help. I trust you will be able to instil principles into the little girl which will keep her from a like fate." "I will try," answered Lady Isabel, with more fervour than she had yet spoken. "Do you have the children much with you, may I inquire?" "No. I never was fond of being troubled with children. When my own grow up into childhood, I shall deem the nursery and the schoolroom the fitter place for them. What I trust I shall never give up to another will be the training of my children," pursued Barbara. "Let the offices properly pertaining to a nurse be performed by the nurse, of course taking care that she is thoroughly to be depended upon. Let her have the trouble of the children, their noise, their romping. In short, let the nursery be her place, and the children's. But I hope that I shall never fail to gather my children round me daily, at stated and convenient periods, for higher purposes, to instil into them Christian and moral duties, to strive to teach them how best to fulfil the obligations of life. This is a mother's task, as I understand the question. Let her do this work well, and the nurse can attend to the rest. A child should never hear aught from his mother's lips but persuasive gentleness, and this becomes impossible if she is very much with her children." Lady Isabel silently assented. Mrs. Carlyle's views were correct ones. "When I first came to East Lynne, I found Miss Manning, the governess, was doing everything necessary for Mr. Carlyle's children in the way of the training that I speak of," resumed Barbara. "She had them with her for a short period every morning, even the little one. I saw that it was all right, therefore did not interfere. Since she left, it is nearly a month now, I have taken them myself. We were sorry to part with Miss Manning, she suited very well, but she has been long engaged, it turns out, to an officer in the navy, and now they are to be married. You will have the entire charge of the little girl. She will be your companion out of school hours. Did you understand that?" "I am quite ready and willing to undertake it," said Lady Isabel, her heart fluttering. "Are the children well? Do they enjoy good health?" "Quite so. They had the measles in the spring, and the illness left a cough upon William, the eldest boy. Mr. Wainwright says he will outgrow it." "He has it still, then?" "At night and morning. They went last week to spend the day with Miss Carlyle, and were a bit late in returning home. It was foggy, and the boy coughed dreadfully after he came in. Mr. Carlyle was so concerned that he left the dinner table and went up to the nursery. He gave Joyce strict orders that the child should never again be out in the evening so long as the cough was upon him. We had never heard him cough like that." "Do you fear consumption?" asked Lady Isabel in a low tone. "I do not fear that, or any other incurable disease for them," answered Barbara. "I think with Mr. Wainwright that time will remove the cough. The children come of a healthy stock on the father's side, and I have no reason to think they do not on their mother's. She died young, you will say. Ay, but she did not die of disease. Her death was the result of accident. Mrs. Latimer wrote us word you were of gentle birth and breeding," she continued, changing the subject of conversation. "I am sure you will excuse my speaking of these particulars," Barbara added in a tone of apology, "but this is our first interview, our preliminary interview. It may in a measure be called, for we could not say much more by letter." "I was born and reared a gentlewoman," answered Lady Isabel. "Yes, I am sure of it. There is no mistaking the tone of a gentlewoman," said Barbara. How sad it is when pecuniary reverses fall upon us. I dare say you never thought to go out as a governess." A half smile positively crossed her lips. She think to go out as a governess, the Earl of Mount Severn's only child. "Oh, no, never," she said in reply. "Your husband, I fear, could not leave you well off. Mrs. Latimer said something to that effect." "When I lost him, I lost all," was the answer, and Mrs. Carlyle was struck with the wailing pain betrayed in the tone. At that moment a maid entered. "Nurse says the baby is undressed, and quite ready for you, ma'am," she said, addressing her mistress. Mrs. Carlyle rose, but hesitated as she was moving away. "I will have the baby here to-night," she said to the girl. "Tell nurse to put a shawl round him and bring him down. It is the hour for my baby's supper," she smiled, turning to Lady Isabel. "I may as well have him here for once, as Mr. Carlyle is out. Sometimes I am out myself, and then he has to be fed." "You do not stay indoors for the baby, then?" "Certainly not. If I and Mr. Carlyle have to be out in the evening, baby gives way. I should never give up my husband for my baby. Never, never, dearly as I love him." The nurse came in, Wilson. She unfolded a shawl and placed the baby on Mrs. Carlyle's lap. A proud, fine, fair young baby, who reared his head and opened wide his great blue eyes, and beat his arms at the lights of the chandelier, as no baby of nearly 6 months ever did yet. So thought Barbara. He was in his clean white nightgown and nightcap, with their pretty crimped frills and border, altogether a pleasant sight to look upon. She had once sat in that very chair, with the baby as fair upon her own knee, but all that was past and gone. She leaned her hot head upon her hand, and a rebellious sigh of envy went forth from her aching heart. Wilson, the curious, was devouring her with her eyes. Wilson was thinking she never saw such a mortal fright as the new governess. Them blue spectacles capped everything, she decided. And what on earth made her tie up her throat in that fashion, as well wear a man's colour and stock at once? If her teaching was no better than her looks, Miss Lucy might as well go to the parish charity school. "Shall I wait, ma'am?" demurely asked Wilson, her investigation being concluded. "No," said Mrs. Carlyle, "I will ring." Baby was exceedingly busy taking his supper, and of course, according to all baby precedent, he ought to have gone off into a sound sleep over it. But the supper concluded, and the gentleman seemed to have no more sleep in his eyes than he had before he began. He sat up, crowed at the lights, stretched out his hands for them, and set his mother at defiance, absolutely refusing to be hushed up. "Do you wish to keep awake all night, you rebel?" cried Barbara, fondly looking on him. A loud crow by way of answer. Perhaps it was intended to intimate he did. She clasped him to her with a sudden gesture of rapture, a sound of love, and devoured his pretty face with kisses. Then she took him in her arms, putting him to sit upright, and approached Madame Vine. "Did you ever see a more lovely child?" A fine baby indeed, she constrained herself to answer, and she could have fancied it her own little Archibald over again when he was a baby. But he is not much like you. He is the very image of my darling husband. When you see Mr. Carlyle—" Barbara stopped and bent her ear as listening. "Mr. Carlyle is probably a handsome man," said poor Lady Isabel, believing that the pause was made to give her an opportunity of putting in an observation. "He is handsome, but that is the least good about him. He is the most noble man, revered, respected by everyone, I may say loved. The only one who could not appreciate him was his wife, and we must assume that she did not, by the ending that came. However she could leave him, how she could even look at another after calling Mr. Carlyle husband, will always be a marvel to those who know him. A bitter groan, and it nearly escaped her lips. "That certainly is the pony carriage," cried Barbara, bending her ear again. "If so, how very early Mr. Carlyle is home. Yes, I am sure it is the sound of the wheels." How Lady Isabel sat, she scarcely knew. How she concealed her trepidation she never would know. A pause, an entrance to the hall. Barbara, baby in arms, advanced to the drawing-room door, and a tall form entered. Once more Lady Isabel was in the presence of her sometime husband. He did not perceive that any one was present, and he bent his head and fondly kissed his wife. Isabel's jealous eyes were turned upon them. She saw Barbara's passionate, lingering kiss in return. She heard her fervent, whispered greeting, "My darling," and she watched him turn to press the same fond kisses upon the rosy, open lips of his child. Isabel flung her hand over her face. Had she bargained for this? It was part of the cross she had undertaken to carry, and she must bear it. Mr. Carlyle came forward and saw her. He looked somewhat surprised. "Madame Vine," said Barbara, and he held out his hand and welcomed her in the same cordial, pleasant manner that his wife had done. She put her shaking hand into his. There was no help for it. Little thought Mr. Carlyle that that hand had been tenderly clasped in his 1,000 times, that it was the one pledged to him at the altar of Castle Marling. She sat down on her chair again, unable to stand, feeling as though every drop of blood within her had left her body. It had certainly left her face. Mr. Carlyle made a few civil inquiries as to her journey, but she did not dare to raise her eyes to his as she breathed forth the answers. "You are at home soon, Archibald," said Barbara, addressing him. "I did not expect you so early. I did not think you could get away. Do you know what I was wishing to-day?" she continued. "Papa is going to London with Squire Pinner to see those new agricultural implements, or whatever it is. They are sure to be away as much as 3 days. I was thinking if we could but persuade mamma to come to us for the time papa is to be away, it would be a delightful little change for her, a break in her monotonous life." "I wish you could," warmly spoke Mr. Carlyle. "Her life, since you left, is a monotonous one, though in her gentle patience she will not say so. It is a happy thought, Barbara, and I only hope it may be carried out. Mrs. Carlyle's mother is an invalid and lonely, for she has no child at home with her now," he added in a spirit of politeness, addressing himself to Madame Vine. She simply bowed her head. Trust herself to speak she did not. Mr. Carlyle scanned her face attentively as she sat, her spectacles bent downward. She did not appear inclined to be sociable, and he turned to the baby, who was wider awake than ever. "Young sir, I should like to know what brings you up and here at this hour." "You may well ask," said Barbara. "I just had him brought down, as you were not here, thinking he would be asleep directly. And only look at him, no more sleep in his eyes than there is in mine." She would have hushed him to her as she spoke, but the young gentleman stoutly repudiated it. He set up a half cry and struggled his arms, and head free again, crowing the next moment most impudently, Mr. Carlyle took him. "It is no use, Barbara, he is beyond your coaxing this evening," and he tossed the child in his strong arms, held him up to the chandelier, made him bob at the baby in the pier-glass until the rebel was in an ecstasy of delight. Finally he smothered his face with kisses, as Barbara had done. Barbara rang the bell. Oh, can you imagine what it was for Lady Isabel? So had he tossed, so had he kissed her children, she standing by, the fond, proud, happy mother, as Barbara was standing now. Mr. Carlyle came up to her. "Are you fond of these little troubles, Madame Vine? This one is a fine fellow, they say." "Very fine. What is his name?" she replied, by way of saying something. "Arthur." "Arthur Archibald," put in Barbara to Madame Vine. "I was vexed that his name could not be entirely Archibald, but that was already monopolized. Is that you, Wilson? I don't know what you'll do with him, but he looks as if he would not be asleep by 12 o'clock. Wilson, with a fresh satisfying of her curiosity by taking another prolonged stare from the corner of her eyes at Madame Vine, received the baby from Mr. Carlyle and departed with him. Madame Vine rose. Would they excuse her? She asked in a low tone. She was tired and would be glad to retire to rest. Of course. And anything else she might wish in the way of refreshment would she ring for? Barbara shook hands with her in a friendly way, and Mr. Carlyle crossed the room to open the door for her, and bowed her out with a courtly smile. She went up to her chamber at once. To rest? Well, what think you? She strove to say to her lacerated and remorseful heart that the cross, far heavier though it was proving than anything she had imagined or pictured, was only what she had brought upon herself and must bear. Very true, but none of us would like such a cross to be upon our shoulders. "Is she not droll-looking?" cried Barbara, when she was alone with Mr. Carlyle. "I can't think why she wears those blue spectacles. It cannot be for her sight, and they are very disfiguring. She puts me in mind of, began Mr. Carlyle in a dreamy tone. "Of whom?" "Her face, I mean," he said, still dreaming. "So little can be seen of it," resumed Mrs. Carlyle. "Of whom does she put you in mind?" "I don't know. Nobody in particular," returned he, rousing himself. "Let us have tea in, Barbara." End of Chapter 32, Part 2.
Chapter 33 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sally McConnell. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 33. The Yearning of a Breaking Heart. At her bedroom door the next morning stood Lady Isabel, listening whether the coast was clear ere she descended to the grey parlour, for she had a shrinking dread of encountering Mr. Carlyle. When he was glancing narrowly at her face the previous evening she had felt the gaze, and it impressed upon her the dread of his recognition. Not only that, he was the husband of another, therefore it was not expedient that she should see too much of him, for he was far dearer to her than he had ever been. Almost at the same moment there burst out of a remote room, the nursery, an upright, fair, noble boy of some 5 years old, who began careering along the corridor astride upon a hearth-broom. She did not need to be told it was her boy, Archibald. His likeness to Mr. Carlyle would have proclaimed it, even if her heart had not. In an impulse of unrestrainable tenderness she seized the child as he was galloping past her, and carried him into her room, broom and all. "You must let me make acquaintance with you," she said to him by way of excuse. "I love little boys." Love! Down she sat upon a low chair, the child held upon her lap, kissing him passionately, and the tears raining from her eyes. She could not have helped the tears had it been to save her life. She could as little have helped the kisses. Lifting her eyes, there stood Wilson, who had entered without ceremony. A sick feeling came over Lady Isabel. She felt as if she had betrayed herself. All that could be done now was to make the best of it, to offer some lame excuse. What possessed her thus to forget herself? "He did so put me in remembrance of my own children," she said to Wilson, gulping down her emotion, and hiding her tears in the best manner she could, whilst the astonished Archibald, released now, stood with his finger in his mouth, and stared at her spectacles, his great blue eyes opened to their utmost width. "When we have lost children of our own, we are apt to love fondly all we come near." Wilson, who stared only in a less degree than Archie, for she deemed the new governess had gone suddenly mad, gave some voluble assent, and turned her attention upon Archie. "You naughty young monkey! How dare you rush out in that way with Sarah's heart-broom? I'll tell you what it is, sir, you are getting a mite deal too audacious and rumbustical for the nursery. I shall speak to your mamma about it." She seized hold of the child and shook him. Lady Isabel started forward, her hands up, her voice one of painful entreaty. "Oh, don't beat him! I cannot see him beaten." "Beaten!" echoed Wilson. "If he got a good beating it would be all the better for him. But it's what he never does get. A little shake or a tap is all I must give, and it's not half enough. You wouldn't believe the sturdy impudence of that boy, madame. He runs riot, he does. The other two never give a quarter of the trouble. Come along, you figure. I'll have a bolt put at the top of the nursery door, and if I did, he'd be for climbing up the doorpost to get at it." The last sentence Wilson delivered to the governess as she jerked Archie out of the room, along the passage and into the nursery. Lady Isabel sat down with a wrung heart, a chafed spirit. Her own child, and she might not say to the servant, "You shall not beat him." She descended to the grey parlour. The two older children and breakfast were waiting. Joyce quitted the room when she entered it. A graceful girl of 8 years old, a fragile boy a year younger, both bearing her once lovely features, her once bright and delicate complexion, her large soft brown eyes. How utterly her heart yearned to them! But there must be no scene like there had just been above. Nevertheless, she stooped and kissed them both, one kiss each of impassioned fervour. Lucy was naturally silent, William somewhat talkative. "You are our new governess," said he. "Yes, we must be good friends." "Why not?" said the boy. "We were good friends with Miss Manning. I am to go into Latin soon as my cough's gone. Do you know Latin?" "No, not to teach it," she said, studiously avoiding all endearing epithets. "Papa said you would be almost sure not to know Latin, for ladies rarely did. He said he should send up Mr. Kane to teach me." "Mr. Kane?" repeated Lady Isabel, the name striking upon her memory. "Mr. Kane, the music master?" "How did you know he was a music master?" cried shrewd William. And Lady Isabel felt the red blush flush to her face at the unlucky admission she had made. It flushed deeper at her own falsehood, as she muttered some evasive words about hearing of him from Mrs. Latimer. "Yes, he is a music teacher, but he does not get much money at it, and he teaches the classics as well. He has come up to teach us music since Miss Manning left. Mamma said that we ought not to lose our lessons." Mamma! How the word, applied to Barbara, grated on her ear. "Whom does he teach?" she asked. "Us two," replied William, pointing to his sister and himself. "Do you always take bread and milk?" she inquired, perceiving that to be what they were eating. "We get tired of it sometimes, and then we have milk and water, and bread and butter or honey, and then we take to bread and milk again. It's Aunt Cornelia who thinks we should eat bread and milk for breakfast. She says Papa never had anything else when he was a boy." Lucy looked up. "Papa would give me an egg when I breakfasted with him," cried she, "and Aunt Cornelia said it was not good for me, but Papa gave it to me all the same. I always had breakfast with him then." "And why do you not now?" asked Lady Isabel. "I don't know. I've not since Mamma came." The word stepmother rose up rebelliously in the heart of Lady Isabel. Was Mrs. Carlyle putting away the children from their father? Breakfast over, she gathered them to her, asking them various questions about their studies, their hours of recreation, the daily routine of their lives. "This is not the schoolroom, you know," cried William, when she made some inquiry as to their books. "No? The schoolroom is upstairs. This is for our meals, and for you in an evening." The voice of Mr. Carlyle was heard at this juncture in the hall, and Lucy was springing toward the sound. Lady Isabel, fearful lest he might enter if the child showed herself, stopped her with a hurried hand. "Stay here, Isabel." "Her name's Lucy," said William, looking up quickly. "Why do you call her Isabel?" I thought I heard her called Isabel," stammered the unfortunate lady, feeling quite confused with the errors she was committing. "My name is Isabel Lucy," said the child, "but I don't know who could have told you, for I am never called Isabel. I have not been since shall I tell you? Since Mamma went away," she concluded, dropping her voice. "Mamma that was, you know." "Did she go?" cried Lady Isabel, full of emotion, and possessing a very faint idea of what she was saying. "She was kidnapped," whispered Lucy. "Kidnapped?" was the surprised answer. "Yes, or she would not have gone. There was a wicked man on a visit to Papa, and he stole her. Wilson said she knew he was a kidnapper before he took Mamma. Papa said I was never to be called Isabel again, but Lucy. Isabel was Mamma's name." "How do you know Papa said it?" dreamily returned Lady Isabel. "I heard him. He said it to Joyce, and Joyce told the servants. I put only Lucy to my copies. I did put Isabel Lucy, but Papa saw it one day, and he drew his pencil through Isabel, and told me to show it to Miss Manning. After that, Miss Manning let me put nothing but Lucy. I asked her why, and she told me Papa preferred the name, and that I was not to ask questions." She could not well stop the child, but every word was rending her heart. "Lady Isabel was our very, very own Mamma," pursued Lucy. "This Mamma is not." "Do you love this one as you did the other?" breathed Lady Isabel. "Oh, I loved Mamma, I loved Mamma," uttered Lucy, clasping her hands. "But it's all over. Wilson said we must not love her any longer, and Aunt Cornelia said it. Wilson said if she loved us she would not have gone away from us." "Wilson said so?" resentfully spoke Lady Isabel. "She said she need not let that man kidnap her. I'm afraid he beat her, for she died. I lie in my bed at night, and wonder whether he did beat her, and what made her die. It was after she died that our new Mamma came home. Papa said that she was to be our Mamma in place of Lady Isabel, and we were to love her dearly." "Do you love her?" almost passionately asked Lady Isabel. Lucy shook her head. "Not as I loved Mamma." Joyce entered to show the way to the schoolroom, and they followed her upstairs. As Lady Isabel stood at the window, she saw Mr. Carlyle depart on foot on his way to the office. Barbara was with him, hanging fondly on his arm, about to accompany him to the park gates. So had she fondly hung, so had she accompanied him in the days gone forever. Barbara came into the schoolroom in the course of the morning, and entered upon the subject of their studies, the different allotted hours, some to play, some to work. She spoke in a courteous but decided tone, showing that she was the unmistakable mistress of the house and children, and meant to be. Never had Lady Isabel felt her position so keenly, never did it so gall and fret her spirit, but she bowed to meek obedience. 100 times that day did she yearn to hold the children to her heart, and 100 times she had to repress the longing. In a soft damask dress, not unlike the colour of the walls from which the room took its name, a cap of Honiton lace shading her delicate features, sat Mrs. Hare. The justice was in London with Squire Pinner, and Barbara had gone to the Grove and brought her mamma away in triumph. It was evening now, and Mrs. Hare was paying a visit to the grey parlour. Miss Carlyle had been dining there, and Lady Isabel, under plea of a violent headache, had begged to decline the invitation to take tea in the drawing-room, for she feared the sharp eyes of Miss Carlyle. Barbara, upon leaving the dessert-table, went to the nursery as usual, to her baby, and Mrs. Hare took the opportunity to go and sit a few minutes with the governess. She feared the governess must be very lonely. Miss Carlyle, scorning usage and ceremony, had remained in the dining-room with Mr. Carlyle. A lecture for him upon some defalcation or other, most probably in store. Lady Isabel was alone. Lucy had gone to keep a birthday in the neighbourhood, and William was in the nursery. Mrs. Hare found her in a sad attitude, her hands pressed upon her temples. She had not yet made acquaintance with her beyond a minute's formal introduction. "I'm sorry to hear you are not well this evening," she gently said. "Thank you. My head aches much," which was no false plea. "I fear you must feel your solitude irksome. It is dull for you to be here all alone." "I am so used to solitude." Mrs. Hare sat down and gazed with sympathy at the young, though somewhat strange-looking woman before her. She detected the signs of mental suffering on her face. "You have seen sorrow," she uttered, bending forward, and speaking with the utmost sweetness. "Oh, great sorrow!" burst from Lady Isabel, for her wretched fate was very palpable to her mind that evening, and the tone of sympathy rendered it nearly irrepressible. "My daughter tells me that you have lost your children, and you have lost your fortune and position. Indeed, I feel for you. I wish I could comfort you." This did not decrease her anguish. She completely lost all self-control, and a gush of tears fell from her eyes. "Don't pity me, dear Mrs. Hare. Indeed, it only makes endurance harder. Some of us," she added, looking up with a sickly smile, "are born to sorrow." "We are all born to it," cried Mrs. Hare. "I, in truth, have cause to say so. Oh, you know not what my position has been, the terrible weight of grief that I have to bear. For many years I can truly say that I have not known one completely happy moment." "All do not have to bear this killing sorrow," said Lady Isabel. "Rely upon it, sorrow of some nature does sooner or later come to all. In the brightest apparent lot on earth, dark days must mix. Not that there is a doubt but that it falls unequally. Some, as you observe, seem born to it, for it clings to them all their days. Others are more favoured, as we reckon favour. Perhaps this great amount of trouble is no more than is necessary to take us to heaven. You know the saying, adversity hardens the heart, or it opens it to paradise. It may be that our hearts continue so hard, that the long-continued life's trouble is requisite to soften them. My dear," Mrs. Hare added in a lower tone, while the tears glistened on her pale cheeks, "there will be a blessed rest for the weary when this toilsome life is ended. Let us find comfort in that thought." "Ay, ay," murmured Lady Isabel. "It is all that is left to me." You are young to have acquired so much experience of sorrow. We cannot estimate sorrow by years. We may live a whole lifetime of it in a single hour. But we generally bring ill fate upon ourselves," she continued in a desperation of remorse. "As our conduct is, so will our happiness or misery be." "Not always," sighed Mrs. Hare. "Sorrow, I grant you, does come all too frequently from ill-doing. But the worst is, the consequences of this ill-doing fall upon the innocent as well as upon the guilty. A husband's errors will involve his innocent wife. Parents' sins fall upon their children. Children will break the hearts of their parents. I can truly say, speaking in all humble submission, that I am unconscious of having deserved the great sorrow which came upon me, that no act of mine invited it on, but though it has nearly killed me, I entertain no doubt that it is lined with mercy, if I could only bring my weak rebellious heart to look for it. You, I feel sure, have been equally undeserving." She, Mrs. Hare, marked not the flush of shame, the drooping of the eyelids. "You have lost your little ones," Mrs. Hare resumed. "That is grief, great grief. I would not underrate it. But, believe me, it is as nothing compared to the awful fate, should it ever fall upon you, of finding your children grow up and become that which makes you wish they had died in their infancy. There are times when I am tempted to regret that all my treasures are not in that other world, that they are not gone before me. Yes, sorrow is the lot of all." "Surely not of all," dissented Lady Isabel. "There are some bright lots on earth." "There is not a lot but must bear its appointed share," returned Mrs. Hare. "Bright as it may appear, ay, and as it may continue to be for years, depend upon it, some darkness must overshadow it earlier or later. Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle, what sorrow can be in store for them?" asked Lady Isabel, her voice ringing with a strange sound, which Mrs. Hare noted, though she understood it not. "Mrs. Carlyle's lot is bright," she said, a sweet smile illumining her features. "She loves her husband with an impassioned love, and he is worthy of it. A happy fate, indeed, is hers, but she must not expect to be exempted from sorrow. Mr. Carlyle has had his share of it," continued Mrs. Hare. "Ah, you have doubtless been made acquainted with his history. His first wife left him, left home and her children. He bore it bravely before the world, but I know that it wrung his very heartstrings. She was his heart's sole idol." "She? Not Barbara?" The moment the word Barbara had escaped her lips, Lady Isabel recollected herself. She was only Madame Vine, the governess. What would Mrs. Hare think of her familiarity? Mrs. Hare did not appear to have noticed it. She was absorbed in the subject. "Barbara?" she uttered. "Certainly not. Had his first love been given to Barbara, he would have chosen her then. It was given to Lady Isabel." "It is given his wife now?" Mrs. Hare nearly laughed. "Of course it is. Would you wish it to be buried in the grave with the dead, and with one who was false to him? But, my dear, she was the sweetest woman, that unfortunate Lady Isabel. I loved her then, and I cannot help loving her still. Others blamed her, but I pitied. They were well matched, he so good and noble, she so lovely and endearing." "And she left him? Threw him to the winds with all his nobility and love?" exclaimed the poor governess, with a gesture of the hands that looked very much like despair. "Yes. It will not do to talk of. It is a miserable subject. How she could abandon such a husband, such children, was a marvel to many, but to none more than it was to me and my daughter. The false step, though I feel most ashamed to speak out the thought, lest it may appear to savour of triumph, while it must have secured her own wretchedness, led to the happiness of my child, for it is certain Barbara would never love one as she loves Mr. Carlyle." "It did secure wretchedness to her, you think?" cried Lady Isabel, her tone one of bitter mockery more than anything else. Mrs. Hare was surprised at the question. "No woman ever took that fatal step yet, without its entailing on her the most dire wretchedness," she replied. "It cannot be otherwise. And Lady Isabel was of a nature to feel remorse beyond common, to meet it half-way. Refined, modest, with every feeling of an English gentlewoman, she was the very last, one would have thought, to act so. It was as if she had gone away in a dream, not knowing what she was doing. I have thought so many a time. That terrible mental wretchedness and remorse did overtake her, I know." "How did you know it? Did you hear it?" exclaimed Lady Isabel, her tone all too eager had Mrs. Hare been suspicious. "Did he proclaim that? Francis Levison, did you hear it from him?" Mrs. Hare, gentle Mrs. Hare, drew herself up, for the words grated on her feelings and on her pride. Another moment, and she was mild and kind again, for she reflected that the poor sorrowful governess must have spoken without thought. "I know not what Sir Francis Levison may have chose to proclaim," she said, "but you may be sure he would not be allowed opportunity to proclaim anything to me, or to any other friend of Mr. Carlyle's. Nay, I should say, nor to any of the good and honourable. I heard it from Lord Mount Severn." "From Lord Mount Severn?" repeated Lady Isabel, and she opened her lips to say something more, but closed them again. "He was here on a summer visit. He stayed a fortnight. Lady Isabel was the daughter of the late Earl. Perhaps you may not have known that. Lord Mount Severn told me in confidence that he had sought out Lady Isabel when the man Levison left her. He found her sick, poor, broken-hearted, in some remote French town, utterly borne down with remorse and repentance." "Could it be otherwise?" sharply asked Lady Isabel. "My dear, I have said it could not. The very thought of her deserted children would entail it, if nothing she did. There was a baby born abroad," added Mrs. Hare, dropping her voice, "an infant in its cradle. Lord Mount Severn said, but that child, we knew, could only bring pain and shame." "True," issued from her trembling lips. "Next came her death, and I cannot but think it was sent to her in mercy. I trust she was prepared for it, and had made her peace with God. When all else is taken from us, we turn to him. I hope she had learned to find the refuge." "How did Mr. Carlyle receive the news of her death?" murmured Lady Isabel, a question which had been often in her thoughts. "I cannot tell. He made no outward sign either of satisfaction or grief. It was too delicate a subject for any one to enter upon with him, and most assuredly he did not enter upon it himself. After he was engaged to my child, he told me he should never have married during Lady Isabel's life." From the remains of affection?" "I should think not. I inferred it to be from conscientious scruples. All his affection is given to his present wife. There is no doubt that he loves her with a true, a fervent, a lasting love, though there may have been more romantic sentiment in the early passion felt for Lady Isabel. Poor thing! She gave up a sincere heart, a happy home. Ay, poor thing, she had very nearly wailed forth her vain despair." "I wonder whether the drawing-room is tenanted yet," smiled Mrs. Hare, breaking a pause which had ensued. "If so, I suppose they will be expecting me there." "I will ascertain for you," said Lady Isabel, speaking in the impulse of the moment, for she was craving an instant to herself, even though it were but in the next hall. She quitted the grey parlour and approached the drawing-room. Not a sound came from it, and, believing it was empty, she opened the door and looked cautiously in. Quite empty. The fire blazed. The chandelier was lighted, but nobody was enjoying the warmth or the light. From the inner room, however, came a sound of the piano, and the tones of Mr. Carlyle's voice. She recognized the chords of the music. They were those of the accompaniment to the song he had so loved when she sang it to him. Who was it about to sing it to him now? Lady Isabel stole across the drawing-room to the other door, which was ajar. Barbara was seated at the piano, and Mr. Carlyle stood by her, his arm on her chair, and bending his face on a level with hers, possibly to look at the music. So once had stolen, so once had peeped the unhappy Barbara, to hear this self-same song. She had been his wife then. She had craved and received his kisses when it was over. Their positions were reversed. Barbara began. Her voice had not the brilliant power of Lady Isabel's, but it was a sweet and pleasant voice to listen to. When other lips and other hearts their tales of love shall tell, in language whose excess imparts the power they feel so well, there may perhaps in such a scene some recollection be of days that have as happy been, and you'll remember me. Days that had as happy been. Aye, did he remember her? Did a thought of her, his first and best love, flit across him as the words fell on his ear? Did a past vision of the time when she had sat there and sung it to him arouse his heart to even momentary recollection? Terribly, indeed, were their positions reversed, most terribly was she feeling it. And by whose act and will had the change been wrought? Barbara was now the cherished wife, East Lynne's mistress. And what was she? Not even the courted, welcomed guest of an hour, as Barbara had been, but an interloper, a criminal woman who had thrust herself into the house, her act in doing so not justifiable, her position a most false one. Was it right, even if she did succeed in remaining undiscovered, that she and Barbara should dwell in the same habitation, Mr. Carlyle being in it? Did she deem it to be right? No, she did not. But one act of ill-doing entails more. These thoughts were passing through her mind as she stood there, listening to the song, stood there as one turned to stone, her throbbing temples pressed against the door's pillar. The song was over, and Barbara turned to her husband, a whole world of love in her bright blue eyes. He laid his hand upon her head. Lady Isabel saw that, but she would not wait to see the caress that most probably followed it. She turned and crossed the room again, her hands clasped tightly on her bosom, her breath catching itself in hysterical sobs. Miss Carlyle was entering the hall. They had not yet met, and Lady Isabel swept meekly past her with a hurried curtsy. Miss Carlyle spoke, but she dared not answer. To wait would have been to betray herself. Sunday came, and that was the worst of all. In the old East Lynne pew at St. Jude's, so conspicuous to the congregation, sat she, as in former times. No excuse dared she, the governess, make, to remain away. It was the first time she had entered an English Protestant church since she had last sat in it, there with Mr. Carlyle. Can you wonder that the fact alone, with all the terrible remembrances it brought in its train, was sufficient to overwhelm her with emotion? She sat at the upper end now, with Lucy. Barbara occupied the place that had been hers by the side of Mr. Carlyle. Barbara there, in her own right, his wife. She severed from him for ever and for ever. She scarcely raised her head. She tightened her thick veil over her face. She kept her spectacles bent toward the ground. Lucy thought she must be crying. She had never seen anyone so still at church before. Lucy was mistaken. Tears came not to solace the bitter anguish of hopeless, self-condemning remorse. How she sat out the service she could not tell. She could not tell how she could sit out other services as the Sundays came round. The congregation did not forget to stare at her. What an extraordinary-looking governess Mrs. Carlyle had picked up! They went out when it was over, Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle in advance, she humbly following them with Lucy. She glanced aside at the tomb in the churchyard's corner, where mouldered the remains of her father, and a yearning cry went forth from the very depth of her soul. "Oh, that I were laid there with him! Why did I come back again to East Lynne?" Why, truly? But she had never thought that her cross would be so sharp as this. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 34, Part 1. An MP for West Lynne. This is not a history of the British Constitution. It does not concern it to relate how or why West Lynne got into hot water with the House of Commons. The House threatened to disenfranchise it, and West Lynne, under the fear, went into mourning for its sins. The threat was not carried out, but one of the sitting members was unseated with ignominy, and sent to the right about. Being considerably humiliated thereby, and in disgust with West Lynne, he retired accordingly, and a fresh writ was issued. West Lynne then returned to the Honourable Mr. Attlee, a county nobleman's son, but he died in the very midst of his first session, and another writ had to be issued. Of course the consideration now was, who should be the next lucky man fixed upon. All the notables within 10 miles were discussed, not excepting the bench justices. Mr. Justice Hare? No, he was too uncompromising. He would study his own will, but not that of West Lynne. Squire Pinner? He never made a speech in his life, and had not an idea beyond turnips and farming stock. Colonel Bethel? He had no money to spend upon an election. Sir John Dewbead? He was too old, by a good 20 years, laughed Sir John to himself. But here we stand, like a pack of noodles, conning over the incapables, and passing by the right one, continued Sir John. There's only one man amongst us fit to be our member. Who's that? Cried the meeting. Archibald Carlyle. A pause of consternation at their collective forgetfulness, and then a loud murmur of approaching to a shout filled the room. Archibald Carlyle! It should be no other. If we can get him, cried Sir John. He may decline, you know. The best thing, all agreed, was to act promptly. A deputation half the length of the street, its whole length if you include the tag-rag and bobtail that attended behind, set off on the spur of the moment to the office of Mr. Carlyle. They found that gentleman about to leave it for the evening, to return home to dinner, for, in the discussion of the all-important topic, the meeting had suffered time to run on to a late hour. Those gentlemen who had dined at a somewhat earlier one had, for once in their lives, patiently allowed their dinners and their stomachs to wait, which is saying a great deal for the patience of a justice. Mr. Carlyle was taken by surprise. "Make me your member?" cried he merrily. "How do you know I should not sell you all?" "We'll trust you, Carlyle. Too happy to do that." "I'm not sure that I could spare the time," deliberated Mr. Carlyle. "Now, Carlyle, you must remember that you avowed to me, no longer than last Christmas, Your intention of going into Parliament some time," struck in Mr. Justice Herbert. "You can't deny it." "Some time, yes," replied Mr. Carlyle, "but I did not say when. I have no thoughts of it yet awhile. You must allow us to put you in nomination, you must indeed, Mr. Carlyle. There's nobody else fit for it. As good send a pig to the House as some of us." "An extremely flattering reason for proposing to shift the honor upon me," laughed Mr. Carlyle. "Well, you know what we mean, Carlyle. There's not a man in the whole county so suitable as you. Search it to the extremity of its boundaries, you must know there is not." "I don't know anything of the sort," returned Mr. Carlyle. "At any rate, we shall do it, for we have determined upon having you. When you walk into West Lynne tomorrow, you will see the walks alive with placards, 'Carlyle forever.' Suppose you allow me until tomorrow to consider of it, and defer the garnishing of the walls a day later," said Mr. Carlyle, a serious tone peeping out in the midst of his jocularity. "Do you not fear the expenses?" It was but a glance he returned in answer. As soon as the question had been put, it was stupid old Pinner who propounded it, they had felt how foolish it was, and indeed the cost would be a mere nothing, were there no opposition. "Come, decide now, Carlyle. Give us your promise." "If I decide now, it will be in the negative," replied Mr. Carlyle. "It is a question that demands consideration. Give me to tomorrow for that, and it is possible that I may accede to your request." This was the best that could be made of him, and the deputation backed out, and as nothing more could be done, departed to their several dinner tables. Mr. Dill, who had been present, remained rubbing his hands with satisfaction, and casting admiring glances at Mr. Carlyle. "What's the matter, Dill?" asked the latter. "You look as though you were pleased at this movement, and assumed that I should accept it." "And so you will, Mr. Archibald, and as to the looking pleased, there's not a man, woman, or child in West Lynne who won't do that." "Don't make too sure, Dill." "Of which, sir? Of your becoming our member, or of the people looking pleased?" "Of either," laughed Mr. Carlyle. He quitted the office to walk home, revolving the proposition as he did so. That he had long thought of some time entering Parliament was certain, though no definite period of the "when" had fixed itself in his mind. He saw not why he should confine his days entirely to toil, to the work of his calling. Pecuniary considerations did not require it, for his realized property, combined with the fortune brought by Barbara, was quite sufficient to meet expenses, according to their present style of living. Not that he had the least intention of giving up his business; it was honorable as he conducted it, and lucrative, and he really liked it. He would not have been condemned to lead an idle life for the world, but there was no necessity for his being always at it. Mr. Dill made as good a principal as he did, and, if length of service and experience might be counted, a better one. He could safely be left to manage during the time it would be necessary for him, Mr. Carlyle, to be in London. He would rather represent West Lynne than any other spot on the face of the earth, no matter what might be the other's importance, and, as West Lynne was now in want of a member, perhaps his opportunity had come. That he would make a good and efficient public servant, he believed. His talents were superior, his oratory persuasive, and he had the gift of a true and honest spirit. That he would have the interest of West Lynne at heart was certain, and he knew that he should serve his constituents to the very best of his power and ability. They knew it also. Before Mr. Carlyle had reached East Lynne, he had decided that it should be. It was a fine spring evening. The lilac was in bloom, the hedges and trees were clothed in their early green, and all things seemed full of promise. Even Mr. Carlyle's heart was rejoicing in the prospect open to it. He was sure he would like public life, but in the sanguine moments of realization or of hope some dark shade will step in to mar the brightness. Barbara stood at the drawing-room window watching for him. Not in her was the dark shade. Her dress was a marvel of vanity and prettiness, and she had chosen to place on her fair hair a dainty headdress of lace, as if her hair required any such ornament. She waltzed up to Mr. Carlyle when he entered, and saucily held up her face, the light of love dancing in her bright blue eyes. "What do you want?" he provokingly asked, putting his hands behind him and letting her stand there. "Oh, well, if you won't say good evening to me, I have a great mind to say you should not kiss me for a week, Archibald." He laughed. "Who would be punished by that?" whispered he. Barbara pouted her pretty lips, and the tears positively came into her eyes. "Which is as much as to say it would be no punishment to you, Archibald. Don't you care for me?" He threw his arms around her and clasped her to his heart, taking plenty of kisses then. "You know whether I care or not," he fondly whispered. But now, will you believe that that unfortunate Lady Isabel had been a witness to this? Well, it was only what his greeting to her had once been. Her pale face flushed scarlet, and she glided out of the room again as softly as she had entered it. They had not seen her. Mr. Carlyle drew his wife to the window, and stood there, his arms round her waist. "Barbara, what should you say to living in London for a few months out of the 12? "London? I am very happy where I am. Why should you ask me that? You are not going to live in London?" "I am not sure of that. I think I am, for a portion of the year. I have had an offer made me this afternoon, Barbara." She looked at him, wondering what he meant, wondering whether he was serious. An offer? What sort of an offer? Of what nature could it be? He smiled at her perplexity. "Should you like to see M.P. attached to my name? West Lynne wants me to become its member." A pause to take in the news, a sudden rush of color, and then she gleefully clasped her hands around his arm, her eyes sparkling with pleasure. "Oh, Archibald, how glad I am! I knew how you were appreciated, and you will be appreciated more and more. This is right. It is not well for you to remain what you are for life, a private individual, a country lawyer." "I am perfectly contented with my lot, Barbara," he said seriously. "I am too busy to be otherwise." "I know that. Were you but a laboring man, toiling daily for the bread you eat, you would be contented, feeling that you were fulfilling your appointed duty to the utmost," she impulsively said. "But, Archibald, can you not still be a busy man at West Lynne, although you do become its representative?" "If I could not, I should never accept the honor, Barbara. For some few months of the year I must of necessity be in town. But Dill is an efficient substitute, and I can run down for a week or so between times. Part of Saturday, Sunday, and part of Monday. I can always pass here if I please. Of course these changes have their drawbacks as well as their advantages." "Where would the drawbacks be in this?" she interrupted. "Well," smiled Mr. Carlyle, "in the first place, I suppose you could not always be with me." Her hands fell, her color faded. "Oh, Archibald! If I do become their member, I must go up to town as soon as elected, and I don't think it will do for my little wife to be quitting her home to travel about just now." Barbara's face wore a very blank look. She could not dissent from Mr. Carlyle's reasoning. "And you must remain in London to the end of the session, while I am here, separated. Archibald!" she passionately added, while the tears gushed into her eyes, "I could not live without you." "Then what is to be done? Must I decline it?" Decline it? Of course not. I know we are looking on the dark side of things. I can go very well with you for a month, perhaps 2. You think so? I am sure so. And, mind, you must not encourage mamma to talk me out of it. Archibald," she continued, resting her head upon his breast, her sweet face turned up beseechingly to his, "you would rather have me with you, would you not?" He bent his own down upon it. "What do you think about it, my darling?" Once more, an opportune moment for her to enter, Lady Isabel. Barbara heard her this time, and sprang away from her husband. Mr. Carlyle turned round at the movement, and saw Madame Vine. She came forward, her lips ashy, her voice subdued. 6 months now had she been at East Lynne, and had hitherto escaped detection. Time and familiarity render us accustomed to most things, to danger among the rest, and she had almost ceased to fear recognition, living, so far as that point went, far more peaceably than she had done at first. She and the children were upon the best of terms. She had greatly endeared herself to them, she loved them, and they loved her. Perhaps nature was asserting her own hidden claims. She felt very anxious about William. He seemed to grow weaker, and she determined to make her fears known to Mr. Carlyle. She quitted the parlour. She had heard Mr. Carlyle come in. Crossing the hall, she tapped softly at the drawing-room door, and then as softly entered. It was the moment of Mr. Carlyle's loud greeting to his wife. They stood together, heedless of her. Gliding out again, she paced the hall, her hands pressed upon her beating heart. How dared that heart rise up in sharp rebellion at these witnessed tokens of love? Was Barbara not his wife? Had she not a legal claim to all his tenderness? Who was she that she should resent them in her jealousy? What, though they had once been hers only, had she not signed and sealed her own forfeit of them, and so made room for Barbara? Back to the grey parlour. There she stood, her elbow on the mantelpiece, her eyes hidden by her hand. Thus she remained for some minutes, and Lucy thought how sad she looked. But Lucy felt hungry, and was casting longing glances to the tea-table. She wondered how long her governess meant to keep it waiting. "Madame Vine," she cried presently, "don't you know the tea is ready?" This caused Madame Vine to raise her eyes. They fell on the pale boy at her feet. She made no immediate answer, only placed her hand on Lucy's shoulder. "Oh, Lucy dear, I have so many sorrows to bear." "The tea will warm you, and there is some nice jam," was Miss Lucy's offered consolation. Their greeting, tender as it may be, is surely over by this time, thought Lady Isabel, an expression something like mockery curving her lips. "I will venture again." Only to see him with his wife's face on his breast, and his lips bent upon it. But they had heard her this time, and she had to advance, in spite of her spirit of misery and her whitened features. "Would you be so good, sir, as to come and look at William?" she asked in a low tone of Mr. Carlyle. "Certainly." "What for?" interjected Barbara. "He looks very ill. I do not like his looks. I am fearing whether he can be worse than we have thought." They went to the grey parlour, all three of them. Mr. Carlyle was in first, and had taken a long silent look at William before the others entered. "What is he doing on the floor?" exclaimed Barbara, in her astonishment. "He should not lie on the floor, Madame Vine." "He lays himself down there at the dusk hour, and I cannot get him up again. I try to persuade him to use the sofa, but it is of no use." "The floor will not hurt him," said Mr. Carlyle. This was the dark shade, his boy's failing health. William opened his eyes. "Who's that? Papa?" "Don't you feel well, William?" "Oh yes, I am very well, "But I am tired." "Why do you lie down here?" "I like lying here, papa. That pretty white rabbit of mine is dead." "Indeed! Suppose you get up and tell me all about it." "I don't know about it myself yet," said William, softly rising. "The gardener told Lucy when she was out just now. I did not go. I was tired. He said—" "What has tired you?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle, taking hold of the boy's hand. "Oh, nothing. I'm always tired." "Do you tell Mr. Wainwright that you are tired?" "No. Why should I tell him? I wish he would not order me to take that nasty medicine, that cod liver oil." "But it is to make you strong, my boy." "It makes me sick. I always feel sick after it, papa. Madame Vine says I ought to have cream. That would be nice." "Cream?" repeated Mr. Carlyle, turning his eyes on Madame Vine. "I have known cream to do a great deal of good in a case like William's," she observed. "I believe that no better medicine can be given, that it has, in fact, no substitute." "It can be tried," said Mr. Carlyle. "Pray give your orders, Madame Vine, for anything you think may be beneficial to him," Mrs. Carlyle added. "You have had more experience with children than I. Joyce—" "What does Wainwright say?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle, speaking to his wife in his low tone. "I do not always see him when he comes, Archibald. Madame Vine does, I believe." "Oh, dear!" cried Lucy. "Can't we have tea? I want some bread and jam." Mr. Carlyle turned round, smiled, and nodded at her. "Patience is good for little girls, Miss Lucy. Would you like some bread and jam, my boy?" William shook his head. "I can't eat jam. I'm only thirsty." Mr. Carlyle cast a long and intent look at him, and then left the room. Lady Isabel followed him, her thoughts full of her ailing child. "Do you think him very ill, sir?" she whispered. "I think he looks so. What does Mr. Wainwright say?" "He says nothing to me. I have not inquired his true condition. Until tonight it did not come to me that there was any apprehension." "Does he look so much worse tonight?" "Not any worse than customary. Latterly he had looked just like this in the evening. It was a remark of Hannah's that roused my alarm. She thinks he is on the road to death. What can we do to save him?" She clasped her hands as she spoke, in the intensity of her emotion. She almost forgot, as they stood there together talking of the welfare of the child, their child, that he was no longer her husband. Almost, not quite. Utterly impossible would it be for her wholly to forget the dreadful present. Neither he nor the child could again belong to her in this world. A strange rising of the throat in her wild despair, a meek curtsy, as she turned from him, his last words ringing in her ears: "I shall call in further advice for him, Madame Vine." William was clinging round Mrs. Carlyle in a coaxing attitude when she re-entered the grey parlour. "I know what I could eat, mamma, if you'd let me have it," cried he, in answer to her remonstrance that he must eat something. "What could you eat?" "Some cheese." "Cheese? Cheese with tea?" laughed Mrs. Carlyle. "For the last week or two he has fancied strange things, the effect of a diseased appetite," exclaimed Madame Vine. "But if I allow them to be brought in, he barely tastes them." "I am sure, mamma, I could eat some cheese now," said William. "You may have it," answered Mrs. Carlyle. As she turned to leave the room, the impatient knock and ring of a visitor was heard. Barbara wondered who could be arriving at that their dinner hour. Sailing majestically into the hall, her lips compressed, her aspect threatening, came Miss Carlyle. End of Part 1 of Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 34, Part 2. An MP for West Lynne. Now it turned out that Miss Corny had been standing at her own window, grimly eyeing the ill-doings of the street, from the fine housemaid opposite, who was enjoying a flirting interview with the baker, to the ragged urchins pitch-purling in the gutter and the dust. And there she caught sight of the string, justices and others, who came flowing out of the office of Mr. Carlyle. So many of them were they that Miss Corny involuntarily thought of a conjurer flinging flowers out of a hat. The faster they come, the more it seems there are to come. "What on earth is up?" cried Miss Corny, pressing her nose flat against the pane that she might see better. They filed off, some one way, some another. Miss Carlyle's curiosity was keener than her appetite, for she stayed on the watch, although just informed that her dinner was served. Presently Mr. Carlyle appeared, and she knocked at the window with her knuckles. He did not hear it. He had turned off at a quick pace toward home. Miss Corny's temper rose. The clerks came out next, one after another, and the last was Mr. Dill. He was less hurried than Mr. Carlyle had been, and heard Miss Corny's signal. "What in the name of wonder did all that stream of people want at the office?" began she, when Mr. Dill had entered in obedience to it. "That was the deputation, Miss Cornelia." "What deputation?" "The deputation to Mr. Archibald. They want him to become their new member." "Member of what?" cried she, not guessing at the actual meaning. "Of Parliament, Miss Corny, to replace Mr. Attley. The gentleman came to solicit him to be put in nomination." "Solicit a donkey!" irascibly uttered Miss Corny, for the tidings did not meet her approbation. "Did Archibald turn them out again?" "He gave them no direct answer, ma'am. He will consider of it between now and tomorrow morning." "Consider of it!" shrieked she. "Why, he'd never, never be such a flat as to comply. He go into Parliament? What next?" "Why should he not, Miss Corny? I'm sure I should be proud to see him there." Miss Corny gave a sniff. "You are proud of things more odd than even John Dill. Remember that fine shirt front. What has become of it? Is it laid up in lavender?" "Not exactly in lavender, Miss Corny. It lies in the drawer, for I have never liked to put it on since, after what you said." "Why don't you sell it at half price, and buy a couple of good useful ones with the money?" returned she, tartly. "Better than keep the foppish thing as a witness of your folly. Perhaps he'll be buying embroidered fronts next, if he goes into that idle do-nothing House of Commons. I'd rather enter myself for 6 months at the treadmill." "Oh, Miss Corny, I don't think you have well considered it. It's a great honor, and worthy of him. He will be elevated above us all, as it were, and he deserves to be." "Elevate him on a weathercock!" raged Miss Corny. "There, you may go. I've heard quite enough." Brushing past the old gentleman, leaving him to depart or not, as he might please, Miss Carlyle strode upstairs, flung on her shawl and bonnet, and strode down again. Her servant looked considerably surprised, and addressed her as she crossed the hall. "Your dinner, ma'am?" he ventured to say. "What's my dinner to you?" returned Miss Corny in her wrath. "You have had yours." Away she strode, and thus it happened that she was at East Lynne almost as soon as Mr. Carlyle. "Where's Archibald?" began she without ceremony, the moment she saw Barbara. "He is here. Is anything the matter?" Mr. Carlyle, hearing the voice, came out, and she pounced upon him with her tongue. "What's this about your becoming the new member for West Lynne?" "West Lynne wishes it," said Mr. Carlyle. "Sit down, Cornelia." "Sit down yourself," retorted she, keeping on her feet. "I want my question answered. Of course you will decline?" "On the contrary, I have made up my mind to accept." Miss Corny untied the strings of her bonnet and flung them behind her. "Have you counted the cost?" she asked, and there was something quite sepulchral in her solemn tone. "I have given it consideration, Cornelia, both as regards money and time. The expenses are not worth naming, should there be no opposition, and if there is any—" "Ay!" groaned Miss Corny. "If there is?" "Well, I am not without a few hundred to spare for the playing," he said, turning upon her the good-humored light of his fine countenance. Miss Carlyle emitted some dismal groans. "That ever I should have lived to see this day! To hear money talked of as though it were dirt! And what's to become of your business?" she sharply added. "Is that to be let run to rack and ruin, while you are kicking up your heels in that wicked London, under plea of being at the house night after night?" "Cornelia," he gravely said, "were I dead, Dill could carry on the business just as well as it is being carried on now. I might go into a foreign country for 7 years, and come back to find the business as flourishing as ever, for Dill could keep it together. And even were the business to drop off, though I tell you it will not do so, I am independent of it." Miss Carlyle faced tartly round upon Barbara. "Have you been setting him on to this?" "I think he made up his mind before he spoke to me. But," added Barbara in her truth, "I urged him to accept it." "Oh, you did! Nicely moped and miserable you'll be here if he goes to London for months on the stretch. You did not think of that, perhaps?" "But he would not have me here," said Barbara, her eyelashes becoming wet at the thought, as she unconsciously moved to her husband's side. "He would take me with him." Miss Carlyle made a pause and looked at them alternately. "Is that decided?" she asked. "Of course it is," laughed Mr. Carlyle, willing to joke the subject and his sister into good humor. "Would you wish to separate man and wife, Cornelia?" She made no reply. She rapidly tied her bonnet strings, the ribbons trembling ominously in her fingers. "You are not going, Cornelia? You must stay to dinner, now that you are here. It is ready, and we will talk this further over afterward." "This has been dinner enough for me for one day," spoke she, putting on her gloves. "That I should have lived to see my father's son throw up his business, and change himself into a lazy, stuck-up Parliament man." "Do stay and dine with us, Cornelia. I think I can subdue your prejudices, if you will let me talk to you." "If you wanted to talk to me about it, why did you not come in when you left the office?" cried Miss Corny, in a greater amount of wrath than she had shown yet; and there's no doubt that, in his not having done so, lay one of the sore points. "I did not think of it," said Mr. Carlyle. "I should have come in and told you of it to-morrow morning." "I dare say you would," she ironically answered. "Good evening to you both." And, in spite of their persuasions, she quitted the house and went stalking down the avenue. 2 or 3 days more, and the address of Mr. Carlyle to the inhabitants of West Lynne appeared in the local papers, while the walls and posts convenient were embellished with various coloured placards: "Vote for Carlyle. Carlyle forever." Wonders never cease. Surprises are the lot of man, but perhaps a greater surprise had never been experienced by those who knew what was what, than when it went forth to the world that Sir Francis Levison had converted himself from what he was, into a red-hot politician. Had he been offered the post of Prime Minister? Or did his conscience smite him, as was the case with a certain gallant captain renowned in song. Neither the one nor the other. The simple fact was that Sir Francis Levison was in a state of pecuniary embarrassment, and required something to prop him up, some snug sinecure, plenty to get, and nothing to do. Patch himself up he must, but how? He had tried the tables, but luck was against him. He made a desperate venture upon the turf, a grand coup that would have set him on his legs for some time, but the venture turned out the wrong way, and Sir Francis was a defaulter. He then began to think there was nothing for it but to drop into some nice government nest, where, as I have told you, there would be plenty to get and nothing to do. Any place with much to do would not suit him, or it. He was too empty-headed for work requiring talent. You may have remarked that a man given to Sir Francis Levison's pursuits generally is. He dropped on to something good, or that promised good, nothing less than the secretaryship to Lord Headthelot, who swayed the ministers in the upper house. But that he was a connection of Lord Headthelot's, he never would have obtained it, and very dubiously the minister consented to try him. Of course, a condition was that he should enter Parliament the first opportunity, his vote to be at the disposal of the ministry, rather a shaky ministry, and supposed by some to be on its last legs. And this brings us to the present time. In a handsome drawing-room in Eaton Square one sunny afternoon sat a lady, young and handsome. Her eyes were of violet blue, her hair was auburn, her complexion delicate, but there was a stern look of anger, amounting to sullenness, on her well-formed features, and her pretty foot was beating the carpet in passionate impatience. It was Lady Levison. The doings of the past had been coming home to her for some time now. Past doings, be they good or be they ill, are sure to come home one day or another, and bring their fruits with them. In the years past, many years past now, Francis Levison had lost his heart, or whatever the thing might be that with him did duty for one, to Blanche Challoner. He had despised her once to Lady Isabel, as Lord Thomas says in the old ballad, but that was done to suit his own purpose, for he had never at any period cared for Lady Isabel as he had cared for Blanche. He gained her affection in secret. They engaged themselves to each other. Blanche's sister, Lydia Challoner, 2 years older than herself, suspected it, and taxed Blanche with it. Blanche, true to her compact of keeping it a secret, denied it with many protestations. She did not care for Captain Levison, rather disliked him, in fact. So much the better, was Miss Challoner's reply, for she had no respect for Captain Levison, and deemed him an unlikely man to marry. Years went on, and poor unhappy Blanche Challoner remained faithful to her love. He played fast and loose with her, professing attachment for her in secret, and visiting at the house. Perhaps he feared an outbreak from her, an exposure that might be anything but pleasant, did he throw off all relations between them. Blanche summoned up her courage and spoke to him, urging the marriage. She had not yet glanced at the fear that his intention of marrying her, had he ever possessed such, was over. Bad men are always cowards. Sir Francis shrank from an explanation, and so far forgot honour as to murmur some indistinct promise that the wedding should be speedy. Lydia Challoner had married and been left a widow, well off. She was Mrs. Waring, and at her house resided Blanche. For the girls were orphans. Blanche was beginning to show symptoms of her nearly 30 years, not the years, but the long-continued disappointment. The heart-burnings were telling upon her. Her hair was thin, her face was pinched, her form had lost its roundness. Marry her, indeed, scoffed to himself Sir Francis Levison. There came to Mrs. Waring's upon a Christmas visit a younger sister, Alice Challoner, a fair girl of 20 years. She resided generally with an aunt in the country. Far more beautiful was she than Blanche had ever been, and Francis Levison, who had not seen her since she was a child, fell, as he would have called it, in love with her. Love! He became her shadow. He whispered sweet words in her ear. He turned her head giddy with its own vanity, and he offered her marriage. She accepted him, and preparations for the ceremony immediately began. Sir Francis urged speed, and Alice was nothing loath. And what of Blanche? Blanche was stunned. A despairing stupor took possession of her, and, when she woke from it, desperation set in. She insisted upon an interview with Sir Francis, and evaded he could not, though he tried hard. Will it be believed that he denied the past, that he met with mocking suavity her indignant reminders of what had been between them? Love! Marriage! Nonsense! Her fancy had been too much at work. Finally he defied her to prove that he had regarded her with more than ordinary friendship, or had ever hinted at such a thing as a union. She could not prove it. She had not so much as a scrap of paper written on by him. She had not a single friend or enemy to come forward and testify that they heard him breathe to her a word of love. He had been too wary for that. Moreover, there was her own solemn protestations to her sister Lydia that there was not anything between her and Sir Francis Levison. Who would believe her if she veered round now, and avowed these protestations were false? No, she found that she was in a sinking ship, one there was no chance of saving. But one chance did she determine to try, an appeal to Alice. Blanche Challoner's eyes were suddenly and rudely opened to the badness of the man, and she was aware now how thoroughly unfit he was to become the husband of her sister. It struck her that only misery could result from the union, and that, if possible, Alice should be saved from entering upon it. Would she have married him herself, then? Yes, but it was a different thing for that fair, fresh young Alice. She had not wasted her life's best years in waiting for him. When the family had gone to rest, and the house was quiet, Blanche Challoner proceeded to her sister's bedroom. Alice had not begun to undress. She was sitting in a comfortable chair before the fire, her feet on the fender, reading a love letter from Sir Francis. "Alice, I'm come to tell you a story," she said quietly. "Will you hear it?" "In a minute. Stop a bit," replied Alice. She finished the perusal of the letter, put it aside, and then spoke again. "What did you say, Blanche? A story?" Blanche nodded. "Several years ago there was a fair young girl, none too rich, in our station of life. A gentleman, who was none too rich either, sought and gained her love. He could not marry. He was not rich, I say. They loved on in secret, hoping for better times, she wearing out her years and her heart. Oh, Alice, I cannot describe to you how she loved him, how she has continued to love him up to this moment. Through evil report, she clung to him tenaciously and tenderly, as the vine clings to its trellis, for the world spoke ill of him." "Who was the young lady?" interrupted Alice. "Is this a fable of romance, Blanche, or a real history?" "A real history. I knew her. All those years, years and years, I say, he kept leading her on to love, letting her think that his love was hers. In the course of time he succeeded to a fortune, and the bar to their marriage was over. He was abroad when he came into it, but returned home at once. Their intercourse was renewed, and her fading heart woke up once more to life. Still the marriage did not come on. He said nothing of it, and she spoke to him. Very soon now, should it be, was his answer, and she continued to live on, in hope." "Go on, Blanche," cried Alice, who had grown interested in the tale. never suspecting that it could bear a personal interest. Yes, I will go on. Would you believe, Alice, that almost immediately after this last promise, he saw one whom he fancied he should like better, and asked her to be his wife, forsaking the one to whom he was bound by every tie of honour, repudiating all that had been between them, even his own words and promises? How disgraceful! Were they married? They are to be. Would you have such a man? I? Returned Alice, quite indignant at the question. It is not likely that I would. That man, Alice, is Sir Francis Levison. Alice Challoner gave a start, and her face became scarlet. How dare you say so, Blanche? It is not true. Who was the girl, pray? She must have traduced him. She has not traduced him, was the subdued answer. The girl was myself. An awkward pause. I know, cried Alice, throwing her head back resentfully. He told me I might expect something of this, that you had fancied him in love with you, and were angry because he had chosen me. Blanche turned upon her with streaming eyes. She could no longer control her emotion. Alice, my sister, all the pride is gone out of me, all the reticence that woman loves to observe as to her wrongs and her inward feelings, I have broken through for you this night. As sure as there is a heaven above us, I have told you the truth. Until you came, I was engaged to Francis Levison. An unnatural scene ensued. Blanche, provoked at Alice's rejection of her words, told all the ill she knew or heard of the man. She dwelt upon his conduct with regard to Lady Isabel Carlyle, his heartless after-treatment of that unhappy lady. Alice was passionate and fiery. She professed not to believe a word of her sister's wrongs, and as to the other stories, they were no affair of hers, she said. What had she to do with his past life? But Alice Challoner did believe. Her sister's earnestness and distress, as she told the tale, carried conviction with them. She did not very much care for Sir Francis. He was not entwined round her heart, as he was round Blanche's, but she was dazzled with the prospect of so good a settlement in life, and she would not give him up. If Blanche broke her heart, why, she must break it. But she need not have mixed taunts and jeers with her refusal to believe. She need not have triumphed openly over Blanche. Was it well done? Was it the work of an affectionate sister? As we sow, so shall we reap. She married Sir Francis Levison, leaving Blanche to her broken heart, or to any other calamity that might grow out of the injustice. And there sat Lady Levison now, her 3 years of marriage having served to turn her love for Sir Francis into contempt and hate. A little boy, 2 years old, the only child of the marriage, was playing about the room. His mother took no notice of him. She was buried in all-absorbing thought, thought which caused her lips to contract and her brow to scowl. Sir Francis entered, his attitude lounging, his air listless. Lady Levison roused herself, but no pleasant manner of tone was hers, as she set herself to address him. "I want some money," she said. "So do I," he answered. An impatient stamp of the foot and a haughty toss. "And I must have it, I must! I told you yesterday that I must. Do you suppose I can go on without a sixpence of ready money, day after day?" "Do you suppose it is of any use to put yourself in this fury?" retorted Sir Francis. "A dozen times a week do you bother me for money, and a dozen times do I tell you I have got none. I have got none for myself. You may as well ask that baby for money as ask me." "I wish he had never been born," passionately uttered Lady Levison, "unless he had had a different father." That the last sentence, and the bitter scorn of its tone, would have provoked a reprisal from Sir Francis, his flashing countenance betrayed. But at that moment a servant entered the room. "I beg your pardon, sir. That man Brown forced his way into the hall, and I can't see him, I won't see him," interrupted Sir Francis, backing to the furthest corner of the room, in what looked very like abject terror, as if he had completely lost his presence of mind. Lady Levison's lips curled. "We got rid of him, sir, after a dreadful deal of trouble, I was about to say, but while the door was open in the dispute, Mr. Meredith entered. He has gone into the library, sir, and vows he won't stir till he sees you, whether you are sick or well." A moment's pause, a half-muttered oath, and Sir Francis quitted the room. The servant retired, and Lady Levison caught up her child. "Oh, Frankie, dear," she wailed forth, burying her face in his warm neck, "I'd leave him for good and all if I dared, but I fear he might keep you." Now the secret was that for the last 3 days Sir Francis had been desperately ill, obliged to keep his bed, and could see nobody, his life depending upon quiet. Such was the report, or something equivalent to it, which had gone in to Lord Headthelot, or rather to the official office, for that renowned chief was himself out of town. It had also been delivered to all callers at Sir Francis Levison's house, the royal truth being that Sir Francis was as well as you or I, but, from something that had transpired touching one of his numerous debts, did not dare to show himself. That morning the matter had been arranged, patched up for a time. "My stars, Levison," began Mr. Meredith, who was a whipper-in of the ministry, "what a row there is about you! Why, you look as well as ever you were." "A great deal better today," coughed Sir Francis. "To think that you should have chosen the present moment for skulking! Here have I been dancing attendance at your door, day after day, in a state of incipient fever, enough to put me into a real one, and could neither get admitted nor a letter taken up. I should have blown the house up today, and got in amidst the flying debris. By the way, are you and my lady two just now?" "Two?" growled Sir Francis. "She was stepping into her carriage yesterday when they turned me from the door, and I made inquiry of her. Her ladyship's answer was that she knew nothing either of Francis or his illness." "Her ladyship is subject to flights of distemper," chafed Sir Francis. "What desperate need have you of me just now? Headthelot's away, and there's nothing doing." "Nothing doing up here? A deal too much doing somewhere else. Attley's seat's in the market. Well? And you ought to have been down there about it 3 or 4 days ago. Of course you must step into it." "Of course I shan't," returned Sir Francis. "To represent West Lynne will not suit me." "Not suit you? West Lynne? Why, of all places it is most suitable. It's close to your own property." "If you can call 10 miles close. I shall not put up for West Lynne, Meredith." "Headthelot came up this morning," said Mr. Meredith. The information somewhat aroused Sir Francis. "Headthelot? What brings him back?" "You. I tell you, Levison, there's a hot row. Headthelot expected you would be at West Lynne days past, and he has come up in an awful rage. Every additional vote we can count in the House is worth its weight in gold, and you, he says, are allowing West Lynne to slip through your fingers. You must start for it at once, Levison." Sir Francis mused. Had the alternative been given him, he would have preferred to represent a certain warm place underground, rather than West Lynne. But to quit Headthelot, and the snug post he anticipated, would be ruin irretrievable, nothing short of outlawry, or the Queen's prison. It was awfully necessary to get his threatened person into Parliament, and he began to turn over in his mind whether he could bring himself to make further acquaintance with West Lynne. The thing must have blown over for good by this time, was the result of his cogitations, unconsciously speaking aloud. "I can understand your reluctance to appear at West Lynne," cried Mr. Meredith. "The scene, unless I mistake, of that notorious affair of yours. But private feelings must give way to public interests, and the best thing you can do is to start. Headthelot is angry enough as it is. He says, had you been down at first, as you ought to have been, you would have slipped in without opposition. But now there will be a contest." Sir Francis looked up sharply. "A contest? Who is going to stand the funds?" "Pshaw! As if we should let funds be any barrier. Have you heard who is in the field?" "No," was the apathetic answer. "Carlyle." "Carlyle!" uttered Sir Francis, startled. "Oh, by George, though! I can't stand against him." "Well, there's the alternative. If you can't, Thornton will." "I should run no chance. West Lynne would not elect me in preference to him. I'm not sure, indeed, that West Lynne would have me in any case." "Nonsense! You know our interest there. Government put in Attlee, and it can put you in. Yes or no, Levison?" "Yes," answered Sir Francis. An hour's time, and Sir Francis Levison went forth. On his way to be conveyed to West Lynne? Not yet. He turned his steps to Scotland Yard. In considerably less than an hour the following telegram, marked "Secret," went down from the head office to the Superintendent of Police at West Lynne. "Is Otway Bethel at West Lynne? If not, where is he, and when will he be returning to it?" It elicited a prompt answer. "Otway Bethel is not at West Lynne. Supposed to be in Norway. Movements uncertain." End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 35. A Mishap to the Blue Spectacles, Part 1. Mr. Carlyle and Barbara were seated at breakfast, when, somewhat to their surprise, Mr. Dill was shown in. Following close upon his heels came Justice Hare, and close upon his heels came Squire Pinner, while bringing up the rear was Colonel Bethel. All the four had come up separately, not together, and all four were out of breath, as if it had been a race which should arrive soonest. Quite impossible was it for Mr. Carlyle, at first, to understand the news they brought. All were talking at once, in the utmost excitement, and the fury of Justice Hare alone was sufficient to produce temporary deafness. Mr. Carlyle caught a word of the case presently. "A second man? Opposition? Well, let him come in," he good-humoredly cried. "We shall have the satisfaction of ascertaining who wins in the end." "But you have not heard who it is, Mr. Archibald," cried old Dill. "It's stand a contest with him?" raved Justice Hare. "The fellow wants hanging," interjected Colonel Bethel. "Couldn't he be ducked?" suggested Squire Pinner. Now all these sentences were ranted out together, and their respective utterers were fain to stop till the noise subsided a little. Barbara could only look from one to the other in astonishment. "Who is this formidable opponent?" asked Mr. Carlyle. There was a pause. Not one of them but had the delicacy to shrink from naming that man to Mr. Carlyle. The information came at last from old Dill, who dropped his voice while he spoke it. "Mr. Archibald, the candidate who has come forward is that man Levison." "Of course, Carlyle, you'll go into it now, neck and crop," cried Justice Hare. Mr. Carlyle was silent. "You won't let the beast frighten you from the contest?" uttered Colonel Bethel, in a loud tone. "There's a meeting at the Buck's Head at 10, said Mr. Carlyle, not replying to the immediate question. "I will be with you there." "Did you not say, Mr. Dill, that is where the scoundrel Levison is? At the Buck's Head?" "He was there," answered Mr. Dill. "I expect he is ousted by this time. I asked the landlord what he thought of himself for taking in such a character, and what he supposed the justice would say to him. He vowed, with tears in his eyes, that the fellow should not be there another hour, and that he should never have entered it had he known who he was." A little more conversation, and the visitors filed off. Mr. Carlyle sat down calmly to finish his breakfast. Barbara approached him. "Archibald, you will not suffer this man's insolent doings to deter you from your plans? You will not withdraw?" she whispered. "I think not, Barbara. He has thrust himself offensively upon me in this measure. I believe my better plan will be to take no more heed of him than I should of the dirt under my feet." "Right, right," she answered, a proud flush deepening the rose on her cheeks. Mr. Carlyle was walking into West Lynne. There were the placards, sure enough, side by side with his own, bearing the name of that wicked coward who had done him the greatest injury one man could do to another. Verily, he must possess a face of brass to venture there. "Archibald, have you heard the disgraceful news?" The speaker was Miss Carlyle, who had come down upon her brother like a ship with all sails set. Her cheeks wore a flush, her eyes glistened, her tall form was drawn up to its most haughty height. "I have heard it, Cornelia, and had I not, the walls would have enlightened me." "Is he out of his mind?" "Out of his reckoning, I fancy," replied Mr. Carlyle. "You will carry on the contest now," she continued, her countenance flashing. "I was averse to it before, but I now withdraw all my objection. You will be no brother of mine if you yield the field to him." "I do not intend to yield it." "Good. You bear on upon your course, and let him crawl on upon his. Take no more heed of him than if he were a viper. Archibald, you must canvass now." "No," said Mr. Carlyle, "I shall be elected without canvass. You'll see, Cornelia." "There will be plenty of canvassing for you, if you don't condescend to take the trouble, my indifferent brother. I'll give £1,000 myself for ale to the electors." "Take care," laughed Mr. Carlyle. "Keep your £1,000 in your pocket, Cornelia. I have no mind to be unseated on the plea of bribery and corruption. Here's Sir John Dobede galloping in, with a face as red as the sun in a fog." "Well, it may be he has heard the news. I can tell you, Archibald, West Lynne is in a state of excitement that has not been its lot for many a day." Miss Carlyle was right. Excitement and indignation had taken possession of West Lynne. How the people rallied around Mr. Carlyle! Town and country were alike up in arms. But government interest was rife at West Lynne, and whatever the private and public feeling might be, collectively or individually, many votes should be recorded for Sir Francis Levison. One of the first to become cognizant of the affair was Lord Mount Severn. He was at his club one evening in London, poring over an evening paper, when the names Carlyle, West Lynne, caught his view. Knowing that Mr. Carlyle had been named as the probable member, and heartily wishing that he might become such, the earl naturally read the paragraph. He read it and read it again. He rubbed his eyes. He rubbed his glasses. He pinched himself to see whether he was awake or dreaming. For believe what the paper asserted, that Sir Francis Levison had entered the lists in opposition to Mr. Carlyle, and was at West Lynne busily canvassing, he could not. "Do you know anything of this infamous assertion?" he inquired of an intimate friend. "Infamous, whether true or false." "It's true. I heard of it an hour ago. Plenty of cheek that Levison must have." "Cheek!" repeated the dismayed earl, feeling as if every part of him, body and mind, were outraged by the news. "Don't speak of it that way. The hound deserves to be gibbeted." He threw aside the paper, quitted the club, returned home for a carpet bag, and went shrieking and whistling down to West Lynne, taking his son with him. Or, if he did not whistle and shriek, the engine did. Fully determined was the Earl of Mount Severn to show his opinion of the affair. On these fine spring mornings, their breakfast over, Lady Isabel was in the habit of going into the grounds with the children. They were on the lawn before the house, when two gentlemen came walking up the avenue, or rather, one gentleman and a handsome young stripling growing into another. Lady Isabel thought she should have dropped, for she stood face to face with Lord Mount Severn. The earl stopped to salute the children, and raised his hat to the strange lady. "It is my governess, Madame Vine," said Lucy. A silent courtesy from Madame Vine. She turned away her head and gasped for breath. "Is your papa at home, Lucy?" cried the earl. "Yes, I think he is at breakfast. I am so glad you are come." Lord Mount Severn walked on, holding William by the hand, who had eagerly offered to take him to papa. Lord Vane bent over Lucy to kiss her. A little while, a very few more years, and my young lady would not hold up her rosy lips so boldly. You have grown a dearer girl than ever, Lucy. Have you forgotten our compact? No, laughed she. And you will not forget it? Never, said the child, shaking her head. You shall see if I do. Lucy is to be my wife, cried he, turning to Madame Vine. It is a bargain, and we have both promised. I mean to wait for her till she is old enough. I like her better than anybody else in the world. And I like him, spoke up Miss Lucy, and it's all true. Lucy was a child, it may almost be said an infant, and the Viscount was not of an age to render important such avowed passions. Nevertheless, the words did thrill through the veins of the hearer. She spoke, she thought, not as Madame Vine would have spoken and thought, but as the unhappy mother, the ill-fated Lady Isabel. You must not say these things to Lucy. It could never be. Lord Vane laughed. Why? asked he. Your father and mother would not approve. My father would. I know he would. He likes Lucy. As to my mother, oh well, she can't expect to be master and mistress too. You be off in a minute, Lucy. I want to say some things to Madame Vine. Has Carlyle shot that fellow? He continued, as Lucy sprung away. My father is so stiff, especially when he's put up, that he would not sully his lips with the name or make a single inquiry when we arrived. Neither would he let me, and I walked up here with my tongue burning. She would have responded, what fellow? But she suspected too well, and the words died away on her unwilling lips. That brute Levison. If Carlyle riddled his body with shots for this move, and then kicked him till he died, he'd only get his deserts, and the world would applaud. He opposed Carlyle. I wish I had been a man a few years ago. He'd have got a shot through his heart then, I say. Dropping his voice, did you know Lady Isabel? Yes, no, yes. She was at a loss what to say, almost as unconscious what she did say. She was Lucy's mother, you know, and I loved her. I think that's why I love Lucy, for she is the very image of her. Where did you know her? Here? I knew her by hearsay, murmured Lady Isabel, arousing to recollection. Oh, hearsay. Has Carlyle shot the beast, or is he on his legs yet? By Jove, to think that he should sneak himself up in this way at West Lynne. You must apply elsewhere for information, she gasped. I know nothing of these things. She turned away with a beating heart and took Lucy's hand and departed. Lord Vane set off on a run toward the house, his heels flying behind him. And now the contest began in earnest, that is, the canvass. Sir Francis Levison, his agent, and a friend from town, who, as it turned out, instead of being some great gun of the government, was a private chum of the baronet's by name Drake, sneaked about the town like dogs with their tails burnt, for they were entirely alive to the colour in which they were held, their only attendants being a few young gentlemen and ladies in rags, who commonly brought up the rear. The other party presented a stately crowd, country gentry, magistrates, Lord Mount Severn. Sometimes Mr. Carlyle would be with them, arm in arm with the latter. If the contesting groups came within view of each other, and were likely to meet, the brave Sir Francis would disappear down an entry, behind a hedge, any place convenient. With all his face of brass, he could not meet Mr. Carlyle and that condemning jury around him. One afternoon it pleased Mrs. Carlyle to summon Lucy and the governess to accompany her into West Lynne. She was going shopping. Lady Isabel had a dread and horror of appearing in there while that man was in town, but she could not help herself. There was no pleading illness, for she was quite well. There must be no saying, I will not go, for she was only a dependent. They started, and had walked as far as Mrs. Hare's gate when Miss Carlyle turned out of it. Your mamma's not well, Barbara. Is she not? Cried Barbara, with a quick concern. I must go and see her. She has had one of those ridiculous dreams again, pursued Miss Carlyle, ignoring the presence of the governess and Lucy. I was sure of it by her very look when I got in, shivering and shaking, and glancing fearfully around, as if she feared a dozen spectres were about to burst out of the walls. So I taxed her with it, and she could make no denial.
Richard is in some jeopardy, she protests, or will be, and there she is, shaking still, although I told her that people who put faith in dreams were only fit for a lunatic asylum. Barbara looked distressed. She did not believe in dreams any more than Miss Carlyle, but she could not forget how strangely peril to Richard had supervened upon some of these dreams. "I will go in now and see mamma," she said. "If you are returning home, Cornelia, Madame Vine can walk with you, and wait for me there." "Let me go in with you, mamma," pleaded Lucy. Barbara mechanically took the child's hand. The gates closed on them, and Miss Carlyle and Lady Isabel proceeded in the direction of the town. But not far had they gone when, in turning a corner, the wind, which was high, blew away with the veil of Lady Isabel, and in raising her hand in trepidation to save it before it was finally gone, she contrived to knock off her blue spectacles. They fell to the ground and were broken.
"How did you manage that?" uttered Miss Carlyle. How, indeed? She bent her face to the ground, looking at the damage. What could she do? The veil was over the hedge, the spectacles were broken. How could she dare show her naked face? That face was rosy just then, as in former days. The eyes were bright, and Miss Carlyle caught their expression, and stared in very amazement. "Good heavens above!" she uttered. "What an extraordinary likeness!" And Lady Isabel's heart turned faint and sick within her. Well it might, and to make matters worse, bearing down right upon them but a few paces distant, came Sir Francis Levison. Would he recognize her? Standing blowing in the wind, at the turning of the road, were Miss Carlyle and Lady Isabel Vane. The latter, confused and perplexed, was picking up the remnant of her damaged spectacles. The former, little less perplexed, gazed at the face which struck upon her memory as being so familiar. Her attention, however, was called off the face to the apparition of Sir Francis Levison. He was close upon them, Mr. Drake and the other comrade being with him, and some tagrag in attendance as usual. It was the first time he and Miss Carlyle had met face to face. She bent her condemning brow, haughty in its bitter scorn, full upon him, for it was not in the nature of Miss Carlyle to conceal her sentiments, especially when they were rather of the strongest. Sir Francis, when he arrived opposite, raised his hat to her. Whether it was done in courtesy, in confused unconsciousness, or in mockery, cannot be told. Miss Carlyle assumed it had been the latter, and her lips, in their anger, grew almost as pale as those of the unhappy woman who was cowering behind her. "Did you intend that insult for me, Francis Levison?" "As you please to take it," returned he, calling up insolence to his aid. "You dare to lift off your hat to me. Have you forgotten that I am Miss Carlyle?" "It would be difficult for you to be forgotten, once seen." Now this answer was given in mockery. His tone and manner were redolent of it, insolently so. The two gentlemen looked on in discomfort, wondering what it meant. Lady Isabel hid her face as best she could, terrified to death lest his eyes should fall on it, while the spectators, several of whom had collected now, listened with interest, especially some farm labourers of Squire Pinner's who happened to be passing. This concludes the reading of Part 1 of Chapter 35 of East Lynne. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, May 2009.
Chapter 35, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood, Chapter 35, A Mishap to the Blue Spectacles, Part 2. "You contemptible worm!" cried Miss Carlyle. "Do you think you can outrage me with impunity, as you, by your presence in it, are outraging West Lynne? Out upon you for a bold, bad man!" Now Miss Corny, in so speaking, had certainly no thought of present and immediate punishment for the gentleman, but it appeared that the mob around had. The motion was commented by those stout-shouldered labourers.
whether excited thereto by the words of Miss Carlyle, who, whatever may have been her faults of manner, held the respect of the neighbourhood, and was looked up to only in a less degree than her brother, whether Squire Pinner, their master, had let drop in their hearing a word of the ducking he had hinted at when at East Lynne, or whether their own feelings alone spurred them on, was best known to the men themselves. Certain it is that the ominous sound of "duck him" was breathed forth by a voice, and it was caught up and echoed around. "Duck him! Duck him! The pond be close at hand! Let's give him a taste of his deservings! What do he, the scum, turn himself up at West Lynne for, bearding Mr. Carlyle? What have he done with Lady Isabel? Him, put up for others at West Lynne! West Lynne's respectable. It don't want him. It got a better man. It won't have a villain. Now, lads!" His face turned white, and he trembled in his shoes. Worthless men are frequently cowards. Lady Isabel trembled in hers, and well she might, hearing that one allusion. They set upon him, 20 pairs of hands at least, strong, rough, determined hands, not to speak of the Tagrag's help, who went in with cuffs and kicks and pokes and taunts and cheers and a demonic dance. They dragged him through a gap in the hedge, a gap that no baby could have got through in a cool moment, but most of us know the difference between coolness and excitement. The hedge was extensively damaged, but Justice Hare, to whom it belonged, would forgive that. Mr. Drake and the lawyer, for the other was a lawyer, were utterly powerless to stop the catastrophe. If they didn't mind their own business and keep themselves clear, they'd get served the same, was the promise held out in reply to their remonstrances. And the lawyer, who was short and fat and could not have knocked a man down had it been to save his life, backed out of the melee, and contented himself with issuing forth confused threatenings of the terrors of the law. Miss Carlyle stood her ground majestically and looked on with a grim countenance. Had she interfered for his protection, she could not have been heard, and if she could have been, there's no knowing whether she would have done it. On to the brink of the pond, a green, dank, dark, slimy, sour, stinking pond. His coat-tails were gone by this time, and sundry rents and damages appeared in another useful garment. One pulled him, another pushed him, a third shook him by the collar, half a dozen buffeted him, and all abused him. "In with him, boys!" "Mercy! Mercy!" shrieked the victim, his knees bending and his teeth chattering. "A little mercy for the love of heaven!" Heaven! Much he knows of heaven! A souse, a splash, a wild cry, a gurgle, and Sir Francis Levison was floundering in the water, its green poison, not to mention its adders and thads and frogs, going down his throat by bucketfuls. A hoarse, derisive laugh, and a hip, hip, hurrah, broke from the actors, while the juvenile ragtag, in wild delight, joined their hands round the pool, and danced the demon's dance like so many red Indians. They had never had such a play acted for them before. Out of the pea-soup, before he was quite dead, quite senseless. Of all drowned rats, he looked the worst, as he stood there with his white, rueful face, his shivery limbs, and his dilapidated garments, shaking the wet off him. The labourers, their duty done, walked coolly away. The Tagrag withdrew to a safe distance, waiting for what might come next, and Miss Carlyle moved away also. Not more shivery was that wretched man than Lady Isabel as she walked by her side. A sorry figure to cut, that, for her once chosen cavalier. What did she think of his beauty now? I know what she thought of her past folly. Miss Carlyle never spoke a word. She sailed on, with her head up, though it was turned occasionally to look at the face of Madame Vine, at the deep, distressing blush which this gaze called into her cheeks. It's very odd, thought Miss Corny. The likeness, especially in the eyes, is— "Where are you going, madame?" They were passing a spectacle shop, and Madame Vine had halted at the door, one foot on its step. "I must have my glasses to be mended, if you please." Miss Carlyle followed her in. She pointed out what she wanted done to the old glasses, and said she would buy a pair of new ones to wear while the job was about. The man had no blue ones, no green, plenty of white. One ugly old pair of green things he had, with tortoise-shell rims, left by some stranger ages and ages ago, to be mended and never called for again. This very pair of ugly old green things was chosen by Lady Isabel. She put them on, there and then, Miss Carlyle's eyes searching her face inquisitively all the time. "Why do you wear glasses?" began Miss Corny, abruptly, as soon as they were indoors. Another deep flush and an imperceptible hesitation. "My eyes are not strong." "They look as strong as eyes can look, but why wear coloured glasses?" White ones would answer every purpose, I should suppose. I am accustomed to coloured ones. I should not like the white ones now." Miss Corny paused. "What is your Christian name, madame?" began she again. "Jane," replied madame, popping out an unflinching story in her alarm. "Here, here! What's up? What's this?" It was a crowd in the street, and a rather noisy one. Miss Corny flew to the window, Lady Isabel in her wake. Two crowds, it may almost be said, for from the opposite way the scarlet and purple party, as Mr. Carlyle's was called, in allusion to his colours, came in view. Quite a collection of gentlemen, Mr. Carlyle and Lord Mount Severn heading them. What could it mean, the mob they were encountering? The yellow party, doubtless, but in disreputable condition. Who or what was that object in advance of it, supported between Drake and the lawyer, and looking like a drowned rat, hair hanging, legs tottering, cheeks shaking, and clothes in tatters, while the mob behind had swollen to the length of the street and was keeping up a perpetual fire of derisive shouts, groans, and hisses. The scarlet and purple halted in consternation, and Lord Mount Severn, whose sight was not as good as it had been 20 years back, stuck his pendant eyeglasses astride on the bridge of his nose. Sir Francis Levison? Could it be? Yes, it actually was. What on earth had put him into that state? Mr. Carlyle's lip curled. He continued his way, and drew the peer with him. "What the deuce is agate now?" called out the followers of Mr. Carlyle. "That's Levison. Has he been in a railway smash, and got drenched by the engine?" "He has been ducked," grinned the yellows in answer. "They have been and ducked him in the rush pool on Mr. Justice Hare's land." The soaked and miserable man increased his speed as much as his cold and trembling legs would allow him. He would have borne on without legs at all, rather than remain under the enemy's gaze. The enemy loftfully continued their way, their heads in the air, and scorning further notice, all save young Lord Vane. He hovered round the ranks of the unwashed, and looked vastly inclined to enter upon an Indian jig on his own account. "What a thundering ass I was to try it on at West Lynne!" was the enraged comment of the sufferer. Miss Carlyle laid her hand upon the shrinking arm of her pale companion. "You see him, my brother Archibald?" "I see him," faltered Lady Isabel. "And you see him, that pitiful outcast who is too contemptible to live? Look at the two, and contrast them. Look well." "Yes," was the gaping answer. "The woman who called him, that noble man, husband, quitted him for the other. Did she come to repentance, think you?" You may wonder that the submerged gentleman should be walking through the streets on his way to his quarters, the Raven Inn, for he had been ejected from the Buck's Head, but he could not help himself. As he was dripping and swearing on the brink of the pond, wondering how he should get to the Raven, an empty fly drove past, and Mr. Drake immediately stopped it. But when the driver saw that he was expected to convey not only a passenger, but a tolerable quantity of water as well, and that the passenger moreover was Sir Francis Levison, he refused the job. His fly was fresh lined with red velvet, and he "weren't a-going to have it spoilt," he called out, as he whipped his horse and drove away, leaving the three in wrathful despair. Sir Francis wanted another conveyance procured. His friends urged that if he waited for that he might catch his death, and that the shortest way would be to hasten to the inn on foot. He objected, but his jaws were chattering, his limbs were quaking, so they seized him between them and made off, but never bargained for the meeting of Mr. Carlyle and his party. Francis Levison would have stopped in the pond of his own accord, head downward, rather than faced them. Miss Carlyle went that day to dine at East Lynne, walking back with Mrs. Carlyle, Madame Vane, and Lucy. Lord Vane found them out, and returned at the same time. Of course, East Lynne was the headquarters of himself and his father. He was in the seventh heaven, and had been ever since the encounter with the yellows. "You'd have gone into laughing convulsions, Lucy, had you seen the drowned cur. I'd give all my tin for 6 months to come to have a photograph of him as he looked then." Lucy laughed in glee. She was unconscious, poor child, of how deeply the drowned cur had injured her. When Miss Carlyle was in her dressing-room taking her things off, the room where once had slept Richard Hare, she rang for Joyce. These two rooms were still kept for Miss Carlyle, for she did sometimes visit them for a few days, and were distinguished by her name, Miss Carlyle's rooms. "A fine row we have had in the town, Joyce, this afternoon." "I have heard of it, ma'am. Served him right if they had let him drown. Bill White, Squire Pinner's ploughman, called in here and told us the news. He'd have burst with it if he hadn't, I expect. I never saw a chap so excited. Peter cried." "Cried?" echoed Miss Carlyle. "Well, ma'am, you know he was very fond of Lady Isabel, was Peter, and somehow his feelings overcame him. He said he had not heard anything to please him so much for many a day, and with that he burst out crying, and gave Bill White half a crown out of his pocket. Bill White said it was he who held one leg when they soused him in. Afy saw it, if you'll excuse me mentioning her name to you, ma'am, for I know you don't think well of her. When she got in here, she fell into hysterics." "How did she see it?" snapped Miss Carlyle, her equanimity upset by the sound of the name. "I didn't see her, and I was present. She was coming here with a message from Mrs. Latimer to the governess." "What did she go into hysterics for?" again snapped Miss Carlyle. "It upset her so, she said," returned Joyce. "It wouldn't have done her harm had they ducked her too," was the angry response. Joyce was silent. To contradict Miss Corny brought triumph to nobody, and she was conscious, in her innermost heart, that Afy merited a little wholesome correction, not perhaps to the extent of a ducking. "Joyce," resumed Miss Carlyle, abruptly changing the subject, "who does the governess put you in mind of?" "Ma'am," reported Joyce, in some surprise, as it appeared, "the governess." "Do you mean Madame Vine?" "Do I mean you, or do I mean me? Are we governesses?" irascibly cried Miss Corny. "Who should I mean but Madame Vine?" She turned herself round from the looking-glass, and gazed full in Joyce's face, waiting for the answer. Joyce lowered her voice as she gave it. "There are times when she puts me in mind of my late lady, both in her face and her manner. But I have never said so, ma'am, for you know Lady Isabel's name must be an interdicted one in this house." "Have you seen her without her glasses?" "No, never," said Joyce. "I did, to-day," returned Miss Carlyle, "and I can tell you, Joyce, that I was confounded at the likeness. It is an extraordinary likeness. One would think it was a ghost of Lady Isabel Vane come into the world again." That evening after dinner Miss Carlyle and Lord Mount Severn sat side by side on the same sofa, coffee-cups in hand. Miss Carlyle turned to the Earl. "Was it a positively ascertained fact that Lady Isabel died?" The Earl stared with all his might. He thought it the strangest question that ever was asked him. "I scarcely understand you, Miss Carlyle. Died? Certainly she died." "When the result of the accident was communicated to you, you made inquiry yourself into its truth, its details, I believe?" "It was my duty to do so. There was no one else to undertake it." "Did you ascertain positively, beyond all doubt, that she did die?" "Of a surety I did. She died in the course of the same night. Terribly injured she was." A pause. Miss Carlyle was ruminating, but she returned to the charge as if difficult to be convinced. "You deem that there could be no possibility of an error. You are sure that she is dead?" "I am as sure that she is dead as that we are living," decisively replied the Earl, and he spoke but according to his belief. "Wherefore should you be inquiring this?" "A thought came over me, only to-day, to wonder whether she was really dead." "Had any error occurred at that time, any false report of her death, I should soon have found it out by her drawing the annuity I settled upon her. It has never been drawn since. Besides, she would have written to me, as agreed upon. No, poor thing, she is gone beyond all doubt, and has taken her sins with her." Convincing proofs, and Miss Carlyle lent her ear to them. The following morning, while Madame Vine was at breakfast, Mr. Carlyle entered. "Do you admit intruders here, Madame Vine?" cried he, with his sweet smile and attractive manner. She arose, her face burning, her heart throbbing. "Keep your seat, pray. I have but a moment to stay," said Mr. Carlyle. "I have come to ask you how William seems." "There was no difference," she murmured, and then she took courage and spoke more openly. "I understand you to say the other night, sir, that he should have further advice." "Ay, I wish him to go over to Lynneborough, to Dr. Martin. The drive, I think, will do him good," replied Mr. Carlyle, "and I would like you to accompany him, if you do not mind the trouble. You can have the pony carriage. It will be better to go in that than boxed up in the railway car. You can remind Dr. Martin that the child's constitution is precisely what his mother's was," continued Mr. Carlyle, a tinge lightening his face. "It may be a guide to his treatment. He said himself it was, when he attended him for an illness a year or two ago." "Yes, sir." He crossed the hall on his entrance to the breakfast-room. She tore upstairs to her chamber, and sank down in an agony of tears and despair. Oh, to love him as she did now! to yearn after his affection with this passionate, jealous longing, and to know that they were separated for ever and ever, that she was worse to him than nothing. Softly, my lady, this is not bearing your cross. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 36. Appearance of a Russian Bear at West Lynne. Mr. Carlyle harangued the populace from the balcony of the Buck's Head, a substantial old house, renowned in the days of posting, now past and gone. Its balcony was an old-fashioned, roomy balcony, painted green, where there was plenty of space for his friends to congregate. He was a persuasive orator, winning his way to ears and hearts, but had he spoken with plums in his mouth, and a stammer on his tongue, and a breakdown at every sentence, the uproarious applause and shouts would be equally rife. Mr. Carlyle was intensely popular in West Lynne, setting aside his candidateship and his oratory, and West Lynne made common cause against Sir Francis Levison. Sir Francis Levison harangued the mob from the Raven, but in a more ignoble manner, for the Raven possessed no balcony, and he was fain to let himself down with a stride and a jump from the first-floor window on the top of the bow-window of the parlor, and stand there. The Raven, though a comfortable, old-established, and respectable inn, could boast only of casements for its upper windows, and they are not convenient to deliver speeches from. He was wont, therefore, to take his seat on the bow-window, and that was not altogether convenient either, for it was but narrow, and he hardly dared move an arm or a leg for fear of pitching over the upturned faces. Mr. Drake let himself down also, to support him on one side, and the first day the lawyer supported him on the other. For the first day only. For that worthy, being not as high as Sir Francis Levison's or Mr. Drake's shoulder, and about 5 times their breadth, had these two been rolled into one, experienced a slight difficulty in getting back again. It was accomplished at last, Sir Francis pulling him up, and Mr. Drake hoisting him from behind, just as a ladder was being brought out to the rescue amidst shouts of laughter. The stout man wiped the perspiration from his face when he was landed in safety, and recorded a mental vow never to descend from a window again. After that the candidate and his friend shared the shelf between them. The lawyer's name was Rubiny, ill-naturedly supposed to be a corruption of Reuben. They stood there one afternoon, Sir Francis's eloquence in full play, but he was a shocking speaker, and the crowd, laughing, hissing, groaning and applauding, blocking up the road. Sir Francis could not complain of one thing, that he got no audience, for it was the pleasure of West Lynne extensively to support him in that respect. A few to cheer, a great many to jeer and hiss. Remarkably dense was the mob on this afternoon, for Mr. Carlyle had just concluded his address from the Buck's Head, and the crowd who had been listening to him came rushing up to swell the ranks of the other crowd. They were elbowing and pushing and treading on each other's heels, when an open barouche drove suddenly up to scatter them. Its horses wore scarlet and purple rosettes, and one lady, a very pretty one, sat inside of it, Mrs. Carlyle. But the crowd could not be so easily scattered. It was too thick. The carriage could advance but at a snail's pace, and now and then came to a standstill also, till the confusion should be subsided, for where was the use in wasting words? He did not bow to Barbara. He remembered the result of his having done so to Miss Carlyle, and the little interlude of the pond had washed most of his impudence out of him. He remained at his post, not looking at Barbara, not looking at anything in particular, waiting till the interruption should have passed. Barbara, under cover of her dainty lace parasol, turned her eyes upon him. At that very moment he raised his right hand, slightly shook his head back, and tossed his hair off his brow. His hand, ungloved, was white and delicate as a lady's, and his rich diamond ring gleamed in the sun. The pink flush on Barbara's cheek deepened to a crimson damask, and her brow contracted with a remembrance of pain. The very action Richard described, the action he was always using at East Lynne. I believe from my heart that the man is Thorn. that Richard was labouring under some mistake when he said he knew Sir Francis Levison. She let her hands fall upon her knee as she spoke, heedless of the candidate, heedless of the crowd, heedless of all save her own troubled thoughts. 100 respected salutations were offered her. She answered them mechanically. A shout was raised. "Long live Carlyle! Carlyle for ever!" Barbara bowed her pretty head on either side, and the carriage at length got on. The parting of the crowd brought Mr. Dill, who had come to listen for once to the speech of the second man, and Mr. Ebenezer James close to each other. Mr. Ebenezer James was one who, for the last 12 or 15 years, had been trying his hand at many trades, and had not come out particularly well at any. A rolling stone gathers no moss. First he had been clerk to Mr. Carlyle. Next he had been seduced into joining the corps of the Royal Theatre at Lynneborough. Then he turned auctioneer, then travelling in the oil and colour line, then a parson, the urgent pastor of some new sect, then omnibus driver, then collector of the water rate, and now he was clerk again, not in Mr. Carlyle's office, but in that of Ball and Treadman, other solicitors of West Lynne. A good-humoured, good-natured, free-of-mannered, idle chap was Mr. Ebenezer James, and that was the worst that could be urged against him, save that he was sometimes out at pocket and out at elbows. His father was a respectable man, and he had made money in trade, but he had married a second wife, had a second family, and his eldest son did not come in for much of the paternal money, though he did for a large share of the paternal anger. "Well, Ebenezer, and how goes the world with you?" cried Mr. Dill by way of salutation. "Jogging on. It never gets to a trot." "Didn't I see you turning into your father's house yesterday?" "I pretty soon turned out of it again. I'm like the monkey when I venture there, get more kicks than halfpence. Hush, old gentleman, we interrupt the eloquence." Of course the eloquence applied to Sir Francis Levison, and they set themselves to listen, Mr. Dill with a serious face, Mr. Ebenezer with a grinning one. But soon a jostle and movement carried them to the outside of the crowd, out of sight of the speaker, though not entirely out of hearing. By these means they had a view of the street, and discerned something advancing to them, which they took for a Russian bear on its hind legs. "I'll be blessed!" uttered Mr. Ebenezer James, after a prolonged pause of staring consternation. "If I don't believe it's Bethel!" "Bethel!" repeated Mr. Dill, gazing at the approaching figure. "What has he been doing to himself?" Mr. Otway Bethel it was, just arrived from foreign parts in his travelling costume, something shaggy, terminating all over with tails. A wild object he looked, and Mr. Dill rather backed as he drew near, as if fearing he was a real animal which might bite him. "What's your name?" cried he. "It used to be Bethel," replied the wild man, holding out his hand to Mr. Dill. "So you are in the world, James, and kicking yet?" "And hope to kick in it for some time to come," replied Mr. James. "Where did you hail from last? A settlement at the North Pole?" "Didn't get quite as far. What's the row here?" "When did you arrive, Mr. Otway?" inquired old Dill. "Now, 4 o'clock train. I say, what's up?" "An election, that's all," said Mr. Ebenezer. "Attley went and kicked the bucket." "I don't ask about the election. I heard all about that at the railway station," returned Otway Bethel, impatiently. "What's this?" waving his hand at the crowd. "One of the candidates wasting breath and words. Levison." "I say," repeated Otway Bethel, looking at Mr. Dill. "Wasn't it rather of the ratherest for him to oppose Carlyle?" "Infamous! Contemptible!" was the old gentleman's excited answer. "But he'll get his deserts yet, Mr. Otway. They have already begun. He was treated to a ducking yesterday in Justice Hare's green pond." "And he did look a miserable devil when he came out trailing through the streets," added Mr. Ebenezer, while Otway Bethel burst into a laugh. "He was smothered in some hot blankets at the Raven, and a pint of burned brandy put into him. He seems all right to-day." "Will he go in and win?" "Chut! Win against Carlyle? He has not the ghost of a chance. And government, if it is the government who put him on, must be a pack of fools. They can't know the influence of Carlyle. Bethel, is that style of costume the fashion where you come from?" "For slender pockets. I'll sell 'em to you now, James, at half price. Let's get a look at this Levison, though. I've never seen the fellow." Another interruption of the crowd, even as he spoke, caused by the railway van bringing up some luggage. They contrived, in the confusion, to push themselves to the front, not far from Sir Francis. Otway Bethel stared at him in unqualified amazement. "Why, what brings him up here? What is he doing?" "Who?" He pointed his finger. "The one with the white handkerchief in his hand." "That is Sir Francis." "No," uttered Bethel, a whole world of astounded meaning in his tone. "By Jove! He, Sir Francis Levison?" At that moment their eyes met, Francis Levison's and Otway Bethel's. Otway Bethel raised his shaggy hat in salutation, and Sir Francis appeared completely scared. Only for an instant did he lose his presence of mind. The next, his eyeglass was stuck in his eye, and he turned on Mr. Bethel with a hard, haughty stare, as much as to say, "Who are you, fellow, that you should take such a liberty?" But his cheeks and lips were growing as white as marble. "Do you know Levison, Mr. Otway?" inquired old Dill. "A little. Once." "When he was not Levison, but somebody else?" laughed Mr. Ebenezer James. "Eh, Bethel?" Bethel turned as reproving a stare on Mr. Ebenezer as the baronet had just turned on him. "What do you mean, pray? Mind your own business." A nod to old Dill, and he turned off and disappeared, taking no further notice of James. The old gentleman questioned the latter. "What was that little bit of by-play, Mr. Ebenezer?" "Nothing much," laughed Mr. Ebenezer. "Only he," nodding toward Sir Francis, "was not always the great man he is now." "Ah!" "I have held my tongue about it, for it's no affair of mine, but I don't mind letting you into the secret. Would you believe that that grand baronet there, would-be member for West Lynne, used, years ago, to dodge about Abbey Wood, mad after Afy Hallijohn? He didn't call himself Levison then." Mr. Dill felt as if 100 pins and needles were pricking at his memory, for there rose up in it certain doubts and troubles touching Richard Hare and one Thorn. He laid his eager hand upon the other's arm. "Ebenezer James, what did he call himself?" "Thorn. A dandy, then, as he is now. He used to come galloping down the Swainson road at dusk, tie his horse in the woods, and monopolize Miss Afy." "How do you know this?" "Because I've seen it a dozen times. I was spoony after Afy myself in those days, and went down there a good deal in an evening. If it hadn't been for him, and, perhaps that murdering villain, Dick Hare, Afy would have listened to me. Not that she cared for Dick, but, you see, they were gentlemen. I am thankful to the stars now for my luck in escaping her. With her for a wife I should have been in a pickle always. As it is, I do get out of it once in a while." "Did you know then that he was Francis Levison?" "Not I. He called himself Thorn, I tell you. When he came down to offer himself for member and oppose Carlyle, I was thunderstruck, like Bethel was a minute ago. 'Ho, ho,' said I, 'so Thorn's defunct, and Levison has risen.'" "What had Otway Bethel to do with him?" "Nothing, that I know of. Only Bethel was fond of the woods also, after other game than Afy, though, and may have seen Thorn often. You saw that he recognized him." "Thorn Levison, I mean did not appear to like the recognition," said Mr. Dill. "Who would, in his position?" laughed Ebenezer James. "I don't like to be reminded of many a wild scrape of my past life, in my poor station. And what would it be for Levison, were it to come out that he once called himself Thorn, and came running after Miss Afy Hallijohn?" "Why did he call himself Thorn? Why disguise his own name?" "Not knowing, can't say. Is his name Levison, or is it Thorn?" "Nonsense, Mr. Ebenezer." Mr. Dill, bursting with the strange news he had heard, endeavored to force his way through the crowd that he might communicate it to Mr. Carlyle. The crowd was, however, too dense for him, and he had to wait the opportunity of escaping with what patience he might. When it came he made his way to the office, and entered Mr. Carlyle's private room. That gentleman was seated at his desk, signing letters. "Why, Dill, you're out of breath." "Well I may be. Mr. Archibald, I've been listening to the most extraordinary statement. I've found out about Thorn. Who do you think he is?" Mr. Carlyle put down his pen and looked full into the old man's face. He had never seen him so excited. "It's that man Levison." "I do not understand you," said Mr. Carlyle. He did not. It was as good as Hebrew to him. "The Levison of to day, your opponent, is the Thorn who went after Afy Hallijohn. It is so, Mr. Archibald." "It cannot be," slowly uttered Mr. Carlyle, thought upon thought working havoc with his brain. "Where did you hear about this?" Mr. Dill told his tale. Otway Bethel's recognition of him, Sir Francis Levison's scared paleness, for he had noticed that, Mr. Ebenezer's revelation. The point in it all, that finally settled most upon Mr. Carlyle, was the thought that if Levison were indeed the man, he could not be instrumental in bringing him to justice. "Bethel has denied to me more than once that he knew Thorn, or was aware of such a man being in existence," observed Mr. Carlyle. "He must have had a purpose in it, then," returned Mr. Dill. "They knew each other to day. Levison recognized him for certain, although he carried it off with a high hand, pretending not." "And it was not as Levison, but as Thorn, that Bethel recognized him?" "There's little doubt of that. He did not mention the name Thorn, but he was evidently struck with astonishment at hearing that it was Levison. If they have not some secret between them, Mr. Archibald, I'll never believe my own eyes again." "Mrs. Hare's opinion is that Bethel had to do with the murder," said Mr. Carlyle, in a low tone. "If that's their secret, Bethel knows the murderer, rely upon it," was the answer. "Mr. Archibald, it seems to me that now or never is the time to clear up Richard." "Aye, but how to set about it?" responded Mr. Carlyle. Meanwhile Barbara had proceeded home in her carriage, her brain as busy as Mr. Carlyle's, perhaps more troubled. Her springing lightly and hastily out the moment it stopped, disdaining the footman's arm, her compressed lips and absent countenance, proved that her resolution was set upon some plan of action. William and Madame Vine met her in the hall. "We have seen Dr. Martin, Mrs. Carlyle." "And he says—" "I cannot stay to hear now, William. I will see you later, madame." She ran upstairs to her dressing room. Madame Vine followed her with reproachful eyes. "Why should she care?" thought madame. "It is not her child." Throwing her parasol on one chair, her gloves on another, down sat Barbara to her writing table. "I will write to him. I will have him here, if it be but for an hour," she passionately exclaimed. "This shall be, so far, cleared up. I am as sure as can be that it is that man. The very action Richard described. And there was the diamond ring. For better, for worse, I will send for him. But it will not be for worse if God is with us." She dashed off a letter, getting up ere she had well begun it to order her carriage round again. She would trust no one but herself to put it in the post. "My dear Mr. Smith, we want you here. Something has arisen that it is necessary to see you upon. You can get here by Saturday. Be in these grounds, near the covered walk, that evening at dusk. Ever yours, B." And the letter was addressed to Mr. Smith, of some street in Liverpool, the address furnished by Richard. Very cautious to see, was Barbara. She even put Mr. Smith inside the letter. "Now stop," cried Barbara to herself as she was folding it. "I ought to send him a £5 note, for he may not have the means to come, and I don't think I have one of that amount in the house." She looked into her secretaire. Not a single £5 note. Out of the room she ran, meeting Joyce, who was coming along the corridor. "Do you happen to have a £5 note, Joyce?" "No, ma'am, not by me." "I dare say Madame Vine has. I paid her last week, and there were two £5 notes amongst it." And away went Barbara into the gray parlor. "Could you lend me a £5 note, Madame Vine? I have occasion to enclose one in a letter, and find I do not possess one." Madame Vine went to her room to get it. Barbara waited. She asked William what Dr. Martin had said. "He tried my chest with—oh, I forget what they call it. And he said I must be a brave boy, and take my cod liver oil well, and port wine, and everything I liked that was good. And he said he should be at West Lynne next Wednesday afternoon, and I am to go there, and he would call in and see me." "Where are you to meet him?" "He said, either at papa's office or at Aunt Cornelia's, as we might decide. Madame fixed it for papa's office, for she thought he might like to see Dr. Martin. I say, mamma." "What?" asked Barbara. "Madame Vine has been crying ever since. Why should she?" "I'm sure I don't know. Crying?" "Yes, but she wipes her eyes under her spectacles, and thinks I don't see her. I know I am very ill, but why should she cry for that?" "Nonsense, William. Who told you you were very ill?" "Nobody. I suppose I am," he thoughtfully added. "If Joyce or Lucy cried, now, there'd be some sense to it, for they have known me all my life." "You are so apt to fancy things. You are always doing it. It is not likely that Madame would be crying because you are ill." Madame came in with the bank note. Barbara thanked her, ran upstairs, and in another minute or two was in her carriage. She was back again and dressing when the gentlemen returned to dinner. Mr. Carlyle came upstairs. Barbara, like most persons who do things without reflection, having had time to cool down from her ardor, was doubting whether she had acted wisely in sending so precipitately for Richard. She carried her doubt and care to her husband, her sure refuge in perplexity. "Archibald, I fear I have done a foolish thing." He laughed. "I fear we all do that at times, Barbara. What is it?" He had seated himself in one of Barbara's favorite low chairs, and she stood before him, leaning on his shoulder, her face a little behind, so that he could not see it. In her delicacy she would not look at him while she spoke what she was going to speak. "It is something that I had upon my mind for years, and I did not like to tell it to you." "For years?" "You remember that night, years ago, when Richard was at the Grove in disguise?" "Which night, Barbara? He came more than once." The night that Lady Isabel quitted East Lynne," she answered, not knowing how better to bring it to his recollection, and she stole her hand lovingly into his as she said it. "Richard came back after his departure, saying he had met Thorn in Bean Lane. He described the particular motion of the hand as he threw back his hair from his brow. He spoke of the white hand and the diamond ring, how it glittered in the moonlight. Do you remember?" "I do." "The motion appeared perfectly familiar to me, for I had seen it repeatedly used by one then staying at East Lynne. I wondered you did not recognize it. From that night I had little doubt as to the identity of Thorn. I believed that he and Captain Levison were one." A pause. "Why did you not tell me so, Barbara?" "How could I speak of that man to you, at that time? Afterwards, when Richard was here, that snowy winter's day, he asserted that he knew Sir Francis Levison, that he had seen him and Thorn together, and that put me off the scent. But to-day, as I was passing the Raven, in the carriage, going very slow on account of the crowd, he was perched out there, addressing the people, and I saw the very same action, the old action that I had used to see." Barbara paused. Mr. Carlyle did not interrupt her. "I feel a conviction that they are the same, that Richard must have been under some unaccountable mistake in saying that he knew Francis Levison. Besides, who but he, in evening dress, would have been likely to go through Bean Lane that night? It leads to no houses, but one wishing to avoid the high road could get into it from these grounds, and so on to West Lynne. He must have gone back directly on foot to West Lynne, to get the post carriage, as was proved, and he would naturally go through Bean Lane. Forgive me, Archibald, for recalling these things to you, but I feel so sure that Levison and Thorn are one." "I know they are," he quietly said. Barbara in her astonishment drew back and stared him in the face. A face of severe dignity it was just then. "Oh, Archibald, did you know it at that time?" "I did not know it until this afternoon. I never suspected it." "I wonder you did not. I have wondered often." "So do I, now. Dill, Ebenezer James, and Otway Bethel, who came home to-day, were standing before the Raven, listening to his speech, when Bethel recognized him, not as Levison. He was infinitely astonished to find he was Levison. Levison, they say, was scared at the recognition, and changed color. Bethel would give no explanation and moved away. But James told Dill that Levison was the man Thorn who used to be after Afy Hallijohn." "How did you know?" breathlessly asked Barbara. "Because Mr. Ebenezer was after Afy himself, and repeatedly saw Thorn in the wood. Barbara, I believe now that it was Levison who killed Hallijohn, but I should like to know what Bethel had to do with it." Barbara clasped her hands. "How strange it is!" she exclaimed in some excitement. "Mamma told me yesterday that she was convinced something or other was going to turn up relative to the murder. She had had the most distressing dream, she said, connected with Richard and Bethel and somebody else, whom she appeared to know in the dream, but could not recognize or remember when she was awake. She was ill as could be. She does put such faith in these wretched dreams." "One would think you did also, Barbara, by your vehemence." "No, no, you know better. But it is strange, you must acknowledge that it is, that, so sure as anything fresh happens touching on the subject of the murder, so sure is a troubled dream the forerunner of it. Mamma does not have them at other times. Bethel denied to you that he knew Thorn." "I know he did." "And now it turns out that he does know him, and he is always in mamma's dreams, none more prominent in them than Bethel. But, Archibald, I am not telling you. I have sent for Richard." "You have?" "I felt sure that Levison was Thorn. I did not expect that others would recognize him, and I acted on the impulse of the moment and wrote to Richard, telling him to be here on Saturday evening. The letter is gone." "Well, we must shelter him as best we can." "Archibald, dear Archibald, what can be done to clear him?" she asked, the tears rising to her eyes. "Being Levison, I cannot act." "What?" she uttered. "Not act? Not act for Richard?" He bent his clear, truthful eyes upon her. "My dearest, how can I?" She looked a little rebellious, and the tears fell. "You have not considered, Barbara. Any one in the world but Levison. It would look like my own revenge." "Forgive me," she softly whispered. "You are always right. I did not think of it in that light. But what steps do you imagine can be taken?" "It is a case encompassed with difficulties," mused Mr. Carlyle. "Let us wait until Richard comes." "Do you happen to find a £5 note in your pocket, Archibald? I had not one to send to him, and borrowed it from Madame Vine." He took it out of his pocket-book and gave it to her. End of Chapter 36, Part 1. Chapter 36, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 36, Part 2. In the gray parlor, in the dark twilight of the April evening, or it was getting far into the night, were William Carlyle and Lady Isabel. It had been a warm day, but the spring evenings were still chilly, and a fire burned in the grate. There was no blaze. The red embers were smoldering and half dead, but Madame Vine did not bestir herself to heed the fire. William lay on the sofa, and she sat by, looking at him. Her glasses were off, for the tears wetted them continually, and it was not the recognition of the children she feared. He was tired with the driving to Lynneborough and back, and lay with eyes shut, she thought asleep. Presently he opened them. "How long will it be before I die?" The words took her utterly by surprise, and her heart went round in a whirl. "What do you mean, William? Who said anything about dying?" "Oh, I know. I know by the fuss there is over me. You heard what Hannah said the other night." "What? When?" "When she brought in the tea, and I was lying on the rug. I was not asleep, though you thought I was. You told her that she ought to be more cautious, for that I might not have been asleep." "I don't remember much about it," said Lady Isabel, at her wits' ends how to remove the impression Hannah's words must have created, had he indeed heard them. "Hannah talks great nonsense sometimes." "She said I was going on fast to the grave." "Did she? Nobody attends to Hannah. She's only a foolish girl. We shall soon have you well, when the warm weather comes." "Madame Vine." "Well, my darling?" "Where's the use of you trying to deceive me? Do you think I don't see that you are doing it? I'm not a baby. You might if it were Archibald. What is the matter with me?" "Nothing. Only you are not strong. When you get strong again, you will be as well as ever." William shook his head in disbelief. He was precisely that sort of child for whom it is next to impossible to disguise facts. Quick, thoughtful, observant, and advanced beyond his years. Had no words been dropped in his hearing, he would have suspected the evil by the care evinced for him. But plenty of words had been dropped. Hints, by which he gathered suspicion. Broad assertions, like Hannah's, which had too fully supplied it. And the boy in his inmost heart knew as well that death was coming for him as that death did itself. Then, if there's nothing the matter with me, why could not Dr. Martin speak to you before me to-day? Why did he send me into the other room while he told you what he thought? Ah, Madame Vine, I am as wise as you." "A wise little boy, but mistaken sometimes," she said from her aching heart. "It is nothing to die, when God loves us. Lord Vane says so. He had a little brother who died." "A sickly child who was never likely to live. He had been pale and ailing from a baby," spoke Lady Isabel. "Why, did you know him?" I heard so," she replied, turning off her thoughtless avowal in the best manner she could. "Don't you know that I am going to die?" "No." "Then why have you been grieving since we left Dr. Martin's? And why do you grieve at all for me? I am not your child." The words, the scene altogether, overcame her. She knelt down by the sofa, and her tears burst forth freely. "There, you see!" cried William. "Oh, William, I had a little boy of my own, and when I look at you, I think of him, and that is why I cry." "I know. You have told us of him before. His name was William, too." She leaned over him, her breath mingled with his. She took his little hand in hers. "William, do you know that those whom God loves best he takes first? Were you to die, you would go to heaven, leaving all the cares and sorrows of the world behind you. It would have been happier for many of us had we died in infancy." "Would it have been happier for you?" "Yes," she faintly said. "I have had more than my share of sorrow. Sometimes I think that I cannot support it." "Is it not past then? Do you have sorrow now?" "I have it always. I shall have it till I die. Had I died a child, William, I should have escaped it. Oh, the world is full of it, full and full." "What sort of sorrow?" "All sorts. Pain, sickness, care, trouble, sin, remorse, weariness," she wailed out. "I cannot enumerate the half that the world brings upon us. When you are very, very tired, William, does it not seem a luxury, a sweet happiness, to lie down at night in your little bed, waiting for the bliss of sleep?" "Yes, I am often tired, so tired as that." "Then just so do we, who are tired of the world's cares, long for the grave in which we shall lie down to rest. We covet it, William, long for it, but you cannot understand that." "We don't lie in the grave, Madame Vine." "No, no, child. Our bodies lie there, to be raised again in beauty at the last day. We go to a blessed place of rest, where sorrow and pain cannot come. I wish, she uttered, with a bursting heart, that you and I were both there." "Who says the world so sorrowful, Madame Vine? I think it is lovely, especially when the sun's shining on a hot day, and the butterflies come out. You should see East Lynne on a summer's morning, when you are running up and down the slopes, and the trees are waving overhead, and the sky's blue, and the roses and flowers are all out. You would not call it a sad world." "A pleasant world one might regret to leave, if we were not wearied by pain and care. But what is this world, take it at its best, in comparison with the other world, heaven? I have heard of some people who are afraid of death. They fear that they shall not go to it. But when God takes a little child there, it is because he loves him. It is a land, as Mrs. Barbauld says, where roses are without thorns, where the flowers are not mixed with brambles." "I have seen the flowers," interrupted William, rising in his earnestness. "They are 10 times brighter than our flowers here." "Seen the flowers? The flowers we shall see in heaven?" she echoed. "I have seen a picture of them. We went to Lynneborough to see Martin's picture of the Last Judgment. I don't mean Dr. Martin," said William, interrupting himself. "I know." "There were 3 pictures. One was called The Plains of Heaven, and I liked that best. And so we all did. Oh, you should have seen it. Did you ever see them, Madame Vine?" "No, I have heard of them." "There was a river, you know, and boats, beautiful gondolas they looked, taking the redeemed to the shores of heaven. They were shadowy figures in white robes, myriads of them, for they reached all up in the air to the holy city. It seemed to be the clouds coming down from God. The flowers grew on the banks of the river, pink and blue and violet, all colors they were, but so bright and beautiful, brighter than our flowers are." "Who took you to see the pictures?" "Papa. He took me and Lucy, and Mrs. Hare went with us, and Barbara. She was not our mamma then. But, madame," dropping his voice, "what stupid thing do you think Lucy asked papa?" "What did she ask him?" "She asked whether mamma was amongst that crowd in the white robes, whether she was gone up to heaven. Our mamma that was, you know, and lots of people could hear what she said." Lady Isabel dropped her face upon her hands. "What did your papa answer?" she breathed. "I don't know. Nothing, I think. He was talking to Barbara. But it was very stupid of Lucy, because Wilson has told her over and over again that she must not talk of Lady Isabel to papa. Miss Manning told her so too. When we got home, and Wilson heard of it, she said Lucy deserved a good shaking." "Why must not Lady Isabel be talked of to him?" A moment after the question had left her lips, she wondered what possessed her to give utterance to it. "I'll tell you," said William in a whisper. "She ran away from papa. Lucy talks nonsense about her having been kidnapped, but she knows nothing. I do, though they don't think it, perhaps." "She may be among the redeemed, sometime, William, and you with her." He fell back on the sofa pillow with a weary sigh, and lay in silence. Lady Isabel shaded her face, and remained in silence also. Soon she was aroused from it. William was in a fit of loud, sobbing tears. "Oh, I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Why should I go, and leave papa and Lucy?" She hung over him. She clasped her arms around him. Her tears, her sobs, mingled with his. She whispered to him sweet and soothing words. She placed him so that he might sob out his grief upon her bosom, and in a little while the paroxysm had passed. "Hark!" exclaimed William. "What's that?" A sound of talking and laughter in the hall. Mr. Carlyle, Lord Mount Severn, and his son were leaving the dining room. They had some committee appointed that evening at West Lynne, and were departing to keep it. As the hall door closed upon them, Barbara came into the gray parlor. Up rose Madame Vine, scuffled on her spectacles, and took her seat soberly upon a chair. "All in the dark, and your fire going out!" exclaimed Barbara, as she hastened to stir the latter and set it into a blaze. "Who's on the sofa? William, you ought to be in bed." "Not yet, mamma. I don't want to go yet." "But it's quite time that you should," she returned, ringing the bell. "To sit up at night is not the way to make you strong." William was dismissed, and then she returned to Madame Vine, and inquired what Dr. Martin had said. "He said the lungs were undoubtedly affected, but, like all doctors, he would give no decisive opinion. I could see that he had formed one." Mrs. Carlyle looked at her. The firelight played especially upon the spectacles, and she moved her chair into the shade. "Dr. Martin will see him again next week. He is coming to West Lynne. I am sure, by the tone of his voice, by his evasive manner, that he anticipates the worst, although he would not say so in words." "I will take William to West Lynne myself," observed Barbara. "The doctor will, of course, tell me. I came in to pay my debts," she added, dismissing the subject of the child, and holding out a £5 note. Lady Isabel mechanically stretched out her hand for it. "Whilst we are, as may be said, upon the money topic," resumed Barbara in a gay note, "will you allow me to intimate that both myself and Mr. Carlyle very much disapproved of your making presents to the children? I was calculating, at a rough guess, the cost of the toys and things you have bought for them, and I think it must amount to a very large portion of the salary you have received. Pray do not continue this, Madame Vine." "I have no one else to spend my money on. I love the children," was Madame's answer, somewhat sharply given, as if she were jealous of the interference between her and the children, and would resent it. "Nay, you have yourself, and if you do not require much outlay, you have, I should suppose, a reserve fund to which to put your money. Be so kind as to take the hint, madame. Otherwise I shall be compelled to more peremptorily forbid your generosity. It is very good of you, very kind, but if you do not think yourself, we must for you." "I will buy them less," was the murmured answer. "I must give them a little token of love now and then." "That you are welcome to do. A little token, once in a way, but not the costly toys you have been purchasing. Have you ever had an acquaintance with Sir Francis Levison? continued Mrs. Carlyle, passing with abruptness from one point to another. An inward shiver, a burning cheek, a heart pang of wild remorse, and a faint answer, no. I fancied from your manner when I was speaking of him the other day, that you knew him, or had known him. No compliment, you will say, to assume an acquaintance with such a man. He is a stranger to you, then? Another faint reply. Yes. Barbara paused. Do you believe in fatality, Mrs. Vine? Yes, I do, was the steady answer. I don't, and yet the very question proved that she did not wholly disbelieve it. No, I don't, added Barbara stoutly, as she approached the sofa vacated by William and sat down upon it, thus bringing herself opposite and near to Madame Vine. Are you aware that it was Francis Levison who brought the evil to this house? The evil? Stammered Madame Vine. Yes, it was he, she resumed, taking the hesitating answer for an admission that the governess knew nothing, or but little, of past events. It was he who took Lady Isabel from her home, though perhaps she was as willing to go as he was to take her. I don't know. Oh, no, no, broke from the unguarded lips of Madame Vine. At least, I should think not, she added in confusion. We shall never know. And of what consequence is it? One thing is certain, she went. Another thing, almost equally certain, is that she did not go against her will. Did you ever hear the details? No. Her answer would have been yes, but possibly the next question might have been, from whom did you hear them? He was staying at East Lynne. The man had been abroad, outlawed, dared not to show his face in England, and Mr. Carlyle, in his generosity, invited him to East Lynne as a place of shelter, where he would be safe from his creditors while something was arranged. He was a connection in some way of Lady Isabel's, and they repaid Mr. Carlyle, he and she, by quitting East Lynne together. Why did Mr. Carlyle give that invitation? The words were uttered in a spirit of remorseful wailing. Mrs. Carlyle believed they were a question put, and she rose up haughtily against it. Why did he give the invitation? Did I hear you aright, Madame Vine? Did Mr. Carlyle know he was a reprobate? And, if he had known it, was not Isabel his wife? Could he dream of danger for her? If it pleased Mr. Carlyle to fill East Lynne with bad men tomorrow, what would that be to me, to my safety, to my well-being, to my love and allegiance to my husband? What were you thinking of, madam? Thinking of? She leaned her troubled head upon her hand. Mrs. Carlyle resumed. Sitting alone in the drawing-room just now, and thinking matters over, it did seem to me very like what people call a fatality. That man, I say, was the one who wrought the disgrace, the trouble to Mr. Carlyle's family. And it is he, I have every reason now to believe, who brought a nearly equal disgrace and trouble upon mine. Did you know, Mrs. Carlyle lowered her voice, that I have a brother in evil, in shame? Lady Isabel did not dare to answer that she did know it. Who had there been likely to inform her, the strange governess, of the tale of Richard Hare? So the world calls it shame, pursued Barbara, growing excited. And it is shame, but not as the world thinks it. The shame lies with another, who had thrust the suffering and shame upon Richard. And that other is Francis Levison. I will tell you the tale. It is worth telling. She could only dispose herself to listen, but she wondered what Francis Levison had to do with Richard Hare. In the days long gone by, when I was little more than a child, Richard took to going after Afy Hallijohn. You have seen the cottage in the wood. She lived there with her father and Joyce. It was very foolish for him, but young men will be foolish. As many more went after her, or wanted to go after her, as she could count upon her 10 fingers. Among them, chief of them, more favoured even than Richard, was one called Thorn, by social position a gentleman. He was a stranger, and used to ride over in secret. The night of the murder came, the dreadful murder, when Hallijohn was shot down dead. Richard ran away. Testimony was strong against him, and the coroner's jury brought in a verdict of wilful murder against Richard Hare the younger. We never supposed but that he was guilty, of the act, mind you, not of the intention. Even mamma, who so loved him, believed he had done it, but she believed it was the result of an accident, not design. Oh, the trouble that has been the lot of my poor mamma!" cried Barbara, clasping her hands. "And she had no one to sympathize with her. No one, no one! I, as I tell you, was little more than a child, and papa, who might have done it, took part against Richard. It went on for 3 or 4 years, the sorrow, and there was no mitigation. At the end of that period Richard came for a few hours to West Lynne, came in secret, and we learnt for the first time that he was not guilty. The man who did the deed was Thorn. Richard was not even present. The next question was, how to find Thorn. Nobody knew anything about him, who he was, what he was, where he came from, where he went to, and thus more years passed. Another Thorn came to West Lynne, an officer in Her Majesty's service, and his appearance tallied with the description Richard had given. I assumed it to be the one. Mr. Carlyle assumed it, but before anything could be done or even thought of, Captain Thorn was gone again." Barbara paused to take a breath. Madame Vine sat listless enough. What was this tale to her? "Again the years went on. The period came of Francis Levison's sojourn at East Lynne. Whilst I was there, Captain Thorn arrived once more, on a visit to the Herberts. We then strove to find out points of his antecedents, Mr. Carlyle and I, and we became very nearly convinced that he was the man. I had come here often to see Mr. Carlyle, for mamma did not dare to stir in the affair, papa was so violent against Richard. Thus I often saw Francis Levison, but he was visible to scarcely any other visitor, being at East Lynne en cachet. He intimated that he was afraid of encouraging creditors. I now began to doubt whether it was not a false plea, and I remember Mr. Carlyle said, at the time, that he had no creditors in or near West Lynne." "Then what was his motive for shunning society, for never going out?" interrupted Lady Isabel. Too well she remembered that bygone time. Francis Levison had told her that the fear of his creditors kept him up so closely, though he had once said to her they were not in the immediate neighborhood of East Lynne. "He had a worse fear upon him than that of creditors," returned Mrs. Carlyle. "Singular to say, during this visit of Captain Thorn to the Herberts, we received an intimation from my brother that he was once more about to venture for a few hours to West Lynne. I brought the news to Mr. Carlyle. I had to see him and consult with him more frequently than ever. Mamma was painfully restless and anxious, and Mr. Carlyle as eager as we were for the establishment of Richard's innocence, for Miss Carlyle and papa are related, consequently the disgrace may be said to reflect on the Carlyle name." Back went Lady Isabel's memory and her bitter repentance. She remembered how jealously she had attributed these meetings between Mr. Carlyle and Barbara to another source. Oh, why had she suffered her mind to be so falsely and fatally perverted? "Richard came. It was hastily arranged that he should go privately to Mr. Carlyle's office, after the clerks had left for the night, be concealed there, and have an opportunity given him of seeing Captain Thorn. There was no difficulty, for Mr. Carlyle was transacting some matter of business for the captain, and appointed him to be at the office at 8 o'clock. A memorable night, that, to Mr. Carlyle, for it was the one of his wife's elopement." Lady Isabel looked up with a start. "It was, indeed. She, Lady Isabel, and Mr. Carlyle were engaged to a dinner party, and Mr. Carlyle had to give it up, otherwise he could not have served Richard. He is always considerate and kind, thinking of others' welfare, never of his own gratification. Oh, it was an anxious night. Papa was out. I waited at home with mamma, doing what I could to soothe her restless suspense, for there was hazard to Richard in his walk through West Lynne to keep the appointment. And when it was over, he was to come home for a short interview with mamma, who had not seen him for several years." Barbara stopped, lost in thought. Not a word spoke Madame Vine. She still wondered what this affair touching Richard Hare and Thorn could have to do with Francis Levison. "I watched from the window and saw them come in at the garden gate. Mr. Carlyle and Richard, between 9 and 10 o'clock. I think it must have been then. The first words they said to me were that it was not the Captain Thorn spoken of by Richard. I felt a shock of disappointment, which was wicked enough of me, but I had been so sure he was the man, and to hear that he was not, seemed to throw us further back than ever. Mr. Carlyle, on the contrary, was glad, for he had taken a liking to Captain Thorn. Well, Richard went in to mamma, and Mr. Carlyle was so kind as to accede to her request that he would remain and pace the garden with me. We were so afraid of papa's coming home. He was bitter against Richard, and would inevitably have delivered him up at once to justice. Had he come in, Mr. Carlyle was to keep him in the garden by the gate, whilst I ran in to give notice and conceal Richard in the hall. Richard lingered. Papa did not come, and I cannot tell how long we paced there, but I had my shawl on, and it was a lovely moonlit night. That unhappy listener clasped her hands to pain. The matter-of-fact tone, the unconscious mention of commonplace trifles, proved that they had not been pacing about in disloyalty to her, or for their own gratification. Why had she not trusted her noble husband? Why had she listened to that false man, as he pointed them out to her walking there in the moonlight? Why had she given vent, in the chariot, to that burst of passionate tears, of angry reproach? Why, oh why had she hastened to be revenged? But for seeing them together, she might not have done as she did. Richard came forward at last, and departed, to be again an exile. Mr. Carlyle also departed, and I remained at the gate, watching for papa. By and by Mr. Carlyle came back. He had got nearly home when he remembered that he had left a parchment at our house. It seemed to be nothing but coming back, for just after he had gone a second time, Richard returned in a state of excitement, stating that he had seen Thorn the murderer, I mean, in Bean Lane. For a moment I doubted him, but not for long, and we ran after Mr. Carlyle. Richard described Thorn's appearance, his evening dress, his white hands and diamond ring. More particularly he described a peculiar motion of his hand as he threw back his hair. In that moment it flashed across me that Thorn must be Captain Levison. The description was exact. Many and many a time since have I wondered that the thought did not strike Mr. Carlyle. Lady Isabel sat with her mouth open, as if she could not take in the sense of the words, and when it did become clear to her, she utterly rejected it. Francis Levison a murderer? Oh, no, bad man as he is not that. Wait, said Mrs. Carlyle. I did not speak of this doubt, nay, this conviction, which had come. How could I mention to Mr. Carlyle the name of the man who did him that foul wrong? And Richard had remained so long in exile, with the ban of guilt upon him. To-day, as my carriage passed through West Lynne, Francis Levison was haranguing the people. I saw that very same action, the throwing back of the hair with his white hand. I saw the self-same diamond ring, and my conviction that he was the same man became more firmly seated than ever. "It is impossible," murmured Lady Isabel. "Wait, I say," said Barbara. "When Mr. Carlyle came home to dinner, I, for the first time, mentioned this to him. It was no news. The fact was not. This afternoon during that same harangue, Francis Levison was recognized by 2 witnesses to be the man Thorn, the man who went after Afy Hallijohn. It is horrible." Lady Isabel sat and looked at Mrs. Carlyle. Not yet did she believe it. "Yes, it does appear to me as being perfectly horrible," continued Mrs. Carlyle. "He murdered Hallijohn. He, that bad man, and my poor brother has suffered the odium. When Richard met him that night in Bean Lane, he was sneaking to West Lynne in search of the chaise that afterwards bore him away and his companion. Papa saw them drive away. Papa stayed out late, and, in returning home, a chaise and 4 tore past, just as he was turning in at the gate. If that miserable Lady Isabel had but known with whom she was flying, a murderer, in addition to his other achievements. It is a mercy for her that she is no longer alive. What would her feelings be? What were they, nay, as she sat there? A murderer, and she had... In spite of her caution, of her strife for self-command, she turned of a deadly whiteness, and a low, sharp cry of horror and despair burst from her lips. Mrs. Carlyle was astonished. Why should her communication have produced this effect upon Madame Vine? A renewed suspicion that she knew more of Francis Levison than she would acknowledge stole over her. "Madame Vine, what is he to you?" she asked, bending forward. Madame Vine, doing fierce battle with herself, recovered her outward equanimity. "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Carlyle," she said, shivering. "I am apt to picture things too vividly. It is, as you say, so very horrible." "Is he nothing to you? Don't you know him?" "He is nothing to me, less than nothing. As to knowing him, I saw him yesterday, when they put him into the pond. A man like that, I should shudder to meet him." "Ay, indeed," said Barbara, reassured. "You will understand, Madame Vine, that this history has been given to you in confidence. I look upon you as one of ourselves." There was no answer. Madame Vine sat on, with her white face. She and it wore altogether a ghastly look. "It tells like a fable out of a romance," resumed Mrs. Carlyle. "Well for him if the romance be not ended in the gibbet. Fancy what it would be for him, Sir Francis Levison, to be hung for murder."
"Barbara, my dearest!"
The voice was Mr. Carlyle's, and she flew off on the wings of love. It appeared that the gentlemen had not yet departed, and now thought they would take coffee first. She flew off to her idolized husband, leaving her who had once been idolized to her loneliness. She sank down on the sofa. She threw her arms up in her heart sickness. She thought she would faint. She prayed to die. It was horrible, as Barbara had called it, for that man with the red stain upon his hand and soul she had flung away Archibald Carlyle. If ever retribution came home to a woman, it came home in that hour to Lady Isabel. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 37. Mr. Carlyle invited to some pâté de foie gras. A sighing morning wind swept round the domains of East Lynne, bending the tall poplar trees in the distance, swaying the oak and elms nearer, rustling the fine old chestnuts in the park. A melancholy sweeping, fitful wind. The weather had changed from brightness and warmth, and heavy gathering clouds seemed to be threatening rain. So, at least, deemed one wayfarer who was journeying on a solitary road that Saturday night. He was on foot, a man attired in the garb of a sailor, with black curling ringlets of hair, and black curling whiskers, a prodigious pair of whiskers, hiding his neck above his blue turned collar, hiding partially his face. The glazed hat, brought low upon his brows, concealed it still more, and he wore a loose, rough pea-jacket, and wide rough trousers hitched up with a belt. Bearing steadily on, he struck into Bean Lane, a by-way already mentioned in this history, and from thence, passing through a small unfrequented gate, he found himself in the grounds of East Lynne. "Let me see," mused he as he closed the gate behind him, and slipped the bolt. "The covered walk? That must be near the acacia trees. Then I must wind round to the right. I wonder if either of them will be there waiting for me? Yes." Pacing the covered walk in her bonnet and mantle, as if taking an evening stroll, had any one encountered her, which was very unlikely, seeing that it was the most retired spot in the grounds, was Mrs. Carlyle. "Oh, Richard, my poor brother!" Locked in a yearning embrace, emotion overpowered both. Barbara sobbed like a child, a little while, and then he put her from him to look at her. "So, Barbara, you are a wife now?" "Oh, the happiest wife! Richard, sometimes I ask myself what I have done that God should have showered down blessings so great upon me. But for the sad trouble, when I think of you, my life would be as one long summer's day. I have the sweetest baby, nearly a year old he is now. I shall have another soon, God willing. And Archibald, oh, I am so happy!" She broke suddenly off with the name Archibald. Not even to Richard could she speak of her intense love for, and happiness in her husband. "How is it at the Grove?" he asked. "Quite well, quite as usual. Mamma has been in better health lately. She does not know of this visit, but—" "I must see her," interrupted Richard. "I did not see her the last time, you remember." "All in good time to talk of that. How are you getting on in Liverpool? What are you doing?" Don't inquire too closely, Barbara. I have no regular work, but I get a job at the docks, now and then, and rub on. It is seasonable help, that, which comes to me occasionally from you. It is from you or Carlyle?" Barbara laughed. "How are we to distinguish? His money is mine now, and mine is his. We don't have separate purses, Richard. We send to you jointly. Sometimes I have fancied it came from my mother." Barbara shook her head. "We have never allowed mamma to know that you left London, or that we hold an address where we can write to you. It would not have done. Why have you summoned me here, Barbara? What has turned up?" "Thorn has, I think. You would know him again, Richard?" "Know him?" passionately echoed Richard Hare. "Were you aware that a contest for the membership is going on at West Lynne?" "I saw it in the newspapers. Carlyle against Sir Francis Levison, I say." "Barbara, how could he think of coming here to oppose Carlyle after his doing with Lady Isabel?" "I don't know," said Barbara. "I wonder that he should come here for other reasons also. First of all, Richard, tell me how you came to know Sir Francis Levison. You say you did know him, and that you had seen him with Thorn." "So I do know him," answered Richard, "and I saw him with Thorn twice." "Know him by sight only, I presume. Let me hear how you came to know him." "He was pointed out to me. I saw him walk arm in arm with a gentleman, and I showed them to the waterman at the cab stand hard by. 'Do you know that fellow?' I asked him, indicating Thorn, for I wanted to come at who he really is, which I didn't do. 'I don't know that one,' the old chap answered, 'but the one with him is Levison, the baronet. They are often together. A couple of swells they looked.' And that's how you got to know Levison?" "That was it," said Richard Hare. "Then, Richard, you and the waterman made a mess of it between you. He pointed out the wrong one, or you did not look at the right. Thorn is Sir Francis Levison." Richard started at her with all his eyes. "Nonsense, Barbara." "He is. I have never doubted it since the night you saw him in Bean Lane. The action you described, of his pushing back his hair, his white hands, his sparkling diamond ring, could only apply in my mind to one person, Francis Levison. On Thursday I drove by the Raven when he was speechifying to the people, and I noticed the self-same action. In the impulse of the moment I rode off for you, that you might come and set the doubt at rest. I need not have done it, it seems, for when Mr. Carlyle returned home that evening, and I acquainted him with what I had done, he told me that Thorn and Francis Levison are one and the same. Otway Bethel recognized him that same afternoon, and so did Ebenezer James." "They'd both know him," eagerly cried Richard. "James, I am positive, would, for he was skulking down to Hallijohn's often then, and saw Thorn a dozen times. Otway Bethel must have seen him also, though he protested he had not. Barbara." The name was uttered in affright, and Richard plunged amidst the trees, for somebody was in sight, a tall dark form advancing from the end of the walk. Barbara smiled. It was only Mr. Carlyle, and Richard emerged again. "Fear still, Richard," Mr. Carlyle exclaimed, and he shook Richard cordially by the hand, "for you have changed your travelling toggery. I couldn't venture here again in the old suit. It had been seen, you said," returned Richard. "I bought this rig out yesterday, second hand. £2 for the lot. I think they shaved me." "Ringlets and all?" laughed Mr. Carlyle. "It is the old hair oiled and curled," cried Dick. "The barber charged a shilling for doing it, and cut my hair into the bargain. I told him not to spare grease, for I like the curls to shine. Sailors always do, Mr. Carlyle. Barbara says that Levison and the brute Thorn, the one's as much of a brute as the other, though have turned out to be the same. They have, Richard, as it appears. Nevertheless, it may be as well for you to take a private view of Levison before anything is done, as you once did by the other Thorn. It would not do to make a stir, and then discover that there was a mistake, that he was not Thorn." "When can I see him?" asked Richard eagerly. It must be contrived somehow. Were you to hang about the doors of the Raven this evening, even, you'd be sure to get the opportunity, for he is always passing in and out. No one will know you or think of you, either. Their heads are turned with the election. I shall look odd to people's eyes. You don't get many sailors in West Lynne." "Not odd at all. We have a Russian bear here at present, and you'll be nobody beside him." "A Russian bear," repeated Richard, while Barbara laughed. "Mr. Otway Bethel has returned in what is popularly supposed to be a bear's hide. Hence the new name he is greeted with. Will it turn out, Richard, that he had anything to do with the murder?" Richard shook his head. "He couldn't have, Mr. Carlyle. I have said so all along. But about Levison, if I find him to be the man, Thorn, what steps can then be taken?" "That's the difficulty," cried Mr. Carlyle. "Who will set it going? Who will move in it?" "You must, Richard." "I!" uttered Richard Hare, in consternation. "I move in it! You yourself! Who else is there? I've been thinking it well over, and can hit upon no one." "Why, won't you take it upon yourself, Mr. Carlyle?" "No, being Levison," was the answer. "Curse him!" impetuously retorted Richard. "Curse him doubly, if he be the double villain. But why should you scruple, Mr. Carlyle? Most men, wronged as you have been, would leap at the opportunity for revenge. For the crime perpetrated upon Hallijohn, I would pursue him to the scaffold. For my own wrong, no. But the remaining negative has cost me something. Many a time, since this appearance of his at West Lynne, have I been obliged to lay violent control upon myself, or I should have horsewhipped him within an ace of his life. If you horsewhipped him to death, he would only meet his deserts. I leave him to a higher retribution, to one who says, 'Vengeance is mine.' I believe him to be guilty of the murder, but if the uplifting of my finger would send him to his disgraceful death, I would tie down my hand rather than lift it, for I could not, in my own mind, separate the man from the injury. Though I might ostensibly pursue him as the destroyer of Hallijohn, to me he would appear ever as the destroyer of another, and the world, always charitable, would congratulate Mr. Carlyle upon gratifying his revenge. I stir in it not, Richard." "Couldn't Barbara?" pleaded Richard. Barbara was standing with her arm entwined within her husband's, and Mr. Carlyle looked down as he answered, "Barbara is my wife." It was a sufficient answer. "Then the thing's again at an end," said Richard gloomily, "and I must give up hope of ever being cleared." "By no means," said Mr. Carlyle. "The one who ought to act in this is your father, Richard. But we know he will not. Your mother cannot. She has neither health nor energy for it, and if she had a full supply of both, she would not dare to brave her husband and use them in the cause. My hands are tied. Barbara is equally so, as a part of me. There only remains yourself. And what can I do?" wailed poor Dick. "If your hands are tied, I'm sure my whole body is. Speaking in comparison, hands and legs and neck, it's in jeopardy, that is, every hour. Your acting in this affair need not put it any the more in jeopardy. You must stay in the neighborhood for a few days." "I dare not," interposed Richard in a fright. "Stay in the neighborhood for a few days? No, that I never may." "Listen, Richard. You must put away these timorous fears, or else you must make up your mind to remain under the ban for good. And remember, your mother's happiness is at stake equally with yours. I could almost say her life. Do you suppose I would advise you for danger? You used to say there was some place, a mile or two from this, where you could sojourn in safety." "So there is, but I always feel safer when I get away from it." "There your quarters must be, for 2 or 3 days at any rate. I have turned matters over in my own mind, and will tell you what I think should be done, so far as the preliminary step goes, though I do not interfere myself." "Only the preliminary step. There must be a pretty many to follow it, sir, if it's to come to anything." "Well, what is it?" "Apply to Ball and Treadman, and get them to take it." They were now slowly pacing the covered walk, Barbara on her husband's arm. Richard, by the side of Mr. Carlyle. Dick stopped when he heard the last words. "I don't understand you, Mr. Carlyle. You might as well advise me to go before the bench of magistrates at once. Ball and Treadman would walk me off there as soon as I showed myself." "Nothing of the sort, Richard. I do not tell you to go openly to their office, as another client would. What I would advise is this. Make a friend of Mr. Ball. He can be a good man and true, if he chooses. Tell the whole story to him in a private place, an interview, and ask him whether he will carry it through. If he is fully impressed with the conviction that you are innocent, as the facts appear to warrant, he will undertake it. Treadman need know nothing of the affair at first, and when Ball puts things in motion, he need not know that you are here, or where you are to be found." "I don't dislike Ball," mused Richard, "and if he would only give his word to be true, I know he would be. The difficulty will be who is to get the promise from him." "I will," said Mr. Carlyle. "I will so far pave the way for you. That done, my interference is over." "How will he go about it? Thank you. If he does take it up?" "That is his affair. I know how I should." "How, sir?" "You cannot expect me to say, Richard. I might as well act for you. I know. You'd go at it slapdash, and arrest Levison offhand on the charge." A smile parted Mr. Carlyle's lips, for Dick had just guessed it, but his countenance gave no clue by which anything could be gathered. A thought flashed across Richard's mind, a thought which rose up on end even his false hair. "Mr. Carlyle," he uttered, in an accent of horror, "if Ball should take it up in that way against Levison, he must apply to the bench for a warrant." "Well," quietly returned Mr. Carlyle, "and they'd send and clap me into prison. You know the warrant is always out against me." "You'd never make a conjurer, Richard. I don't pretend to say or guess at what Ball's proceedings may be, but in applying to the bench for a warrant against Levison, should that form part of them, is there any necessity for him to bring you in to say, 'Gentlemen, Richard Hare is within reach, ready to be taken'? Your fears run away with your common sense, Richard. Ah, well, if you had lived with the cord around your neck this many a year, not knowing any one hour but it might get tied the next, you'd lose your common sense, too, at times." Humbly sighed poor Richard. "What's to be my first move, sir?" "Your first move, Richard, must be to go to this place of concealment which you know of, and remain quiet there until Monday. On Monday at dusk be here again. Meanwhile, I will see Ball. By the way, though, before speaking to Ball, I must hear from yourself that Thorn and Levison are one." "I will go down to the Raven at once," eagerly cried Richard. "I'll come back here to this walk as soon as I have obtained sight of him." With the last words he turned, and was speeding off, when Barbara caught him. "You will be so tired, Richard." "Tired!" echoed Richard Hare. 100 miles on foot would not tire me if Thorn was at the end of them, waiting to be identified. I may not be back for 2 or 3 hours, but I will come and wait here till you come out to me." "You must be hungry and thirsty," returned Barbara, the tears in her eyes. "How I wish we dare have you in and shelter you, but I can manage to bring some refreshments out here." "I don't require it, Barbara. I left the train at the station next before West Lynne, and dropped into a roadside public house as I walked, and got a good supper. Let me go, dear. I am all in a fever." Richard departed, reached the part of West Lynne where the Raven was situated, and was so far favored by fortune that he had not long to wait. Scarcely had he taken up his lounge outside, when 2 gentlemen came forth from it, arm in arm. Being the headquarters of one of the candidates, the idlers of the place thought they could not do better than make it their headquarters also, and the road and pavement were never free from loitering starters and gossipers. Richard Hare, his hat well over his eyes, and his black ringlets made the most of, only added one to the rest. Two gentlemen came forth arm in arm. The loiterers raised a feeble shout of "Levison forever!" Richard did not join in the shout, but his pulses were beating, and his heart leaped up within him. The one was Thorn, the other the gentleman he had seen with Thorn in London pointed out to him, as he had believed, as Sir Francis Levison. "Which of those two is Levison?" he inquired of a man near whom he stood. "Don't you know him? Him with the hat off, bowing his thanks to us, is Levison." No need to inquire further. It was the Thorn of Richard's memory. His ungloved hand, raised to his hat, was as white as ever, more sparkling than ever. As it flashed in the street gaslight was the diamond ring. By the hand and ring alone Richard would have sworn to the man, had it been needful. "Who is the other one?" he continued. "Some gent as came down from London with him. His name's Drake. Be you yellow sailor, or be you scarlet and purple? I am neither. I am only a stranger, passing through the town." "On the tramp?" "Tramp? No." And Richard moved away, to make the best of his progress to East Lynne, and the report to Mr. Carlyle. Now it happened, on that windy night, that Lady Isabel, her mind disordered, her brow fevered with its weight of care, stole out into the grounds, after the children had left her for the night, courting any discomfort she might meet, as if they could, even for a moment, cool the fire within. To the solitude of this very covered walk bent she her steps, and not long had she paced it, when she descried some man advancing, in the garb of a sailor, not caring to be seen. She turned short off amidst the trees, intending to emerge again when he had passed. She wondered who he was, and what brought him there. But he did not pass. He lingered in the walk, keeping her a prisoner. A minute more, and she saw him joined by Mrs. Carlyle. They met with a loving embrace. Embrace of a strange man? Mrs. Carlyle? All the blood in Lady Isabel's body rushed to her brain. Was she, his second wife, false to him, more shamelessly false than even herself had been, inasmuch as she had had the grace to quit him and East Lynne before, as the servant girls say when they change their sweethearts, taking up with another? The positive conviction that such was the case seized firm hold upon her fancy. Her thoughts were in a tumult. Her mind was a chaos. Was there any small corner of rejoicing in her heart that it was so? And yet, what was it to her? It could not alter by one iota her own position. It could not restore to her the love she had forfeited. Coupled lovingly together, they were now sauntering up the walk, the sailor's arm thrown round the waist of Mrs. Carlyle. Oh, the shameless woman! Ay, she could be bitter enough upon graceless doings when enacted by another. But what was her astonishment when she saw Mr. Carlyle advance, and that his appearance caused not the slightest change in their gracelessness, for the sailor's arm was not withdrawn. 2 or 3 minutes they stood, the three, talking together in a group. Then the good nights were exchanged. The sailor left them, and Mr. Carlyle, his own arm lovingly pressed where the other's had been, withdrew with his wife. The truth that it was Barbara's brother dashed to the mind of Lady Isabel. "Was I mad?" she cried, with a hollow laugh. "She false to him? No, no, that fate was reserved for me alone." She followed them to the house. She glanced in at the windows of the drawing room. Lights and fire were in the room, but the curtains and windows were not closed for the night, for it was through those windows that Mr. Carlyle and his wife had passed in and out in their visits to the covered walk. There they were, alone in their happiness, and she stopped to glance in upon it. Lord Mount Severn had departed for London to be down again early in the week. The tea was on the table, but Barbara had not begun to make it. She sat on the sofa by the fire, her face, with its ever-loving gaze upon it, turned up to her husband's. She stood near, was talking with apparent earnestness, and looking down at Barbara. Another moment, and a smile crossed his lips, the same sweet smile so often bent upon her in the bygone days. Yes, they were together in their unclouded happiness, and she turned away toward her own lonely sitting-room, sick and faint at heart. Ball and Treadman, as the brass plate on their office door intimated, were conveyancers and attorneys at law. Mr. Treadman, who attended chiefly to the conveyancing, lived at the office with his family. Mr. Ball, a bachelor, lived away. Lawyer Ball, West Lynne styled him, not a young bachelor. Midway, he may have been between 40 and 50. A short, stout man, with a keen face and green eyes. He took up any practice that was brought to him, dirty odds and ends that Mr. Carlyle would not have touched with his toe. But as that gentleman had remarked, he could be honest and true upon occasion, and there was no doubt that he would be so to Richard Hare, to his house on Monday morning, early, so as to catch him before he went out. Proceeded Mr. Carlyle. A high respect for Mr. Carlyle had Lawyer Ball, as he had had for his father before him. Many a good turn had the Carlyles done him, if only helping him and his partner to clients whom they were too fastidious to take up. But the two, Mr. Carlyle and Lawyer Ball, did not rank alike, though their profession was the same. Lawyer Ball knew that they did not, and was content to feel humble. The one was a received gentleman, the other was a country attorney. Lawyer Ball was at breakfast when Mr. Carlyle was shown in. "Hallo, Carlyle, you are here betimes. Sit still, don't disturb yourself, don't ring, I have breakfasted." "The most delicious pâte de foie," urged Lawyer Ball, who was a regular gourmand. "I get 'em direct from Strasbourg." Mr. Carlyle resisted the offered dainty with a smile. "I have come on business," said he, "not to feast. Before I enter upon it, you will give me your word, Ball, that my communication shall be held sacred in the event of your not consenting to pursue it further." "Certainly I will. What business is it?" "Some that offends the delicacy of the Carlyle office," he added with a laugh. "A would-be client, whom you turn over to me in your exclusiveness." "It is a client for whom I cannot act, but not from the motives you assume. It concerns that affair of Hallijohn's," Mr. Carlyle continued, bending forward and somewhat dropping his voice. "The murder." Lawyer Ball, who had just taken in a delicious bonnet bouche of the de foie gras, bolted it whole in his surprise. "Why, that was enacted ages and ages ago. It is past and done with," he exclaimed. "Not done with," said Mr. Carlyle. "Circumstances have come to light which tend to indicate that Richard Hare was innocent, that it was another who committed the murder." "In conjunction with him?" interrupted the attorney. "No, alone. Richard Hare had nothing whatever to do with it. He was not even present at the time." "Do you believe that?" asked Lawyer Ball. "I have believed it for years." "Then who did do it?" "Richard accuses one of the name of Thorn. Many years back, 10 at least, I had a meeting with Richard Hare, and he disclosed certain facts to me, which, if correct, could not fail to prove that he was not guilty. Since that period, this impression had been gradually confirmed by little and by little, trifle upon trifle, and I would now stake my life upon his innocence. I should long ago have moved in this matter, hit or miss, could I have lighted upon Thorn, but he was not to be found, neither any clue to him, and we now know that this name, Thorn, was as assumed one. Is he to be found? He is found. He is at West Lynne. Mark you, I don't accuse him. I do not offer an opinion upon his guilt. I only state my belief in Richard's innocence. It may have been another who did it, neither Richard nor Thorn. It was my firm intention to take Richard's case up the instant I saw my way clearly in it, and now that that time has come I am debarred from doing so." "What debars you? Hence I come to you," continued Mr. Carlyle, disregarding the question. "I come on the part of Richard Hare. I have seen him lately, and conversed with him. I gave him my reasons for not personally acting, advised him to apply to you, and promised to come here and open the matter. Will you see Richard in good faith and hear his story, giving the understanding that he shall depart unmolested as he came, although you do not decide to entertain the business?" "I'll give it with all the pleasure in life," freely returned the attorney. "I'm sure I don't want to harm poor Dick Hare, and if he can convince me of his innocence, I'll do my best to establish it. Of his own tale you must be the judge. I do not wish to bias you. I have stated my belief in his innocence, but I repeat that I give no opinion myself as to who else may be guilty. Hear this account, and when take up the affair or not, as you may think fit. He would not come to you without your previous promise to hold him harmless, to be his friend, in short, for the time being. When I bear this promise to him for you, my part is done. I give it to you in all honour, Carlyle. Tell Dick he has nothing to fear from me. Quite the contrary, for if I can befriend him I shall be glad to do it, and I won't spare trouble. What can possibly be your objection to act for him? My objection applies not to Richard. I would willingly appear for him, but I will not take proceedings against the man he accuses. If that man is to be denounced and brought before justice, I will hold neither act nor part in it." The words aroused the curiosity of Lawyer Ball, and he began to turn over all persons, likely and unlikely, in his mind, never according to usage giving a suspicion to the right one. "I cannot fathom you, Carlyle. You will do that better, possibly, when Richard shall have made his disclosure. It's never his own father that he accuses, Justice Hare? Your wits must be wool-gathering, Ball." "Well, so they must, to give utterance to so preposterous a notion," acquiesced the attorney, pushing back his chair and throwing his breakfast napkin on the carpet. "But I don't know a soul you could object to go against except the justice. What's anybody else in West Lynne to you, in comparison to restoring Dick Hare to his fair fame? I give it up." "So do I, for the present," said Mr. Carlyle, as he rose. "And now about the ways and means for your meeting this poor fellow. Where can you see him? Is he at West Lynne?" "No, but I can get a message conveyed to him, and he could come." "When?" "Tonight, if you like." "Then let him come here to his house. He will be perfectly safe." "So be it. My part is now over," concluded Mr. Carlyle, and with a few more preliminary words he departed. Lawyer Ball looked after him. "It's a queer business. One would think Dick accuses some old flame of Carlyle's, some demoiselle or dame he daren't go against." Chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caroline Driggs. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 38. The World Turned Upside Down. On Monday evening the interview between Lawyer Ball and Richard Hare took place. With some difficulty would the lawyer believe his tale, not as to its broad details. He saw that he might give credit to them, but as to the accusation against Sir Francis Levison. Richard persisted, mentioned every minute particular he could think of, his meeting him the night of the elopement in Bean Lane, his meetings with him again in London, and Sir Francis's evident fear of him, and thence pursuit, and the previous Saturday night's recognition at the door of the Raven, not forgetting to tell of the anonymous letter received by Justice Hare the morning that Richard was in hiding at Mr. Carlyle's. There was no doubt in the world it had been sent by Francis Levison to frighten Mr. Hare into dispatching him out of West Lynne, had Richard taken refuge in his father's home. None had more cause to keep Dick from falling into the hands of justice than Francis Levison. "I believe what you say. I believe all you say, Mr. Richard, touching Thorn," debated the attorney. "But it's next to impossible to take in so astounding a fact as that he is Sir Francis Levison." "You can satisfy yourself of the fact from other lips than mine," said Richard. "Otway Bethel could testify to it if he would, though I doubt his willingness. But there's Ebenezer James." "What does he know about it?" asked the attorney in surprise. "Ebenezer James is in our office at present." "He saw Thorn often enough in those days, and has, I hear, recognised him as Levison. You had better inquire of him. Should you object to take cause against Levison?" "Not a bit of it. Let me be assured that I am upon safe grounds as to the identity of the man, and I'll proceed in it forthwith. Levison is an out-and-out scoundrel, as Levison, and deserves hanging. I will send for James at once and hear what he says," he concluded, after a pause of consideration. Richard Hare started wildly up. "Not while I'm here. He must not see me. For heaven's sake, consider the peril to me, Mr. Ball." "Pooh, pooh," laughed the attorney. "Do you suppose I have but this one reception room? We don't let cats into cages where canary birds are kept." Ebenezer James returned with the messenger dispatched after him. "You'll be sure to find him at the singing saloon," Mr. Ball had said, and there the gentleman was found. "Is it any copying, sir, wanted to be done in a hurry?" cried James when he came in. "No," replied the attorney. "I wish a question or two answered, that's all. Did you ever know Sir Francis Levison to go by any name but his own?" "Yes, sir. He's gone by the name of Thorn." A pause. "When was this?" "It was the autumn when Hallijohn was killed. Thorn used to be prowling about there in an evening, in the wood and at the cottage, I mean." "What did he prowl for?" Ebenezer James laughed. "For the same reason that several more did. I for one. He was sweet upon Afy Hallijohn." "Where was he living at the time? I never remember him in West Lynne." "He was not at West Lynne, sir. On the contrary, he seemed to take precious good care that West Lynne and he kept separate. A splendid horse he rode, a thoroughbred, and he used to come galloping into the wood at dusk, get over his chat with Miss Afy, mount, and gallop away again." "Where to? Where did he come from?" "From somewhere towards Swainson, a 10 miles' ride, Afy used to say he had. Now that he has appeared here in his own plumage, of course I can put two and two together, and not be at much fault for the exact spot." "And where's that?" asked the lawyer. "Levison Park," said Mr. Ebenezer. "There's little doubt he was stopping at his uncle's, and you know that is close to Swainson." Lawyer Ball thought things were becoming clearer, or darker, whatever you may please to call it. He paused again, and then put a question impressively. "James, have you any doubt whatever, or shadow of doubt, that Sir Francis Levison is the same man you know as Thorn?" "Sir, have I any doubt that you are Mr. Ball, or that I am Eb James?" retorted Mr. Ebenezer. "I am as certain of that man's identity as I am of yours." "Are you ready to swear to that fact in a court of justice?" "Ready and willing, in any court in the world. To-morrow, if I am called upon." "Very well, you may go back to your singing club now. Keep a silent tongue in your head." "All close, sir," answered Mr. Ebenezer James. Far into the middle of the night sat Lawyer Ball and Richard Hare, the former chiefly occupied in taking notes of Richard's statement. "It's half a crochet, this objection of Carlyle's to interfere with Levison," suddenly uttered Richard, in the midst of some desultory conversation. "Don't you think so, Mr. Ball?" The lawyer pursed up his lips. A delicate point. Carlyle was always fastidiously honourable. I should go at him thunder and fury in his place. But I and Carlyle are different." The following day, Tuesday, Mr. Ball was much occupied, putting, to use nearly Ebenezer James's words, that and that together. Later in the day he took a journey to Levison Park, ferreted out some information, and came home again. On that same day, at evening, Richard departed for Liverpool. He was done with for the present, Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle being, as before, alone cognizant of his address. Wednesday morning witnessed the arrival again of the Earl of Mount Severn, Lord Vane too. The latter ought to have gone back to Eton, but he had teased and prayed to be allowed to "see the fun out," meaning the election, and that devil's discomfiture when he finds himself beaten, he surreptitiously added behind his father's back, who was a great stickler for the boys always being gentlemanly. So the Earl had yielded. They arrived as before about breakfast time, having travelled all night. Subsequently they and Mr. Carlyle walked into West Lynne together. West Lynne was alive and astir. The election was to come off that week, and people made it their business to be in a bustle over it, collectively and individually. Mr. Carlyle's committee sat at the Buck's Head, and the traffic in and out was enough to wear the stones away. The bench of justices were remarkably warm over it, neglecting the judicial business, and showing themselves at the Buck's Head windows in purple and scarlet streamers. "I'll be with you in 10 minutes," said Mr. Carlyle, withdrawing his arm from Lord Mount Severn's as they approached his office. "But I must go in and read my letters." So the earl went on to the Buck's Head, and Lord Vane took a foot canter down to the Raven to reconnoitre it outside. He was uncommonly fond of planting himself where Sir Francis Levison's eyes were sure to fall upon him, which eyes were immediately dropped, while the young gentleman's would be fixed in an audacious stare. Being Lord Vane, or it may be more correct to say, being the Earl of Mount Severn's son, and under control, he was debarred from dancing and jeering after the yellow candidate, as the unwashed gentry of his own age indulged in, but his tongue and his feet itched to do it. Mr. Carlyle took his seat in his private room, opened his letters, assorted them, marked on the back of some what was to be the purport of their answer, and then called in Mr. Dill. Mr. Carlyle put the letters in his hand, gave some rapid instructions, and rose. "You are in a hurry, Mr. Archibald? They want me at the Buck's Head. Why?" "A curious incident occurred to me last evening, sir. I was an ear witness to a dispute between Levison and Otway Bethel." "Indeed?" carelessly replied Mr. Carlyle, who was busy at the time looking for something in the deep drawer of the desk. "And what I heard would go far to hang Levison, if not Bethel. As sure as we are here, Mr. Archibald, they hold the secret of Hallijohn's murder. It appears that Levison—" "Stop!" interposed Mr. Carlyle. "I would prefer not to hear this. Levison may have murdered him, but it is no affair of mine, neither shall I make it such." Old Dill felt checkmated. "Meanwhile Richard Hare suffers, Mr. Archibald," he observed in a remonstrating tone. "I am aware he does. Is it right that the innocent should suffer for the guilty?" "No, very wrong, but the case is all too common." "If some one would take up Richard Hare's cause now, he might be proved innocent," added the old man, with a wistful look at Mr. Carlyle. "It is being taken up, Dill." A pause and a glad look. "That's the best news I have had for many a day, sir. But my evidence will be necessary to your case. Levison—" "I'm not taking up the case. You must carry your news elsewhere. It is no affair of mine, I say." "Then who is taking it up?" echoed Mr. Dill in astonishment. "Ball. He has had a meeting with Richard, and is now acting for him under the rose." Mr. Dill's eyes sparkled. "Is he going to prosecute Mr. Archibald?" "I tell you I know nothing. I will know nothing. When the affair comes out to the public, if it ever does come out, I shall share in the information, Dill, and that is all." "Ah, well, I can understand. But I shall go on to their office at once, Mr. Archibald, and inform them of what I overheard," spoke old Dill in vehement decision. "That is not my affair either," laughed Mr. Carlyle. "It is yours. But remember, if you do go, it is Ball, not Treadman." Waiting only to give certain orders to the head clerk, Mr. Dill proceeded to the office of Ball and Treadman. A full hour was he closeted there with the senior partner. Not until 3 o'clock that afternoon did the justices take their seats on the bench. Scarcely were they seated when Lawyer Ball bustled in and craved a secret hearing. His application was of the last importance, he promised, but, that the ends of justice might not be defeated, it was necessary their worships should entertain it in private. He therefore craved the bench to accord it to him. The bench consulted, looked wise, and, possibly possessing some latent curiosity themselves upon the point, graciously acceded. They adjourned to a private room, and it was full 4:30 before they came out of it. Very long faces, scared and grim, were their worships, as if Lawyer Ball's communication had both perplexed and confounded them. "This is the afternoon we are to meet Dr. Martin at papa's office," William Carlyle had suddenly exclaimed that day at dinner. "Do we walk in, Madam Vine?" "I do not know, William. Mrs. Carlyle is going to take you." "No, she's not. You are going to take me." A flush passed over Lady Isabel's face at the bare thought, though she did not believe it. She to go to Mr. Carlyle's office! "Mrs. Carlyle told me herself that she should take you," was the reply. "All I know is, mamma told me this morning you would take me to West Lynne to day," persisted William. The discussion was interrupted by the appearance of Mrs. Carlyle. Interrupted and decided also. "Madam Vine," she said, "you will be ready at 3 o'clock to go in with William?" Lady Isabel's heart beat. "I understood you to say that you should go with him yourself, madam." "I know I did. I intended to do so. But I heard this morning that some friends from a distance are coming this afternoon to call upon me. Therefore I shall not go out." How she, Lady Isabel, wished that she dare say also, "I shall not go out either." But that might not be. Well, she must go through with it, as she had to go through with the rest. William rode his pony into West Lynne, the groom attending to take it back again. He was to walk home with Madame Vine, who walked both ways. Mr. Carlyle was not in when they arrived at the office. The boy went boldly on to the private room, leaving Madame Vine to follow him. Presently Mr. Carlyle appeared. He was talking to Mr. Dill, who followed him. "Oh, you are here, Madame Vine. I left word that you were to go into Miss Carlyle's. Did I not leave word, Dill?" "Not with me, sir." "I forgot then. I meant to do so. What is the time?" He looked at his watch. 10 minutes to 4. "Did the doctor say at what hour he should call?" Mr. Carlyle added to Madame Vine. "Not precisely. I gathered that it would be very early in the afternoon." "Here he is!" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle with alacrity, as he went into the hall. She supposed he alluded to the physician, supposed he had seen him pass the window. Their entrance together woke up William. "Well," said the doctor, who was a little man with a bald head, "and how fares it with my young patient?" "Bonjour, madame." "Bonjour, monsieur," responded she. She wished everybody would address her in French, and take her for French. There seemed less chance of recognition. She would have to speak in good plain English, however, if she must carry on conversation with the doctor. Beyond a familiar phrase or two, he was something like Justice Hare, "Non parli français mi." "And how does the cod liver oil get on?" asked the doctor of William, as he drew him to the light. "Is it nicer now than it used to be, eh?" "No," said William. "It is nastier than ever." Dr. Martin looked at the boy, felt his pulse, his skin, listened to his breathing. "There," said he, presently, "you may sit down and have your nap out." "I wish I might have something to drink. I'm very thirsty. May I ring for some water, papa?" "Go and find your aunt's maid and ask her for some," said Mr. Carlyle. "Ask her for milk," called out Dr. Martin. "Not water." Away went William. Mr. Carlyle was leaning against the side of the window. Dr. Martin folded his arms before it. Lady Isabel stood near the latter. The broad full light was cast upon all, but the thick veil hid Lady Isabel's face. It was not often she could be caught without that veil, for she seemed to wear her bonnet at all sorts of seasonable and unseasonable times. "What is your opinion, doctor?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "Well," began the doctor, in a very professional tone, "the boy is certainly delicate, but—" "Stay, Dr. Martin," was the interruption, spoken in a low, impressive voice. "You will deal candidly with me. I must know the truth, without disguise. Tell it me freely." Dr. Martin paused. "The truth is not always palatable, Mr. Carlyle." "True, but for that very reason all the more necessary. Let me hear the worst. And the child has no mother, you know, to be shocked with it." "I fear that it will be the worst." "Death?" "Ay, the seeds of consumption must have been inherent in him. They are showing out too palpably." "Is there no hope for the child?" Dr. Martin looked at him. "You bade me give you the truth." "Nothing else, nothing but the truth," returned Mr. Carlyle, his tone one of mingled pain and command. "Then there is none, no hope whatever. The lungs are extensively diseased." "And how long—" "That I cannot say," interrupted the doctor, divining what the next question was to be. "He may linger on for months, for a year it may even be, or a very short period may see the termination. Don't worry him with any more lessons and stuff of learning. He'll never want it." The doctor cast his eyes on the governess as he spoke. The injunction concerned her as much as it did Mr. Carlyle. And the doctor started, for he thought she was fainting. Her face had become so ghastly white he could see it through her veil. "You are ill, madame. You are ill? Trouve malade, don't you?" She opened her lips to speak, her trembling lips that would not obey her. Dr. Martin, in his concern, pulled off the blue spectacles. She caught them from him with one hand, sat down on the nearest chair, and hid her face with the other. Mr. Carlyle, scarcely understanding the scuffle, came forward. "Are you ill, Madame Vine?" She was putting her spectacles under her veil, her face whiter than ever. "Pray do not interrupt your conversation to pay attention to me. I thank you. I thank you both. I am subject to slight spasms, and they do make me look ill for the moment. It has passed now." The doctor turned from her. Mr. Carlyle resumed his place by the window. "What should be the treatment?" asked the latter. "Almost anything you please, that the boy himself likes. Let him play or rest, ride or walk, eat and drink, or let it alone. It cannot make much difference." "Doctor, you yield it as a last hope very lightly." Dr. Martin shook his head. "I speak as I know. You insisted on having my true opinion." "A warmer climate?" suggested Mr. Carlyle eagerly, the idea crossing his mind. "It might prolong the end for a little while. A few weeks perhaps. Avert it, it could not. And who could take him? You could not go, and he has no mother. No, I should not advise it. I wish you would see Wainwright, with reference to William." "I have seen him. I met him this afternoon by chance, and told him my opinion. How is Mrs. Carlyle?" "Pretty well. She is not in robust health, you are aware, just now." Dr. Martin smiled. "These things will happen. Mrs. Carlyle has a thoroughly good constitution, a far stronger one than what?" said Mr. Carlyle, wondering why he hesitated. "You must grant me pardon. I may as well finish now I have begun. But I was not thinking when I spoke. She is stronger than was Lady Isabel. I must be off to catch the 6 train. You will come over from time to time to East Lynne to see William? If you wish it. It may be a satisfaction, perhaps. Bonjour, madame." Lady Isabel bowed to him as he left the room with Mr. Carlyle. "How fond that French governess of yours is of the boy," the doctor whispered as they crossed the hall. "I detected it when she brought him to Lynneborough. And you saw her just now. That emotion was all because he could not live. Good bye." Mr. Carlyle grasped his hand. "Doctor, I wish you could save him," he passionately uttered. "Ah, Carlyle, if we humble mites of doctors could but keep those whom it is the great physician's pleasure to take, how we should be run after. There's hidden mercy, remember, in the darkest cloud. Farewell, my friend." Mr. Carlyle returned to the room. He approached Lady Isabel, looking down upon her as she sat, not that he could see much of her face. "These are grievous tidings. But you were more prepared for them, I fancy, than I was." She started suddenly up, approached the window, and looked out, as if she saw somebody passing whom she would gaze at. All of emotion was stirred up within her. Her temples throbbed, her throat beat, her breath became hysterical. Could she bear thus to hold confidential converse with him over the state of their child? She pulled off her gloves for coolness to her burning hands. She wiped the moisture from her pale forehead. She struggled manfully for calmness. What excuse could she offer to Mr. Carlyle? "I had begun to like the boy so very much, sir," she said, half turning round, "and the doctor's fiat, too plainly pronounced, has given me pain to agitation." Again Mr. Carlyle approached her, following close up to where she stood. "You are very kind, thus to feel an interest in my child." She did not answer. "Here, papa, papa, I want you," cried William, breaking into the room. "Let me walk home with you. Are you going to walk?" How could he find it in his heart to deny anything to the child then? "Very well," he said. "Stay here till I come for you." "We are going home with papa," proclaimed William to Madame Vine. Madame Vine did not relish the news, but there was no help for it. In a very short time Mr. Carlyle appeared, and they set off, he holding William's hand, Madame walking on the other side of the child. "Where's William Vane, papa?" asked the boy. "He has gone on with Lord Mount Severn." Scarcely had the words been spoken when some one came bolting out of the post office and met them face to face, almost ran against them, in fact, creating some hindrance. The man looked confused and slunk off into the gutter. and you will not wonder that he did when you hear that it was Francis Levison." William, childlike, turned his head to gaze at the intruder. "I would not be an ugly bad man like him for the world," quoth he, as he turned his back again. "Would you, papa?" Mr. Carlyle did not answer, and Isabel cast an involuntary glance upon him from her white face. His was impassive, save that a cast of ineffable scorn marred the delicate beauty of his lips. If humiliation for the past had never wrung Lady Isabel's heart before, it would have wrung it then. At Mr. Justice Hare's gate they encountered that gentleman, who appeared to be standing there to give himself an airing. William caught sight of Mrs. Hare seated on the garden bench outside the window, and ran to kiss her. All the children loved Mrs. Hare. The justice was looking, not pale, that would not be a term half strong enough, but yellow. The curls of his best wig were limp, and all his pomposity appeared to have gone out of him. "I say, Carlyle, what on earth's this?" cried he in a tone that for him was wonderfully subdued and meek. "I was not on the bench this afternoon, but Pinner has been telling me of an application that was made to them in private. It's not true, you know. It can't be. It's too far-fetched a tale. What do you know about it?" "Nothing," said Mr. Carlyle. "I do not know what you are talking of. I have been privy to no application." "It seems they want to make out now that Dick never murdered Hallijohn," proceeded the justice in a half whisper, glancing round as if to be sure that there were no eavesdroppers amidst the trees. "Oh," said Mr. Carlyle. "But that Levison did. Levison!" Mr. Carlyle made no reply save by a gesture, his face more impassive than before. Not so another face beside him, a fair face, that turned white again with emotion as she listened. "But it can't be, you know. It can't, I say." "So far as Richard's innocence goes, of that I have long been convinced," spoke Mr. Carlyle. "And that Levison's guilty?" returned the justice, opening his eyes in puzzled wonderment. "I have no opinion upon that point," was the cold rejoinder. "It's impossible, I say. Dick can't be innocent. You may as well tell me that the world's turned upside down." "It is, sometimes, I think. That Richard was not the guilty man will be proved yet, justice in the broad face of day. If that other did do it, I should think you'd take the warrant out of the hands of the police and capture him yourself." "I would not touch him with a pair of tongs," spoke Mr. Carlyle, his lips curling again. "If the man goes to his punishment, he goes, but I do not help him on his road thither." "Can Dick be innocent?" mused the justice, returning to the thought which so troubled his mind. "Then why has he kept away? Why did he not come back and say so?" "That you might deliver him up, Justice. You know you took an oath to do it." The justice looked green and remarkably humble. "Oh, but Carlyle," impulsively spoke he, the thought occurring to him, "what an awful revenge this would have been for you on somebody, had she lived. How her false step would have come home to her now." "False steps come home to most people," responded Mr. Carlyle, as he took William by the hand, who then ran up. And lifting his hat to Mrs. Hare in the distance, he walked on. She, Lady Isabel, walked on too, by the side of the child, as before, walked on with a shivering frame and a heart sick unto death. The justice looked after her, his mind unoccupied. He was in a maze of bewilderment. Richard innocent! Richard, whom he had striven to pursue to a shameful end, and that other the guilty one! The world was turning upside down. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 39. Mrs. Carlyle in full dress. Afy also. Merrily rose West Lynne on Thursday morning. Merrily rang out the bells, clashing and chiming. The street was alive with people. The windows were crowded with heads. Something unusual was astir. It was the day of the nomination of the two candidates, and everybody took the opportunity to make a holiday. 10 o'clock was the hour named. but before that hour struck, West Lynne was crammed. The country people had come in, thick and threefold, rich and poor, people of note and people of none, voters and non-voters, all eager to mix themselves up with the day's proceedings. You see, the notorious fact of Sir Francis Levison's having come forward to oppose Mr. Carlyle caused greater interest in this election than is usual, even in small country places, and that need not be. Barbara drove in her carriage, the two children with her, and the governess. The governess said she preferred to remain at home. Barbara would not hear of it, almost felt inclined to resent it as a slight. Besides, if she took no interest in Mr. Carlyle, she must go to take care of Lucy. She, Barbara, would be too much occupied to look after children, so Madame Vine, perforce, stepped into the barouche and sat opposite to Mrs. Carlyle, her thick veil shading her features and their pallor contrasting with the blue spectacles. They alighted at the residence of Miss Carlyle. Quite a gathering was already there. Lady and Miss Dobede, the Herberts, Mrs. Hare, and many others, for the house was in a good spot for seeing the fun, and all the people were eager to testify their respect to Mr. Carlyle, in contradiction to that other one. Miss Carlyle was in full rig, a brocaded dress and a scarlet and purple bow in front of it, the size of a pumpkin. It was about the only occasion in all Miss Carlyle's life that she deemed it necessary to attire herself beyond common. Barbara wore no bow, but she exhibited a splendid bouquet of scarlet and purple flowers. Mr. Carlyle had himself given it to her that morning. Mr. Carlyle saw them all at the windows of the large upper drawing-room, and came in. He was then on his way to the town hall, shaking hands, laughter, hearty and hasty good wishes, and he quitted the room again. Barbara stole after him for a sweeter farewell. God bless you and prosper you, Archibald, my dearest. The business of the day began. Mr. Carlyle was proposed by Sir John Dobede, and seconded by Mr. Herbert, Lord Mount Severn, than whom not a busier man was there, would willingly have been Prosper, and seconder too, but he had no local influence in the place. Sir Francis Levison was proposed also by two gentlemen of standing. The show of hands was declared to be in favour of Mr. Carlyle. It just was in favour of him, about 20 to 1, upon which the baronet's friends demanded a poll. Then all was bustle and scuffle and confusion, everyone tearing away to the hustings, which had been fixed in a convenient spot, the town hall not affording the accommodation necessary for a poll. Candidates and proposers and seconders, and gentlemen and officers, and mob, hustling and jostling each other. Mr. Carlyle was linked arm in arm with Sir John Dobede. Sir John's arm was within Lord Mount Severn's, but as to order, it was impossible to observe any. To gain the place they had to pass the house of Miss Carlyle. Young Vane, who was in the thick of the crowd, of course, cast his eyes up to its lined windows, took off his hat, and waved it. Carlyle, and honour forever, shouted he. The ladies laughed and nodded, and shook their handkerchiefs, and displayed their scarlet and purple colours. The crowd took up the shout, till the very air echoed with it. Carlyle, and honour forever. Barbara's tears were falling, but she smiled through them at one pair of loving eyes, which sought out hers. "A galaxy of beauty," whispered Mr. Drake in the ear of Sir Francis. "How the women rally round him! I tell you what, Levison, you and the government were stupid to go on with the contest, and I said so days ago. You have no more chance against Carlyle than that bit of straw has against the wind. You ought to have withdrawn in time." "Like a coward?" angrily returned Sir Francis. "No, I'll go on with it to the last, though I do get beaten." "How lovely his wife is," observed Mr. Drake, his admiring eyes cast up at Barbara. "I say, Levison, was the first one as charming?" Sir Francis looked perfectly savage. The allusion did not please him, but ere another word could be spoken, someone in the garb of a policeman, who had wound his way through the crowd, laid his hand upon the baronet. "Sir Francis Levison, you are my prisoner." Nothing worse than death occurred at that moment to the mind of Sir Francis, but that was quite enough, and he turned purple with rage. "Your hands off, vermin! How dare you?" A quick moment, a slight click, a hustle from the wondering crowd more immediately around, and the handcuffs were on. Utter amazement alone prevented Mr. Drake from knocking down the policeman. A dozen vituperating tongues assailed him. "I'm sorry to do it in this public place and manner," spoke the officer, partly to Sir Francis, partly to the gentlemen around, "but I couldn't come across you last night, do as I would, and the warrant has been in my hands since 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Sir Francis Levison, I arrest you for the wilful murder of George Hallijohn." The crowd fell back. The crowd was paralyzed with consternation. The word was passed from one extreme to the other, and back and across again, and the excitement grew high. The ladies, looking from Miss Carlyle's windows, saw what had happened, though they could not divine the cause. Some of them turned pale at sight of the handcuffs, and Mary Pinner, an excitable girl, fell into a screaming fit. Pale! What was their gentle paleness compared with the frightfully livid one of Francis Levison? His agitation was pitiable to witness, his face a terror to look upon. Once or twice he gasped, as if in agony, and then his eyes happened to fall on Otway Bethel, who stood near, shorn of his adornments, which might not be thought adornments upon paper. The following was the sentence that burst involuntarily from his lips: "You hound! It is you who have done this." "No, by—" Whether Mr. Otway Bethel was about to swear by Jupiter or Juno never was decided, the sentence being cut ignominiously short at the above two words. Another policeman, in the summary manner exercised towards Sir Francis, had clapped a pair of handcuffs upon him. "Mr. Otway Bethel, I arrest you as an accomplice in the murder of George Hallijohn." You may be sure that the whole assembly was arrested too, figuratively, and stood with eager gaze and open ears. Colonel Bethel, quitting the scarlet and purple, flashed into those of the yellows. He knew his nephew was graceless enough, but to see him with a pair of handcuffs on— "What does all this mean?" he authoritatively demanded of the officers. "It's no fault of ours, Colonel. We have but executed the warrant," answered one of them. "The magistrate issued it yesterday against these two gentlemen, on suspicion of their being concerned in the murder of Hallijohn." "In conjunction with Richard Hare?" cried the astounded colonel, gazing from one to the other, prisoners and officers, in scared bewilderment. "It's alleged now that Richard Hare didn't have nothing to do with it," returned the man. "It's said he is innocent. I'm sure I don't know." "I swear that I am innocent," passionately uttered Otway Bethel. "Well, sir, you have only got to prove it," civilly rejoined the policeman. Miss Carlyle and Lady Isabel leaned from the window, their curiosity too much excited to remain silent longer. Mrs. Hare was standing by their side. "What is the matter?" both asked of the upturned faces immediately beneath. "Them two, the fine member as wanted to be, and young Bethel, be arrested for murder," spoke a man's clear voice in answer. "The tale runs as they murdered Hallijohn, and then laid it on the shoulders of young Dick Hare, who didn't do it after all." A faint wailing cry of startled pain, and Barbara flew to Mrs. Hare, from whom it proceeded. "Oh, mamma, my dear mamma, take comfort. Do not suffer this to agitate you to illness. Richard is innocent, and it will surely be so proved. Archibald," she added, beckoning to her husband in her alarm, "come, if you can, and say a word of assurance to mamma." It was impossible that Mr. Carlyle could hear the words, but he could see that his wife was greatly agitated, and wanted him. "I will be back with you in a few moments," he said to his friends, and he began to elbow his way through the crowd, which made way when they saw who the elbower was. Into another room, away from the gay visitors, they got Mrs. Hare, and Mr. Carlyle locked the door to keep them out, unconsciously taking the key. Only himself and his wife were with her, except Madame Vine, in her bonnet, who had been dispatched by somebody with a bottle of smelling salts. Barbara knelt at her mamma's feet. Mr. Carlyle leaned over her hands, held sympathizingly in his. Madame Vine would have escaped, but the key was gone. "Oh, Archibald, tell me the truth. You will not deceive me?" she gasped in earnest entreaty, the cold dew gathering on her pale, gentle face. Is the time come to prove my boy's innocence? It is. Is it possible that it can be that false, bad man who is guilty? From my soul I believe him to be, replied Mr. Carlyle, glancing round to make sure that none could hear the assertion save those present. But what I say to you and Barbara, I would not say to the world. Whatever be the man's guilt, I am not his nemesis. Dear Mrs. Hare, take courage, take comfort. Happier days are coming round. Mrs. Hare was weeping silently. Barbara rose and laid her mamma's head lovingly upon her bosom. Take care of her, my darling, Mr. Carlyle whispered to his wife. Don't leave her for a moment, and don't let that chattering crew in from the next room. I beg your pardon, madame. His hand had touched Madame Vine's neck in turning round, that is, had touched the jacket that encased it. He unlocked the door and regained the street, while Madame Vine sat down with her beating and rebellious heart. Amidst the shouts, the jeers, and the escort of the mob, Sir Francis Levison and Otway Bethel were lodged in the station house, preparatory to their examination before the magistrates. Never sure was so mortifying an interruption known. So thought Sir Francis's party, and they deemed it well, after some consultation amongst themselves, to withdraw his name as a candidate for the membership. That he never had a shadow of chance from the first, most of them knew. But there's an incident yet to tell of the election day. You have seen Miss Carlyle in her glory, her brocaded silk standing on end with richness, her displayed colours, her pride in her noble brother. But now could you, or she, which it is more to the purpose, have divined who and what was right above her head at an upper window, I know not what the consequence would have been. No less an eyesore to Miss Carlyle than that brazen hussy, Afy Hallijohn, smuggled in by Miss Carlyle's servants. There she was, in full dress too, a green and white checked scarce-net, flounced up to the waist over a crinoline extending from here to yonder, a fancy bonnet, warm on the plait of her hair behind, with a wreath and a veil, delicate white gloves, and a swinging handkerchief of lace, redolent of musk. It was well for Miss Corny's peace of mind ever after that she remained in ignorance of that daring act. There stood Afy, bold as a sunflower, exhibiting herself and her splendour to the admiring eyes of the mob below, gentle and simple. "He is a handsome man after all," quoth she to Miss Carlyle's maids, when Sir Francis Levison arrived opposite the house. "But such a horrid creature," was the response. "And to think that he should come here to oppose Mr. Archibald." "What's that?" cried Afy. "What are they stopping for? There are 2 policemen there." "Oh!" shrieked Afy, "if they haven't put handcuffs on him! Whatever has he done? What can he have been up to?" "Where? Who? What?" cried the servants, bewildered with the crowd. "Put handcuffs on which?" "Sir Francis Levison. Hush! What is that they say?" Listening, looking, turning from white to red, from red to white, Afy stood, but she could make nothing of it. She could not divine the cause of the commotion. The man's answer to Miss Carlyle and Lady Dobede, clear though it was, did not quite reach her ears. "What did he say?" she cried. "Good heavens!" cried one of the maids, whose hearing had been quicker than Afy's. "He says they are arrested for the wilful murder of Hal, of your father, Miss Afy, Sir Francis Levison, and Otway Bethel." "What?" shrieked Afy, her eyes starting. "Levison was the man who did it, he says," continued the servant, bending her ear to listen. "And young Richard Hare, he says, has been innocent all along." Afy slowly gathered in the sense of the words. She gasped twice, as if her breath had gone, and then, with a stagger and a shiver, fell heavily to the ground. "Afy Hallijohn recovered from her fainting fit, had to be smuggled out of Miss Carlyle's, and she had been smuggled in. She was of an elastic nature, and the shock or the surprise or the heat, whatever it may have been, being over, Afy was herself again. Not very far removed from the residence of Miss Carlyle was a shop in the cheese and ham and butter and bacon line. A very respectable shop too, and kept by a very respectable man, a young man of mild countenance, who had purchased the goodwill of the business through an advertisement, and come down from London to take possession. His predecessor had amassed enough to retire, and people foretold that Mr. Jiffin would do the same. To say that Miss Carlyle dealt at the shop will be sufficient to proclaim the good quality of the articles kept in it. When Afy arrived opposite the shop, Mr. Jiffin was sunning himself at the door, his shopman inside being at some urgent employment over the contents of a butter cask. Afy stopped. Mr. Jiffin admired her uncommonly, and she, always ready for anything in that way, had already enjoyed several passing flirtations with him. "Good day, Miss Hallijohn," cried he, warmingly, tucking up his white apron, and pushing it round to the back of his waist in the best manner he could, as he held out his hand to her, for Afy had once hinted in terms of disparagement at that very apron. "Oh, how are you, Jiffin?" cried Afy loftily, pretending not to have seen him standing there, and she condescended to put the tips of her white gloves into the offered hand, as she coquetted with her handkerchief, her veil, and her ringlets. "I thought you would have shut up your shop to-day, Mr. Jiffin, and taken a holiday." "Business must be attended to," responded Mr. Jiffin, quite lost in the contemplation of Afy's numerous attractions, unusually conspicuous as they were. "Had I known that you were abroad, Miss Hallijohn, and enjoying a holiday, perhaps I might have done it, too, in the hope of coming across you somewhere or other." His words were bona fide as his admiration. Afy saw that, so she could afford to treat him rather de haut en bas. "And he's as simple as a calf," thought she. "The greatest pleasure I have in life, Miss Hallijohn, is to see you go by the shop window," continued Mr. Jiffin. "I'm sure it's like as if the sun itself passed." "Dear me!" bridled Afy with a simper. "I don't know any good that can do you. You might have seen me go by an hour or two ago, if you had possessed eyes." "I was on my way to Miss Carlyle's," she continued with the air of one who proclaims the fact of a morning call upon a duchess. "Where could my eyes have been?" exclaimed Mr. Jiffin, in an agony of regret. "In some of those precious bitter tubs, I shouldn't wonder." "We have had a bad lot in, Miss Hallijohn, and I am going to return them." "Oh!" said Afy, conspicuously resenting the remark. "I don't know anything about that sort of thing. Butter tubs are beneath me." Of course, Miss Hallijohn," deprecated poor Jiffin. "They are very profitable, though, to those who understand the trade." "What is all that shouting?" cried Afy, alluding to the tremendous noise in the distance, which had continued for some little time. "It's the voters cheering Mr. Carlyle. I suppose you know that he's elected, Miss Hallijohn?" "No, I didn't. The other was withdrawn by his friends, so they made short work of it, and Mr. Carlyle is our member. God bless him! There's not many like him. But I say, Miss Hallijohn, whatever it is that the other one has done, murder they say, I can't make top nor tail of it. Of course we know he was bad enough before." "Don't ask me," said Afy. "Murder's not a pleasant subject for a lady to discuss. Are all these customers? Dear me, you'll have enough to do to attend to them. Your man can't do it all. So I won't stay talking any longer." With a gracious flourish of her flounces and wave of the handkerchief, Afy sailed off, and Mr. Jiffin, when he could withdraw his fascinated eyes from following her, turned into his shop to assist in serving 4 or 5 servant girls who had entered it. "It wouldn't be such a bad catch after all," soliloquized Afy, as she and her crinoline swayed along. "Of course I'd never put my nose inside the shop, unless it was to order things like another customer. The worst is the name. Jiffin. Joe Jiffin. How could I ever bear to be called Mrs. Joe Jiffin? Not but, goodness me, what do you want?" The intention to Afy's chickens was caused by Mr. Ebenezer James. That gentleman, who had been walking with quick steps to overtake her, gave her flounces a twitch behind, to let her know somebody had come up. "How are you, Afy? I was going after you to Mrs. Latimer's, not knowing but you had returned home. I saw you this morning at Miss Corny's windows. Now I don't want any of your sauce, Ebenezer James, Afying me. The other day, when you were on with your nonsense, I said you should keep your distance. You took and told Mr. Jiffin that I was an old sweetheart of yours. I heard of it." "So you were," laughed Mr. Ebenezer. "I never was," flashed Afy. "I was the company of your betters in those days, and if there had been no betters in the case, I should have scorned you. Why, you have been a strolling player." "And what have you been?" returned Mr. Ebenezer, a quiet tone of meaning running through his good-humored laughter. Afy's cheeks flushed scarlet, and she raised her hand with a quick, menacing gesture, but that they were in the public street, Mr. Ebenezer might have found his ears boxed. Afy dropped her hand again, and made a dead standstill. "If you think any vile, false insinuations that you may concoct will injure me, you are mistaken. Ebenezer James, I am too much respected in the place, so don't try it on." "Why, Afy, what has put you out? I don't want to injure you. Couldn't do it if I tried, as you say," he added with another quiet laugh. "I have been in too many scrapes myself to let my tongue bring other folks onto one." "There, that's enough. Just take yourself off. It's not over reputable to have you at one side in public. Well, I will relieve you of my company, if you'll let me deliver my commission. Though as to reputable, however, I won't put you out further. You are wanted at the justice room at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and don't fail, please." "Wanted at the justice room," retorted Afy. "Aye, what for?" "And must not fail, as I say," repeated Mr. Ebenezer. "You saw Levison taken up, your old flame." Afy stamped her foot in indignation interruption. "Take care what you say, Ebenezer James. Flame, he? I'll have you put up for defamation of the character." "Don't be a goose, Afy. It's of no use riding the high horse with me. You know where I saw you, and saw him. People here said you were with Dick Hare. I could have told them better, but I did not." "It was no affair of mine that I should proclaim it. Neither is it now. Levison, alias Thorn, is taken up for your father's murder, and you are wanted to give evidence. There, that is your subpoena. Ball thought you would not come without one." "I will never give evidence against Levison," she uttered, tearing the subpoena to pieces, and scattering them in the street. "I swear I won't. There, for you. Will I help to hang an innocent man, when it was Dick Hare who was the guilty one? No, I'll walk myself off 100 miles away first, and stop in hiding till it's over. I shan't forget this turn that you have chosen to play me, Ebenezer James." "I chosen? Why, do you suppose I have anything to do with it? Don't take up that notion, Afy. Mr. Ball put that subpoena in my hand, and told me to serve it. He might have given it to the other clerk, just as he gave it to me. It was all chance. If I could do you a good turn, I'd do it. Not a bad one." Afy strode on at railroad speed, waving him off. "Mind you don't fail, Afy," he said, as he prepared to return. "Fail," answered she, with flashing eyes. "I shall fail giving evidence, if you mean that. They don't give me up to their justice room, neither by force or stratagem." Ebenezer James stood and looked after her as she tore along. "What a spirit that Afy has got when it's put up," quoth he. "She'll be doing as she said, make off unless she's stopped. She's a great simpleton. Nothing particular need come out about her and Thorn, unless she lets it out herself in her tantrums. Here comes Ball, I declare. I must tell him." On went Afy, and gained Mrs. Latimer's. That lady, suffering from indisposition, was confined to the house. Afy, divesting herself of certain little odds and ends of her finery, made her way into Mrs. Latimer's presence. "Oh, ma'am, such heart-rending news have I had," began she. "A relation of mine is dying, and wants to see me. I ought to be away by the next train." "Dear me!" cried Mrs. Latimer, after a pause of dismay. "But how can I do without you, Afy?" "It's a dying request, ma'am," pleaded Afy, covering her eyes with her handkerchief, not the lace one, as if the death of woe. "Of course I wouldn't ask you under any other circumstances, suffering as you are." "Where is it to?" asked Mrs. Latimer. "How long shall you be away?" Afy mentioned the first town that came uppermost, and hoped she might be back tomorrow. "What relation is it?" continued Mrs. Latimer. I thought you had no relatives except Joyce and your aunt, Mrs. Kane." "This is another aunt," cried Afy, softly. "I have never mentioned her, not being friends. Differences divided us, of course. That makes me all the more anxious to obey her request." An uncommon good hand at an impromptu tale was Afy, and Mrs. Latimer consented to her demand. Afy flew upstairs, attired herself once more, put one or two things in a small leather bag, placed some money in her purse, and left the house. Sauntering idly on the pavement on the sunny side of the street was a policeman. He crossed over to Afy, with whom he had a slight acquaintance. "Good day, Miss Hallijohn. A fine day, is it not?" "Fine enough," returned Afy, provoked at being hindered. "I can't talk to you now, for I am in a hurry." The faster she walked, the faster he walked, keeping at her side. Afy's pace increased to a run. His increased to a run too. "Whatever are you in such haste over?" asked he. "Well, it's nothing to you, and I am sure I don't want you to dance attendance upon me just now. There's a time for all things. I'll have some chatter with you another day. One would think you were hurrying to catch a train." "So I am, if you must have your curiosity satisfied. I'm going on a little pleasure excursion, Mr. Inquisitive." "For long?" Home tomorrow, perhaps. It is true that Mr. Carlyle's elected?" "Oh, yes. Don't go up by that way, please." "Not up this way?" repeated Afy. "It's the nearest road to the station. It cuts off all that corner." The officer laid his hand upon her, gently. Afy thought he was venturing upon it in sport, as if he deemed her too charming to be parted with. "What do you mean by your nonsense? I tell you I have not time for it now. Take your hand off me," she added grimly, for the hand was clasping her closer. "I am sorry to hurt a lady's feelings, especially yours, miss, but I daren't take it off, and I daren't part with you. My instructions are to take you on at once to the witness room. Your evidence is wanted this afternoon." If you ever saw a ghost more livid than ghosts in ordinary, you may picture to your mind the appearance of Afy Hallijohn just then. She did not faint as she had done once before that day, but she looked as if she should die. One sharp cry, instantly suppressed, for Afy did retain some presence of mind, and remembered that she was in the public road. One sharp tussle for liberty, over as soon, and she resigned herself perforce to her fate. "I have no evidence to give," she said, in a calmer tone. "I know nothing of the facts." "I am sure I don't know anything of them," returned the man. "I don't know why you are wanted. When instructions are given us, miss, we can't ask what they mean. I was bid to watch that you didn't go off out of the town, and to bring you on to the witness room if you attempted it, and I have tried to do it as politely as possible. You don't imagine I am going to walk through West Lynne with your hand upon me?" "I'll take it off, Miss Hallijohn, if you'll give me a promise not to bolt. You see, 'twould would come to nothing if you did, for I should be up with you in a couple of yards. Besides, it would be drawing folks' attention on you. You couldn't hope to outrun me, or be a match for me in strength." "I will go quietly," said Afy. "Take it off." She kept her word. Afy was no simpleton, and knew that she was no match for him. She had fallen into the hands of the Philistines, was powerless, and must make the best of it. So they walked through the street as if they were taking a quiet stroll, he gallantly bearing the leather bag. Miss Carlyle's shocked eyes happened to fall upon them as they passed her window. She wondered where could be the eyes of the man's inspector. End of chapter 39.
Section 51 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 40. The Justice Room. Part 1. The magistrates took their seats on the bench. The bench would not hold them. All in the Commission of the Peace flocked in. Any other day they would not have been at West Lynne. As to the room, the wonder was how it ever got emptied again, so densely was it packed. Sir Francis Levison's friends were there in a body. They did not believe a word of the accusation. A scandalous affair, cried they, got up probably by some sneak of the Scarlet and Purple party. Lord Mount Severn, who chose to be present, had a place assigned him on the bench. Lord Vane got the best place he could fight for amid the crowd. Mr. Justice Hare sat as chairman, unusually stern, unbending, and grim. No favour would he show, but no unfairness. Had it been to save his son from hanging, he would not adjudge guilt to Francis Levison against his conscience. Colonel Bethel was likewise on the bench, stern also. In that primitive place, primitive in what related to the justice room, and the justices, things were not conducted with the regularity of the law. The law there was often a dead letter. No very grave cases were decided there. They went to Lynneborough. A month at the treadmill, or a week's imprisonment, or a bout of juvenile whipping, were pretty near the harshest sentences pronounced. Thus, in this examination, as in others, evidence was advanced that was inadmissible. At least, that would have been inadmissible in a more orthodox court. Hearsay, testimony, and irregularities of that nature. Mr. Rubiny watched the case on behalf of Sir Francis Levison. Mr. Ball opened the proceedings, giving the account which had been imparted to him by Richard Hare, but not mentioning Richard as his informant. He was questioned as to whence he obtained his information, but replied that it was not convenient at present to disclose the source. The stumbling block of the magistrates appeared to be the identifying Levison with Thorn. Ebenezer James came forward to prove it. "What do you know of the prisoner, Sir Francis Levison?" questioned Justice Herbert. "Not much," responded Mr. Ebenezer. "I used to know him as Captain Thorn." "Captain Thorn?" "Afy Hallijohn called him Captain, but I understood he was but a lieutenant." "From whom did you understand that?" "From Afy. She was the only person I heard speak of him." "And you say you were in the habit of seeing him in place mentioned, the Abbey Wood?" "I saw him there repeatedly, also at Hallijohn's cottage." "Did you speak with him as Thorn?" "Two or three times. I addressed him as Thorn, and he answered to the name. I had no suspicion but that it was his name." Otway Bethel, casting his eyes on Mr. Otway, who stood in his shaggy attire, also knew him as Thorn, and so I have no doubt, did Locksley, for he was always in the wood. "Anybody else?" "Poor Hallijohn himself knew him as Thorn. He said to Afy one day in my presence that he would not have that confounded dandy Thorn coming there." "Were those the words he used?" "They were. 'That confounded dandy Thorn,' I remember Afy's reply. It was rather insolent. She said Thorn was as free to come there as anybody else, and she would not be found fault with, as though she was not fit to take care of herself." "That is nothing to the purpose. Were any others acquainted with this Thorn?" "I should imagine the elder sister, Joyce, was, and the one who knew him best of all of us was young Richard Hare." Old Richard Hare, from his place on the bench, frowned menacingly at an imaginary Richard. "What took Thorn into the wood so often?" "He was courting Afy." "With an intention of marrying her?" "Well, no," cried Mr. Ebenezer, with a twist of the mouth. "I should not suppose he entertained any intention of the sort. He used to come over from Swainson, or its neighbourhood, riding a splendid horse." "Whom did you suppose him to be?" "I suppose him to be moving in the upper ranks of life. There was no doubt of it. His dress, his manners, his tone, all proclaimed it. He appeared to wish to shun observation, and evidently did not care to be seen by any of us. He rarely arrived until twilight. Did you see him there on the night of Hallijohn's murder? No, I was not there myself that evening, so could not have seen him. Did a suspicion cross your mind at any time that he may have been guilty of the murder? Never. Richard Hare was accused of it by universal belief, and it never occurred to me to suppose he had not done it. Pray, how many years is this ago? Sharply interrupted Mr. Rubiny, perceiving that the witness was done with. Let's see, responded Mr. Ebenezer. I can't be sure as to a year without reckoning up. A dozen, if not more. And you mean to say that you can swear to Sir Francis Levison being that man, with all these years intervening? I swear that he is the man. I am as positive of his identity as I am of my own. Without having seen him from that time to this, derisively returned the lawyer. Nonsense, witness. I did not say that, returned Mr. Ebenezer. The court pricked up its ears. Have you seen him between then and now? Asked one of them. Once. Where and when? It was in London, about 18 months after the period of the trial. What communication had you with him? None at all. I only saw him quite by chance. And whom did you suppose him to be then, Thorn or Levison? Thorn, certainly. I never dreamt of his being Levison until he appeared here now to oppose Mr. Carlyle. A wild, savage curse shot through Sir Francis's heart as he heard the words. What demon had possessed him to venture his neck into the lion's den? There had been a strong hidden power holding him back from it, independent of his dislike to face Mr. Carlyle. How could he be so mad as to disregard it? How? Could a man go from his doom? Can any? You may have been mistaken, witness, as to the identity of the man you saw in London. It may not have been the Thorn you had known here. Mr. Ebenezer James smiled a peculiar smile. I was not mistaken, he said, his tone sounding remarkably significant. I am upon my oath. Call Aphrodite Hallijohn. The lady appeared, supported by her friend, the policeman, and Mr. Ebenezer James was desired by Mr. Ball to leave the court while she gave her evidence. Doubtless he had his reasons. What is your name? Afy, replied she, looking daggers at everybody, and sedulously keeping her back turned upon Francis Levison and Otway Bethel. Your name in full, if you please. You are not christened Afy. Aphrodite Hallijohn. You all know my name as well as I do. Where's the use of asking useless questions? Swear the witness, spoke up Mr. Justice Hare, the first word he had uttered. I won't be sworn, said Afy. You must be sworn, said Mr. Justice Herbert. But I say I won't, repeated Afy. Then we must commit you to prison for contempt of court. There was no mercy in his tone, and Afy turned white. Sir John Dobede interposed. Young woman, had you a hand in the murder of your father? I, returned Afy, struggling with passion, temper, and excitement. How dare you ask me such an unnatural question, sir? He was the kindest father, she added, battling with her tears. I loved him dearly. I would have saved his life with mine. And yet you refuse to give evidence that may assist in bringing his destroyer to justice? No, I don't refuse on that score. I should like his destroyer to be hanged, and I'd go to see it. But who knows what other questions you may be asking me, about things that concern neither you nor anybody else? That's why I object. We have only to deal with what bears upon the murder. The questions put to you will relate to that." Afy considered. "Well, you may swear me, then," she said. Little notion had she of the broad gauge those questions would run upon, and she was sworn accordingly. Very unwillingly yet, for Afy, who would have told lies by the bushel unsworn, did look upon an oath as serious matter, and felt herself compelled to speak the truth when examined under it. "How did you become acquainted with a gentleman you often saw in those days, Captain Thorn?" "There," uttered the dismayed Afy, "you are beginning already. He had nothing to do with it. He did not do the murder." "You have sworn to answer the questions put," was the uncompromising rejoinder. "How did you become acquainted with Captain Thorn?" "I met him at Swainson," doggedly answered Afy. "I went over there one day, just for a spree, and I met him at a pastry cook's." "And he fell in love with your pretty face," said Lawyer Ball, taking up the examination. In the incense to her vanity, Afy nearly forgot her scruples. "Yes, he did," she answered, casting a smile of general satisfaction round upon the court. "And got out of you where you lived, and entered upon his courting, riding over nearly every evening to see you?" "Well," acknowledged Afy, "there was no harm in it." "Oh, certainly not," acquiesced the lawyer, in a pleasant, free tone, to put the witness at her ease. "Rather good, I should say. I wish I had had the like luck." "Did you know him at the time by the name of Levison?" "No. He said he was Captain Thorn, and I thought he was." "Did you know where he lived?" "No. He never said that. I thought he was stopping temporarily at Swainson." "And, dear me, what a sweet bonnet that is you have on!" Afy, whose egregious vanity was a besetting sin, who possessed enough of it for any 10 pretty women going, cast a glance out of the corners of her eyes at the admired bonnet, and became Mr. Ball's entirely. "And how long was it, after your first meeting with him, before you discovered his real name?" "Not for a long time. Several months." "Subsequent to the murder, I presume?" "Oh, yes." Mr. Ball's eyes gave a twinkle, and the unconscious Afy surreptitiously smoothed, with one finger, the glossy parting of her hair. "Besides Captain Thorn, what gentlemen were in the wood the night of the murder?" "Richard Hare was there. Otway Bethel and Locksley also. Those were all I saw until the crowd came." "Were Locksley and Mr. Otway Bethel martyrs to your charms, as the other two were?" "No, indeed," was the witness's answer, with an indignant toss of the head. "A couple of poaching fellows like them. They had better have tried it on." "Which of the two, Hare or Thorn, was inside the cottage with you that evening?" Afy came out of her vanity and hesitated. She was beginning to wonder where the questions would get to. "You are upon your oath, witness," thundered Mr. Justice Hare. "If it was Richard Hare who was with you, say so." "But there must be no equivocation here." Afy was startled. "It was Thorn," she answered to Mr. Ball. "And where was Richard Hare?" "I don't know. He came down, but I sent him away. I would not admit him. I dare say he lingered in the wood." "Did he leave a gun with you?" "Yes. It was one he had promised to lend my father. I put it down just inside the door. He told me it was loaded." "How long after this was it?" that your father interrupted you." "He didn't interrupt us at all," returned Afy. "I never saw my father until I saw him dead." "Were you not in the cottage all the time?" "No, we went out for a stroll at the back. Captain Thorn wished me good bye there, and I stayed out." "Did you hear the gun go off?" "I heard a shot as I was sitting on the stump of a tree, and was thinking, but I attached no importance to it, never supposing it was in the cottage." "What was it that Captain Thorn had to get from the cottage after he quitted you? What had he left there?" Now this was a random shaft. Lawyer Ball, a keen man, who had well weighed all points in the tale imparted to him by Richard, as well as other points, had coloured them with his own deductions, and spoke accordingly. Afy was taken in. He had left his hat there, nothing else. It was a warm evening, and he had gone out without it. "He told you, I believe, sufficient to convince you of the guilt of Richard Hare?" Another shaft thrown at random. "I did not want convincing. I knew it without. Everybody else knew it." "To be sure," equably returned Lawyer Ball. "Did Captain Thorn see it done? Did he tell you that?" "He had got his hat, and was away down the wood some little distance, when he heard voices in dispute in the cottage, and recognized one of them to be that of my father. The shot followed close upon it, and he guessed some mischief had been done, though he did not suspect its extent." "Thorn told you this when?" "The same night, much later." "How came you to see him?" Afy hesitated, but she was sternly told to answer the question. "A boy came up to the cottage and called me out, and said a strange gentleman wanted to see me in the wood, and had given him sixpence to come for me. I went, and found Captain Thorn. He asked me what the commotion was about, and I told him Richard Hare had killed my father. He said that now I spoke of him, he could recognize Richard Hare's as having been the other voice in the dispute." End of Chapter 40, Part 1. Section 52 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 40. The Justice Room, Part 2. "What boy was that? The one who came for you?" "It was Mother Whiteman's little son." "And Captain Thorn then gave you this version of the tragedy?" "It was the right version," resentfully spoke Afy. "How do you know that?" "Oh, because I'm sure it was. Who else would kill him but Richard Hare? It is a scandalous shame, your wanting to put it upon Thorn. Look at the prisoner, Sir Francis Levison. Is it he whom you knew as Thorn?" "Yes, but that does not make him guilty of the murder." "Of course it does not," complacently assented Lawyer Ball. "How long did you remain with Captain Thorn in London upon that little visit, you know?" Afy started like anybody moonstruck. "When you quitted this place after the tragedy, it was to join Captain Thorn in London. How long, I ask, did you remain with him?" Entirely a random shaft, this, but Richard had totally denied to Lawyer Ball the popular assumption that Afy had been with him. "Who says I was with him? Who says I went after him?" flashed Afy, with scarlet cheeks. "I do," replied Lawyer Ball, taking notes of her confusion. "Come, it's over and done with. It's of no use to deny it now. We all go upon visits to friends sometimes." "I never heard anything so bold," cried Afy. Where will you tell me I went next?" "You are upon your oath, woman," again interposed Justice Hare, and a trembling, as of agitation, might be detected in his voice, in spite of its ringing severity. "Were you with the prisoner Levison, or were you with Richard Hare?" "I with Richard Hare!" cried Afy, agitated in her turn, and shaking like an aspen leaf, partly with discomfiture, partly with unknown dread. "How dare that cruel falsehood be brought up again to my face? I never saw Richard Hare after the night of the murder. I swear it. I swear that I never saw him since. Visit him! I'd sooner visit Calcraft the hangman." There was truth in the words, in the tone. The chairman let fall the hand which had been raised to his face, holding on his eyeglasses, and a sort of self-condemning fear arose, confusing his brain. His son, proved innocent of one part, might be proved innocent of the other, and then, how would his own harsh conduct show out? West Lynne, in its charity, the justice in his, had cast more odium to Richard, with regard to his after conduct touching this girl, than it had on the score of the murder. "Come," said Lawyer Ball, in a coaxing tone, "let us be pleasant. Of course you were not with Richard Hare. West Lynne is always ill natured. You were on a visit to Captain Thorn, as any other lady might be." Afy hung her head, cowed down to abject meekness. "Answer the question," came forth the chairman's voice again. "Were you with Thorn?" "Yes," though the answer was feeble enough. Mr. Ball coughed an insinuating cough. "Did you remain with him, say 2 or 3 years?" "Not 3. A little over 2, perhaps." "There was no harm in it," shrieked Afy, with a catching sob of temper. "If I chose to live in London, and he chose to make a morning call upon me, now and then, as an old friend, what's that to anybody? Where was the harm, I ask?" "Certainly, where was the harm? I am not insinuating any," returned Lawyer Ball, with a wink of the eye furthest from the witness and the bench. "And during the time that he was making these little morning calls upon you, did you know him to be Levison?" "Yes, I knew him to be Captain Levison then." "Did he ever tell you why he had assumed the name of Thorn?" "Only for a whim," he said. "The day he spoke to me in the pastry cook's shop at Swainson, something came over him, in the spur of the moment, not to give his right name, so he gave the first that came into his head. He never thought to retain it, or that other people would hear of him by it." "I dare say not," laconically spoke Lawyer Ball. "Well, Miss Afy, I believe that is all for the present. I want Ebenezer James in again," he whispered to an officer of the justice room, as the witness retired. Ebenezer James reappeared, and took Afy's place. "You informed their worships, just now, that you had met Thorn in London, some 18 months subsequent to the murder," began Lawyer Ball, launching another of his shafts. "This must have been during the period of Afy Hallijohn's sojourn with him. Did you also see her?" Mr. Ebenezer opened his eyes. He knew nothing of the evidence just given by Afy, and wondered how on earth it had come out that she had been with Thorn at all. He had never betrayed it. "Afy," stammered he. "Yes, Afy," sharply returned the lawyer. "Their worships know that when she took that trip of hers from West Lynne, it was to join Thorn, not Richard Hare, though the latter has borne the credit of it. I ask you, did you see her? For she was then still connected with him." "Well, yes, I did," replied Mr. Ebenezer, his own scruples removed. but wondering still how it had been discovered, unless Afy had, as he had prophesied she would, let out in her tantrums. In fact, it was Afy whom I first saw. State the circumstances. I was up Paddington Way one afternoon, and saw a lady going into a house. It was Afy Hallijohn. She lived there, I found, had the drawing room apartments. She invited me to stay to tea with her, and I did. Did you see Captain Levison there? I saw Thorn, as I thought him to be. Afy told me I must be away by 8 o'clock, for she was expecting a friend who sometimes came to sit with her for an hour's chat. But, in talking over old times, not that I could tell her much about West Lynne, for I had left it almost as long as she had, the time slipped on past the hour. When Afy found that out she hurried me off, and I had barely got outside the gate when a cab drove up, and Thorn alighted from it, and let himself in with a latch key. That is all I know. When you knew that the scandal of Afy's absence rested on Richard Hare, why could you not have said this, and cleared him on your return to West Lynne? It was no affair of mine that I should make it public. Afy asked me not to say I had seen her, and I promised her I would not. As to Richard Hare, a little extra scandal on his back was nothing, while there remained on it the worst scandal of murder. "Stop a bit," interposed Mr. Rubiny, as the witness was about to retire. "You speak of the time being 8 o'clock in the evening, sir. Was it dark?" "Yes." "Then how can you be certain it was Thorn who got out of the cab and entered?" "I am quite certain. There was a gas lamp right at the spot, and I saw him as well as I should have seen him in daylight. I knew his voice too. Could have sworn to it anywhere. And I would almost have sworn to him by his splendid diamond ring. It flashed in the lamplight. His voice. Did he speak to you?" "No, but he spoke to the cabman." "There was a half dispute between them. The man said Thorn had not paid him enough, that he had not allowed for having been kept waiting 20 minutes on the road. Thorn swore at him a bit, and then flung him an extra shilling." The next witness was a man who had been groom to the late Sir Peter Levison. He testified that the prisoner, Francis Levison, had been on a visit to his master late in the summer and part of the autumn, the year that Hallijohn was killed; that he frequently rode out in the direction of West Lynne, especially toward evening, would be away 3 or 4 hours, and come home with the horse in a foam. Also that he picked up 2 letters at different times, which Mr. Levison had carelessly let fall from his pocket, and returned them to him. Both the notes were addressed Captain Thorn, but they had not been through the post, for there was no further superscription on them, and the writing looked like a lady's. He remembered quite well hearing of the murder of Hallijohn, the witness added, in answer to a question. It made a great stir throughout the country. It was just at that same time that Mr. Levison concluded his visit, and returned to London. "A wonderful memory," Mr. Rubiny sarcastically remarked. The witness, a quiet, respectable man, replied that he had a good memory, but that circumstances had impressed upon it, particularly the fact that Mr. Levison's departure followed close upon the murder of Hallijohn. One day, when Sir Peter was round at the stables, gentlemen, he was urging his nephew to prolong his visit, and asked what sudden freak was taking him off. Mr. Levison replied that unexpected business called him to London. While they were talking, the coachman came up, all in a heat, telling that Hallijohn of West Lynne had been murdered by young Mr. Hare. I remember Sir Peter said he could not believe it, and that it must have been an accident, not murder. Is that all?" There was more said. Mr. Levison, in a shameful sort of manner, asked his uncle would he let him have £5 or £10. Sir Peter seemed angry, and asked what had he done with the £50 note he had made him a present of only the previous morning. Mr. Levison replied that he had sent that away to a brother officer, to whom he was in debt. Sir Peter refused to believe it, and said he had more likely squandered it upon some disgraceful folly. Mr. Levison denied that he had, but he looked confused. Indeed, his manner altogether was confused that morning. "Did he get the £5 or £10? "I don't know, gentlemen. I dare say he did, for my master was as persuadable as a woman, though he'd fly out a bit sometimes at first." Mr. Levison departed for London that same night. The last witness called was Mr. Dill. On the previous Tuesday evening he had been returning home from spending an hour at Mr. Beauchamp's, when, in a field opposite to Mr. Justice Hare's, he suddenly heard a commotion. It arose from the meeting of Sir Francis Levison and Otway Bethel. The former appeared to have been enjoying a solitary moonlight ramble, and the latter to have encountered him unexpectedly. Words ensued. Bethel accused Sir Francis of shirking him. Sir Francis answered angrily that he knew nothing of him, and nothing he wanted to know. "You were glad enough to know something of me the night of Hallijohn's murder," retorted Bethel to this. "Do you remember that I could hang you? One little word from me, and you'd stand in Dick Hare's place." "You fool!" passionately cried Sir Francis. "You couldn't hang me without putting your own head in a noose. Did you not have your hush money? Are you wanting to do me out of more?" "A cursed paltry note of £50!" foamed Otway Bethel, "which, many a time since, I have wished my fingers were blown off before they touched." "I never should have touched it, but that I was altogether overwhelmed with the moment's confusion. I have not been able to look Mrs. Hare in the face since, knowing that I held the secret that would save her son from the hangman." "And put yourself in his place," sneered Sir Francis. "No, put you." "That's as it might be. But if I went to the hangman, you would go with me. There would be no excuse or escape for you. You know it." The warfare continued longer, but this was the cream of it. Mr. Dill heard the whole, and repeated it now to the magistrate. Mr. Rubiny protested that it was inadmissible. Hearsay evidence, contrary to the law, but the bench oracularly put Mr. Rubiny down, and told him they did not want any stranger to come there and teach them their business. Colonel Bethel had leaned forward at the conclusion of Mr. Dill's evidence, dismay on his face, agitation in his voice. "Are you sure that you made no mistake, that the other in this interview was Otway Bethel?" Mr. Dill sadly shook his head. "Am I one to swear to a wrong man, Colonel? I wish I had not heard it, save that it may be the means of clearing Richard Hare." Sir Francis Levison had braved out the proceedings with a haughty, cavalier air, his delicate hands and his diamond ring remarkably conspicuous. Was that stone the real thing, or a false one, substituted for the real? Hard up as he had long been for money, the suspicion might arise. A derisive smile crossed his features at parts of the evidence, as much as to say, "You may convict me as to Mademoiselle Afy." but you can't as to the murder. When, however, Mr. Dill's testimony was given, what a change was there! His mood tamed down to what looked like abject fear, and he shook in his shoes as he stood. "Of course, your worships will take bail for Sir Francis?" said Mr. Rubiny at the close of the proceedings. Bail? The bench looked at one another. "Your worships will not refuse it? A gentleman in Sir Francis Levison's position?" The bench thought they never had so insolent an application made to them. Bail for him, on this charge? No, not if the Lord Chancellor himself came down to offer it. Mr. Otway Bethel, conscious, probably, that nobody would offer bail for him, not even the Colonel, did not ask the bench to take it. So the two were fully committed to take their trial for the wilful murder, otherwise the killing and slaying, of George Hallijohn, and before night would be on their road to the county prison at Lynneborough. And that vain, ill-starred Afy, what of her? Well, Afy had retreated to the witness room again, after giving evidence, and there she remained to the close, agreeably occupied in a mental debate. What would they make out from her admission regarding her sojourn to London, and the morning calls? How would that precious West Lynne construe it? She did not much care. She would brave it out, and assail them with towering indignation, did any dare to cast a stone at her. Such was her final decision, arrived just as the proceedings terminated. Afy was right glad to remain where she was, till some of the bustle had gone. "How was it ended?" asked she of Mr. Ball, who, being a bachelor, was ever regarded with much graciousness by Afy, for she kept her eyes open to contingencies, although Mr. Joe Jiffin was held in reserve. "They are both committed for wilful murder, off to Lynneborough within an hour." Afy's colour rose. What a shame, to commit two innocent men upon such a charge! "I can tell you what, Miss Afy, the sooner you disabuse your mind of that prejudice, the better. Levison has been as good as proved guilty to-day, but if proof were wanting, he and Bethel have criminated each other. When rogues fall out, honest men get their own. Not that I can quite fathom Bethel's share in the exploit, though I can pretty well guess at it. And in proving themselves guilty, they have proved the innocence of Richard Hare." Afy's face was changing to whiteness, her confident air to one of dread, her vanity to humiliation. "It can't be true," she gasped. "It's true enough. The part you have hitherto ascribed to Thorn was enacted by Richard Hare. He heard the shot from his place in the wood, and saw Thorn run, ghastly, trembling, horrified, from his wicked work. Believe me, it was Thorn who killed your father." Afy grew cold as she listened. That one awful moment, when conviction that his words were true forced itself upon her, was enough to sober her for a whole lifetime. Thorn! Her sight failed, her head reeled, her very heart turned to sickness. One struggling cry of pain, and, for the second time that day, Afy Hallijohn fell forward in a fainting fit. Shouts, hisses, execrations, yells. The prisoners were being brought forth, to be conveyed to Lynneborough. A whole posse of constables was necessary to protect them against the outbreak of the mob, which outbreak was not directed against Otway Bethel, but against Sir Francis Levison. Cowering like the guilty culprit that he was, shivered he, hiding his white face, wondering whether it would be a repetition of Justice Hare's green pond, or tearing him asunder piecemeal, and cursing the earth because it did not open and let him in. End of Chapter 40, Part 2.
Chapter 41 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 41. The Firm. Miss Lucy was in impenitence. She had been guilty of some childish fault that day at Aunt Cornelia's, which, coming to the knowledge of Mrs. Carlyle, after their return home, the young lady was ordered to the nursery for the rest of the day, and to be regaled upon bread and water. Barbara was in her pleasant dressing-room. There was to be a dinner party at East Lynne that evening, and she had just finished dressing. Very lovely looked she in her dinner dress, with purple and scarlet flowers in her bosom. She glanced at her watch somewhat anxiously, for the gentlemen had not made their appearance. 6:30, and they were to dine at 7. Madame Vine tapped at the door. Her errand was to beg grace for Lucy. She had been promised half an hour in the drawing-room, when the ladies entered it from the dessert table, and was now in agony of grief at the disappointment. Would Mrs. Carlyle pardon her and allow her to be dressed? "You are too lenient to the child, madame," spoke Barbara. "I don't think you ever would punish her at all. But when she commits faults, they must be corrected. She is very sorry for her fault. She promises not to be rude again. She is crying as if she would cry her heart out. Not for her ill behavior, but because she's afraid of missing the drawing-room to-night," cried Barbara. "Do pray restore her to favor," pleaded madame. "I shall see. Just look, Madame Vine. I broke this a minute or two ago. Is it not a pity?" Barbara held in her hand a beautiful toilette ornament set in pure gold. One of the petals had come off. Madame Vine examined it. "I have some cement upstairs that would join it," she exclaimed. "I could do it in 2 minutes. I brought it in France." "Oh, I wish you would," was Barbara's delighted response. "Do bring it here and join it now. Shall I bribe you?" she added, laughing. "You make this all right, and then you shall never bear back grace to Lucy, for I perceive that is what your heart is set upon." Madame Vine went, and returned with her cement. Barbara watched her as she took the pieces in her hand to see how the one must fit on to the other. "This has been broken once, as Joyce tells me," Barbara said, "but it must have been imperceptibly joined, for I have looked in vain for the damage. Mr. Carlyle brought it for his first wife, when they were in London, after their marriage. She broke it subsequently here, at East Lynne. You will never do it, Madame Vine, if your hand shakes like that. What is the matter?" A great deal was the matter. First, the ominous words had been upon her tongue. It was here where the stem joins the flower, but she recollected herself in time. Next came up the past vision of the place and hour when the accident occurred. Her hanging sleeve had swept it off the table. Mr. Carlyle was in the room, and he had soothed her sorrow, her almost childish sorrow, with kisses sweet. Ah me, poor thing, I think our hands would have shaken as hers did. The ornament and the kisses were Barbara's now. "I ran quickly up the stairs and back again," was the explanation she offered to Mrs. Carlyle for her shaking hands. At that moment Mr. Carlyle and her guests were heard to return, and ascend to their respective apartments, Lord Vane's gleeful voice echoing through the house. Mr. Carlyle came into his wife's dressing-room, and Madame Vine would have made a precipitate retreat. "No, no," said Barbara. "Finish it, now you have begun. Mr. Carlyle will be going to his room. Look at the misfortune I have had. Archibald, I have broken this." Mr. Carlyle glanced carelessly at the trinket, and at Madame Vine's white fingers. He crossed to the door of his dressing-room, and opened it, then held out his hand in silence for Barbara to approach, and drew her in with him. Madame Vine went on with her work. Presently Barbara returned, and approached the table where stood Madame Vine, while she drew on her gloves. Her eyelashes were wet. "I could not help shedding a few tears of joy," exclaimed Barbara, with a pretty blush, perceiving that Madame observed the signs. Mr. Carlyle had been telling me that my brother's innocence is now all but patent to the world. It came out upon the examination of those two men, Sir Francis and Otway Bethel. Lord Mount Severn was present at the proceedings, and says they have in some way incriminated each other. Papa sat in his place as chairman. I wonder that he liked to do so." Lower bent the head of Madame Vine over her employment. "Has anything been proved against them?" she asked, in her usual soft tone, almost a whisper. "There is not the least doubt of the guilt of Levison, but Otway Bethel's share in the affair is a puzzle yet," replied Mrs. Carlyle. "Both are committed for trial. Oh, that man, how his sins come out!" she continued in excitement. Madame Vine glanced up through her spectacles. "Would you believe," continued Barbara, dropping her voice, "that while West Lynne and I fear ourselves also, gave that miserable Afy credit for having gone away with Richard, she was all the time with Levison? Ball, the lawyer, got her to confess today. I am acquainted with the details. Mr. Carlyle would not give them to me. He said the bare fact was quite enough, and considering the associations it involved, would not do to talk of." Mr. Carlyle was right. "Out it seems to come, little by little, one wickedness after another," resumed Barbara. "I do not like Mr. Carlyle to hear it. No, I don't. Of course there is no help for it. But he must feel it terribly, as must also Lord Mount Severn. She was his wife, you know, and the children are hers. And to think that he, must feel it for her," went on Barbara, after her sudden pause, and there was some hauteur in her tone, lest she should be misunderstood. "Mr. Carlyle is one of the very few men, so entirely noble, whom the sort of disgrace reflected from Lady Isabel's conduct cannot touch." The carriage of the first guest. Barbara ran across the room, and rattled at Mr. Carlyle's door. "Archibald, do you hear?" Back came the laughing answer. "I shan't keep them long, but they may surely accord a few minutes' grace to a man who has just been converted into an MP." Barbara descended to the drawing-room, leaving her, that unhappy lady, to the cement and the broken pieces, and to battle as best she could with her bitter heart. Nothing but stabs. Was her punishment ever to end? No. The step she had taken in coming back to East Lynne had precluded that. The guests arrived, all save Mr. and Mrs. Hare. Barbara received a note from her instead. The justice did not feel well enough to join them. I should think he did not. A pleasant party it was at East Lynne, and 12 o'clock struck before the carriage of the last guest drove away. It may have been from 1 to 2 hours after that, and the house was steeped in moonlight and quietness, everybody being abed and asleep, when a loud summons at the hall bell echoed through the stillness. The first to put her head out the window was Wilson. "Is it fire?" shrieked she, in the most excessive state of terror conceivable. Wilson had a natural dread of fire. Some people do possess this dread more than others, and had oftentimes aroused the house to a commotion by declaring they smelt it. "Is it fire?" shrieked Wilson. "Yes," was shouted at the top of a man's voice, who stepped from between the entrance pillars to answer. Wilson waited for no more. Clutching at the baby with one hand, a fine young gentleman now of near 12 months old, promising fair to be as great a source of trouble to Wilson and the nursery as was his brother Archibald, whom he greatly resembled, and at Archie with the other, out she flew to the corridor, screeching "Fire! Fire! Fire!" never ceasing, down tore Wilson with the 4 children, and burst unceremoniously into the sleeping apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle. By this time the children, terrified out of their senses, not at Wilson's cry of alarm, but at the summary propelling downstairs, set up a shrieking too. Madame Vine, believing that half the house at least was in flames, was the next to appear, throwing on a shawl she had caught up, and then came Joyce. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" shouted Wilson. "We are all being burnt up together." Poor Mrs. Carlyle, thus wildly aroused from sleep, sprang out of bed, and into the corridor in her night-dress. Everybody else was in a night-dress when folks were flying for dear life. They don't stop to look for their dress coats and best blonde caps. Out came Mr. Carlyle, who has hastily assumed his pantaloons. He cast a rapid glance down to the hall, and saw that the stairs were perfectly free for escape. Therefore to hurry was not so violent. Every soul around him was shrieking in concert, making the confusion and din terrific. The bright moonlight streamed in at the corridor windows, but there was no other light. Shadowy and indistinct enough looked the white figures. "Where is the fire?" he exclaimed. "I don't smell any. Who gave the first alarm?" The bell answered him, the hall bell, which rang out 10 times louder and longer than before. He opened one of the windows and leaned from it. "Who's there?" Madame Vine caught up Archie. "It's me, sir," responded a voice, which he at once recognized to be that of one of Mr. Hare's men servants. "Master has been took in a fit, sir, and mistress sent me for you and Miss Barbara. You must please take haste, sir, if you want to see him alive." Miss Barbara, it is more familiar to Jasper in a moment of excitement than the new name. "You, Jasper, is the house on fire? This house?" "Well, I don't know, sir. I can hear a dreadful deal of screeching in it." Mr. Carlyle closed the window. He began to suspect that the danger lay in fear alone. "Who told you there was fire?" he demanded of Wilson. "That man ringing at the door," sobbed Wilson. "Thank goodness I have saved the children." Mr. Carlyle felt somewhat exasperated at the mistake. His wife was trembling from head to foot, her face of a deadly whiteness, and he knew that she was not in a condition to be alarmed. Necessarily or unnecessarily, she clung to him in terror, asking if they could escape. "My darling, be calm. There is no fire. It's a stupid mistake. You may all go back to bed and sleep in peace," he added to the rest. "And goodness, to make yourself sure, first of all, that there's cause for it." Barbara, frightened still, bewildered and uncertain, escaped to the window and threw it open. But Mr. Carlyle was nearly as quick as she. He caught her to him with one hand, and drew the window down with the other. To have these tidings told to her abruptly would be worse than all. By this time some of the servants had descended the other staircase with the light, being in various stages of costume, and hastened to open the hall door. Jasper entered. The man had probably waited to help to put out the fire. Barbara caught sight of him ere Mr. Carlyle could prevent it, and grew sick with fear, believing some ill had happened to her mother. Drawing her inside their chamber, he broke the news to her soothingly and tenderly, making light of it. She burst into tears. "You are not deceiving me, Archibald. Papa is not dead?" "Dead," cheerfully echoed Mr. Carlyle, in the same tone he might have used had Barbara wondered whether the justice was taking a night airing for pleasure in a balloon. "Wilson has indeed frightened you, love. Dress yourself, and we will go and see him." At that moment Barbara recollected William. Strange that she should have been the first to do so before Lady Isabel, before Mr. Carlyle. She ran out again to the corridors, where the boy stood shivering. "He may have caught his death," she uttered, snatching him up in their arms. "Oh, Wilson, what have you done? His nightgown is damp and cold." Unfit as she was for the burden, she bore him to her own bed. Wilson was not at leisure to attend to reproaches just then. She was engaged in a wordy war with Jasper, leaning over the balustrades to carry it on. "I never told you there was a fire," indignantly denied Jasper. "You did. I opened the nursery window and called out, 'Is it fire?' and you answered yes." "You called out, 'Is it Jasper?' What else would I say but yes to that? Fire? Where was the fire likely to be? In the park?" "Wilson, take the children back to bed," authoritatively spoke Mr. Carlyle, as he advanced to look down into the hall. "John, are you there?" The close carriage instantly looked sharp. "Madame Vine, pray don't continue to hold that heavy boy. Joyce, can't you relieve Madame?" In crossing back to his room, Mr. Carlyle had brushed past Madame, and noticed that she appeared to be shaking, as with the weight of Archibald. In reality she was still alarmed, not understanding yet the cause of the commotion. Joyce, who comprehended it as little, and had stood with her arms round Lucy, advanced to take Archibald, and Mr. Carlyle disappeared. Barbara had taken off her own warm nightgown then, and put it upon William in place of his cold one, had struck a light, and was busily dressing herself. "Just feel this nightgown, Archibald." Wilson A shrill cry of awful terror interrupted the words, and Mr. Carlyle made one bound out again. Barbara followed. The least she thought was that Wilson had dropped the baby in the hall. That was not the catastrophe, Wilson. With the baby and Lucy had already disappeared up the staircase, and Madame Vine was disappearing. Archibald lay on the soft carpet of the corridor, where Madame had stood, for Joyce, in the act of taking him, had let him slip to the ground, let him fall from sheer terror. She held on to the balustrades, her face ghastly, her mouth open, her eyes fixed in horror, altogether an object to look upon. Archie gathered himself on his sturdy legs and stood staring. "Why, Joyce, what is the matter with you?" cried Mr. Carlyle. "You look as if you had seen a spectre." "Oh, master," she wailed, "I have seen one." "Are you all going to range together?" retorted he, wondering what had come to the house. "Seen a spectre, Joyce?" Joyce fell on her knees, as if unable to support herself, and crossed her, shaking hands upon her chest. Had she seen 10 spectres, she could not have betrayed more dire distress. She was a sensible and faithful servant, one not given to flights of fancy, and Mr. Carlyle gazed at her in very amazement. "Joyce, what is this?" he asked, bending down and speaking kindly. "Oh, my dear master, heaven have mercy upon us all," was the inexplicable answer. "Joyce, I ask you, what is this?" She made no reply. She rose up shaking, and taking Archie's hand, slowly proceeded toward the upper stairs, low moans breaking from her, and the boy's naked feet pattering on the carpet. "What can ail her?" whispered Barbara, following Joyce with her eyes. What did she mean about a spectre? "She must have been reading a ghost book," said Carlyle. "Wilson's folly has turned the house topsy-turvy. Make your haste, Barbara." Spring waned, summer came, and would soon be waning too, for the hot days of July were now in. What had the months brought forth since the election of Mr. Carlyle in April? Be you very sure they had not been without their events. Mr. Justice Hare's illness had turned out to be a stroke of paralysis. People cannot act with unnatural harshness toward a child, and then discover they have been in the wrong with impunity. Thus it proved with Mr. Justice Hare. He was recovering, but would never again be the man he had been. The fright, when Jasper had gone to tell of his illness at East Lynne, and was mistaken for fire, had done nobody any damage, save William and Joyce. William had caught a cold, which brought increased malady to his lungs, and Joyce seemed to have caught fear. She went about, more like one in a dream than awake, would be buried in a reverie for an hour at a time, and if suddenly spoken to, would start and shiver. Mr. Carlyle and his wife departed for London immediately that Mr. Hare was pronounced out of danger, which was in about a week from the time of his seizure. William accompanied them, partly for the benefit of London advice, partly that Mr. Carlyle would not be parted from him. Joyce went in attendance with some of the servants. They found London ringing with the news of Sir Francis Levison's arrest. London could not understand it, and the most wild and improbable tales were in circulation. The season was at its height, the excitement in proportion. It was more than a 9 days' wonder. On the very evening of their arrival, a lady, young and beautiful, was shown in to the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle. She had declined to give her name, but there arose to Mr. Carlyle's memory, and when he looked upon her, one whom he had seen in earlier days as the friend of his first wife, Blanche Challoner. It was not Blanche, however. The stranger looked keenly at Mr. Carlyle. He was standing with his hat in his hand, on the point of going out. "Will you pardon this intrusion?" he asked. "I have come to you, as one human being in need comes to crave help of another. I am Lady Levison." Barbara's face flushed. Mr. Carlyle courteously invited the stranger to a chair, remaining standing himself. She sat for a moment, and then rose, evidently in an excess of agitation. "Yes, I am Lady Levison, forced to call that man husband. That he has been a wicked man, I have long known, but now I hear he is a criminal. I hear it, I say, but I can get the truth from none. I went to Lord Mount Severn. he declined to give me particulars. I heard that Mr. Carlyle would be in town to-day, and I resolved to come and ask them of him." She delivered the sentences in a jerking, abrupt tone, betraying her inward emotion. Mr. Carlyle, looking somewhat unapproachable, made no immediate reply. "You and I have both been deeply wronged by him, Mr. Carlyle." "But I brought my wrong upon myself." "You did not. My sister, Blanche, whom he had cruelly treated. And if I speak of it, I only speak of what is known to the world, warned me against him. Mrs. Levison, his grandmother, that ancient lady who must now be bordering upon 90, she warned me. The night before my wedding day she came on purpose to tell me that if I married Francis Levison I should rue it for life. There was yet time to retract, she said. Yes, there would have been time, but there was no will. I would not listen to either. I was led away by vanity, by folly, by something worse, the triumphing over my sister. Poor Blanche! But which has the best of the bargain now, she or I? And I have a child," she continued, dropping her voice, "a boy who inherits his father's name. Mr. Carlyle, will they condemn him?" "Nothing as yet is positively proved against him," replied Mr. Carlyle, compassionating the unhappy lady. "If I could but get a divorce," she passionately uttered, apparently losing all self-control, "I might have got one over and over again since we married. But there would have been the expose and the scandal. If I could but change my child's name. Tell me, does any chance of redress remain for me?" There was none, and Mr. Carlyle did not attempt to speak of any. He offered a few kind words of sympathy, very generally expressed, and then prepared to go out. She moved, and stood in his way. "You will not leave until you have given me the particulars. I pray you, do not. I came trustingly to you, hoping to know them. I am waited for, to keep an important engagement," he answered, "and were my time at liberty, I should decline to tell them to you on my own account, as well as on yours. Lay not discourtesy to my charge, Lady Levison. Were I speak of the man, even to you, his name would blister my lips. In every word of haste spoken by you I would sympathize. Every contemptuous expression of scorn cast upon him from your heart, I would join in tenfold." Barbara was shocked. "He is your husband, after all," she took leave to whisper. "My husband!" broke forth Lady Levison, in agitation, seemingly. "Yes, there's the wrong. Why did he, knowing what he was, delude me into becoming his wife? You ought to feel for me, Mrs. Carlyle, and you do feel for me, for you are a wife and mother. How dare these base men, Mary, take to themselves an innocent, inexperienced girl, vowing before God to love and honor and cherish her? Were not his other sins impediment enough, but he must have crime also, and woo me. He has done me deep and irredeemable wrong, and has entailed upon his child an inheritance of shame. What had he or I done to deserve it, I ask?" Barbara felt half frightened at her vehemence, and Barbara might be thankful not to understand it. All her native gentleness, all her reticence of feeling, as a wife and a gentlewoman, had been goaded out of her. The process had been going on for some time, but his last revelation was the crowning point, and Alice, Lady Levison, turned round upon the world in her helpless resentment, as any poor wife working in a garret might have done. There are certain wrongs which bring out human nature in the high-born, as well as in the low. "Still he is your husband," was all Barbara could, with deep precaution, again plead. "He made himself my husband by deceit, and I will throw him off in the face of day," returned Lady Levison. "There is no moral obligation why I should not. He has worked ill and ruin upon me and my child, and the world shall never be allowed to think I have borne my share in it. How was it you kept your hands off him when he reappeared to brave you in West Lynne?" she added, in a changed tone, turning to Mr. Carlyle. "I cannot tell. I was a marvel, oftentimes, to myself." He quitted the room as he spoke, adding a few civil words about her with Mrs. Carlyle. Barbara, not possessing the sculptures of her husband, yielded to Lady Levison's request, and gave her the outline of the dark tale. its outline only, and generally suppressing Afy's name. Beyond the evening of the fatal event, Lady Levison listened without interruption. "Do you and Mr. Carlyle believe him to have been guilty?" "Yes, but Mr. Carlyle will not express his opinion to the world. He does not repay wrong with revenge. I have heard him say that, if the lifting of his finger would send the man to his punishment, he would tie down his hand rather than lift it." "Was his first wife, Isabel Vane, mad?" she presently asked. "Mad?" echoed Barbara in surprise. "When she quitted him for the other, it could have been nothing else than madness. I could understand a woman's flying from him for love of Mr. Carlyle. But now that I have seen your husband, I cannot understand the reverse side of the picture. I thank you for your courtesy, Mrs. Carlyle." And without another word, Alice Levison quitted the room as abruptly as she had entered it. Well, the London visit came to an end. It was of little more than 3 weeks' duration, for Barbara must be safe at home again. Mr. Carlyle remained for the rest of the season alone, but he varied it with journeys to East Lynne. He had returned home for good now, July, although the session had not quite terminated. There was another baby at East Lynne, a lovely little baby, pretty as Barbara herself had been at a month old. William was fading rapidly. The London physicians had but confirmed the opinion of Dr. Martin, and it was evident to all that the close would not be long protracted. Somebody else was fading, Lady Isabel. The cross had been too heavy, and she was sinking under its weight. Can you wonder at it? An intensely hot day it was under the July sun. Afy Hallijohn was sailing up the street in its beams, thinner and vainer than ever. She had encountered Mr. Carlyle. "So, Afy, you are really going to be married at last?" "Jiffin fancies so, sir. I am not sure yet but what I shall change my mind. Jiffin thinks there's nobody like me. If I could eat gold and silver, he'd provide it, and he's as fond can be. But then you know, sir, he's half soft." "Soft as to you, perhaps," laughed Mr. Carlyle. "I consider him a very civil, respectable man, Afy." "And then I never did think to marry a shopkeeper," grumbled Afy. "I looked a little higher than that. Only fancy, sir, having a husband who wears a white apron tied around him." "Terrible," responded Mr. Carlyle with a grave face. "Not but what it will be a tolerable settlement," rejoined Afy, veering round a point. "He's having his house done up in style, and I shall keep 2 good servants, and do nothing myself but dress and subscribe to the library. He makes plenty of money." "A very tolerable settlement, I should say," returned Mr. Carlyle, and Afy's face fell before the glance of his eye, merry though it was. "Take care you don't spend all his money for him, Afy." "I'll take care of that," nodded Afy, significantly. "Sir," she somewhat abruptly added, "what is it that's the matter with Joyce?" "I do not know," said Mr. Carlyle, becoming serious. "There does appear to be something the matter with her, for she is much changed." "I never saw anybody so changed in my life," exclaimed Afy. "I told her the other day that she was just like one who had got some dreadful secret upon their mind." "It is really more like that than anything else," observed Mr. Carlyle. "But she is one of the close ones, is Joyce," continued Afy. "No fear that she'll give out a clue. If it does not suit her to do so, she told me in answer to mind my own business, and not to take absurd fancies in my head. How is the baby, sir, and Mrs. Carlyle?" "All well. Good day, Afy." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 42. The Trial. Spacious courts were the assize courts of Lynneborough, and it was well they were so. Otherwise more people had been disappointed, and numbers were, of hearing the noted trial of Sir Francis Levison for the murder of George Hallijohn. The circumstances attending the case caused it to bear for the public in unparalleled interest. The rank of the accused, and his antecedents, more especially that particular local antecedent touching the Lady Isabel Carlyle. The verdict still out against Richard Hare. The length of time which had elapsed since the part played in it by Afy, the intense curiosity as to the part taken in it by Otway Bethel, the speculation as to what had been the exact details, and the doubt of a conviction, all contributed to fan the curiosity of a public. People came from far and near to be present, friends of Mr. Carlyle, friends of the Hares, friends of the Challoner family, friends of the prisoner, besides the general public. Colonel Bethel and Mr. Justice Hare had conspicuous seats. At a few minutes past 9 the judge took his place on the bench, but not before a rumour had gone through the court, a rumour that seemed to shake it to its centre, and which people stretched out their necks to hear. Otway Bethel had turned Queen's evidence, and was to be admitted as a witness for the Crown. Thin, haggard, pale-looked Francis Levison, as he was placed in the dock. His incarceration had not in any way contributed to his personal advantages, and there was an ever-recurring expression of dread upon his countenance, not pleasant to look upon. He was dressed in black, old Mrs. Levison having died, and his diamond ring showed conspicuous still on his white hand, now whiter than ever. The most eminent counsel were engaged on both sides. The testimony of the witnesses already given need not be recapitulated. The identification of the prisoner with the man Thorn was fully established. Ebenezer James proved that. Afy proved it, and also that he, Thorn, was at the cottage that night. Sir Peter Levison's groom was likewise re-examined, but still there wanted other testimony. Afy was made to reassert that Thorn had to go to the cottage for his hat after leaving her, but that proved nothing, and the conversation or quarrel overheard by Mr. Dill was now again put forward. If this was all the evidence, people opened that the case for the prosecution would break down. "Call Richard Hare," said the counsel for the prosecution. Those present who knew Mr. Justice Hare looked up at him, wondering why he did not stir in answer to his name, wondering at the pallid hue which overspread his face. Not he, but another, came forward. A fair, placid, gentlemanly young man with blue eyes, fair hair, and a pleasant countenance. It was Richard Hare the younger. He had assumed his original position in life, so far as attire went, and in that, at least, was a gentleman again, in speech also. With his working dress Richard had thrown off his working manners. A strange hubbub arose in court. Richard Hare the exile, the reported dead, the man whose life was in jeopardy. The spectators rose with one accord to get a better view. They stood on tiptoe, they pushed forth their necks, they strained their eyesight. And amidst all the noisy hum, the groan bursting from the lips of Justice Hare was unnoticed. Whilst order was being called for, and the judge threatened to clear the court, 2 officers moved themselves quietly up, and stood behind the witness. Richard Hare was in custody, though he might know it not. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" "Richard Hare, son of Mr. Hare, I believe, of the Grove, West Lynne." "His only son." "The same against whom a verdict of wilful murder is out?" interposed the judge. "The same, my lord," replied Richard Hare, who appeared, strange as it may seem, to have cast away all his old fearfulness. "Then, witness, let me warn you that you are not obliged to answer any question that may tend to criminate yourself." "My lord," answered Richard Hare, with some emotion, "I wish to answer any and every question put to me. I have but one hope, that the full truth of all pertaining to that fatal evening may be made manifest this day." "Look round at the prisoner," said the examining counsel. "Do you know him?" "I know him now as Sir Francis Levison. Up to April last I believe his name to be Thorn." "State what occurred on the evening of the murder, as far as your knowledge goes." "I had an appointment that evening with Afy Hallijohn, and went down to the cottage to keep it." "A moment," interrupted the counsel. "Was your last visit that evening made in secret?" "Partially so. My father and mother were displeased, naturally, at my intimacy with Afy Hallijohn. Therefore I did not care that they should be cognizant of my visits there. I am ashamed to confess that I told my father a lie over it that very evening. He saw me leave the dinner table to go out with my gun, and inquired where I was off to. I answered that I was going out with young Beauchamp, when, in point of fact, you were not." "No, I took my gun, for I had promised to lend it to Hallijohn while his own was being repaired. When I reached the cottage, Afy refused to admit me. She was busy, and could not, she said. I felt sure she had got Thorn with her. She had, more than once before, refused to admit me when I had gone there by her own appointment, and I always found that Thorn's presence in the cottage was the obstacle. I suppose you and Thorn were jealous of each other? I was jealous of him, I freely admit it. I don't know whether he was of me. May I inquire what was the nature of your friendship for Miss Afy Hallijohn? I loved her with an honourable love, as I might have done by any young lady in my own station of life. I would not have married her in opposition to my father and mother, but I told Afy that if she was content to wait for me until I was my own master, I would then make her my wife. You had no views toward her of a different nature? None. I cared for her too much for that, and I respected her farther. Afy's mother had been a lady, too, although she had married Hallijohn, who was but clerk to Mr. Carlyle. No, I never had a thought of wrong toward Afy. I never could have had. Now relate the occurrences of the evening. Afy would not admit me, and we had a few words over it. But at length I went away, first giving her the gun, and telling her it was loaded. She lodged it against the wall, just inside the door, and I went into the wood and waited, determined to see whether or not Thorn was with her, for she had denied that he was. Locksley saw me there, and asked why I was hiding. I did not answer, but I went further off, quite out of view of the cottage. Some time afterward, less than half an hour, I heard a shot in the direction of the cottage. Somebody was having a late pop at the partridge, I thought. Just then I saw Otway Bethel emerge from the trees, not far from me, and run toward the cottage. My lord, added Richard Hare, looking at the judge, that was the shot that killed Hallijohn. Could the shot, asked the counsel, have been fired by Otway Bethel? It could not. It was much farther off. Bethel disappeared, and in another minute there came someone flying down the path leading from the cottage. It was Thorn, and evidently in a state of intense terror. His face was livid, his eyes staring, and he panted and shook like one in the ague. Past me he tore on down the path, and I afterwards heard the sound of his horse galloping away. It had been tied in the wood. Did you follow him? No, I wondered what had happened to put him in that state, but I made haste to the cottage, intending to reproach Afy with her duplicity. I leaped up the 2 steps, and fell over the prostrate body of Hallijohn. He was lying dead within the door. My gun, just discharged, was flung on the floor, its contents in Hallijohn's side. You might have heard a pin drop in court, so intense was the interest. There appeared to be no one in the cottage, upstairs or down. I called to Afy, but she did not answer. I caught up the gun, and was running from the cottage, when Locksley came out of the wood and looked at me. I grew confused, fearful, and I threw the gun back again and made off. What were your motives for acting in that way? A panic had come over me, and in that moment I must have lost the use of my reason. Otherwise I never should have acted as I did. Thoughts, especially of fear, passed through our minds with astonishing swiftness, and I feared lest the crime should be fastened upon me. It was fear made me snatch up my gun, lest it should be found near the body. It was fear made me throw it back again when Locksley appeared in view. A fear, you understand, from which all judgment, all reason, had departed. But for my own conduct, the charge never would have been laid to me. Go on. In my flight I came upon Bethel. I knew that if he had gone toward the cottage after the shot was fired, he must have encountered Thorn flying from it. He denied that he had. He said he had only gone along the path for a few paces, and had then plunged into the wood again. I believed him and departed. Departed from West Lynne? That night I did. It was a foolish, fatal step, the result of cowardice. I found the charge was laid to me, and I thought I would absent myself for a day or two, to see how things turned out. Next came the inquest and the verdict against me, and I then left for good. This is the truth, so far as you are cognizant of it. I swear that it is truth, and the whole truth, so far as I am cognizant of it, replied Richard Hare, with emotion. I could not assert it more solemnly were I before God. He was subjected to a rigid cross-examination, but his testimony was not shaken in the least. Perhaps not one present but was impressed with its truth. Afy Hallijohn was recalled, and questioned as to Richard's presence at her father's house that night. It tallied with the account given by Richard, but it had to be drawn from her. "Why did you decline to revive Richard Hare into the cottage, after appointing him to come?" "Because I chose," returned Afy. "Tell the jury why you chose." "Well, I had got a friend with me. It was Captain Thorn," she added, feeling that she should only be questioned on this point, so might as well acknowledge it. "I did not admit Richard Hare, for I fancied they might get up a quarrel if they were together." "For what purpose did Richard Hare bring down his gun, do you know?" "It was to lend to my father. My father's gun had something the matter with it, and was at the smith's. I had heard him, the previous day, ask Mr. Richard to lend him one of his, and Mr. Richard said he would bring one, as he did." "You lodged the gun against the wall safely?" "Quite safely." "Was it touched by you after placing it there, or by the prisoner?" "I did not touch it, neither did he, that I saw. It was that same gun which was afterward found near my father, and had been discharged." The next witness called was Otway Bethel. He also held share in the curiosity of the public, but not in equal degree with Afy, still less with Richard Hare. The substance of his testimony was as follows: "On the evening that Hallijohn was killed, I was in the Abbey Wood, and I saw Richard Hare come down the path with a gun, as if he had come down from his own home." "Did Richard Hare see you?" "No, he could not see me. I was right in the thicket. He went to the cottage door, and was about to enter, when Afy Hallijohn came hastily out of it, pulling the door to behind her, and holding it in her hand, as if afraid he would go in. Some colloquy ensued, but I was too far off to hear it, and then she took the gun from him and went indoors. Some time after that I saw Richard Hare amid the trees, at a distance, farther off the cottage than I was, and apparently watching the path. I was wondering what he was up to, hiding there, when I had a shot fired, close, as it seemed, to the cottage, and—" "Stop a bit, witness. Could that shot have been fired by Richard Hare?" "It could not. He was a quarter of a mile nearly away from it. I was much nearer the cottage than he." "Go on." "I could not imagine what that shot meant, or who could have fired it. Not that I suspected mischief, and I knew that poachers did not congregate so near Hallijohn's cottage. I set off to reconnoitre, and as I turned the corner which brought the house within my view, I saw Captain Thorn, as he was called, come leaping out of it. His face was white with terror, his breath was gone. In short, I never saw any living man betray so much agitation. I caught his arm as he would have passed me. "What have you been about?" I asked. "Was it you that fired?" Stay, why did you suspect him?" "From his state of excitement, from the terror he was in, that some ill had happened, I felt sure, and so would you, had you seen him as I did. My arresting him increased his agitation. He tried to throw me off, but I am a strong man, and I suppose he thought it best to temporize. "Keep dark upon it, Bethel," he said. "I will make it worth your while. The thing was not premeditated. It was done in the heat of passion. What business had the fellow to abuse me? I have done no harm to the girl." And he thus spoke. He took out a pocket-book with the hand that was at liberty. I held the other. "As the prisoner thus spoke, you mean?" "The prisoner." He took a bank-note from his pocket-book and thrust it into my hands. It was a note for £50. "What's done can't be undone, Bethel," he said, "and your saying that you saw me here can serve no good turn. Shall it be silence?" I took the note, and answered that it should be silence. I had not the least idea that anybody was killed. "What did you suppose had happened, then?" "I could not suppose. I could not think. It all passed in the haste and confusion of a moment, and no definite idea occurred to me. Thorn flew on down the path, and I stood looking after him. The next was I heard footsteps, and I slipped within the trees. They were those of Richard Hare, who took the path to the cottage. Presently he turned, little less agitated than Thorn had been. I had gone into an open space then, and he accosted me, asking if I had seen that hound fly from the cottage. "What hound?" I asked of him. "That fine fellow, that Thorn, who comes after Afy," he answered, but I stoutly denied that I had seen any one. Richard Hare continued his way, and I afterward found that Hallijohn was killed. "And so you took a bribe to conceal one of the foulest crimes that man ever committed, Mr. Otway Bethel." "I took the money, and I am ashamed to confess it, but it was done without reflection. I swear that had I known what crime it was intended to hush up, I never would have touched it. I was hard up for funds, and the amount tempted me. When I discovered what had really happened, and that Richard Hare was accused, I was thunderstruck at my own deed. Many 100 times since have I cursed the money, and the fate of Richard has been as a heavy weight upon my conscience. You might have lifted the weight by confessing. To what end? It was too late. Thorn had disappeared. I never heard of him or saw him until he came to West Lynne this last spring as Sir Francis Levison to oppose Mr. Carlyle. Richard Hare had also disappeared, had never been seen or heard of, and most people supposed he was dead. To what end then should I confess? Perhaps only to be suspected myself. Besides, I had taken the money upon a certain understanding, and it was only fair that I should keep to it. If Richard Hare was subjected to a severe cross-examination, a far more severe one was awaiting Otway Bethel. The judge spoke to him only once, his tone ringing with reproach. "It appears, then, witness, that you have retained within you all these years the proofs of Richard Hare's innocence?" "I can only acknowledge it with contrition, my lord." "What did you know of Thorn in those days?" asked the counsel. "Nothing, save that he frequented the Abbey Wood, his object being Afy Hallijohn. I had never exchanged a word with him until that night, but I knew his name, Thorn, at least, the one he went by, and by his addressing me as Bethel, it appeared that he knew mine. The case for the prosecution closed. An able and ingenuous speech was made for the defense, the learned counsel who offered it contending that there was still no proof of Sir Francis having been the guilty man. Neither was there any proof that the catastrophe was not the result of pure accident. A loaded gun, standing against a wall in a small room, was not a safe weapon, and he called upon the jury not rashly to convict in the uncertainty, but to give the prisoner the benefit of the doubt. He should call no witness, he observed, not even to character, for Sir Francis Levison. The court burst into a grin, the only sober face in it being that of the judge. The judge summed up, certainly not in the prisoner's favor, but to use the expression of some amidst the audience, dead against him. Otway Bethel came in for a side shaft or two from his lordship, Richard Hare for sympathy. The jury retired about 4 o'clock, and the judge quitted the bench. A very short time they were absent, scarcely a quarter of an hour. His lordship returned into court, and the prisoner was again placed in the dock. He was the hue of marble, and in his nervous agitation kept incessantly throwing back his hair from his forehead. The action already spoken of, silence was proclaimed. "How say you, gentlemen of the jury? Guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty." It was a silence to be felt, and the prisoner gasped once or twice convulsively. "But," said the foreman, "we wish to recommend him to mercy." "On what grounds?" inquired the judge. "Because, my lord, we believe it was not a crime planned by the prisoner beforehand, but arose out of the bad passions of the moment, and was so committed." The judge paused, and drew something black from the receptacle of his pocket, buried deep in his robes. "Prisoner at the bar, have you anything to urge why sentence of death should not be passed upon you?" The prisoner clutched the front of the dock. He threw up his head, as if shaking off the dread fear which had oppressed him, and the marble of his face changed to scarlet. "Only this, my lord. The jury, in giving their reason for recommending me to your lordship's mercy, have adopted the right view of the case as it actually occurred. The man Hallijohn's wife was taken by me, it will be useless for me to deny, in the face of the evidence given this day. But it was not taken in malice. When I quitted the girl, Afy, and went to the cottage for my hat, I no more contemplated injuring mortal man than I contemplate it at this moment. He was there, the father, and in the dispute that ensued the catastrophe occurred. My lord, it was not wilful murder." The prisoner ceased, and the judge, the black cap on his head, crossed his hands, one upon the other. Prisoner at the bar, you have been convicted by clear and undoubted evidence of the crime of wilful murder. The jury have pronounced you guilty, and in their verdict I entirely coincide, that you took the life of that ill-fated and unoffending man. There is no doubt you have yourself confessed it. It was a foul, a barbarous, a wicked act. I care not for what may have been the particular circumstances attending it. He may have provoked you by words, but no provocation of that nature could justify your drawing the gun upon him. Your counsel urged that you were a gentleman, a member of the British aristocracy, and therefore deserved consideration. I confess that I was much surprised to hear such a doctrine fall from his lips. In any opinion, you being what you are, your position in life makes your crime the worse, and I have always maintained that when a man possessed of advantages falls into sin, he deserves less consideration than does one who is poor, simple, and uneducated. Certain portions of the evidence given today, and I do not now allude to the actual crime, tell very greatly against you, and I am sure not one in the court but must have turned from them with abhorrence. You were pursuing the daughter of this man with no honorable purpose, and in this point your conduct contrasts badly with the avowal of Richard Hare, equally a gentleman with yourself. In this pursuit you killed her father, and not content with that, you still pursued the girl, and pursued her to ruin, basely deceiving her as to the actual facts, and laying the crime upon another. I cannot trust myself to speak further upon this point, nor is it necessary that I should. It is not to answer for that you stand before me, uncalled, unprepared, and by you unpitied. You hurried that unfortunate man into eternity, and you must now expiate the crime with your own life. The jury have recommended you to mercy, and the recommendation will be forwarded in due course to the proper quarter. But you must be aware how frequently this clause is appended to a verdict, and how very rarely it is attended to, just cause being wanting. I can but enjoin you, and I do so most earnestly, to pass the little time that probably remains to you on earth in seeking repentance and forgiveness. You are best aware yourself what your past life has been. The world knows somewhat of it, but there is pardon above for the most guilty, when it is earnestly sought. It now only remains for me to pass the sentence of the law. It is, that you, Francis Levison, be taken back to the place from whence you came, and thence to the place of execution, and that you be there hanged by the neck until you are dead, and may the Lord God Almighty have mercy on your soul. Amen. The court was cleared. The day's excitement was over, and the next case was inquired for. Not quite over, however, yet the excitement in the audience crowded in again, for the next case proved to be the arraignment of Richard Hare, the younger, a formal proceeding merely in pursuance of the verdict of the coroner's inquest. No evidence was offered against him, and the judge ordered him to be discharged. Richard, poor ill-used, baited Richard was a free man again. Then ensued the scene of all scenes. Half, at least, of those present were residents of, or from near West Lynne. They had known Richard Hare from infancy. They had admired the boy in his pretty childhood. They had liked him in his unoffending boyhood, but they had been none the less ready to cast their harsh stones at him, and to thunder down their denunciations when the time came. In proportion to their fierceness then was their contrition now. Richard had been innocent all the while. They had been more guilty than he. An English mob, gentle or simple, never gets up its excitement by halves, whether its demonstration be of a laudatory or a condemnatory nature. The steam is sure to be put on to bursting point. With one universal shout, with one bound, they rallied round Richard. They congratulated him. They overwhelmed him with good wishes. They expressed with shame their repentance. They said the future would atone for the past. Had he possessed 100 hands, they would have been shaken off. And when Richard extracted himself, and turned in his pleasant, forgiving, loving nature, to his father, the stern old justice, forgetting his pride and pomposity, burst into tears and sobbed like a child, as he murmured something about his also needing forgiveness. "Dear father," cried Richard, his own eyes wet, "it is forgiven and forgotten already. Think how happy we shall be again together, you and I and my mother." The justice's hands, which had been wound around his son, relaxed their hold. They were twitching curiously. The body also began to twitch, and he fell upon the shoulder of Colonel Bethel in a second stroke of paralysis. End of chapter 42.
East Lynne, Chapter 43. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 43, Part 1, The Death Chamber. By the side of William Carlyle's dying bed knelt the Lady Isabel. The time was at hand, and the boy was quite reconciled to his fate. Merciful indeed is God to dying children. It is astonishing how very readily, when the right means are taken, they may be brought to look with pleasure, rather than fear, upon their unknown journey. The brilliant, hectic type of the disease had gone from his cheeks. His features were white and wasted, and his eyes large and bright. His silky brown hair was pushed off his temples, and his little hot hands were thrown outside the bed. "It won't be very long to wait, you know, will it, Madame Vine?" "For what, darling?" "Before they all come, papa and mamma and Lucy and all of them." A jealous feeling shot through her wearied heart. Was she nothing to him? "Do you not care that I should come to you, William?" "Yes, I hope you will. But do you think we shall know everybody in heaven, or will it be only our own relations?" "Oh, child, I think there will be no relations, as you call it, up there. We can trust all that to God, however it may be." William lay looking upward at the sky, apparently in thought, a dark blue serene sky, from which shone the hot July sun. His bed had been moved toward the window, for he liked to sit in it and look at the landscape. The window was open now, and the butterflies and bees sported in the summer air. "I wonder how it will be," pondered he aloud. "There will be the beautiful city, its gates of pearl, and its shining precious stones, and its streets of gold, and there will be the clear river, and the trees with their fruits and their healing leaves and their lovely flowers, and there will be the harps and music and singing, and what else will there be?" "Everything that is desirable and beautiful, William, but what we may not anticipate here." Another pause. "Madame Vine, will Jesus come for me, do you think, or will he send an angel?" "Jesus has promised to come for his own redeemed, for those who love him and wait for him." "Yes, yes, and then I shall be happy forever. It will be so pleasant to be there, never to be tired or ill again." "Pleasant, ay. Oh, William, would that the time were come!" She was thinking of herself, of her freedom, though the boy knew it not. She buried her face in her hands and continued speaking. William had to bend his ear to catch the faint whisper. "And there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away." "Madame Vine, do you think mamma will be there?" he presently asked. "I mean mamma that was." "Ay, ere long." "But how shall I know her? You see, I have nearly forgotten what she was like." She leaned over him, laying her forehead upon his wasted arm, and burst into a flood of impassioned tears. "You will know her, never fear, William. She has not forgotten you." "But how can we be sure that she will be there?" debated William, after a pause of thought. "You know," sinking his voice and speaking with hesitation, "she was not quite good. She was not good enough to papa or to us. Sometimes I think, sometimes she did not grow good. Suppose she did not grow good, and did not ask God to forgive her." "Oh, William," sobbed the unhappy lady, "her whole life after she left you was one long scene of repentance, of seeking forgiveness. Her repentance, her sorrow, was greater than she could bear, and—" "And what?" asked William, for there was a pause. "Her heart broke in it, yearning after you and your father." "What makes you think it?" "Child, I know it." William considered. Then, had he been strong enough, he would have started up with energy. "Madame Vine, you could only know that by mamma's telling you. Did you ever see her? Did you know her abroad?" Lady Isabel's thoughts were far away, up in the clouds, perhaps. She reflected not on the possible consequences of her answer, or she had never given it. "Oh, yes, I knew her abroad." "Oh," said the boy, "why did you never tell us? What did she say? What was she like?" "She said," sobbing wildly, "that she was parted from her children here, but that she would meet them in heaven, and be with them for ever. William, darling, all the awful pain and sadness and guilt of this world will be washed out, and God will wipe your tears away." "What was her face like?" he questioned softly. "Like yours, very much like Lucy's." "Was she pretty?" A momentary pause. "Yes." "Oh, dear, I am ill. Hold me," cried out William, as his head sank to one side, and great drops as large as peas broke forth upon his clammy face. It appeared to be one of the temporary faint attacks that overpowered him at times lately, and Lady Isabel rang the bell hastily. Wilson came in answer. Joyce was the usual attendant upon the sick room, but Mrs. Carlyle, with her infant, was passing the day at the Grove, unconscious of the critical state of William, and she had taken Joyce with her. It was the day following the trial. Mr. Justice Hare had been brought to West Lynne in his second attack, and Barbara had gone to see him, to console her mother, and to welcome Richard to his home again. If one carriage drove that day to the Grove with cards and inquiries, 50 did, not to speak of the foot callers. "It is all meant by way of attention to you, Richard," said gentle Mrs. Hare, smiling through her loving tears at her restored son. Lucy and Archie were dining at Miss Carlyle's, and Sarah attended little Arthur, leaving Wilson free. She came in answer to Madame Vine's ring. "Is he off in another faint?" unceremoniously cried she, hastening to the bed. "I think so. Help to raise him." William did not faint. No, the attack was quite different from those he was subject to. Instead of losing consciousness and power, as was customary, he shook as if he had the ague, and laid hold both of Madame Vine and Wilson, grabbing them convulsively. "Don't let me fall! Don't let me fall!" he gasped. "My dear, you cannot fall," responded Madame Vine. "You forget that you are on the bed." He clasped them yet, and trembled still, as from fear. "Don't let me fall! Don't let me fall!" the incessant burden of his cry. The paroxysm passed. They wiped his brow, and stood looking at him, Wilson with a pursed-up mouth and a peculiar expression of face. She put a spoonful of restorative jelly between his lips, and he swallowed it, but shook his head when she would have given him another. Turning his face to the pillow, in a few minutes he was in a doze. "What could it have been?" exclaimed Lady Isabel, in an undertone, to Wilson. "I know," was the oracular answer. "I saw this same sort of an attack once before, madame." "And what caused it?" "'Twasn't in a child, though," went on Wilson. "'Twas in a grown person. But that's nothing. It comes for the same thing in all. I think he was taken for death." "Who?" uttered Lady Isabel, startled. Wilson made no reply in words, but she pointed with her finger to the bed. "Oh, Wilson, he is not so ill as that. Mr. Wainwright said this morning that he might last a week or two." Wilson composedly sat herself down in the easiest chair. She was not wont to put herself out of the way for the governess, and that governess was too much afraid of her, in one sense, to let her know her place. "As to Wainwright, he's nobody," quoth she, "and if he saw the child's breath going out before his face, and knew that the next moment would be his last, he'd vow to us all that he was good for 12 hours to come. You don't know Wainwright as I do, madam. He was our doctor at mother's, and he has attended in all the places I have lived in since I went out to service. 5 years I was maid at Mrs. Hare's. I came here when Miss Lucy was a baby, and in all my places has he attended like one shadow. My Lady Isabel thought great guns of old Wainwright, I remember. It was more than I did." My Lady Isabel made no response to this. She took a seat and watched William through her glasses. His breathing was more laboured than usual. That idiot Sarah says to me to-day, says she, which of his two grandpapas will they bury him by, old Mr. Carlyle or Lord Mount Severn? Don't be a calf, I answered her. Do you think they'll stick him out in the corner with my lord? He'll be put in the Carlyle vault, of course. It would have been different, you see, Madam Vine, if my lady had died at home all proper. Mr. Carlyle's wife. They'd have buried her, no doubt, by her father, and the boy would have been laid with her, but she did not. No reply was made by Madam Vine, and a silence ensued, nothing to be heard but that fleeting breath. "I wonder how that beauty feels," suddenly broke forth Wilson again, her tone one of scornful irony. Lady Isabel, her eyes and her thoughts absorbed by William, positively thought Wilson's words must relate to him. She turned to her in surprise. "That bright Jim in the prison at Lynneborough!" exclaimed Wilson. "I hope he may have found himself pretty well since yesterday. I wonder how many trainfuls from West Lynne will go to his hanging." Isabel's face turned crimson, her heart sick. She had not dared to inquire how the trial terminated. The subject altogether was too dreadful, and nobody had happened to mention it in her hearing. "Is he condemned?" she breathed in a low tone. "He is condemned, and good luck to him. And Mr. Otway Bethel's let loose again, and good luck to him. A nice pair they are. Nobody went from this house to hear the trial. It might not have been pleasant, you know, to Mr. Carlyle. But people came in last night and told us all about it. Young Richard Hare chiefly convicted him. He is back again, and so nice looking, they say, 10 times more so than when he was quite a young man. You should have heard, they say, the cheering and shouts that greeted Mr. Richard when his innocence came out. It pretty near rose off the roof of the court, and the judge didn't stop it." Wilson paused, but there was no answering comment. On she went again. "When Mr. Carlyle brought the news home last evening and broke it to his wife, telling her how Mr. Richard had been received with acclamations, she nearly fainted, for she's not strong yet. Mr. Carlyle called out to me to bring some water. I was in the next room with the baby, and there she was, the tears raining from her eyes, and he holding her to him. I always said there was a whole world of love between those two, though he did go and marry another. Mr. Carlyle ordered me to put the water down and sent me away again, but I don't fancy he told her of old Hare's attack until this morning." Lady Isabel lifted her aching forehead. "What attack?" "Why, madam, don't you know? I declare you box yourself up in the house, keeping from everybody, and you hear nothing. You might as well be living at the bottom of a coal pit. Old Hare had another stroke in the court at Lynneborough, and that's why my mistress has gone to the Grove to-day." "Who says Richard Hare's come home, Wilson?" The question, the weak, scarcely audible question, had come from the dying boy. Wilson threw up her hands and made a bound to the bed. "The like of that," she uttered aside to Mrs. Vine. "One never knows when to take these sick ones. Master William, you hold your tongue and drop to sleep again. Your papa will be home soon from Lynneborough, and if you talk and get tired, he'll say it's my fault. Come, shut your eyes. Will you have a bit more jelly?" William, making no reply to the offer of jelly, buried his face again on the pillow, but he was grievously restless. The nearly worn-out spirit was ebbing and flowing. End of chapter 43, part 1. Recording by Linda McDaniel, June 2009. Chapter 43, part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 43, Part 2. Mr. Carlyle was at Lynneborough. He always had much business there at assize time and the Nisi Prius court. But the previous day he had not gone himself. Mr. Dill had been dispatched to represent him. Between 7 and 8 he returned home and came into William's chamber. The boy brightened up at the well-known presence. "Papa!" Mr. Carlyle sat down on the bed and kissed him. The passing beams of the sun, slanting from the horizon, shone into the room, and Mr. Carlyle could view well the dying face. The grey hue of death was certainly on it. "Is he worse?" he exclaimed hastily to Madame Vine, who was jacketed and capped and spectacled, and tied up round the throat, and otherwise disguised in her universal fashion. "He appears worse this evening, sir, more weak." "Papa," panted William, "is the trial over?" "What trial, my boy?" "Sir Francis Levison's." "It was over yesterday. Never trouble your head about him, my brave boy. He is not worth it." "But I want to know, will they hang him?" "He is sentenced to it." "Did he kill Hallijohn?" "Yes. Who has been talking to him upon the subject?" Mr. Carlyle continued to Madame Vine, with marked displeasure in his tone. "Wilson mentioned it, sir," was the low answer. "Oh, papa, what will he do? Will Jesus forgive him?" "We must hope it." "Do you hope it, papa?" "Yes. I wish that all the world may be forgiven, William, whatever may have been their sins. My child, how restless you seem!" "I can't keep in one place. The bed gets wrong. Pull me up on the pillow, will you, Madame Vine?" Mr. Carlyle gently lifted the boy himself. "Madame Vine is an untiring nurse to you, William," he observed, gratefully casting a glance toward her in the distance, where she had retreated, and was shaded by the window curtain. William made no reply. He seemed to be trying to recall something. "I forget." "Forget what?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "It was something I wanted to ask you, or to tell you. Isn't Lucy come home?" "I suppose not." "Papa, I want Joyce." "I will send her home to you. I am going for your mamma after dinner." "For mamma? Oh, I remember now, papa. How shall I know mamma in heaven? Not this mamma." Mr. Carlyle did not immediately reply. The question may have puzzled him. William continued hastily, possibly mistaking the motive of the silence. "She will be in heaven, you know." "Yes, yes, child," speaking hurriedly. "Madame Vine knows she will. She saw her abroad, and mamma told her that what is it, madame?" Madame Vine grew sick with alarm. Mr. Carlyle turned his eyes upon her scarlet face, as much as he could get to see of it. She would have escaped from the room if she could. "Mamma was more sorry than she could bear," went on William, finding he was not helped. "She wanted you, papa, and she wanted us, and her heart broke, and she died." A flush rose to Mr. Carlyle's brow. He turned inquiringly to Madame Vine. "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," she murmured with desperate energy. "I ought not to have spoken. I ought not to have interfered in your family affairs. I spoke only as I thought it must be, sir. The boy seemed troubled about his mother." Mr. Carlyle was at sea. "Did you meet his mother abroad? I scarcely understand." She lifted her hand and covered her glowing face. "No, sir." Surely the recording angel blotted out the words. If ever a prayer for forgiveness went up from an aching heart, it must have gone up then for the equivocation over her child's deathbed. Mr. Carlyle went toward her. "Do you perceive the change in his countenance?" he whispered. "Yes, sir. He has looked like this since a strange fit of trembling that came on in the afternoon. Wilson thought he might be taken for death. I fear that some 24 hours will end it." Mr. Carlyle rested his elbow on the window frame, and his hand upon his brow, his drooping eyelids falling over his eyes. "It is hard to lose him." "Oh, sir, he will be better off," she wailed, choking down the sobs and the emotion that arose threateningly. "We can bear death. It is not the worst parting that the earth knows. He will be quit of this cruel world, sheltered in heaven. I wish we were all there." A servant came in to say that Mr. Carlyle's dinner was served, and he proceeded to it with what appetite he had. When he returned to the sick room the daylight had faded, and a solitary candle was placed where its rays could not fall upon the child's face. Mr. Carlyle took the light in his hand to scan that face again. He was lying sideways on the pillow, his hollow breath echoing through the room. The light caused him to open his eyes. "Don't, papa, please. I like it dark." "Only for a moment, my precious boy." And not for more than a moment did Mr. Carlyle hold it. The blue, pinched, ghastly look was there yet. Death was certainly coming on quick. At that moment Lucy and Archibald came in, on their return from their visit to Miss Carlyle.
The dying boy looked up eagerly. "Good-bye, Lucy," he said, putting out his cold, damp hand. "I'm not going out," replied Lucy. "We have but just come home." "Good-bye, Lucy," repeated he. She laid hold of the little hand then, leaned over and kissed him. "Good-bye, William, but indeed I am not going out anywhere." "I am," said he. "I am going to heaven. Where's Archie?" Mr. Carlyle lifted Archie onto the bed. Lucy looked frightened, Archie surprised. "Archie, good-bye, good-bye, dear. I am going to heaven, to that bright blue sky, you know. I shall see mamma there, and I'll tell her that you and Lucy are coming soon." Lucy, a sensitive child, broke into a loud storm of sobs, enough to disturb the equanimity of any sober sick room. Wilson hastened in at the sound, and Mr. Carlyle sent the two children away with soothing promises that they should see William in the morning, if he continued well enough. Down on her knees, her face buried in the counterpane, a corner of it stuffed into her mouth that it might help to stifle her agony, knelt Lady Isabel. The moment's excitement was well nigh beyond her strength of endurance. Her own child, his child, they alone around its deathbed, and she might not ask or receive a word of comfort, of consolation. Mr. Carlyle glanced at her as he caught her choking sobs, just as he would have glanced at any other attentive governess, feeling her sympathy, doubtless, but nothing more. She was not heart and part with him and his departing boy. Lower and lower bent he over that boy, for his eyes were wet. "Don't cry, papa," whispered William, raising his feeble hand caressingly to his father's cheek. "I am not afraid to go. Jesus is coming for me." "Afraid to go? Indeed, I hope not, my gentle boy. You are going to God, to happiness. A few years, we know not how few, and we shall all come to you." "Yes, you will be sure to come. I know that. I shall tell mamma so. I dare say she is looking out for me now. Perhaps she's standing on the banks of the river, watching the boats." He had evidently got that picture of Martin's in his mind, the plains of heaven. Mr. Carlyle turned to the table. He saw some strawberry juice pressed from the fresh fruit, and moistened with it the boy's fevered lips. "Papa, I can't think how Jesus can be in all the boats. Perhaps they don't go quite at the same time. He must be, you know, because he comes to fetch us." "He will be yours, darling," was the whispered, fervent answer. "Oh, yes, he will take me all the way up to God, and say, 'Here's a poor little boy come. You must please to forgive him, and let him go into heaven, because I died for him.' Papa, did you know that mamma's heart broke?" "William, I think it likely that your poor mamma's heart did break ere death came. But let us talk of you, not of her. Are you in pain?" "I can't breathe. I can't swallow. I wish Joyce was here." "She will not be long now." The boy nestled himself in his father's arms, and in a few minutes appeared to be asleep. Mr. Carlyle, after a while, gently laid him on his pillow, and watched him, and then turned to depart. "Oh, papa, papa!" he cried out in a tone of painful entreaty, opening wide his yearning eyes. "Say good-bye to me." Mr. Carlyle's tears fell upon the little upturned face as he once more caught it to his breast. "My darling, your papa will soon be back. He is going to bring mamma to see you." "And pretty little baby Anna?" "And baby Anna, if you would like her to come in. I will not leave my darling boy for long. He need not fear. I shall not leave you again to-night, William, when once I am back." "Then put me down and go, papa." A lingering embrace, a fond, lingering, tearful embrace, Mr. Carlyle holding him to his beating heart. Then he laid him comfortably on his pillow, gave him a teaspoonful of strawberry juice, and hastened away. "Good-bye, papa," came forth the little feeble cry. It was not heard. Mr. Carlyle was gone, gone from his living child forever. Up rose Lady Isabel and flung her arms aloft in a storm of sobs. "Oh, William, darling, in this dying moment let me be to you as your mother." Again he unclosed his wearied eyelids. It is probable that he only partially understood. "Papa's gone for her." "Not her. I—"
Lady Isabel checked herself and fell sobbing on the bed. No, not even at the last hour when the world was closing on him dared she say, "I am your mother." Wilson re-entered. "He looks as if he were dropping off to sleep," quoth she. "Yes," said Lady Isabel. "You need not wait, Wilson. I will ring if he requires anything." Wilson, though withal not a bad-hearted woman, was not one to remain for pleasure in a sick room, if told she might leave it. She, Lady Isabel, remained alone. She fell on her knees again, this time in prayer for the departing spirit on its wing, and that God would mercifully vouchsafe herself a resting place with it in heaven. A review of the past then rose up before her, from the time of her first entering that house, the bride of Mr. Carlyle, to her present sojourn in it. The old scenes passed through her mind like the changing picture in a phantasmagoria. Why should they have come, there and then? She knew not. William slept on silently. She thought of the past. The dreadful reflection, "If I had not done as I did, how different would it have been now," had been sounding its knell in her heart so often that she had almost ceased to shudder at it. The very nails of her hands had, before now, entered the palms with the sharp pain it brought. Stealing over her more especially this night, there, as she knelt, her head lying on the counterpane, came the recollection of that first illness of hers. How she had lain, and in that unfounded jealousy imagined Barbara the house's mistress. She dead, Barbara exalted to her place, Mr. Carlyle's wife, her child's stepmother. She recalled the day when, her mind excited by a certain gossip of Wilson's, it was previously in a state of fever bordering on delirium, she had prayed her husband, in terror and anguish, not to marry Barbara. How could he marry her? He had replied in his soothing pity. She, Isabel, was his wife. Who was Barbara? Nothing to them. But it had all come to pass. She had brought it forth. Not Mr. Carlyle, not Barbara. She alone. Oh, the dreadful misery of the retrospect! Lost in thought, in anguish past and present, in self-condemning repentance, the time passed on. Nearly an hour must have elapsed since Mr. Carlyle's departure, and William had not disturbed her. But who was this, coming into the room? Joyce. She hastily rose up as Joyce, advancing with a quiet step, drew aside the clothes to look at William. "Master says he has been wanting me," she observed. "Why, oh—" It was a sharp, momentary cry, subdued as soon as uttered. Madame Vine sprang forward to Joyce's side, looking also. The pale young face lay calm in its utter stillness. The busy little heart had ceased to beat. Jesus Christ had indeed come and taken the fleeting spirit. Then she lost all self-control. She believed that she had reconciled herself to the child's death, that she could part with him without too great emotion. But she had not anticipated it would be quite so soon. She had deemed that some hours more would at least be given him, and now the storm overwhelmed her. Crying, sobbing, calling, she flung herself upon him. She clasped him to her. She dashed off her disguising glasses. She laid her face upon his, beseeching him to come back to her, that she might say farewell to her, his mother, her darling child, her lost William. Joyce was terrified for consequences. With her full strength she pulled her from the boy, praying her to consider, to be still. "Do not, for the love of heaven, my lady, my lady!" It was the old familiar title that struck upon her fears and induced calmness. She stared at Joyce, and retreated backward, after the manner of one receding from some hideous vision. Then, as recollection came to her, she snatched her glasses up and hurried them on. "My lady, let me take you into your room. Mr. Carlyle is come. He is just bringing up his wife. Only think if you should give way before him. Pray come away." "How did you know me?" she asked in a hollow voice. "My lady, it was that night when there was an alarm of fire. I went close up to you to take Master Archibald from your arms, and as sure as I am now standing here, I believe that for the moment my senses left me. I thought I saw a spectre. the spectre of my dead lady. I forgot the present. I forgot that all were standing around me, that you, Madame Vine, were alive before me. Your face was not disguised then. The moonlight shone full upon it, and I knew it, after the first few moments of terror, to be, in living truth, the living one of Lady Isabel. My lady, come away. We shall have Mr. Carlyle here. Poor thing! She sank upon her knees in her humility, her dread. Oh, Joyce, have pity upon me. Don't betray me. I will leave the house, indeed I will. Don't betray me while I am in it. My lady, you have nothing to fear from me. I have kept the secret buried within my breast since then. Last April. It has nearly been too much for me. By night and by day I have had no peace, dreading what might come out. Think of the awful confusion, the consequences, should it come to the knowledge of Mr. and Mrs. Carlyle. Indeed, my lady, you never ought to have come. Joyce, she said hollowly, lifting her haggard face, I could not keep away from my unhappy children. It is no punishment to me, think you, the being here? She added vehemently, to see him, my husband, the husband of another. It is killing me. Oh, my lady, come away. I hear him, I hear him. Partly coaxing, partly dragging her, Joyce took her into her own room and left her there. Mr. Carlyle was at that moment at the door of the sick one. Joyce sprang forward. Her face, in her emotion and fear, was of one livid whiteness, and she shook as William had shaken, poor child, in the afternoon. It was only too apparent in the well-lighted corridor. Joyce! He exclaimed, in amazement. What ails you? Sir, master, she panted, be prepared. Master William, Master William. Joyce, not dead? Alas, yes, sir. Mr. Carlyle strode into the chamber, but ere he was well across it, he turned back to slip the bolt of the door. On the pillow lay the white, thin face, at rest now. My boy, my boy! Oh, my God, he murmured, in bowed reverence, mayest thou have received this child to rest in Jesus, even as I trust thou hast already received his unhappy mother. This concludes the reading of Chapter 43, Part 2 of East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Recording by Linda McDaniel, June 2009.
Chapter 44 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 44. Lord Vane dating forward. To the burial of William Carlyle came Lord Mount Severn and his son. Wilson had been right in her surmises as to the resting place. The Carlyle vault was opened for him, and an order went forth to the sculptor for an inscription to be added to their marble tablet in the church. William Vane Carlyle, eldest son of Archibald Carlyle of East Lynne. Amongst those who attended the funeral as mourners went one more notable in the eyes of the gazers than the rest, Richard Hare the younger. Lady Isabel was ill in mind, and ominously ill in body. She kept her room, and Joyce attended on her. The household set down Madame's illness to the fatigue of having attended upon Master William. It was not thought of seriously by anyone, especially as she declined to see a doctor. All her thoughts now were directed to the getting away from East Lynne, for it would never do to remain there to die, and she knew that death was on his way to her, and that no human power or skill, not all the faculty combined, would turn him back again. The excessive dread of detection was not upon her as it had been formerly. I mean, she did not dread the consequences so much, if detection came. In nearing the grave, all fears and hopes, of whatever nature, relating to this world, lose their force, and fears or hopes regarding the next world take their place. Our petty feelings here are lost in the greater. In returning to East Lynne, Lady Isabel had entered upon a daring act, and she found in the working that neither strength nor spirit was equal to it. Human passions and tempers were brought with us into this world, and they can only quit us when we bid it farewell, to enter upon immortality in the next. When Lady Isabel was Mr. Carlyle's wife, she had never wholly loved him, The very utmost homage that esteem, admiration, affection could give was his. But that mysterious passion called by the name of love, and which, as I truly and heartily believe, cannot, in its refined etherealism, be known to many of us, had not been given to him. It was now, from the very night she came back to East Lynne, her love for Mr. Carlyle had burst forth with an intensity never before felt. It had been smouldering almost ever since she quitted him. Reprehensible, groans a moralist. Very. Everybody knows that, as Afy would say. But her heart, you see, had not done with human passions, and they work ill. And contrariness, let the word stand, critic, if you please, and precisely everything they should not. I shall get in for it, I fear, if I attempt to defend her, but it was not exactly the same thing as though she suffered herself to fall in love with somebody else's husband. Nobody would defend that. We have not turned Mormons yet, and the world does not walk upon its head. But this was a peculiar case. She, poor thing, almost regarded Mr. Carlyle as her husband. The bent of her thoughts was only too much inclined to this. The evil human heart again. Many and many a time did she wake up from a reverie and strive to drive this mistaken view of things away from her, taking shame to herself. 10 minutes afterward she would catch her brain revealing in the same rebellious vision. Mr. Carlyle's love was not hers now. It was Barbara's. Mr. Carlyle did not belong to her. He belonged to his wife. It was not only that he was not hers, he was another's. You may, therefore, if you have the pleasure of being experienced in this sort of thing, guess a little of what her inward life was. Had there been no Barbara in the case, she might have lived and borne it. As it was, it had killed her before her time. That and the remorse together. There had been other things too. The reappearance of Francis Levison at West Lynne, in fresh contact, as may be said, with herself had struck terror to her heart, and the dark charge brought against him augmented awfully her remorse. Then the sharp lances perpetually thrust upon her memory, the Lady Isabel's memory, from all sides, were full of cruel stings, unintentionally though they were hurled. And there was the hourly chance of discovery, and the never-ceasing battle with her conscience, for being at East Lynne at all. No wonder that the cords of life were snapping. The wonder would have been had they remained whole. She brought it upon herself. She ought not to have come back to East Lynne. Groans our moralist again. Didn't I say so? Of course she ought not. Neither ought she to have suffered her thoughts to stray in the manner they did. Towards Mr. Carlyle she ought not, but she did. If we all did just what we ought, this lower proverb touching fruit defend you would go out as a dead letter. She was nearer to death than she imagined. She knew, judging by her declining strength and her inner feelings, that it could not be far off. But she did not deem it was coming so very soon. Her mother had died in a similar way. Some said of consumption. Dr. Martin did, you may remember. Some said of waste. The Earl, her husband, said a broken heart. You heard him say so to Mr. Carlyle in the first chapter of this history. The Earl was the one who might be supposed to know best. Whatever may have been Lady Mount Severn's malady, she, to give you the phrase that was in people's mouths all the time, went out like the snuff of a candle. It was now the turn of Lady Isabel. She had no more decided disorder than the Countess had had, yet death had marked her. She felt that it had, and in its reproach she dreaded not, as she once had done, the consequences that must ensue did discovery come, which brings us back to the point whence ensued this long digression. I dare say you are chaffing at it, but it is not often I trouble you with one. But she would not willingly let discovery come, neither had she the least intention of remaining at East Lynne to die. Where she should take refuge was quite a secondary consideration. Only let her get smoothly and plausibly away. Joyce, in her dread, was forever urging it. Of course the preliminary step was to arrange matters with Mrs. Carlyle, and in the afternoon of the day following the funeral, Lady Isabel proceeded to her dressing-room, and craved an interview. Mr. Carlyle quitted the room as she entered it. Barbara, fatigued with the recent drive, was lying on the sofa. She would scarcely take the notice. "We shall be so sorry to lose you, Madame Vine. You are all we could wish for Lucy, and Mr. Carlyle feels truly grateful for your love and attention to his poor boy. To leave you will give me pain also," Madame Vine answered, in a subdued tone. "Pain? Ay, Mrs. Carlyle little guessed at its extent. All she cared for on earth she should leave behind her at East Lynne." "Indeed you must not leave," resumed Barbara. "It would be unjust to allow you to do so. You have made yourself ill, waiting upon poor William, and you must stay here and take a holiday until you are cured. You will soon get well, if you will only suffer yourself to be properly waited on and taken care of." "You are very considerate. Pray do not think me insensible if I decline. I believe my strength is beyond getting up, that I shall ever be able to teach again." "Oh, nonsense," said Barbara, in her quick way. "We are all given to fancy the worst when we are ill. I was feeling terribly weak only a few minutes ago, and said something of the same sort to Archibald. He talked and soothed me out of it. I wish you had your dear husband living, Madame Vine, to support you and love you, as I have him." A tinge of scarlet streaked Madame Vine's pale face, and she laid her hand upon her beating heart. "How could you think of leaving? We should be glad to help re-establish your health in any case, but it is only fair to do it now. I felt sure, by the news brought to me when I was ill, that your attention upon William was overtasking your strength." "It is not the attendance upon William that has brought me into this state," was the quick answer. "I must leave. I have well considered it over." "Would you like to go to the seaside?" exclaimed Barbara with sudden energy. "I am going there on Monday next. Mr. Carlyle insists upon it that I try a little change. I intended only to take my baby, but we can make different arrangements, and take you and Lucy. It might do you good, Madame Vine." She shook her head. "No, it would make me worse. All that I want is perfect quiet. I must beg you to understand that I shall leave, and I should be glad if you could allow the customary notice to be dispensed with, so that I may be at liberty to depart within a few days." "Look here, then," said Barbara, after a pause of consideration. "You remain at East Lynne until my return, which will be in a fortnight. Mr. Carlyle cannot stay with me, so I know I shall be tired in less time than that. I do not want you to remain to teach, you know, Madame Vine. I do not wish you to do a single thing. Lucy shall have a holiday, and Mr. Kane can come up for her music. Only I could not be content to leave her, unless under your surveillance. She is getting of an age now not to be consigned to servants, not to Joyce. Upon my return, if you still wish to leave, you shall then be at liberty to do so. What do you say?" Madame Vine said it eagerly, to have another fortnight with her children. Lucy and Archibald was very like a reprieve, and she embraced it, although she knew, as I have said, that grim death was on his way. She did not think he had drawn so near the end of his journey. Her thoughts went back to the time when she had been ordered to the seaside after an illness. It had been a marvel if they had not. She remembered how he, her husband, had urged the change upon her, how he had taken her, traveling carefully, how tenderly anxious he had been in the arrangements for her comfort when settling her in the lodgings, how, when he came again to see her, he had met her with his passionate fondness, thanking God for the visible improvements in her looks, that one injunction which she had called him back to give him, as he was departing for the boat, was bitterly present to her now. Do not get making love to Barbara Hare. All this care and love and tenderness belonged now of right to Barbara, and were given to her. But now Barbara, although she pressed Madame Vine to remain at East Lynne, and indeed would have been glad that she should do so, did not take her refusal at heart. Barbara could not fail to perceive that she was a thoroughly refined gentlewoman, far superior to the generality of governesses, that she was truly fond of Lucy, and most anxious for her welfare in every way. Barbara also saw, for Lucy's sake, therefore, she would be grieved to part with Madame Vine, and would raise her salary to anything in reason, if she would but stay. But on her own score, Barbara had as soon as Madame Vine went as not, for in her heart of hearts she had never liked her. She could not have told why. Was it instinct? Very probably. The birds of the air, the beasts of the field, the fishes of the sea, have their instincts, and so does man have his. Perhaps it was the unaccountable resemblance that Madame Vine bore to Lady Isabel, a strange likeness, Barbara often thought, but whether it lay in the face, the voice, or the manner, she could not decide. A suspicion of the truth did not cross her mind. How should it? And she never spoke of it. Had the resemblance been to any one but Lady Isabel, she would have talked of it freely, or it may have been that there was now and then a tone in Madame Vine's voice that grated on her ear, a wrung impatient tone, wanting in respect, savouring of hauteur, which Barbara did not understand, and did not like. However it may have been, certain it is that Mrs. Carlyle would not shed tears after the governess. Only for Lucy's sake did she regret parting with her. These different resemblances and reflections were separately passing through the minds of the two ladies, when their conference was over. Madame Vine at length rose from her chair to depart. "Would you mind holding my baby for 1 minute?" cried Barbara. Madame Vine quite started. "The baby there," she uttered. Barbara laughed. "It is lying by my side, under the shawl, quiet little sleeping thing." Madame Vine advanced, and took the sleeping baby. How could she refuse? She had never had it in her arms before. She had in fact scarcely seen it. One visit of ceremony she had paid to Mrs. Carlyle, as in politeness bound, a day or two after the young lady's arrival, and had been showed a little face, nearly covered with lace, in a cradle. "Thank you. I can get up now. I might have half smothered it, had I attempted before," continued Barbara, still laughing. "I have been here long enough, and am quite rested. Talking about smothering children, what accounts have we in the Register General's weekly returns of health? So many children overlaid in bed, so many children suffocated in bed. 1 week there were nearly 20, and often there are as many as 8 or 10. Mr. Carlyle says he knows they are smothered on purpose." "Oh, Mrs. Carlyle!" I exclaimed just as you do, when he said it, and laid my hand over his lips. He laughed, and he told me I did not know half the wickedness of the world. "Thank you," again repeated Mrs. Carlyle, taking her child from Lady Isabel. "Is she not a pretty baby? Do you like the name Anne?" "It is a simple name," replied Lady Isabel, "and simple names are always the most attractive." That is just what Archibald thinks, but he wanted his child to be Barbara. I would not have had it Barbara for the world. I remember his once saying, a long, long while ago, that he did not like elaborate names. They were mouthfuls, and he instanced mine and his sister's and his own. I recalled his words to him, and he said he may not have liked the name of Barbara then, but he loved it now. So we entered into a compromise. Miss Baby was named Anne Barbara, with an understanding that the first name is to be for use, and the last for the registers. "It is not christened?" said Lady Isabel. "Only baptized. We should have had it christened before now, but for William's death. Not that we give christening dinners, but I waited for the trial at Lynneborough to be over, that my dear brother Richard might stand to the child." "Mr. Carlyle does not like christenings made into festivals," Lady Isabel dreamily observed, her thoughts buried in the past. "How do you know that?" exclaimed Barbara, opening her eyes, and poor Madame Vine, her pale face flushing, had to stammer forth some confused words that she had heard so somewhere. "It is quite true," said Barbara. "He has never given a christening dinner for any of his children, and gets out of attending, if invited to one. He cannot understand the analogy between a solemn religious rite and the meeting together afterward to eat and drink, and make merry, according to the fashion of this world." As Lady Isabel quitted the room, young Vane was careering through the corridor, throwing his head in all directions, and calling out, "Lucy, I want Lucy." "What do you want with her?" asked Madame Vine. "Il m'est impossible de vous l'aimer, madame," responded he, being, for an Eton boy, wonderfully up in French. He was rather given to show it off when he got the chance. He did not owe thanks for it to Eton. Lady Mount Severn had taken better care than that. Better care? What could she want? There was one whole real live French tutor, and he was an Englishman. For the 800 boys, very unreasonable of her ladyship to disparage that ample provision. "Lucy cannot come to you just now. She is practising. Mais les deux fois, le droit demander après elle. Il me ramperait, vous comprenez, madame, cette demoiselle-là. Madame could not forbear a smile. I wish you would speak English sense instead of French nonsense. Then the English sense is that I want Lucy, and I must have her. I am going to take her for a drive in the pony carriage, if you must know. She said she'd come, and John's getting it ready. I could not possibly allow it, said Madame Vine. You'd be sure to upset her. The idea, he returned indignantly. As if I should upset Lucy. Why, I'm one of the great whips at Eton. I care for Lucy too much not to drive steadily. She is to be my wife, you know. Mais bonne dame. At this juncture, two heads were pushed out from the library, close by, those of the Earl and Mr. Carlyle. Barbara also, attracted by the talking, appeared at the door of her dressing-room. "What's that about a wife?" asked my lord of his son. The blood mantled in the young gentleman's cheek as he turned round and saw who had spoken, but he possessed all the fearlessness of an Eton boy. "I intend Lucy Carlyle to be my wife, papa. I mean in earnest, when we shall both be grown up, if you will approve, and Mr. Carlyle will give her to me." The Earl looked somewhat impassible. Mr. Carlyle amused. "Suppose," said the latter, "we adjourn the discussion to this day 10 years. But that Lucy is so very young a child, I should reprove you seriously, sir," said the Earl. "You have no right to bring Lucy's name into any such absurdity. I mean it, papa, you'll all see, and I intend to keep out of scrapes, that is, of nasty, dishonourable scrapes, on purpose that Mr. Carlyle shall find no excuse against me. I have made up my mind to be what he is, a man of honour. I am right glad you know about it, sir, and I shall let mamma know it before long." The last sentence tickled the Earl's fancy, and a grim smile passed over his lips. "It will be a war to his knife if you do." "I know that," laughed the Viscount, "but I am getting a better match for mamma in our battles than I used to be." Nobody saw fit to prolong the discussion. Barbara put her veto upon the drive in the pony carriage, unless John sat behind to look after the driver, which Lord Vane still resented as an insult. Madame Vine, when the corridor became empty again, laid her hand upon the boy's arm as he was moving away, and drew him to the window. "In speaking as you do of Lucy Carlyle, do you forget the disgrace reflected on her by the conduct of your mother?" "Her mother is not Lucy. It may prove an impediment, that with Lord and Lady Mount Severn." "Not with his lordship, and I must do, as you heard me say, battle with my mother, conciliatory battle, you understand, madame, bringing the enemy to reason." Madame Vine was agitated. She held her handkerchief to her mouth, and the boy noticed how her hands trembled. "I have learnt to love Lucy. It has appeared to me in these few months' sojourn with her, that I have stood to her in light of a mother. William Vane," she solemnly added, keeping her hold upon him, "I shall soon be where earthly distinctions are no more, where sin and sorrow are no more. Should Lucy Carlyle indeed become your wife, in after years, never, never cast upon her, by so much as the slightest word of reproach, the sin of Lady Isabel." Lord Vane threw back his head, his honest eyes flashing in their indignant earnestness. "What do you take me for? It would be a cruel wrong upon Lucy. She does not deserve it. That unhappy lady's sin was all her own. Let it die with her. Never speak to Lucy of her mother." The lad dashed his hand across his eyes, for they were filling. I shall speak to her often of her mother, that is, you know, after she's my wife. I shall tell her how I love Lady Isabel, that there's nobody I ever loved so much in the world but Lucy herself. I cast a reproach to Lucy on the score of her mother," he hotly added. "It is through her mother that I love her. You don't understand, madame. Cherish and love her forever, should she become yours," said Lady Isabel, wringing his hand. "I ask it you as one who is dying." "I will, I promise it. But I say, madame," he continued, dropping his fervent tone, "what do you allude to? Are you worse?" Madame Vine did not answer. She glided away without speaking. Later, when she was sitting by twilight in the grey parlour, cold and shivering, and wrapped up in a shawl, though it was hot summer weather, somebody knocked at the door. "Come in," cried she apathetically. It was Mr. Carlyle, who entered. She rose up, her pulses quickening, her heart thumping against her side. In her wild confusion she was drawing forward a chair for him. He laid his hand upon it and motioned her to her own. "Mrs. Carlyle tells me that you have been speaking to her of leaving, that you find yourself too much out of health to continue with us." "Yes, sir," she faintly replied, having a most imperfect notion of what she did say. "What is it that you find to be the matter with you?" "I think it is chiefly weakness," she stammered. Her face had grown as gray as the walls, a dusky livid sort of hue, not unlike William's had worn the night of his death, and her voice sounded strangely hollow. The voice struck Mr. Carlyle and awoke his fears. You never can have caught William's complaint in your close attendance upon him?" he exclaimed, speaking in the impulse of the moment, as the idea flashed across him. "I have heard of such things." "I caught it from him," she rejoined, carried away also by impulse. "It is more likely that he—" She stopped herself just in time. "Inherited it from me," had been the destined conclusion in her alarm. She went off volubly, something to the effect that it was no wonder she was ill, unless was natural to her family. "At any rate, you have become ill at East Lynne, in attendance on my children," rejoined Mr. Carlyle decisively, when her voice died away. "You must therefore allow me to insist that you allow East Lynne to do what it can toward renovating you. What is your objection to see a doctor?" "A doctor could do me no good," she faintly answered. "Certainly not, so long as you will not consult one. Indeed, sir, doctors could not cure me, nor, as I believe, prolong my life." Mr. Carlyle paused. "Are you believing yourself to be in danger?" "Not in immediate danger, sir. Only in so far as that I know I shall not live." "And yet you will not see a doctor, Madame Vine. You must be aware that I could not permit such a thing to go on in my house. Dangerous illness and no advice." She could not say to him, "My malady is on the mind. It is a breaking heart, and therefore no doctor of physic could serve me. That would never do." She had sat with her hand across her face, between her spectacles and her wrapped-up chin. Had Mr. Carlyle possessed the eyes of Argus, backed by Sam Weller's patent magnifying microscopes of double extra power, he could not have made anything of her features in the broad light of day, but she did not feel so sure of it. There was always an undefined terror of discovery when in his presence, and she wished the interview at an end. "I will see Mr. Wainwright, if it will be any satisfaction to you." "Sir?" "Madame Vine, I have intruded upon you here to say that you must see him, and should he deem it necessary, Dr. Martin also." "Oh, sir," she rejoined with a curious smile, "Mr. Wainwright will be quite sufficient. There will be no need of another. I will write a note to him to-morrow." "Spare yourself the trouble. I am going into West Lynne, and will send him up. You will permit me to urge that you spare no pains or care, that you suffer my servants to spare no pains or care, to re-establish your health. Mrs. Carlyle tells me that the question of your leaving remains in abeyance until her return." "Pardon me, sir. The understanding with Mrs. Carlyle was that I should remain here until her return, and should then be at liberty at once to leave." "Exactly. That is what Mrs. Carlyle said. But I must express a hope that by that time you may be feeling so much better as to reconsider your decision, and continue with us for my daughter's sake. Madame Vine, I trust it will be so." He rose as he spoke, and held out his hand. What could she do but rise also, drop hers from her face, and give it him in answer? He retained it, clasping it warmly. "How should I repay you? How thank you for your love to my poor lost boy?" His earnest, tender eyes were on her blue double spectacles. A sad smile mingled with the sweet expression of his lips as he bent toward her, lips that had once been hers, a faint exclamation of despair, a vivid glow of hot crimson, and she caught up her new black silk apron so deeply bordered with crape in her disengaged hand, and flung it up to her face. He mistook the sound, mistook the action. "Do not grieve for him. He is at rest. Thank you greatly for your sympathy." Another wring of her hand, and Mr. Carlyle had quitted the room. She laid her head upon the table, and thought how merciful would be death when he should come. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 45. It won't do, Afy. Mr. Jiffin was in his glory. Mr. Jiffin's house was the same. Both were in apple pie order to receive Miss Afy Hallijohn, who was in a very short period indeed to be converted to Mrs. Jiffin. Mr. Jiffin had not seen Afy for some days, had not been able to come across her since the trial at Lynneborough. Every evening had he danced attendance at her lodgings, but could not get admitted. Not at home, not at home, was the invariable answer, though Afy might be sunning herself at the window in his very sight. Mr. Jiffin, throwing off as best he could the temporary disappointment, was in an ecstasy of admiration, for he set it all down to Afy's retiring modesty on the approach of the nuptial day, and they could try to calumniate her, he indignantly replied. But now, one afternoon, when Mr. Jiffin and his shopman and his shop and his wares were all set out to the best advantage, and very tempting they looked, as a whole, especially the spiced bacon, Mr. Jiffin, happening to cast his eyes to the opposite side of the street, beheld his beloved sailing by. She was got up in the fashion, a mauve silk dress, with 18 flounces and about 1800 steel buttons that glittered your sight away, a suave jacket worked with gold, a black turban perched on the top of her skull, garnished in front with what court milliners are pleased to term a plume de coq, but which, by its size and height, might have been taken for a cock himself, while a white ostrich feather was carried round and did duty behind, and a spangled hair-net hung down to her waist. Gloriously grand was Afy that day, and if I had but a photographing machine at hand, or whatever may be the scientific name for the thing, you should certainly have been regaled by the sight of her. Joyce would have gone down in a fit had she encountered her by an unhappy chance. Mr. Jiffin, dashing his apron anywhere, tore across. "Oh, it is you," said Afy freezingly, when compelled to acknowledge him. But his offered hand she utterly repudiated. "Really, Mr. Jiffin, I should feel obliged if you would not come out to me in this offensive and public manner." Mr. Jiffin grew cold. "Offensive? Not come out?" gasped he. "I do trust I have not been so unfortunate as to offend you, Miss Afy." "Well, you see," said Afy, calling up all her impudence to say what she had made up her mind to say, "I have been considering it well over, Jiffin, and I find that to carry out the marriage will not be for our happiness. I intended to write to inform you of this, but I shall be spared the trouble, as you have come out to me." The perspiration, cold as ice, began to pour off Mr. Jiffin in his agony and horror. You might have wrung every thread he had on. "You don't mean to imply that you give me up, Miss Afy?" he jerked out unevenly. "Well, yes, I do," replied Afy. "It's as good to be plain, and then there can be no misapprehension. I'll shake hands now with you, Jiffin, for the last time, and I'm very sorry that we both made such a mistake." Poor Jiffin looked at her. His gaze would have melted a heart of stone. "Miss Afy, you can't mean it. You'd never sure crush a fellow in this manner, whose whole soul is yours, who trusted you entirely. There's not an earthly thing I would not do to please you. You've been the light of my existence." "Of course," returned Afy, with a lofty and indifferent air, as if to be the light of his existence was only her due. "But it's all done and over. It is not at all the settlement that will suit me. You see, Jiffin, a butter and bacon factory is so very what I have not been accustomed to. And then those aprons! I never could get reconciled to them. I'll discard the aprons altogether, cried he in a fever. I'll get a second shopman, and buy a little gig, and do nothing but drive you out. I'll do anything if you will have me still, Miss Afy. I've bought the ring, you know. Your intentions are very kind, was the distant reply, but it's a thing impossible. My mind is fully made up. So farewell for good, Jiffin, and I wish you better luck with your next venture. Afy, lifting her capacious dress, for the streets had just been watered, minced off, and Mr. Joe Jiffin, wiping his wet face as he gazed after her, instantly wished that he could be nailed up to one of his pickled pork barrels, and so be out of his misery. That's done with, thank goodness, soliloquized Afy. Have him indeed! After what Richard let out on the trial! As if I should look after anybody less than Dick Hare! I shall get him, too. I always knew Dick Hare loved me above anything on earth. And he does still, or he'd never had said what he did in open court. It's better to be born lucky than rich. Won't West Lynne envy me? Mrs. Richard Hare of the Grove! Old Hare is on his last legs, and then Dick comes into his own. Mrs. Hare must have her future house elsewhere, for we shall want the Grove for ourselves. I wonder if Madame Barbara will condescend to recognize me. And that blessed Corney! I shall be a sort of cousin of Corney's then. I wonder how much Dick comes into, 3,000 or 4,000 a year? And to think that I had nearly escaped this by tying myself to that ape of a Jiffin! What sharks do get into our unsuspecting paths! On went Afy through West Lynne till she arrived close to Mr. Justice Hare's. Then she paced slowly. It had been a frequent walk of hers since the trial. Luck favoured her to-day. As she was passing the gate, young Richard Hare came up from the direction of East Lynne. It was the first time Afy had obtained speech of him. "Good day, Richard. Why, you were never going to pass an old friend." "I have so many friends," said Richard. "I can scarcely spare time for them individually." "But you might for me. Have you forgotten old days?" continued she, bridling and flirting, and altogether showing herself off to advantage. "No, I have not," replied Richard, "and I am hardly likely to do so," he pointedly added. "Ah, I felt sure of that. My heart told me so, when you went off that dreadful night, leaving me to anguish and suspense. I thought I should die. I never have had, so to say, a happy moment till this, when I meet you again." "Don't be a fool, Afy," was Richard's gallant rejoinder, borrowing the favourite reproach of Miss Carlyle. "I was young and green once. You won't suppose I have remained so. We will drop the past, if you please. How is Mr. Jiffin?" "Oh, the wretch!" shrieked Afy. "Is it possible that you can have fallen into the popular scandal that I have anything to say to him? You know I'd never demean myself to it. That's West Lynne all over. Nothing but inventions in it from week's end to week's end. A man who sells cheese, who cuts up bacon. Well, I'm surprised at you, Mr. Richard." "I have been thinking what luck you were in to get him," said Richard, with composure. "But it is your business, not mine." "Could you bear to see me stoop to him?" returned Afy, dropping her voice to the most unsuitable whisper. "Look you, Afy, what ridiculous folly you are nursing in your head, I won't trouble myself to guess. But the sooner you get it out again, the better. I was an idiot once, I don't deny it, but you cured me of that, and cured me with a vengeance. You must pardon me for intimating that from henceforth we are strangers, in the street as elsewhere. I have resumed my own standing again, which I perilled when I ran after you." Afy turned faint. "How could you speak those cruel words?" gasped she. "You called them forth. I was told yesterday that Afy Hallijohn, dressed up to a caricature, was looking after me again. It won't do, Afy." "Oh!" sobbed Afy, growing hysterical. "And is this to be all my recompense? For years I have spent pining after you, keeping single for your sake." "Recompense? Oh, if you want that, I'll get my mother to give Jiffin her custom." And with a ringing laugh, which, though it had nothing of malice in it, showed Afy that he took her approach for all it was worth, Richard turned in at his own gate. It was a deathly blow to Afy's vanity, the worst it had ever received, and she took a few minutes to compose herself and smooth her ruffled feathers. Then she turned and sailed back towards Mr. Jiffin's, her turban up in the skies, the plumed cock tilting to the admiration of all beholders, especially of Miss Carlyle, who had the gratification of surveying her through her window. Arrived at Mr. Jiffin's, she was taken ill exactly opposite his door, and staggered into the shop in a most exhausted state. Round the counter flew Mr. Jiffin, leaving the shopman staring behind it. What was the matter? What could he do for her? "Faint, heat of the sun, walked too fast, allowed to sit down for 5 minutes," gasped Afy, in disjointed sentences. Mr. Jiffin tenderly conducted her through the shop to his parlour. Afy cast half an eye round, saw how comfortable were its arrangements, and her symptoms of faintness increased. Gasps and hysterical sobs came forth together. Mr. Jiffin was as one upon spikes. She'd recover better there than in the public shop. If she'd only excuse his bringing her in, and consent to stay for a few minutes, no harm could come to her, and West Lynne could never say it. He'd stand at the far end of the room, right away from her. He'd prop open the 2 doors and the windows. He'd call in the maid, anything she thought right. Should he get her a glass of wine? Afy declined the wine by a gesture, and sat fanning herself, Mr. Jiffin looking on from a respectful distance. Gradually she grew composed, grew herself again. As she gained courage, Mr. Jiffin lost it, and he ventured upon some faint words of reproach of him. Afy burst into a laugh. "Did I not do it well?" she exclaimed. "I thought I'd play off a joke upon you, so I came up this afternoon and did it." Mr. Jiffin clasped his hands. "Was it a joke?" he returned, trembling with agitation, uncertain whether he was in paradise or not. "Are you still ready to let me call you mine?" "Of course it was a joke," said Afy. "What a soft you must have been, Mr. Jiffin, not to see through it. When young ladies engage themselves to be married, you can't suppose they run back on it, so close to the wedding day." "Oh, Miss Afy!" and the poor little man actually burst into delicious tears as he caught hold of Afy's hand and kissed it. "A great green donkey," thought Afy to herself, bending on him, however, the sweetest smile. Rather, but Mr. Jiffin is not the only great donkey in the world. Richard Hare, meanwhile, had entered his mother's presence. She was sitting at the window, the justice opposite her, in an invalid chair, basking in the air and the sun. This last attack of the justice had affected more the mind than the body. He was brought down to the sitting-room that day for the first time, but of his mind there was little hope. It was in a state of half imbecility, the most wonderful characteristic being that all its self-will, its surliness, had gone. Almost as a little child intractability was Justice Hare. Richard came up to his mother and kissed her. He had been to East Lynne. Mrs. Hare took his hand and fondly held it. The change in her was wonderful. She was a young and happy woman again. "Barbara has decided to go to the seaside, mother. Mr. Carlyle takes her on Monday." "I am glad, my dear. It will be sure to go her good." Richard, bending over her husband, but retaining her son's hand, "Barbara is going to the seaside. I will set her up." "Ay, ay," nodded the justice. "Set her up. Seaside. Can't we go?" "Certainly, dear, if you wish. When you shall be a little stronger." "Ay, ay," nodded the justice. It was his usual answer now. "Stronger. Where's Barbara?" "She goes on the Monday, sir," said Richard, likewise bending his head. "Only for a fortnight. But they are talking of going again later in the autumn." "Can't I go too?" repeated the justice, looking pleadingly into Richard's face. "You shall, dear father. Who knows but a month or two's bracing will bring you round again? We might go all together, ourselves and the Carlyles. Anne's coming to stay with us next week, you know, and we might go when her visit is over." "Ay, all go together. Anne's coming." "Have you forgotten, dear Richard? She comes to stay for a month with us, and Mr. Clitheroe and the children. I am so pleased she will find you better," added Mrs. Hare, her gentle eyes filling. "Mr. Wainwright says you may go out for a drive to-morrow." "And I'll be coachman," laughed Richard. "It will be the old times come round again. Do you remember, father, my breaking the pole one moonlight night, and your not letting me drive for 6 months afterwards?" The poor justice laughed in answer to Richard, laughed till the tears ran down his face, probably not knowing in the least what he was laughing at. "Richard," said Mrs. Hare to her son, almost in an apprehensive tone, her hand pressing his nervously, "was not that Afy Hallijohn I saw you speaking with at the gate?" "Did you? What a spectacle she made of herself! I wonder she is not ashamed to go through the streets in such a guise. Indeed, I wonder she shows herself at all." "Richard, you will not be drawn in again?" were the next whispered words. "Mother?" There was a sternness in his mild blue eyes as he cast them upon his mother. Those beautiful eyes, the very counterpart of Barbara's, both his and hers the counterpart of Mrs. Hare's. The look had been sufficient refutation without words. "Mother mine, I am going to belong to you in the future, and to nobody else. West Lynne is already busy for me. I understand, pleasantly carving out my destiny. One marvels whether I shall lose myself with Miss Afy; another that I shall set on off-hand and court Louisa Dobard. They are all wrong. My place will be with my darling mother, at least for several years to come." She clasped his hand to her bosom in her glad delight. "We want happiness together, mother, to enable us to forget the past, for upon none did the blow fall as upon you and upon me, and the happiness we shall find in our own home, living for each other, and striving to amuse my poor father." "Ay, ay," complacently put in Justice Hare. So it would be. Richard had returned to his home, had become, to all intent and purposes, its master, for the justice would never be in a state to hold sway again. He had resumed his position, and regained favour of West Lynne, which, always in extremes, was now wanting to kill him with kindness. A happy, happy home from henceforth, and Mrs. Hare lifted up her full heart in thankfulness to God. Perhaps Richard's went up also. One word touching the wretched prisoner in the condemned cell at Lynneborough. As you must have anticipated, the extreme sentence was not carried out, and, little favourite as Sir Francis is with you and with me, we can but admit that justice did not demand that it should be. That he had wilfully killed Hallijohn was certain, but the act was committed in a moment of wild rage. It had not been premeditated. The sentence was commuted to transportation, a far more disgraceful one in the estimation of Sir Francis, a far more unwelcome one in the eyes of his wife. It is no use mincing the truth. One little grain of comfort had penetrated to Lady Levison, the anticipation of the time when she and her ill-fated child should be alone, and could hide themselves in some hidden nook of the wide world. He and his crime, and his end gone, forgotten. But it seems he was not to go and be forgotten. She and the boy must be tied to him still, and she was lost in horror and rebellion. He envied the dead Hallijohn, did that man, as he looked forth on the future. A cheering prospect, truly. The gay Sir Francis Levison working in chains with his gang. Where would his diamonds, his perfumed handkerchiefs, and his white hands be then? After a time he might get a ticket of leave. He groaned in agony as the turnkey suggested it to him. A ticket of leave for him? Oh, why did they not hang him? He wailed forth, as he closed his eyes to the dim light. The light of the cell, you understand, he could not close them to the light of the future. No, never again. It shone out all too plainly, dazzling his brain, as with a flame of living fire.
End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Curran. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 46. Until Eternity. Barbara was at the seaside, and Lady Isabel was in her bed, dying. You remember the old French saying, L'homme propose et Dieu dispose. An exemplification of it was here. She, Lady Isabel, had consented to remain at East Lynne during Mrs. Carlyle's absence, on purpose that she might be with her children, but the object was frustrated, for Lucy and Archibald had been removed to Miss Carlyle's. It was Mr. Carlyle's arrangement. He thought the governess ought to have the entire respite from all charge, and that poor governess dared not say, "Let him stay with me." Lady Isabel had also purposed to be safely away from East Lynne before the time came for her to die, but that time had advanced with giant strides, and the period for removal was past. She was going out as her mother had done, rapidly, unexpectedly, like the snuff of a candle. Wilson was in attendance on her mistress. Joyce remained at home. Barbara had chosen a watering place near, not 30 miles off, so that Mr. Carlyle went there most evenings, returning to his office in the mornings. Thus he saw little of East Lynne, paying 1 or 2 flying visits only, from the Saturday to the Wednesday in the second week. He did not come home at all, and it was in those few days that Lady Isabel had changed for the worse. On the Wednesday he was expected home to dinner and to sleep. Joyce was in a state of frenzy, or next door to it. Lady Isabel was dying, and what would become of the ominous secret, a conviction born of her fears, was on the girl's mind that, with death, the whole must become known, and who was to foresee what blame might not be cast upon her by her master and mistress for not having disclosed it? She might be accused of having been an abettor in the plot from the first. 50 times it was in Joyce's mind to send for Miss Carlyle and tell her all. The afternoon was fast waning, and the spirit of Lady Isabel seemed to be wanting with it. Joyce was in the room, in attendance upon her. She had been in a fainting state all day, but felt better now. She was partially raised in bed by pillows, a white cashmere shawl over her shoulders, her nightcap off, to allow as much air as possible to come to her, and the windows stood open. Footsteps sounded on the gravel in the quiet stillness of the summer air. They penetrated even to her ear, for all her faculties were keen yet. Beloved footsteps, and a tinge of hectic rose to her cheeks. Joyce, who stood at the window, glanced out. It was Mr. Carlyle. "Joyce!" came forth a cry from the bed, sharp and eager. Joyce turned round. "My lady? I should die happily if I might see him." "See him!" uttered Joyce, doubting her own ears. "My lady, see him, Mr. Carlyle? What can it signify? I am already as one dead. Should I ask it or wish it, think you, in rude life? The yearning has been upon me for days, Joyce. It is keeping death away." "It could not be, my lady," was the decisive answer. "It must not be. It is as a thing impossible." Lady Isabel burst into tears. "I can't die for the trouble," she wailed. "You keep my children from me. They must not come, you say, lest I should betray myself. Now you would keep my husband. Joyce, Joyce, let me see him." Her husband, poor thing! Joyce was in a maze of distress, though not the less firm. Her eyes were wet with tears, but she believed she should be infringing her allegiance to her mistress. Did she bring Mr. Carlyle to the presence of his former wife? Altogether it might be productive of nothing but confusion. A knock at the chamber door. Joyce called out, "Come in." The two maids, Hannah and Sarah, were alone in the habit of coming to the room, and neither of them had ever known Madame Vine as Lady Isabel. Sarah put in her head. "Master wants you, Miss Joyce." "I'll come. He is in the dining room. I have just taken down Master Arthur to him." Mr. Carlyle had got Master Arthur on his shoulder. When Joyce entered, Master Arthur was decidedly given to noise and rebellion, and was already, as Wilson expressed it, sturdy upon his pins. "How is Madame Vine, Joyce?" Joyce scarcely knew how to answer, but she did not dare to equivocate as to her precarious state, and where the use, when a few hours would probably see the end of it. "She is very ill, indeed, sir." "Worse?" "Sir, I fear she is dying." Mr. Carlyle, in his consternation, put down Arthur. "Dying? I hardly think she will last till morning, sir." "Why, what has killed her?" he uttered in amazement. Joyce did not answer. He looked pale and confused. "Have you had Dr. Martin?" "Oh no, sir, it would be of no use." "No use," repeated Mr. Carlyle in a sharp accent. "Is that the way to treat dying people? Assume it is of no use to spend for advice, and so quietly let them die. If Madame Vine is as ill as you say, a telegraphic message must be sent off at once. I had better see her," he cried, moving to the door. Joyce, in her perplexity, dared to place her back against it, preventing his egress. "Oh, master, I beg your pardon, but it would not be right. Please, sir, do not think of going into her room." Mr. Carlyle thought Joyce was taken with a fit of prudery. "Why can't I go in?" he asked. "Mrs. Carlyle would not like it, sir," stammered Joyce, her cheeks scarlet now. Mr. Carlyle stared at her. "Some of you take up odd ideas," he cried. "In Mrs. Carlyle's absence, it is necessary that someone should see her. Let a lady die in my house, and never see after her. You are out of your senses, Joyce. I shall go in after dinner, so prepare Madame Vine." The dinner was being brought in then. Joyce, feeling like one in a nervous attack, picked up Arthur and carried him to Sarah in the nursery. What on earth was she to do? Scarcely had Mr. Carlyle begun his dinner, when his sister entered. Some grievance had arisen between her and the tenants of certain houses of hers, and she was bringing the dispute to him. Before he would hear it, he begged her to go up to Madame Vine, telling her what Joyce had said of her state. "Dying!" exclaimed Miss Corny, in disbelieving derision. "That Joyce has been more like a simpleton lately than like herself. I can't think what has come to the woman." She took off her bonnet and mantle and laid them on a chair, gave a twitch or two to her cap as she surveyed it in the pier glass, and went upstairs. Joyce answered her knock at the invalid's door, and Joyce, when she saw who it was, turned as white as any sheet. "Oh, ma'am, you must not come in," she blundered out, in her confusion and fear, as she put herself right in the doorway. "Who is to keep me out?" demanded Miss Carlyle, after a pause of surprise, her tone of quiet power. "Move away, girl. Joyce, I think your brain must be softening. What will you try at next?" Joyce was powerless, both in right and in strength, and she knew it. She knew there was no help, that Miss Carlyle would and must enter. She stood aside, shivering, and passed out of the room as soon as Miss Carlyle was within it. Ah, there could no longer be concealment now. There she was, her pale face lying against the pillow, free from its disgusting trappings, the band of gray velvet, the spectacles, the wraps for the throat and chin, the huge cap, all were gone. It was the face of Lady Isabel, changed certainly, very, very much, but still hers. The silvered hair fell on either side of her face, like the silky curls had once fallen. The sweet, sad eyes were the eyes of yore. "Mercy be good to us," uttered Miss Carlyle. They remained gazing at each other, both panting with emotion. Yes, even Miss Carlyle, though a wild suspicion had once crossed her brain that Madame Vine might be Lady Isabel. It had died away again, from the sheer improbability of the thing, as much as from the convincing proofs offered by Lord Mount Severn. Not but what Miss Carlyle had borne in mind the suspicion, and had been fond of tracing the likeness in Madame Vine's face. "How could you dare come back here?" she abruptly asked, her tone of sad, soft wailing, not one of reproach. Lady Isabel humbly crossed her attended hands upon her chest. "My children," she whispered. "How could I stay away from them? Have pity, Miss Carlyle. Don't reproach me. I am on my way to God, to answer for all my sins and sorrows." "I do not reproach you," said Miss Carlyle. "I am so glad to go," she continued to murmur, her eyes full of tears. "Jesus did not come, you know, to save the good like you. He came for the sake of us poor sinners. I tried to take up my cross, as he bade us, and bear it bravely for his sake, but its weight has killed me. The good like you, humbly, meekly, deferentially, was it expressed, in all good faith and trust, as though Miss Corny was a sort of upper angel. Somehow the words grated on Miss Corny's ear, grated fiercely on her conscience. It came into her mind, then, as she stood there, that the harsh religion that she had through life professed was not the religion that would best bring peace to her dying bed. "Child," said she, drawing near to and leaning over Lady Isabel, "had I anything to do with sending you from East Lynne?" Lady Isabel shook her head and cast down her gaze, as she whispered, "You did not send me. You did not help to send me. I was not very happy with you. But that was not the cause of my going away. Forgive me, Miss Carlyle, forgive me." "Thank God!" inwardly breathed Miss Carlyle. "Forgive me," she said, aloud and in agitation, touching her hand. "I could have made your home happier, and I wish I had done it. I have wished it ever since you left it." Lady Isabel drew the hand in hers. "I want to see Archibald," she whispered, going back in thought to the old time and the old name. "I have prayed Joyce to bring him to me, and she will not. Only for a minute, just to hear him say that he forgives me. What can it matter now that I am as one lost to the world? I should die easier." Upon what impulse or grounds Miss Carlyle saw fit to accede to the request cannot be told. Probably she did not choose to refuse a deathbed prayer. Possibly, she reasoned, as did Lady Isabel. What could it matter? She went to the door. Joyce was in the corridor, leaning against the wall, her apron up to her eyes. Miss Carlyle beckoned to her. "How long have you known of this?" "Since that night in the spring, when there was an alarm of fire. I saw her then, with nothing on her face, and knew her, though at the first moment I thought it was her ghost. Ma'am, I have just gone about since, like a ghost myself from fear. Go and request your master to come up to me." "Oh, ma'am, will it be well to tell him?" remonstrated Joyce. "Well, that he should see her?" "Go and request your master to come to me," unequivocally repeated Miss Carlyle. "Are you mistress, Joyce, or am I?" Joyce went down and brought Mr. Carlyle up from the dinner table. "Is Madame Vine worse, Cornelia? Will she see me?" "She wishes to see you." Miss Carlyle opened the door as she spoke. He motioned her to pass in first. "No," she said. You had better see her alone." He was going in when Joyce caught his arm. "Master, master, you ought to be prepared. Ma'am, won't you tell him?" He looked at them, thinking they must be moonstruck, for their conduct seemed inexplicable. Both were evident agitation, an emotion Miss Carlyle was not given to. Her face and lips were twitching, but she kept a studied silence. Mr. Carlyle knit his brow, and went into the chamber. They shut him in. He walked gently at once to the bed, in his straightforward manner. "I am grieved, Madame Vine." The words faltered on his tongue. He was a man as little given to show emotion as man can well be. Did he think, as Joyce had once done, that it was a ghost he saw? Certain it is that his face and lips turned the hue of death, and he backed a few steps from the bed. The falling hair, the sweet mournful eyes, the hectic which his presence brought to her cheeks, told too plainly of the Lady Isabel. "Archibald!" She put out her trembling hand. She caught him ere he had drawn quite beyond her reach. He looked at her. He looked around the room, as does one awaking from a dream. "I could not die without your forgiveness," she murmured, her eyes falling before him as she thought of her past. "Do you turn from me? Bear with me a little minute. Only say you forgive me, and I shall die in peace." "Isabel," he spoke, not knowing in the least what he said, were you Madame Vine?" "Oh, forgive me. I did not die. I got well from the accident, but it changed me dreadfully. Nobody knew me, and I came here as Madame Vine. I could not stay away, Archibald. Forgive me." His mind was in a whirl. His ideas had gone wool-gathering. The first clear thought that came thumping through his brain was, that he must be a man of two wives. She noticed his perplexed silence. "I could not stay away from you and my children. The longing for you was killing me," she reiterated, wildly, like one talking in a fever. "I never knew a moment's peace after the mad act I was guilty of in quitting you. Not an hour had I departed when my repentance set in, and even then I would have retraced and come back, but I did not know how. See what it has done for me," tossing up her gray hair, holding out her attenuated wrists. "Oh, forgive me. My sin was great, but my punishment was greater. It has been as one long scene of mortal agony." "Why did you go?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "Did you not know?" "No. It has always been a mystery to me. I went out of love for you." A shade of disdain crossed his lips. She was equivocating to him on her deathbed. "Do not look in that way," she panted. "My strength is nearly gone. You must perceive that it is, and I do not, perhaps, express myself clearly. I loved you dearly, and I grew suspicious of you. I thought you were false and deceitful to me, that your love was all given to another, and in my sore jealousy I listened to the temptings of that bad man, who whispered to me of revenge. It was not so, was it?" Mr. Carlyle had regained his calmness, outwardly at any rate. He stood by the side of the bed, looking down upon her, his arms crossed upon his chest, and his noble form raised to its full height. "Was it so?" she feverishly repeated. "Can you ask it? Knowing me as you did then, as you must have known me since, I never was false to you in thought, in word, or in deed." "Oh, Archibald, I was mad. I was mad. I could not have done it in anything but madness. Surely you will forget and forgive." "I cannot forget. I have already forgiven." "Try and forget the dreadful time that has passed since that night," she continued, the tears falling on her cheeks, as she held up to him one of her poor hot hands. "Let your thoughts go back to the days when you first knew me, when I was here, Isabel Vane, a happy girl with my father. At times I have lost myself in a moment's happiness in thinking of it. Do you remember how you grew to love me, though you thought you might not tell it to me, and how gentle you were with me? When Papa died, and the £100 note, do you remember coming to the Castle Marling, and my promise to be your wife, and the first kiss you left upon my lips? And oh, Archibald, do you remember the loving days after I was your wife? How happy we were with each other. Do you remember when Lucy was born? We thought I should have died. And your joy, your thankfulness that God restored me. Do you remember all this?" Aye, he did remember it. He took the poor hand into his, and unconsciously played with its wasted fingers. "Have you any reproach to cast to me?" he gently said, bending his head a little. "Reproach to you who must be almost without reproach in the sight of heaven. You who were everlasting to me, ever anxious for my welfare. When I think of what you were and are, and how I quitted you, I could sink into the earth with remorse and shame. My own sin, I cannot expiate the shame I entailed upon you and upon our children." Never he felt it as keenly now as he had felt it then. "Think that it has been for me," she resumed, and he was obliged to bend his ear to catch her gradually weakening tones. "To live in this house with your wife, to see your love for her, to watch the envied caresses that once were mine. I never loved you so passionately as I have done since I lost you. Think what it was to watch William's decaying strength, to be alone with him in his dying hour, and not to be able to say he is my child, as well as yours, when he lay dead, and the news went forth to the household. It was her pretty grief you soothed, not mine, his mother's. God alone knows how I have lived through it all. It has been to me as the bitterness of death." "Why did you come back?" was the response of Mr. Carlyle. "I have told you I could not live, wanting you and my children. It was wrong in all ways, wickedly wrong. You cannot think worse of it than I have done, but the consequences and the punishment would be mine alone, as long as I guarded against discovery. I never thought to stop here to die, but death seems to have come on me with a leap, like it came to my mother." A pause of labored hard breathing. Mr. Carlyle did not interrupt it. All wrong," she resumed. "This interview with you, among the rest, and yet I hardly know. It cannot hurt the new ties you have formed, for I am as one dead now to this world, hovering on the brink of the next. But you were my husband, Archibald, and the last few days I have longed for your forgiveness with a fevered longing. Oh, that the past could be blotted out, that I could wake up and find it but a hideous dream, that I were here as in old days, in health and happiness, your ever-loving wife. Do you wish it, that the dark past had never had place?" She put the question in a sharp, eager tone, gazing up to him with an anxious gaze, as though the answer might be one of life or death. "For your sake I wish it." Calm enough were the words spoken, and her eyes fell again, and a deep sigh came forth. "I am going to William, but Lucy and Archibald will be left. Oh, do you never be unkind to them, I pray you. Visit not their mother's sin upon their heads. Do not in your love for your later children lose your love for them. Have you seen anything in my conduct that could give rise to fears of this?" He returned, reproach mingled in his sad tone. "The children are dear to me, as you once were, as I once was, ay, and as I might have been now." "Indeed you might," he answered with emotion. "The fault was not mine, Archibald. I am on the very threshold of the next world. Will you not bless me? Will you not say a word of love to me before I pass it? Let what I am, I say, be blotted for the moment from your memory. Think of me, if you can, as the innocent, timid child whom you made your wife. Only a word of love. My heart is breaking for it." He leaned over her. He pushed aside the hair from her brow with his gentle hand, his tears dropping on her face. "You nearly broke mine when you left me, Isabel," he whispered. "May God bless you, and take you to his rest in heaven. May he so deal with me, as I now fully and freely forgive you." What was he about to do? Lower and lower bent his head, until his breath nearly mingled with hers. To kiss her? He best knew. But suddenly his face grew red with a scarlet flush, and he lifted it again. Did the form of one then in a felon's cell at Lynneborough thrust itself before him, or that of his absent and unconscious wife? "To his rest in heaven," she murmured, in the hollow tones of the departing. Yes, I know that God had forgiven me. Oh, what a struggle it has been! Nothing but bad feelings, rebellion, and sorrow, and repining for a long while after I came back here. But Jesus prayed for me, and helped me, and you know how merciful he is to the weary and heavy laden. We shall meet again, Archibald, and live together forever and ever. But for that great hope I could hardly die. William said mamma would be on the banks of the river, looking out for him. but it is William who is looking for me." Mr. Carlyle released one of his hands. She had taken them both, and with his own white handkerchief wiped the death dew from her forehead. "It is no sin to anticipate it, Archibald, for there will be no marrying or giving in marriage in heaven. Christ said so. Though we do not know how it will be, my sin will be remembered no more there, and we shall be together with our children forever and forever. Keep a little corner in your heart for your poor lost Isabel." "Yes, yes," he whispered. "Are you leaving me?" she uttered, in a wild tone of pain. "Are you growing faint? I perceive I must call assistance." "Farewell, then, farewell, until eternity," she sighed, the tears raining from her eyes. "It is death, I think, not faintness. Oh, but it is hard to part. Farewell, farewell, my once dear husband." She raised her head from the pillow, excitement giving her strength. She clung to his arm. She lifted her face in its sad yearning. Mr. Carlyle laid her tenderly down again, and suffered his wet cheek to rest upon hers. Until eternity she followed him with her eyes as he retreated, and watched him from the room, then turned her face to the wall. "It is over. Only God now." Mr. Carlyle took an instant's counsel with himself, stopping at the head of the stairs to do it. Joyce, in obedience to a sign from him, had already gone into the sick chamber. His sister was standing at the door. "Cornelia," she followed him down to the dining room, "you will remain here to-night with her?" "Do you suppose I shouldn't?" crossly responded Miss Corny. "Where are you off to now?" "To the telegraph office at present, to send for Lord Mount Severn." "What good can he do?" "None. But I shall send for him." "Can't one of the servants go just as well as you? You have not finished your dinner, hardly begun it." He turned his eyes on the dinner table in a mechanical sort of way, his mind wholly preoccupied, made some remark in answer, which Miss Corny did not catch, and went out. On his return his sister met him in the hall, drew him inside the nearest room, and closed the door. "Lady Isabel was dead, has been dead about 10 minutes. She never spoke after you left her, Archibald. There was a slight struggle at the last, a fighting for breath. Otherwise she went off quite peacefully. I felt sure, when I first saw her this afternoon, that she could not last till midnight." End of chapter 46. Recording by Chris Caron. Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Chapter 60 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 60. I.M.V. Lord Mount Severn, wondering greatly what the urgent summons could be for, lost no time in obeying it, and was at East Lynne the following morning early. Mr. Carlyle had his carriage at the station, his close carriage, and shut up in that he made the communication to the Earl as they drove to East Lynne. The Earl could with difficulty believe it. Never had he been so utterly astonished. At first he really could not understand the tale. Did she come back to your house to die?" he blundered. "You never took her in. I don't understand." Mr. Carlyle explained further, and the Earl at length understood. But he did not recover his perplexed astonishment. "What a mad act to come back here! Madame Vine! How on earth did she escape detection?" "She did escape it," said Mr. Carlyle. "The strange likeness Madame Vine possessed to my first wife did often strike me as being marvellous, but I never suspected the truth. It was a likeness, and not a likeness, for every part of her face and form was changed except her eyes, and those I never saw but through those disguising glasses." The Earl wiped his hot face. The news had ruffled him no measured degree. He felt angry with Isabel, dead though she was, and thankful that Mrs. Carlyle was away. "Will you see her?" whispered Mr. Carlyle as they entered the house. "Yes." They went up to the death chamber, Mr. Carlyle procuring the key. It was the only time that he entered it. Very peaceful she looked now, her pale features so composed under her white cap and hands. Miss Carlyle and Joyce had done all that was necessary; nobody else had been suffered to approach her. Lord Mount Severn leaned over her, tracing the former looks of Isabel, and the likeness grew upon him in a wonderful degree. "What did she die of?" he asked. "She said a broken heart." "Ah," said the Earl, "the wonder is that it did not break before. Poor thing! Poor Isabel," he added, touching her hand. "How she marred her own happiness! Carlyle, I suppose this is your wedding ring?" Mr. Carlyle cast his eyes upon the ring. "Very probably." "To think of her never having discarded it!" remarked the Earl, releasing the cold hand. "Well, I can hardly believe the tale now." He turned and quitted the room as he spoke. Mr. Carlyle looked steadfastly at the dead face for a minute or two, his fingers touching the forehead, but what his thoughts or feelings may have been none can tell. Then he replaced the sheet over her face, and followed the Earl. They descended in silence to the breakfast room. Miss Carlyle was seated at the table waiting for them. "Where could all your eyes have been?" exclaimed the Earl to her, after a few sentences, referring to the event just past. "Just where yours would have been," replied Miss Corny, with a touch of her old temper. "You saw Madame Vine as well as we did." "But not continuously only 2 or 3 times in all; and I do not remember ever to have seen her without her bonnet and veil. That Carlyle should not have recognised her is almost beyond belief." "It seems so to speak of it," said Miss Corny, "but facts are facts. She was young and gay, active, when she left here, upright as a dart, her dark hair drawn from her open brow, and flowing on her neck, her cheeks like crimson paint, her face altogether beautiful. Madame Vine arrived here, a pale, stooping woman, lame of leg, shorter than Lady Isabel, and her figure stuffed out under those sacks of jackets. Not a bit scarcely of her forehead to be seen, for grey velvet and grey bands of hair, her head smothered under a close cap, large, blue, double spectacles hiding the eyes and their sides, and the throat tied up, the chin partially. The mouth was entirely altered in its character, and that upward scar, always so conspicuous, made it almost ugly. Then she had lost some of her front teeth, you know, and she lisped when she spoke. Take her for all in all," summed up Miss Carlyle, "she looked no more like Isabel, who went away from here, than I look like Adam. Just get your dearest friend damaged and disguised as she was, my lord, and see if you'd recognise him." The observation came home to Lord Mount Severn. A gentleman whom he knew well, had been so altered by a fearful accident, that little resemblance could be traced to his former self. In fact, his own family could not recognise him, and he used an artificial disguise. It was a case in point, and, reader, I assure you it was a true one. "It was certainly the disguise that we ought to have suspected," quietly observed Mr. Carlyle. "The likeness was not sufficiently striking to cause suspicion." "But she turned the house from that scent as soon as she came into it," struck in Miss Corny, telling of the neuralgic pains that affected her head and face, rendering the guarding them from exposure necessary. "Remember, Lord Mount Severn, that the Ducies had been with her in Germany, and had never suspected her. Remember also another thing, that however great a likeness we may have detected, we could not and did not speak of it, one to another. Lady Isabel's name is never so much as whispered among us." "True, all true," nodded the Earl, and they sat themselves down to breakfast. On the Friday, the following letter was despatched to Mrs. Carlyle. "My dearest, I find I shall not be able to get to you on Saturday afternoon as I promised, but will leave by the late train that night. Mind you don't sit up for me. Lord Mount Severn is here for a few days; he sends his regards to you. And now, Barbara, prepare for news that will prove a shock. Madame Vine is dead. She grew rapidly worse, they tell me, after our departure, and died on Wednesday night. I am glad you were away. Love from the children. Lucy and Archie are still at Cornelia's, Arthur wearing out Sarah's legs in the nursery. Ever yours, my dearest, Archibald Carlyle. Of course Madame Vine, the governess, died at Mr. Carlyle's house. He could not, in courtesy, do less than follow her to the grave. So decided West Lynne, when they found which way the wind was going to blow. Lord Mount Severn followed also, to keep him company, being on a visit to him, and very polite indeed of his lordship to do it, condescending also. West Lynne remembered another funeral at which those two had been the only mourners, that of the Earl. By some curious coincidence the French governess was buried close to the Earl's grave. As good there as anywhere else, quoth West Lynne. There happened to be a vacant spot of ground. The funeral took place on a Sunday morning. A plain, respectable funeral. A hearse and pair, and mourning coach and pair, with a chariot for the Reverend Mr. Little. No pallbearers or mutes, or anything of that show-off kind, and no plumes on the horses, only on the hearse. West Lynne looked on with approbation, and conjectured that the governess had left sufficient money to bury herself, but of course that was Mr. Carlyle's affair, not West Lynne's. Quiet enough she lay in her last resting-place. They left her in it, the Earl and Mr. Carlyle, and entered the mourning coach, to be conveyed back again to East Lynne. "Just a little stone of white marble, 2 feet high by a foot and a half broad," remarked the Earl, on their road, pursuing a topic they were speaking upon, "with the initials I.V. and the date of the year. Nothing more. What do you think?" "I.M.V.," corrected Mr. Carlyle. "Yes." At this moment the bells of another church, not St. Jude's, broke out in a joyous peal, and the Earl inclined his ear to listen. "What can they be ringing for?" he cried. They were ringing for a wedding. Afy Hallijohn, by the help of 2 clergymen and 6 bridesmaids, of which you may be sure Joyce was not one, had just been converted into Mrs. Joe Jiffin. When Afy took a thing into her head, she somehow contrived to carry it through, and to bend even clergymen and bridesmaids to her will. Mr. Jiffin was blessed at last. In the afternoon the Earl left East Lynne, and somewhat later Barbara arrived at it. Wilson scarcely gave her mistress time to step into the house before her, and she very nearly left the baby in the fly. Curiously anxious was Wilson to hear all the particulars as to whatever could have took off that French governess. Mr. Carlyle was much surprised at their arrival. "How could I stay away, Archibald, even until Monday, after the news you sent me?" said Barbara. "What did she die of? It must have been awfully sudden." "I suppose so," was his dreamy answer. He was debating a question with himself, one he had thought over a good deal since Wednesday night. Should he, or should he not, tell his wife? He would have preferred not to tell her, and, were the secret confined to his own breast, he would decidedly not have done so. But it was known to 3 others, Miss Carlyle, Lord Mount Severn, and to Joyce. All trustworthy and of good intention, but it was impossible for Mr. Carlyle to make sure that not one of them would ever, through any chance and unpremeditated word, let the secret come to the knowledge of Mrs. Carlyle. That would not do. If she must hear it at all, she must hear it from him, and at once. He took his course. "Are you ill, Archibald?" she asked, noting his face. It wore a pale, worn sort of look. "I have something to tell you, Barbara," he answered, drawing her hand into his as they stood together. They were in her dressing room, where she was taking off her things. "On the Wednesday evening, when I got home to dinner, Joyce told me that she feared Madame Vine was dying, and I thought it right to see her." "Certainly," returned Barbara, "quite right." "I went into her room, and found that she was dying. But I found something else, Barbara. She was not Madame Vine." "Not Madame Vine!" echoed Barbara, believing in good truth that her husband could not know what he was saying. "It was my former wife, Isabel Vane." Barbara's face flushed crimson, and then grew white as marble, and she drew her hand unconsciously from Mr. Carlyle's. He did not appear to notice the movement, but stood with his elbow on the mantelpiece while he talked, giving her a rapid summary of the interview and its details. She could not stay away from her children, she said, and came back as Madame Vine. What with the effects of the railroad accident in France, and those spectacles she wore, and her style of dress, and her grey hair, she felt secure in not being recognised. I am astonished now that she was not discovered. Were such a thing related to me, I should give no credence to it. Barbara's heart felt faint with its utter sickness, and she turned her face from the view of her husband. Her first confused thoughts were as Mr. Carlyle's had been, that she had been living in his house with another wife. "Did you suspect her?" she breathed in a low tone. "Barbara! Had I suspected it, should I have allowed it to go on? She implored my forgiveness for the past, and for having returned here, and I gave it to her fully. I then went to East Lynne to telegraph to Mount Severn, and when I came back she was dead." There was a pause. Mr. Carlyle began to perceive that his wife's face was hidden from him. "She said her heart was broken. Barbara, we cannot wonder at it." There was no reply. Mr. Carlyle took his arm from the mantelpiece, and moved so that he could see her countenance, a wan countenance, telling of pain. He laid his hand upon her shoulder, and made her look at him. "My dearest, what is this?" "Oh, Archibald!" she uttered, clasping her hands together, all her pent-up feelings bursting forth, and the tears streaming from her eyes. "Has this taken your love from me?" He took both her hands in one of his, he put the other round her waist, and held her there, before him, never speaking, only looking gravely into her face. Who could look at its sincere truthfulness, at the sweet expression of his lips, and doubt him? Not Barbara. She allowed the moment's excitement to act upon her feelings and carry her away. I had thought my wife possessed entire trust in me. "Oh, I do, I do. You know I do. Forgive me, Archibald," she slowly whispered. "I deemed it better to impart this to you, Barbara. Had there been wrong feeling on my part, I should have left you in ignorance. My darling, I have told it you in love." She was leaning on his breast, sobbing gently, her repentant face turned towards him. He held her there in his strong protection, his enduring tenderness. "My wife! My darling, now and always." "It was a foolish feeling to cross my heart, Archibald. It is done with and gone. Never let it come back, Barbara. Neither need her name be mentioned again between us. A barred name it has hitherto been, so let it continue." "Anything you will. My earnest wish is to please you, to be worthy of your esteem and love, Archibald," she timidly added, her eyelids drooping and her fair cheeks blushing as she made the confession. "There has been a feeling in my heart against your children, a sort of jealous feeling, you can understand, because they were hers, because she had once been your wife. I knew how wrong it was, and I have tried earnestly to subdue it. I have, indeed, and I think it is nearly gone." Her voice sunk. "I constantly pray to be helped to do it, to love them and care for them as if they were my own. It will come with time." "Every good thing will come with time that we may earnestly seek," said Mr. Carlyle. "Oh, Barbara, never forget that the only way to ensure peace in the end is to strive always to be doing right, unselfishly, under God." End of Chapter 60. End of East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood.